Metaphysical, after being expelled from my family, I got away with it. Synopsis. For the sake of the dynasty and the family to survive, Jun Zizai was willing to serve as a hostage for 20 years, during which time he was tortured, and his life was worse than death. 20 years later, the Qinglong dynasty flourished and the Jun family reigned supreme. As the most meritorious official, Jun Zizi returned to his hometown with honor, but he was not allowed to step into his family's door, living in a dog kennel, eating coarse food, wearing cloth, and dying in the ancestral hall. The care of his parents and the love of his sisters were all given to his newly born little brother, and even Jun Zizi's position as the Holy Dragon's son was tragically deprived of him. Jun Zizi woke up. He broke off a finger to repay his parents' kindness, and unloaded his body full of honor without shame to the imperial dynasty. The world is a big place, so why imprison yourself on one side? Chapter 1, Returning Favor with a Broken Finger. Jun Zizai. How is it that these past few years haven't worn away your vileness in the witch barbarian dynasty? If this gets out, where will you let your parents' face go? How dare you steal? Should have chopped off your fingers. Inside the gilded hall, a woman with a bright face was full of ice and cold. Her mouth constantly hurled curses, but cunning and triumph flashed in the depths of her eyes. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was as if you could hear a heartbeat. The eyes of the withered man standing in the center kept changing, from confusion to clarity in just a few short breaths. I'm born again? He said darkly in his mind. Just a moment ago, Jun Zizi had been slandered by his own sister for stealing, suffered all sorts of obscenities and insults, and even tried to hit him with his hands. But in that moment, it was as if he had passed through his whole life, seeing how he had sent his family to the top of the imperial dynasty and was killed by his own mother because of his family. Adverse son, why don't you kneel down? Jun Shangtian, thick eyebrows and big eyes, but at this moment is unusually angry, voice like thunder, from the body swept at the majestic momentum. Jun Zizai was already physically weak and in a low realm, and when he was affected by this aura, blood gushed out of his mouth and nose on the spot, staining the ground red. Morong Binger stood by the side full of heartache. However, she looked to the ground and sighed in her heart. She would have to have the underlings clean it again later. She looked at Jun Zizai with a face full of disappointment. Letting you go to the witch barbarian dynasty back then was definitely a mistake. How could I have known that I would turn you into such a chicken-stealing incompetent? Next to her, the third sister, Jun Yunshin, also looked towards Jun Zizai, her smile unfolding. Serves you right. This is your retribution. Father, mother, my brother must have seen that my gauntlet was beautiful and wanted to touch it. Jun Zi's handsome features and sword brows revealed a hint of anxiety. Don't ever blame your brother. Sometimes, it's just that some of your emotions can't help. Jun Shangtian and Morong Binger sniffed, their hearts flooded with a wave of relief and pride. The youngest son was so kind. He was like this and still considerate of this indisputable brother. But Jun Shangtian's expression suddenly changed, his gaze like a torch as he stared intently at Jun Zizai. Look at your brother. Then look at you. Still in your 20s at the martial artist realm. You don't know how to work hard. All day long. You just know how to loiter. It's because I was too indulgent with you. That's why you picked up these bad habits. You have to stand upright when you're beaten. Bow down and apologize to your brother. Morong Binger gently caressed her youngest son's black hair before looking at Jun Zizai. Her eyes disappointed and cold. Did you steal it? Yes. Jun Zizi wiped the blood from his mouth and nose and nodded slightly. Everyone froze for a moment. Just admit it? It was because Jun Zizi was well aware that in his last life, he had ended up having 2 ribs and a leg broken by Jun Xiangtian because he had argued his case. It's all chastisement anyway. Yes or no doesn't matter anymore. Why did I give birth to a thing like you? Nasty stuff. On your knees. Jun Shangtian shouted angrily. Morong Binger sighed. I'm disappointed in you. You're ashamed of my expectations. At those words, Jun Zizi smiled. But the smile was full of self-deprecation and nothing more. How dare you laugh? Father, he doesn't look contrite at all. Jun Yunshin immediately complained. Jun Shangtian felt like he was really going to be infuriated by this rebellious son. Blood filaments spreading in his pupils as he gritted his teeth. The face of my dragon slaughtering martial Exiled is really going to be ruined in your hands. It's not good to do anything. I can't believe I'm stealing from you. Am I not giving you resources? If I had known that this day would come, I shouldn't have let you go to the witch barbarian dynasty. Gust after gust of his aura forced Jun Zizi's knees to tremble and his body to wail. Morong Binger's eyes also reddened. We are a noble family of the imperial dynasty. The prince and princess. How can we give birth to a sneaky rat like you? If I had known, I would not have let you set foot in this family door. Jun Ziwei's face was expressionless. Even when confronted by his own parents, there was no change of heart. Or, rather, there is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. Back then, the border friction between the Green Dragon Dynasty and the Witch Barbarian Dynasty was more than just killing each other, leading to the destruction of the living and the people. Later on, the first martial Exalt appeared in the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty. The demon Witch Martial Exalt. The Green Dragon Dynasty was defeated. Defeated completely. That was why they came up with the hostage scenario, sending Jun Zizi, who was only 3 years old, to the Witch Barbarian Dynasty to show that they no longer had any thoughts of fighting with the Witch Barbarian Dynasty. By all accounts, the status of a protege was usually that of a crown prince, but at that time, Jun Zizi had already entered the royal lineage and had been ordained by the Supreme Elder as the Sacred Dragon Son, whose status was much higher than that of a crown prince. It was for this reason that Jun Zizi had been chosen as a hostage to completely reassure the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty. In that memory, Jun Zizi still remembers the unwillingness in his father's expression, and the tears in his mother's eyes, telling him to take care of himself, and that he would be able to return home when the dynasty was strong. It was with this memory that he gritted his teeth and endured through the torment time and time again. Jun Zizi understood that there was still his loving family waiting for him. Must be alive. Keep in mind he was only 3 years old. For a 3-year-old child to represent the entire Green Dragon Dynasty was already unprecedented. But what Jun Zizi did not expect was that 20 years later, when he returned to the Green Dragon Dynasty with honor, all the feelings of his parents and sisters were given to another person. That was Jun Ji, Jun Zizi's younger brother, who was now standing beside Morong Binger, now awakened. Jun Zizi, facing this room of family members, had nothing but disillusionment. You were born to me, and even more so, you were raised by me. If you don't follow my orders, get the hell out of here. Jun Shangtian's chest rose and fell, his eyes blazing as he chided. Jun Zizi slowly raised her head and looked him straight in the eyes. Good. After saying that, he walked towards the guards next to him, drew his long knife, and chopped off his index finger as everyone's jaws dropped. Self-contained, Morong Binger subconsciously exclaimed. Jun Zizi's face paled as he felt the erosion of the severe pain. He gritted his teeth and faced Jun Shangtian straight on, saying word by word, born but not raised. A broken finger can be returned. From now on I will have no more involvement with your Jun family, the Green Dragon Dynasty. Unbridled. Do you think you can win our sympathy by hurting yourself? I tell you to dream. Or are you going to use this to threaten me? Damn. What exactly did you learn in the Witch Barbarian Dynasty all these years? Jun Shangtian's pupils were crimson as he raged. How could he give birth to this kind of long Tu Wu Zun? Morong Binger was also desperate to the extreme for this son. But for the sake of this family, she was still bitter. Zizi, you hurry up and kneel down and kowtow and admit your mistake. Father will still feel sorry for you. Jun Zizi looked around. The smoothness in Jun Yunxian's eyes. Jun Ji's surface concern. The flash of ecstasy under his eyes. His parents' furious and wriggling reprimand and so on into his eyes. I do filial piety in front of the hall. But you do not hear and do not know. Also, today to break love? From now on, old and dead. When he finished speaking, he dragged his stumbling feet and stepped resolutely out of the door. The withered back is full of loneliness. Chapter 2. This is freedom and must be liquidated. Jun Zizi left the hall but did not go to the backyard but left the martial mansion straight away. Because he did not have a house residence in Wufu, he had to build a bamboo house next door. It's called a bamboo house in a nice way, but to an outsider, it looks more like a dog kennel. The Wufu is lined with narrow alleys, cold in winter and stuffy in summer, with a lot of mosquitoes and insects. But it was such a place that Jun Zizi had lived in for 3 years. Sent to the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty as a hostage at the age of 3. He returned at the age of 23 after being tortured. But he was not qualified to enter the martial house. At the age of 3, Jun Zi was in the limelight. 23 years old and nothing. It's really sad and pathetic. To go to my death for the Imperial Dynasty. For my family, I am so stupid. Jun Zizi limped into the bamboo house. His inner self-mockery growing even more. Brother, are you really leaving? Suddenly, a cry of worry came from behind. Jun Zizi knew who was coming when he heard the words. Jun's Yat. Then, a thick voice rang out. Young Master Zizi, don't get carried away. As long as you properly explain yourself to his lordship, you'll definitely be able to clear the air. Jun Zizi directly ignored these two as he searched for something in the bamboo house. And then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. That's like a hand, carved out of stone all over. It was so ordinary that no one would even give it a second glance when it was thrown out on the street. However, Jun Zz knew after experiencing the death of his last life that this was the broken arm of the ancient god. You can steal all things and travel through all worlds. It was also because of this wondrous object that Jun Z was able to relive his life. At this moment, Jun Z's eyes were slightly red. Brother, stop making a scene. I know it's my fault. If it wasn't for my piece of armor, you wouldn't have been misunderstood by father and mother. Next to him stood a middle-aged man with black robes and long hair, quite handsome in appearance. Young Master Zz, there is no knot that a family cannot untie. Just sit down and talk slowly. Wei Wen arched his hand slightly, his eyes gazing at Jun Z's eye like a wolf. Jun Zz turned around, glanced at Jun Ge and Wei Wen, and didn't bother to speak as he hid his stone hands in his arms and left the alleyway. Although he was limping, when the sunlight poured down on his body, Jun Zz felt warm, as if there was nothing in this world that could bind him anymore. Perhaps, this is freedom, he muttered, a small smile finally appearing on his face. The sunlight pours over your shoulders as if you were a free man. Jun Z had incredulity at the sight, secretly saying, just like that? Before, Jun Z's eye was so humble, constantly licking her sister and her parents like crazy. How did she turn around all of a sudden? But then, ecstasy and excitement instantly washed away Jun Z's doubts. Once Jun Zz left, he would have the martial house all to himself, and even the entire Green Dragon dynasty. Young master, from now on, no one can stop you. Wei Wen looked at Jun Ji's back, his heart filled with pleasure. You should know that you are not only the second-generation Holy Dragon son of the Green Dragon dynasty, but also the sole heir of the White Tiger dynasty. Wu Fu. At this moment, Jun Shangtian was raging like a lion. He felt his dignity had been provoked. Jun Yunxin was beside her, gently caressing her mother's chest, but the corners of her lips couldn't hide the fact that they were raised. Father, mother, let that punk go. He'll roll back in a few days anyway. Come back? I can still make him come back? Starve him for 3 days, kneel for 3 days, then he'll be punished by the family law. A broken finger and grace? Is he worthy of that? Eat my food, use my food, and say you can repay it. Jun Shangtian shouted angrily, frightening the subordinates around him into trembling. Morong Binger looked at the severed finger on the ground, her eyes unable to stop sighing. To actually force them with self-mutilation. There is no son of man. Xiang Tian, he's still a piece of meat that fell off my body no matter what. Don't be too harsh. If it doesn't work out, send it to the Battle Orchid Army for training. Morong Binger was bitter. She didn't understand how such a kind-hearted and gentle motheress herself could have taught such a mischievous person like Jun Zizai. Humph, that's a pretty thought. When he comes back crying, I'll break his other leg as well. Let's see how he can still run out. Jun Shangtian felt that cursing with his mouth wasn't enough, and he lightly bellowed. I've used up so many resources raising him, and he must pay me back twice as much. Lu Zhong. As soon as the words fell, a red-robed figure stepped in from outside. Lu Zhong, the butler of the martial house. Master, ma'am. Lu Zhong arched his hand. How many resources were spent on that rebellious son during these 3 years? List them all for me. 1 elixir, 1 heavenly material. The time spent in the spirit-gathering formation should also be counted. This rebellious waste of a son, spending so many resources and still remaining at the martial artist realm, is simply dumber than a pig. Jun Shangtian took out the appearance of a great patriarch. Lu Zhong froze, first looking at his lordship, and then immediately at madam, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. What are you waiting for? Jun Shangtian frowned. Is it hard to say that this account is not good? I knew that this is a cesspool that can't be filled. When he finished speaking, he slapped the armrest with a flourish, but Lu Zhong directly fell to his knees. His voice shriveled. No, master, young master Zizai he has never enjoyed any resources from the martial house or the imperial dynasty. At these words, the hall fell dead silent. Jun Shangtian froze in his chair and then spiraled into fury. Impossible. Are you trying to absolve him? I wouldn't dare. Lu Zhong hurriedly waved his hand, and finally clenched his teeth. The matter of not releasing resources is something you said, your lordship. Bull *********. I couldn't be more. Jun Shangtian had just cursed when a memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was Jun Zz was just released back by the Witch Barbarian dynasty. His physique was thin and frail, his bones were as thin as firewood, and his root bones were completely scrapped, and there was no more dragon posture and tiger bones when he was 3 years old. At that time, he was extremely disappointed and said, just come back alive. The family dynasty can give you a retirement. As for the cultivation resources, don't ask for them, give them all to your brother. Jun Shangtian choked on his own memories, but still looked unhappy. Why didn't he say anything himself? Can you blame anyone else for this? Well, the matter of resources aside, then I can always settle the score with him if he lives inside the Marshall mansion for a long time. Settle for an inn of the highest caliber, so that he must repay. Humph, even the rebellious son dares to defy me. He's still tender. Jun Shangtian had to find dignity for himself. Cold sweat flowed from Lu Zhong's forehead, revealing a bitter expression. Master, ma'am, young Master Zizai he hasn't resided in the Marshall mansion since he returned from the Witch Barbarian dynasty. Jun Shangtian was startled. Morong Binger looked stunned. Then where does he stay every night? The bamboo house next to the martial arts mansion. I don't know if the lord and lady have any impression? Lu Zhong was under pressure and looked unsightly. That doghouse? Jun Shangtian almost blurted out. Then he immediately shut up. Morong Binger's pupils quake, as if her own eldest son surfaced in her mind. Shivering in the cold winter and being bitten by mosquitoes in the summer night. 2 lines of tears flowed down at once. My bitter child, how could you let him live in a place like that? She stood up angrily. Lu Zhong wanted to say something. Jun Shangtian bellowed. Speak, ma'am. Let young Master Zizai live outside the... It's you! Chapter 3. It's all Jun Zizai's fault. Imperial capital. At the city gates. As the capital of the Green Dragon dynasty, it was natural for people to come and go, and for traffic to flow. The people live in peace and prosperity, and the merchants are doing good business. It is said that the Green Dragon dynasty and the Witch Barbarian dynasty are going to establish diplomatic and commercial exchanges. Walkers rubbed shoulders and laughed. A prosperous scene. But at the location of the gates, one man stood alone. Pieces of petals were falling from the sky. He reached out and caught them. Turning his head to look at the lofty and solemn palace, the emotions in his eyes were gradually annihilating. The flowers are similar every year, but the people are different every year. Oh, never again. Jun Zizai's kind laugh that contained thousands of emotions became smaller and smaller as he took one step out of the imperial capital. However, the moment he stepped out of the imperial capital, the broken finger condensed a fuzzy chain that continuously wrapped around his body, as if it wanted to leave him behind and prevent him from leaving. But Jun Zi is disheartened, like the heart that has experienced winter, not daring to embrace spring again. Click! The chains crumbled and fell as bits of light, trampled down by those determined feet. It's over. From then on Jun Zizai was no longer a member of the Jun family, but was literally on his own. But Jun Zizi felt so free, so unimpeded. The world is a big place, so why stick to one side? From now on, I live for myself. Jun Zizi faded away, a stark contrast to the bustling crowd that had stepped into the imperial capital. Inside the martial house, Morong Binger glared angrily at Lu Zhong. Nonsense! He was born to me, a piece of meat that fell off my body. How could I be willing to let him live in that kind of place? Ma'am, I'm not lying. That was when young Master ZZZ had just returned from the Witch Barbarian dynasty. Lu Zhong hurriedly defended. At that time, he hadn't learned the etiquette yet, and when he walked all the way to the backyard, he accidentally kicked over the altar and woke up young Master Ji, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion from his cultivation. He was reprimanded by you. Shouldn't I scold him for waking up my baby boy? Morong Binger subconsciously retorted, but snapped back to her senses and hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands. Her eyes permeated with panic. Jun Zi was his precious son. Couldn't Jun Zizai be? When did I become such a double standard? A long ago memory was revealed in her mind. At that time, Morong Binger personally directed her youngest son to cultivate, but he was drowsy, and he himself did not get angry and annoyed. Just beside the tender gaze full of doting, feeling how to look at it is not enough. Clunk! Jun Zi opened his eyes with a displeased expression. Morong Binger was instantly enraged. In her eyes, her youngest son rested more than anything else. Mother! That cry of cowardice did not awaken a mother's love, but was rewarded with harsh words and insults. Who is your mother? Who are you shouting at in your raggedy clothes? That's my son. Get the hell out. What's wrong with you guards? Letting a little beggar in. She took out the faction of the Wufu princess. Lu Zhong hurriedly came in. Ma'am, we are taking the eldest young master to familiarize himself with the environment. Please forgive us. Shut up. Get the hell out of here. It was these words that caused Jun Zi to build a bamboo house and live next to the Wufu for 3 years. Morong Binger recalled the scene at that time and felt heartbroken. 2 lines of clear tears slipping down. Jun Shangtian frowned, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. This rebellious son is also brainless. Won't he say anything? Lu Zhong wanted to say something, but finally chose to shut up. It's not like young Master Zizai hasn't said it before, and which time it wasn't dismissed by you, lightly scolded or severely beaten, he secretly said inwardly. As a housekeeper, Lu Zhong had seen the family's treatment of Jun Zizai in his eyes, and had the intention to help but did not dare. In the end he's just a butler. Mother, why are you crying? Did Jun Zizai upset you again? Suddenly, a clear and cold voice came from outside the martial mansion. A silhouette stepped in. White pill refiner robes could not hide the front and back figure. Beautiful face. Temperament as cold as an immutable iceberg. Rejecting people outside of 1,000 miles. Jun Bagyo, Jun Zizi's eldest sister. At the same time, she was also the pavilion master of the imperial capital's Xian Pill Pavilion. Young, beautiful and capable. When Morong Binger saw her eldest daughter, she burst into tears and cried, "Father, isn't it Jun Ziwei?" Jun Biao hugged her mother's shoulders, her eyes cold and unable to hide her disgust. Jun Shangtian grunted coldly. Who else could it be but him? People's wings are stiffening now, and they want to cut ties with our Jun family, to break his finger in front of his parents to return the favor. Those who know are fine, those who don't think our Jun family owes him. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, itching to grab Jun Zizai and slap him twice. Jun Biao's willow eyebrows rose and her mouth reprimanded. Too unbridled. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you went as a hostage for the Green Dragon dynasty? It still seems like he's been too indulgent with him these past few years. Where is the man? She knew very well that Jun Zizai's greatest fear was herself. When Jun Zizai made a mistake, it was Jun Bagyo who took the whip dipped in salt water and beat him to the point where his skin was cracked, but he didn't dare to say a word. And in the end, he knelt down and apologized before his anger was calmed. Since then, when Jun Zizi saw Jun Bagyo, it was all about keeping his head down and hiding far away, but he would still be scolded a few times for being a wimp. Zizai, the boy is gone. Bai Yao, you must bring him back. Morong Binger wiped away her tears. It's my fault as a mother for not giving him good teaching. Mother, you've done well enough. Anyone who enters the martial mansion to be treated gently by you is a blessing received in a previous life. Jun Bagyo spoke in a continuous voice of relief. Morong Binger shook her head miserably. Do you know the doghouse outside? That's the selfsame place to live. Ha! Why doesn't Jun Zizi live at home? Jun Biao was dumbfounded. Then her gaze turned cold. Is it because you want to use this to claim to the public that we treated him poorly? Humph. I'll tear it down right here. After that, she walked out. Jun Shangtian and Morong Binger looked at each other and went out together. The alleyway next to the martial arts mansion was built with bamboo houses, but to outsiders they looked like dog kennels. The place is small but well organized. When the three Jun Shangtian people saw this, their pupils contracted slightly. A rebellious son. It's really a bad son. Living in a place like this is obviously going to ruin my reputation. Doesn't he have a mouth? Talk to me. Jun Shangtian clenched both his fists and couldn't stop himself from shouting lowly. Lu Zhong hardened his head and carefully said, Master, young Master Zizai said that, but you said that all the stink of the witch barbarian dynasty. Get out and learn before you live at home. There's something about me again? Jun Shangtian jerked back, his jaw dropping. Morong Binger's eyes went cold, so it's not only my business, but also yours, even if his whole body stinks. It's you who spoiled him. Don't be angry. Ma'am. My fault. My fault. Jun Shangtian laughed dryly. Jun Biao didn't say anything, only observing the bamboo house. Her heart disgruntled. Won't this silly boy tell her? Just hardcore suffering? Who's it for? Bang, bang, bang dash. Suddenly, fireworks bloomed over the imperial capital, and colorful light covered the entire capital like a veil. Brother, this is the fireworks that my sister set off for you. Is it pretty? High above. Jun Yunshin smiled adorably. Jun Ji nodded slightly, then whirled around to reveal a sad expression. Third sister, will you get your brother back? He's alone outside. I'm afraid he'll be victimized by bad people. If he really feels aggrieved, I am willing to leave this home. Nonsense. You'll have to stay home. Jun Yunshin couldn't see her brother's heartache, so she suddenly narrowed her eyes. Don't worry, he'll be back, and when the time comes, I'll plant some poison on him, so that he'll never be able to walk out of the martial mansion. Thank you, third sister. Only then did Jun Zi show a smile. Just as the imperial capital was enveloped in fireworks and firecrackers, a silent place deep inside the palace. It was a lake with clear, calm water. An old man with pale hair sat on it. His face twitched slightly, as if he was in extreme pain. Pust. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The old man opened his eyes, his face full of panic and fear. What's going on? The dragon vein. Dragon vein is damaged? Chapter 4. Where is my holy dragon child? The old man's name was Jun Shui. He was the supreme elder of the Green Dragon Dynasty and the dragon guardian of the dynasty. As the name suggests, the dragon vein of the Green Dragon Dynasty is guarded by him to avoid thieves from destroying the dragon vein and affecting the rise and fall trend of the entire dynasty. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. How could the dragon vein be damaged? I've only been in seclusion for over 10 years. How could the dragon vein be damaged? Could it be the sacred dragon's son? Jun Shui was in a hurry. When the dragon vein is damaged, the imperial dynasty will definitely change. And if it is light, it will affect every imperial dynasty's Jun name. And if it is heavy, the dynasty will be changed and the Jun family will become extinct. Jun Shui was confident in his strength. Unless one was a peak martial exalt, it was impossible for anyone to escape his eyes. There's only one possibility. That's when something happened to the holy dragon child. Come on, man. Jun Shui, cloaked and devil-like, let out a long whistle. The palace shook with the wrath of the supreme elder. There were many powerful people in the imperial palace, with the 12 clan elders second only to Jun Shui. Upon hearing the voice, they opened their eyes and revealed a look of ecstasy. Shui is out. They were thrilled. The Green Dragon Dynasty is getting stronger and stronger. Inside the meditation lake, the 12 clan elders came successively and could not help but let out unrestrained laughter. Old boy, you finally come out of the gate. We thought you were immortalized with your closure. Shut up you. Say something nice. The 12 clan elders were quite happy, but Jun Shui didn't have the time to pay attention to this, and asked in an urgent voice, has my sacred dragon son returned? Back then, he was the one who personally sent Jun Zz to the Witch Barbarian Dynasty, which was a testament to how much he valued him. When these words came out, the 12 clan elders looked at each other. Sure, are you closed off and confused? The Grand Clan elder frowned. The sacred dragon son has been in the imperial capital the entire time and hasn't gone anywhere. Jun Shui's pupils contracted steeply. His heart panicked a little. Zai was sent there by me personally, and when I came back, my heart ached at the thought of that child's eyes, so I began to close my eyes, only to bring him home one day. How could he have been all this time? The 12 clan elders had frowned and pondered for a long time. Finally the 10 clan elders came to a realization. Oh, you mean that trash Jun Zai? He's been back for 3 years, but recently he's rumored to be having a falling out and has run away from home. Boom! Raging thunder surged wildly around the Supreme Elder's body, and the entire meditation lake exploded, the water splashing into the sky and pouring down rain. The clan elders were taken aback. You guys called him a loser? Cultivating to the peak of a martial artist at the age of 1, with a blood chi like a dragon. Who can compete? 2 years old, proficient in Xian rank martial arts. Battle a grand martial master with a 9th grade martial master and defeat him. Which one of you can do it? To become a holy dragon son at the age of 3, to enter the royal lineage, to drink dragon's blood, and to become a hostage in order to protect the imperial dynasty. Do you have the guts and commitment of a 3-year-old child? Jun Shui pupils like blood. Its shape is horrible. Martial arts zone pressure squeezing the space distortion. See how angry he really is. The scalps of the 12 clan elders were numb, and they didn't know what kind of madness Jun Shui was having. These are indeed facts, but they are also a thing of the past. Nowadays, the Green Dragon Dynasty was so strong, all relying on them, not a small child. Brother Shui, you are not aware of that. The 10 clan elder was very dissatisfied, using a broken finger as blackmail to force the martial house to bow down to him. Yes, he suffered some grievances in the Witch Barbarian Dynasty, but isn't he back now? Why doesn't he think about whether he didn't work hard enough to be disliked by everyone? If you ask me, he's just a piece of trash who doesn't know how to reciprocate and should be discarded. The 10 clan elders were the ones who loved Jun Ziyi the most, and the latter had made a trip here today, arousing his disgust after uttering those words. The moment Jun Shui raised his eyes, his entire body transformed into a residual shadow in place for a long time before dispersing. Next moment, his foot trampled the 10 clan elders to the ground, his entire head stepping into the mud. Seeing this, the other clan elders hurried over to dissuade them. How did my good boy become what you call? Jun Shui was as angry and bloody as the sea as he roared. If you don't tell me the truth today, I don't mind if there's one more spirit seat in the ancestral temple. Sure. Stop. Isn't it just a Jun Zi? Just get it back for you. Jun Zai has become a waste. His whole body's roots and bones have been destroyed. For the sake of the dynasty's future, GE is the superior choice. The clan elders blocked off space while discouraging them, preventing Jun Shui from really trampling Old Ten's head. Jun Shui was about to explode with anger. Angry hair. Ha ha ha, has the old ancestor come out of the gate? Suddenly, there was a hearty laugh. The clan elders were finally relieved. The emperor came just in time. As expected, Jun Shui's anger calmed down slightly. A middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe walked up, and it was none other than the current emperor of the Green Dragon Dynasty, Jun Gaowu. Jun Shui broke free of the spatial blockade and dodged in front of the emperor, his eyes like ghosts. I ask you, where is my holy dragon son? Jun Gaowu was taken aback. What's with the fireworks all of a sudden? Ziyi is setting off fireworks. Do you want me to put him? He became cautious, but was interrupted before he finished. Jun Shui's white hair fell back as he gritted his teeth. I will only recognize Jun Zizai as the sacred dragon's son. The rest get lost. The sacred dragon's son has always been iterated by death. And since he is alive and well, why should there be a second generation? I told you to tell me when the boy returns, even if I'm in seclusion. Are you all deaf? An angry roar echoed deep within the palace, venting his dissatisfaction and anger. Jun Gaowu was also not expecting a waste to still make the old ancestor think so much about him, and his expression gradually tightened as he became a little disgruntled inwardly. Old ancestor, it's just a waste. Jun Ziyi is 100 times stronger than him. His voice was indifferent. Swish. Jun Shui was acting like a madman, which really scared Jun Gaomo. Do you have the guts to say that again? Old ancestor, as far as that goes? Your brothers are looking forward to you coming out of the gate, and we juniors are happy that you'll be able to go to the next level. Jun Gaowu's voice lowered instantly. Why are you yelling at us because of a loser? There was a snap. Jun Gaowu took a dozen steps back and the right side of his face swelled up instantly. The damage to the dragon vein is precisely the lack of virtue of the community. If not, it would never have been possible for this situation to occur. Since the 3-year-old protects the imperial dynasty, you group of people are not only ungrateful, but also insult him? Have I been closed for a long time? Or are your hearts black? Jun Shui looked around and his tone was incredibly cold. Or do you want to sweep me off my feet when I'm really old and useless? Too? He laughed coldly. The clan elders' faces changed in shock. Shui, why would you have such thoughts? We are brothers. Get out. All of you. Get self back at once, or else I'll go out and look for it myself. Jun Shui didn't give any face at all. With a wave of his hand, space violently distorted, teleporting everyone out of the meditation lake. Jun Shui looked at the lake that was gradually returning to calm, and when he remembered Jun Zizi when he was 3 years old, he burst into old tears. Since ancient times, is ruthlessness really imperial? Chapter 5 Emotionless Monarch's Family. Ancient God's Broken Arm. The Imperial Palace. Jun Shangtian was summoned to the palace in the middle of the night. He was thrilled to learn at the same time that it was the old ancestor who had come out of the gate. But when he saw the slap mark on his brother's face, his blood suddenly surged, and he shouted, "How dare you? Who dares to be rude to the current saint?" Jun Gaomo's eyes were gloomy. Stop it. It was the old ancestor who moved. Jun Shangtian froze, puzzled. Why are you so grumpy when you're out of the gate? It wasn't your rebellious son that got me slapped. Jun Gaowu grunted coldly. Get him back quickly, otherwise if he makes such a mess every day, will the days still pass? As the words adverse son entered his ears, Jun Shangtian exploded on the spot as if a bomb had been ignited. This thousand-dagger rebellious son, even after rolling out of the Jun family, is still affecting our family's harmony. I told you earlier, he's bound to be under a spell when he goes to the Witch Barbarian dynasty this time, and anyone he touches doesn't have a good ending. When he returns this time, I will definitely break his arms and legs. If old ancestor wants it, just give it to him. Jun Shangtian was about to walk out cursing. At that moment, a figure drilled out from the shadows of the temple. It was the 10 clan elders. He still had a shoe print on his head, which looked comical, but his expression was incomparably grim. Jun Shi said that someone within the clan was lacking in virtue, causing damage to the dragon vein. Do you think it was you, Xiantian? Me? Humph. What bull ***** dragon vein? Do you guys really believe in such things? Jun Shangtian disdained it. Jun Gaowu similarly scoffed. In their eyes, the dragon vein was nothing more than giving the imperial capital a rich aura. To put it bluntly, it's just a large spirit-gathering array. As for the dragon vein being related to the chi of the entire dynasty and even the Jun family, it was pure nonsense. Look at that pure yang sect in the northern spirit region, inherited for thousands of years. Can it be said that it relies on the so-called dragon vein to maintain to this day? The Violet Jade Tiger clan is the top demon clan in the northern spirit region. Right, do they have a dragon vein? It's still not relying on a bloodline to dominate the world. Without going too far, let's just say that the moon worship house in recent years, which has opened up the entire Green Dragon dynasty with its own power, is it related to the dragon vein? Jun Gaowu threw out examples one after another. He didn't care at all about the illusory and absent imperial vein dragon vein. Jun Shangtian wrapped his hands around his body. His body blossomed with a mighty aura. His voice deep. I believe more in man's determination to win the day. And I don't believe in these metaphysical things. If it weren't for the wise elder brother and I over the years, could a single dragon vein have done so much? Internalize your talents, and fight the witch barbarians from the outside. To be able to make the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty rival the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty in just a decade or so, or even to press them head-on, that's all the fruit of our indomitable, man-made victory. Jun Gaowu nodded his head in delight. His younger brother was truly worthy of being both a man of letters and a man of arms, and his battle prowess was unrivaled. He could still talk. I am very satisfied. The dragon vein is there, but it definitely can't affect the entire Imperial Dynasty. The elder of the 10 clans rubbed his head, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. However, this punk Jun Zizai has to be retrieved to save that old thing from chattering. Don't worry, that will come back in less than 2 days. The cripple can't run far, and when he is hungry, he is homesick. Jun Shangtian did not care. Jun Gaowu nodded slightly. Although the old ancestors said that the second generation can only be sealed after the death of the first generation Holy Dragon Son, but I am the emperor and I say what I want. After half a month, seal GE as the second generation Holy Dragon Son. Ha ha ha, thank you big brother, I will thank you on behalf of ZE. Jun Shangtian was overjoyed and half-kneeled on the ground. Jun Gaowu helped him up. On his way out, Jun Shangtian intentionally glanced at the lofty throne. Jun Gaowu looked out at the bright moon, his expression ghostly cold. Jun Zizai, you do have merit in the Imperial Dynasty, but you shouldn't have come back. It's better for you to die in the Witch Barbarian Dynasty. Wu-fu. The moment Jun Shangtian spoke of the events within the palace, it instantly filled Jun Bagyo and Jun Yunshin's faces with icy cold. What a pest. You've obviously rolled out and got your uncle slapped. This kind of person is a scourge, and I'm even more certain that he's been cursed by the Witch Barbarian Dynasty to cause our family no peace. Before he came back, the dynasty was strong and the family was harmonious. After he came back, the family either lost something or had lewd thoughts about his own sister. It's disgusting. The two of them scolded Jun Zizi a whole lot. Morong Binger gently patted the backs of her 2 daughters and sighed softly. AI. It's all my fault for failing to teach him properly and raising him with a stinky problem. At that moment, Jun Ziyi walked out and directly fell to his knees. Father, mother, I know that it is my presence that has caused resentment in my brother's heart, and I do not blame him. Jun Ji shook his head, his eyes pure and sincere when he raised them. If my brother comes back, I just need to watch you guys be happy from afar. I hope he loves you guys more than I do. No bull *********. Morong Binger burst into tears and hugged her young son in heartache. Jun Bagyo's eyes were slightly red, and in her heart, she was even more resentful of that Jun Zizai. Sister only wants you, not Kim. Jun Yunshin directly wrapped her arms around his neck and shed clear tears. Jun Shangtian also choked a little. I have no regrets in this life if I have a son like this. At the same time he grew more and more displeased with the rebellious son. Both are of their own species. How very different in character. Jun Yunshin cupped Jun Ziyi's cheeks and said earnestly, didn't you say you always wanted a puppet? When he comes back, sister will make one for you. Thank you third sister. Jun Ziyi was touched. Jun Bio broke into a smile. Alright, what's a family crying for? Come and try my newly refined elixir today, the blood chi elixir. She took out the wooden box, and inside was placed a pill the size of a dragon's eye, with a clear fragrance, which was a fine product at first glance. Not only does it nourish the face and vitalize the blood, it also strengthens the muscles and bones. Jun Bagyo smiled. Jun Shangtian and the others didn't have much hesitation. They threw them into their mouths and they melted in their mouths. Their lips and teeth were fragrant, their chi and blood were active, and they were comfortable from the inside out. However, this comfort lasted less than a tea. The crowd suddenly changed their expressions, only to feel a cramping pain in their abdomens. What's going on? I didn't add laxative herbs. Jun Biao was anxious. The family couldn't even run out of the lobby in time to hear the soup rattling inside. That scene, it's just not too shocking. This is a remote mountain village. Jun Zizi meets a kind person and arrives here in a carriage, ready to borrow a night's lodging. Faint candlelight illuminated Jun Zizi's body. only to see his back. There were twisted scars from being burned by fire. There were also long scars from being cut. There were even scars from being whipped. And close to his heart, the word waste was even carved with a sword. Just one look, and it's shocking. It's a miracle he survived. However, in Jun Zz's eyes, these inhuman tortures were far less than the 3 years that had been etched into his heart in the Jun family. At that moment, he gazed at the stone hand in his hand, closed his eyes, and mouthed ancient scriptures. This scripture was known in my last life before I died, and I didn't expect to be able to use it in this life. Buzz! The stone hand shone with a bizarre shimmering light, then slowly merged into Jun Zz's arm, and even the decapitated finger was reshaped to resemble a warm jade-like warmth. Ancient gods with severed arms can ignore the barriers of the heavens, steal the mysteries of the heavens, steal reincarnation, and turn the tide of all worlds. Let me see what treasures I can get this time. Jun Zz opened his eyes with an expectant smile. Chapter 6, 5 Gods Chaos Book, Past Lives and Future. The ancient god's severed arm had fused perfectly with Jun Zz, and no difference could be seen from the surface. As long as the aura was injected into the broken arm of the ancient god, the space around it would begin to collapse, and a black hole the size of a palm in diameter would emerge, as if it were connected to the past life and the present life, and could steal all things. Jun Zz was now a third-grade martial artist, and his dantian did not have much stored aura, so he had to fight quickly. Realms, martial artist, martial master, grand martial artist, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial zone, martial zun, martial saint, martial emperor, a buzz. The broken arm of the ancient god probed into the black hole as if it was swimming in an endless ocean of nothingness. Jun Zz closed his eyes as his brows continued to furrow. A few breaths later, the black hole collapsed and disappeared. An object appeared in his palm. It was a bone. The hole was white and smooth like jade, emitting strange fluctuations that quickly stabilized the restless space around it. Jun Zz revealed a gentle smile and gently patted the broken arm of the ancient god. If you want to use it next time, it will be 7 days later. He no longer paid attention to the broken arm of the ancient god, but instead, he took the piece of white bone and slowly pressed it close to his forehead, and a surge of power surged into his soul. After a long time, Jun Zz rubbed his distended brow as a hint of shock surfaced in his eyes. The white bone contained a marvelous gong method called the beginning chapter of the 5 Gods Chaos Book, which was specialized in explaining how to merge the pill refiner, artifact refiner, spirit symbolist, formation master, and realm divine master into a single one, becoming one of the few chaos masters in the world. As the name suggests, pill refiners melted medicinal herbs and turned them into pills, and were the most sought-after existences. A refiner was a craftsman who forged weapons to allow martial artists to maximize their martial skills. Spirit talisman master. The refined talisman paper can benefit the people, can enhance the martial arts warrior strength, is out of the house have to prepare items. Formation masters, on the other hand, were the meat and potatoes that the big families, the big chambers of commerce, and even the clans and imperial dynasties held in high regard. Those spirit-gathering formations and defense formations were all from their hands. As for the boundary god master, this group is even more sparsely populated than the 4 above. Not only does it require strong spiritual power, but it also requires enlightenment, and once it is cultivated, the boundary that is condensed is almost invincible at the same level. Jun Zz naturally understood this knowledge, having heard and seen quite a lot of it in the Witch Barbarian dynasty. But now this 5 Gods Chaos Book told him that these 5 enviable existences could actually be fused. Transform the 5 gods with your body and achieve chaos. Dan is fire. Weapons are power. Talismans are movement. Formations are solidity. And boundaries are determination. The 5 are blended together to make the chaos furnace. All that is made is supreme. When the last paragraph was recited, the spiritual energy in Jun Zz's mind swept out like a storm, surging towards the dantian to merge with the aura. There is a harsh requirement for the existence of a pharmacist and so on. That is, the mental power must be strong. Chaos masters, in particular, required a perverted spiritual power base. Because of his rebirth, Jun Zz's spiritual power was much stronger than the average person, and he easily reached the threshold. One could only see the white bones exuding a mysterious power that constantly guided Jun Zz to evolve the pill refiner's Dan Flame, the artifact refiner's artifact flame, the spirit symbolist's spiritual rhythm, the formationist's spiritual eyes, and the realm divine's mithril spirit. These 5 operate in such a way that they pour into the dantian like a sea of water, building an eternal and indestructible furnace on their own. Use your body as a furnace to create a side of legend. After a long time, Jun ZZ opened his eyes, a flash of surprise on his face, but it quickly collected itself. Chaos Master. Set into 1. From now on, I can finally cultivate. As long as you have the materials and the Dan formula, you can automatically refine it. No more begging. He was overwhelmed inside. Jun ZZ was already fretting about how he should cultivate. If you go by the book, you're probably going to have to babysit, or even bet on darts for your life. Unexpectedly, the ancient god's broken arm gave him a huge surprise and directly became the most popular profession in this world. The smile on Jun ZZ's face looked innocent in the candlelight. No longer for the sake of the Jun family or the Green Dragon dynasty. Rather, it's for your own future. It was one of longing, anticipation, looking forward to a better future. Since I'm a jack of all trades, why don't I just open a store? Once I earn money, I'll start cultivating. No more sword training. I want to refine my body. From now on, I'm going to live for myself, and no one will ever be able to hurt me again, neither in body, nor in mind. By the way, I'm going to do all the things I wanted to do before but was afraid to do. Jun ZZ took the charcoal and wrote on the small table. He laughed at times and lowered his voice, a smile piling up on his face. Freedom. No longer bound by family and dynasty. Their deaths and lives have nothing to do with themselves anymore. Jun Shangtian, if you knew what would happen to the Green Dragon dynasty, I wonder what expression you would make. Jun ZZ looked up at the ceiling and suddenly let out a laugh. How did he die in his last life? It was strangled alive by Morong Binger as well as her lover, Wei Wen. At that time, Jun Z had returned to the path of cultivation with the help of the Supreme Elder, Jun Shug, so he stayed in the Green Dragon dynasty. He vomited his heart and soul, exhausting his efforts, and ultimately made the Qinglong Imperial dynasty the strongest imperial dynasty in the Northern Spirit region, bar none. He also held Jun Shangtian up to the throne, for a compliment from an old father, who was still particularly touched inside. However, in a battle against the Witch Barbarian Imperial dynasty's annihilation, Jun ZZ was actually besieged by his own sisters and was seriously injured in dying. He doesn't get it. Much less understandable. I lead you to greater heights. Why hurt me? As Jun ZZ was seriously injured, the thing that touched him the most was his mother Morong Binger's attentive care. But the next moment was one of immense despair. You deadbeat. He's in a coma. Hey, after all these years, you're still as sassy as ever. Jun ZZ's eyes snapped open and collided with the sight of his lover, Wei Wen. At once the latter panicked. Wei Wen almost subconsciously pinched Jun ZZ's neck as his other hand plunged the dagger into his abdomen. Jun ZZ originally wanted to struggle, but when he saw a pair of slightly trembling hands reflected in his pupils, he gave up completely. That was Morong Binger's hand. In this way, Morong Binger and her lover strangled her own son. Before dying, Jun ZZ's lips moved. If anyone can read it, it's, this life, which you gave birth to, I return to you. After his death, Jun ZZ turned into a spirit body and watched with his own eyes how Jun Ge and Wei Wen messed up the Green Dragon dynasty. It was then that he realized that Jun Ze was not Jun Shangtian's son. The latter possessed the bloodline of the White Tiger Imperial dynasty, and had sacrificed the entire Jun family when he wanted to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. In this life, Jun ZZ did not want to be a cow or a horse. That sick family should just cut and die of old age. Oh, think too much. Rest. Jun ZZ slowed down and gently shook his head. He had just laid down when a sharp pain instantly filled his body. In the endless darkness, Jun ZZ was like a weak little worm, curled up on the ground, breathing hard, unable to stop the agonizing bass from his mouth, trembling. Chapter 7, A Man's Bastardship and Clear Stupidity. The period of time when Jun ZZ became a hostage could be said to be one of the darkest moments in this life. The Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty. A barbaric dynasty where endless ferocious barbarian clans and mysterious and evil sorcerers were gathered. In order to vent their hatred, they did all sorts of experiments within Jun ZZ's body, even extracting the dragon's blood that he drank when he entered the imperial vein, alive. This also led to Jun ZZ's realm falling crazily, his roots and bones taking a devastating blow, making it almost impossible for him to cultivate. Of course, if one was willing to use high-grade pills as an aid, there was still a chance that Jun ZZ would be able to recultivate, but the Green Dragon dynasty didn't have it, and neither did the Jun family. Jun ZZ, who was curled up on the ground, the bones in his entire body were in intense pain, as if someone was holding a hammer and cracking the bones piece by piece and blending them together. Just then, Jun ZZ's eyes became red, and a single vein floated up from his neck until it spread across his entire face, which was terrifying. Not only did he have the witch poison of the witch barbarian dynasty in his body, but he also had the hot blood poison planted by Jun Yunshin, his third sister. Jun Yunshin, a poison master who was feared by all, was even the owner of the Wanchi building. She forced various poisons into or secretly used them on Jun Zizi's body in order to see Jun Ji's smile. Hot blood poisoning is one of them. The two distinct pains lasted for nearly a tea's worth of work, and Jun Zizi's entire body looked as if it had been fished out of a water tank, completely drenched to the skin. When I wait for Zidu, I must dissolve these toxins. Jun Zizi's planner had added one more pressing matter. As for retaliating against the Jun family, he wanted nothing more to do with this group. It'll be revolting. It'll be nauseating. Just the sight of it makes me uncomfortable. God will clean it up for him. It's going to be okay. I'm going to be okay. Jun Zizi muttered. Soon the vision blurred into darkness. Imperial capital. Martial mansion. In the candlelit Martial mansion, an atmosphere of harmony lingered in the hall. Jun Shangtian is laughing and talking with his daughters, and pushing cups with his youngest son, and there is a beautiful wife by his side, so he is really a big winner in life. The table is full of delicious food, colors and flavors, just like a big happy family. Seems to be no change without anyone. Suddenly, Jun Ji's face fell a little, captured by her mother Morong Binger. Good baby, what's wrong? She asked softly as her daughters and their father, Jun Shangtian, looked on as well. Jun Ji lifted his head and gritted his teeth slightly. Father, mother, big sister, third sister, can you make brother hurry back? He was sent to the witch barbarian dynasty as a hostage as a child and suffered so much that he is already pitiful. I prefer family reunions and happiness. Clunk! Jun Shangtian's face was filled with anger as he shattered his wineglass. What's the point of mentioning him? As the youngest master of the martial house, who knows how to steal chickens and dogs all day long without practicing properly? What kind of a thing is that? If he knew a tenth of what you know, I wouldn't be angry all day. Being a hostage is great. That's his responsibility as the holy dragon son of the Green Dragon dynasty. If he doesn't go, who will? The pleasant atmosphere was instantly gone, replaced by sullenness. Morong Binger gently stroked her young son's head, her eyes full of tenderness. He is so kind and I love so much. Not bad for my good baby. I'm here to warn you that if you secretly help him, don't blame me as a father for turning the tables. Jun Shangtian snorted coldly. Jun Yunshin smiled cheekily. Don't worry, father, I definitely won't help him. I'll even make him come back on his knees, crying to come in. Of course, if he dies out there, then I'm sure I'll be setting off fireworks. Universally, there was innocence in her smile. Morong Binger pouted and slapped her daughter. What nonsense! Only then did Jun Shangtian's face ease up quite a bit, his voice disgruntled as he inquired. Don't think I don't know. You're all looking at him. Tell me, when will this rebellious son be back? You know, you still have to deal with the Taishan elders' side. Everyone at the table looked at each other, each seeing clear stupidity in the other's eyes. Yun Xin, you're the owner of the Wanchi building. You should know where that loser is. Jun Bagio inquired. Wang Kulu, known for gathering intelligence and selling it. Jun Yunshin muttered. How would I know? I don't know how happy I am that he rolled out. Where would I pay attention to him? Ask mother. The pressure was given to Morong Binger, who immediately became anxious. I didn't know. I thought you were all concerned about him. The crowd looked at Jun Shangtian again, and the latter revealed a resentful expression. I was so angry and confused that I didn't send anyone. At once, the family was all quiet. Father, mother, sister, brother, don't worry. This punk can't be gotten rid of like a cockroach. Jun Yunshin was the first to break the silence. Her eyes were quirky. Moreover, he will definitely come back. I planted a hot blood poison in his body. He guarantees that he will come back on his knees and beg me. Morong Binger sighed softly. Yun Xin, when Zizai comes back, make sure to detoxify him, and don't fool around in the future. Humph. Give him a long memory to understand that the family rules must be followed, or else in the future, anyone who is not living as well as they should will break their fingers to return the favor, and that's not going to be good enough. Jun Shangtian rose in dissatisfaction. Morong Binger asked, where to? No more appetite. Jun Shangtian flung his robe. The meal was uneventful. Inside the room, Jun Bagio took off her pill refiner's robe, a hint of gloom on her beautiful face. As the eldest sister, she naturally had the responsibility to discipline her younger siblings. Now that there was a rebellious son like Jun Zizai in the family, she could not absolve herself of the blame and had to be captured and brought back for a hard education. We can't let him die out there. Or else we'll think that the Jun family is treating him poorly. Jun Bagyo felt a pang of loathing inside when she thought of Jun Zizai. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. It was an underling from the Marshall mansion who cleaned up the clothes and changed the alchemist's robe away. Jun Biao glanced at it, her willow brows furrowing. Wait, eldest miss. The subordinate was a middle-aged woman called Feng Ma, with a respectful attitude. Why didn't you wash my pill refiner's robe? Jun Bagyo sounded disgruntled. Apothecaries have to stay with medicinal herbs all year round, so naturally they will be contaminated with substances that are difficult to clean, and then they will need to be washed by human hands, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Feng Ma had a difficult look on her face. Missy, it's too hard to wash. So you guys just screw around? Then what did the Wufu raise you guys for? Also, how did you wash so clean before? Jun Bagyo gave a cold glance, causing Feng Ma's pressure to increase. Feng Ma clenched her teeth and stomped her foot. We weren't in charge of your previous alchemist robes. It was young Master Zizai who washed them. He said he couldn't let his beautiful sister wear dirty clothes and made it easier for us too. Young Master Zizi has always been quite understanding. After saying these words, Feng Ma also sighed. If you want to dismiss her, then dismiss her. Jun Bagyo sat on her chair with her butt, her eyes showing disbelief and doubt, as well as a hint of disbelief. He's been doing all the washing for the past 3 years? Yes, insisting on hand washing all winter, rubbing my hands so hard they broke the skin, staying up all night rubbing spots out of your alchemist's robes. If you don't believe me, you can go to the place where young Master Ziza lives and see that there is a small jar with powder in it. It was as if Jun Bagyo was able to fantasize the scene of Jun Zicheng scrubbing his robes, and suddenly there was a gush of emotion within her. She turned into a gust of wind and left the room. When she reappeared, she was already standing in the alleyway outside of the Marshall house, the bamboo hut that had yet to be demolished. Jun Biao had just walked over when she smelled a fishy odor and couldn't help but furrow her brows, but she still didn't stop her footsteps. In the next moment, her pupils contracted steeply. The wall at the head of the bed was stained with blood. Chapter 8. I'm taking you home now. Yun Xin. I know you hate Jun Zizai, but you can't use this kind of poison on him. Inside the hall, Jun Bagyo's puffy chest rose and fell, and her tone of voice was unkind. She had just removed the bloodstains from that wall of the kennel, and it was fishy and slightly black, and at first glance, highly toxic. Jun Shangtian and Morong Binger's faces also changed slightly when they saw the tainted blood. Jun Yunshin's eyes were slightly red. Eldest sister, it wouldn't be me who messed up. I wasn't wrong to poison him, but it wasn't fatal. The most I can do is make his stomach hurt all night, or just hurt him to death. This poison doesn't look like I made it at first glance. Upon hearing these words, Jun Bagyo's face eased slightly as she handed the tainted blood to Jun Yunshin. Jun Yunshin, as a poison master, took a light sniff and immediately knew what it was. But inside, she hated Jun Zizai. This trash, even more. Because of him, he himself was ferociously attacked by his favorite big sister. What poison? Morong Binger asked in a hurry. Jun Yunshin bristled. The bone-eroding voodoo poison, famous for its torment, strikes every 7 days. The crowd's pupils shook slightly. He was poisoned with voodoo and you gave him another poison. What were you thinking? Jun Bagyo's silver teeth lightly clenched. Jun Yunshin muttered. How was I to know that he would only be stupid enough to take it and not open his mouth? It's none of my business if he's as stupid as a pig himself. And big sister, why are you being mean to me for a loser? I'm your sister. Her eyes were red as she looked at her big sister. Jun Biao also felt that her tone was a bit heavy, sighing and touching her sister's cheek, but the movement froze immediately afterward. If a sister is pampered, there's concern. What about Jun Zizai who's out there alone? She could even think of Jun Zizi being in severe pain all over her body and still washing her alchemist robes in the freezing cold water. It was a moment when the heart hurt so slightly. Morong Binger burst into tears. My poor eldest son, how could you be so stupid and not say a word? She was so sad she was about to pass out. Jun Shangtian's face was also ugly as he waved his hand in disgust. Quickly get this filthy blood out. Don't make it stink. The guards next to him hurriedly removed the tainted blood. Father, we must bring Jun Zizi back as soon as possible. I'm really afraid that he'll die outside. Jun Bagyo's eyes revealed a hint of begging. Jun Shangtian, after thinking about it, immediately put on the appearance of a great patriarch and snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know his virtues. Isn't he trying to gain our attention by this suffering? What does he do with his mouth? All he does is eat, right? Can't he talk? That's why I just hate this rebellious son. He's so weak and inept that in the end it becomes our fault instead. Morong Binger's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she glared at him fiercely. You're still scolding him at this time? And all of you, each and every one of you haven't cared about him. That's what you guys did to force him to break it off. She looked to her daughter, disappointed. Jun Yunshin skimmed her lips. Mother, you didn't care about him either. Morong Binger's delicate body trembled. Her tears stopped immediately, and her demeanor revealed a hint of panic. Enough! Jun Shangtian rose with his back hand, his gaze stern. He can't get far with his limp, so go get him back tomorrow. I don't want to get a reputation as a one-trick pony. Rebellious son. This time when I come back, I'll have to break his legs and let him know the result of disobeying his parents. After that, he huffed and puffed. Jun Zi finally spoke. Mother, I believe that my brother's good fortune will come back tomorrow. Well, as good a boy as any can talk. Morong Binger wiped away her tears and was extremely satisfied with her youngest son. When your brother comes home, let him learn more from you and stop being so reckless. Jun Yunshin also hurriedly walked over to support her mother and left the hall with her brother, leaving only Jun Baiyao behind. Butler Lu Zhong sighed lightly and shook his head, turning around and just about to leave when Jun Baiyao called out to him. What is it, Missy? He arched his hand. Jun Baguio lightly bit her lower lip. Jun Zz was poisoned by the bone-eroding voodoo. Does no one really know about this? Lu Zhong wanted to say something, but seeing Jun Baiyao's stern eyes, he hardened his head and returned. Master knows. And at that time, young Master Zai said it was so hard to bear. So Master said that if it's hard to bear, what is the point of pretending? And ever since then, young Master Zai has endured it alone. Jun Baguio was struck by lightning, her petite body shaking slightly in some disbelief. Eldest miss, young Master Zai is very nice. You shouldn't treat him like this. Lu Zhong finished patting his lips and smiled to himself, forgetting that I'm an outsider. But I'm going to have such a considerate son who is considerate of his family, and I can't wait to love him. These words entered Jun Baguio's ears, making her even more groundless, self-contained. Sister will surely temper you well. I'll make it up to you slowly. I'm taking you home now. She rubbed her reddened eyes, her demeanor immediately firm. The village. Jun Zz was cultivating the Five Gods Chaos Book. Using his body as a furnace, he actually took the thoroughly damaged root bones and slowly healed them. This unexpected surprise was something he hadn't expected. Moreover, the bone-eating voodoo poison and the fever blood poison had also been alleviated quite a bit due to the chaos furnace. He couldn't help but praise it again and again. It was truly a divine book. Once the chaos furnace is successfully coalesced, it will be 5 in 1. From now on the Dan, weapon, talisman, array, and realms would be one and the same. The current Jun Zz was a first-grade pill refiner. If one advances to the second grade, then artifacts, talismans, formations, and realms will advance together. This was the second reason why Jun Zz felt that this was a divine book. It was simply not too perverted. It's time to go. Jun Zz cleaned the villager's house and prepared to leave. Just in the morning, a merchant caravan from the Violet capital passed through this place, saying that they wanted to purchase medicinal herbs. Jun Zz furtively asked if he could travel with him and act as an escort. Seeing that he had the strength of a third-grade martial artist, the merchant team agreed to give 30 spirit coins upon arriving at the purple capital on this trip. Jun Zz did not hesitate to immediately agree. He just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible to start a new life in a new city. The caravan was small, a dozen or so wagons tugging on provisions, all of which were materials for low-grade pills. People are all here. Let's go. The escort of the merchant team greeted the martial artists when they saw that they had all arrived. Jun Zz was in a good mood even though he was limping a bit, as if he saw his bright future. Roar! Abruptly, the roar of a beast rang out from the vault of the sky, like a dragon or a tiger, causing the caravan to pause slightly. The green forest beast, a mount of the Jun family of the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty. A flat voice rang out from within one of the caravan's wagons. Subsequently, a number of figures drifted down from mid-air on their foreign beasts, all of them wearing the Pill Master robes of the Xian Pill Pavilion. And they were precisely the ones who had been dispatched out to look for Jun Zz. Sorry guys, but please stay for now and let us check it out. Chapter 9. Have you seen Jun Zz? The speaker was middle-aged looking, with a thin demeanor, and carried a feeling of being uninviting. So it's 5th grade pill refiner Master Lang Dan. A faint laugh resounded from within the carriage. Master Lang Dan sniffed. The voice sounded familiar, and his expression quickly changed, revealing a smile. Didn't think I'd run into you here. He smiled. The carriage sounded again. Can I help you? Our pavilion master's younger brother ran away from home and has failed to find him until now. so I hope you'll bear with me if I suddenly intercept him. Master Lang Dan replied. The conversation between the two was naturally overheard by Jun Zizi, who immediately furrowed his brows. It's really shady. I have things to do, so you can just scan it. The carriage remained bland. Master Lang Dan nodded slightly as he stood still and motioned for the alchemists around him to move out. The alchemists glanced briefly and did not notice any sons of the Jun family before turning to whisper a few words beside Master Lang Dan. Master Lang Dan cleared his throat. Anyone named Jun Zizi? The escorting guards and the temporarily formed martial artists looked at each other in dismay, and they all hated to agree immediately. The Jun family? That's the royal family. If you really have this level of status, you will enjoy a lot of glory and wealth. Jun Zizi, on the other hand, was calmly looking ahead. Seeing that no one had responded, Master Lang Dan clasped his fists and arched his hands. I've delayed your time. Go. An order was given from within the carriage, and the caravan was once again on the move. Grandmaster, have you seen Jun Zizi? A third-grade pill refiner inquired in a low voice. No, and I'm not interested in their Jun family's business. Master Lang Dan snorted. If it wasn't for that woman Jun Baiyao ordering us all to come out, I wouldn't bother coming out. All wearing unusual clothing, besides which rich and noble people enter this kind of caravan. Another alchemist held his arms and bristled. In their hearts, Jun Zizi was definitely wearing damask and silk fancy dress, and it was obvious at a glance. At this time, Jun Baguio arrived on her green forest beast and hurriedly inquired. How's it going? Did you find it? Pavilion Master. It wasn't found at all. Master Lang Dan sounded cold. Jun Biao looked at the distant merchant caravan and frowned as she asked. Did the merchant caravan in front of them all check carefully? After saying that, she was about to move to intercept the merchant caravan once again. Pavilion Master, I would advise you that the merchant caravan in front of you sits the people from the moon-worshipping house. I've already stopped them. You'd better not go again. Master Lang Dan smirked. Jun Baguio's footsteps stalled. Moon-worshipping house and Shin Pill Pavilion were rivals in the elixir business, with much friction between the two sides, and the forces behind them were very mysterious. She gritted her teeth and finally gave up. Jun Zizi, go home. This is Big Sister. Answer when you hear me. An emotionally charged drink echoed out, shaking the flying birds within 10,000 meters as they swooped and rushed up to the sky. However, there was no response for a long time. Jun Baguio lowered her head with a face full of disappointment. She shared the sight of the spots on the alchemist's robes, and it was hard on her heart. Would there be no one to hand wash her alchemist robes from now on? Spread the word. Jun Zizi is surely traveling to all the cities and looking carefully along the road. She raised her eyes, her voice deep. An alchemist cautiously asked, Pavilion Master, if you can't see anyone, live and let die. She must bring her brother home. The merchant caravan rushed on in a well-organized manner, and the escort guards were alert to the surroundings to avoid any thieves coming to intercept them. Jun Zizi followed along while moving the sacks that had fallen to the ground back onto the car, which caused the middle-aged man driving the car to thank him profusely. Uncle, is the herb business good? Jun Zizi asked a question. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Luckily, there is moon-worshipping house to help out. Otherwise my business would have been yellowed long ago. I'm going to go back and shut down one of the smaller ones, open up a source of revenue and cut back on expenses, and then open a second one later when I'm better off. Jun Zi was talking to the middle-aged man, secretly memorizing the location of the medicine store he wanted to sell, and if he had enough money, he wanted to buy it outright. The journey was uneventful, until day 4. Boom! Smoke filled the front. A large tree came crashing down, cutting off the caravan's path forward. Ha ha ha, I made this road. I planted this tree. If you want to pass through this place, leave the money behind. A cocky laugh echoed out. A group of figures quickly emerged from all directions, all of them full of banditry, with red eyes, emitting a stern murderous aura. The escorts and martial artists took out their weapons and guarded the carriage with stoic expressions. Fellow bandit lords, the Moon Worship Tower is passing by your precious land and is only seeking wealth, not begging for death. A butler-like man stepped out with a naive smile, arching his hand to the 4 directions. He took out a bag of spirit coins and shook it up. Listening to the sound, there were about 500 of them, and threw it towards the front. The bandit leader caught the bag, sneered, and threw the spirit coins back in turn. What's the reason, Grand Master? The butler inquired. Still smiling, the bandit leader shouldered his 9-ring sword and let out a sardonic laugh. The carriage stays, all the people get out. Harmony is not necessary to make a move. The butler's smile tightened. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the words fell, a thick aura fluctuation filled the surroundings, causing the escorts and martial artists to change their faces in shock. This is definitely no ordinary bandit. The realm was at least a martial spirit. Junzi was secretly staggered that a random roadside merchant caravan could encounter such a strong siege. Kill it. At that moment, a cold voice came out from inside the carriage. As if he didn't care about the bandit's siege, the butler bowed slightly, and his eyes went cold in an instant. Kill. The bandit leader was instantly enraged, and with a bellowing cry, aura wings extended out from his back as he swept straight to kill. The rest of the bandits didn't lag behind, killing like jackals, tigers and leopards. The escorts and martial artists stood by in a tight formation. They were scared in their hearts, but there was no chance of escape anymore, so they could only push their heads forward to the top. Don't know how to die. The butler gave a mocking smile. Immediately after that, a ghostly blue spirit symbol flew out of his left sleeve robe, its outline haunting a layer of light gold color, while a black spirit symbol swept out of his right sleeve robe, also haunting a light gold color. Boom! The black spirit talisman surged against the wind, transforming into a flag, shaking up to summon soldiers wearing black armor, guarding the carriage on all sides, directly meeting the bandits who came to kill them, their iron spears stabbing out violently. Black soldiers shielded armorer spirit amulet. The ghostly blue spirit talisman flew up into the sky, evolving into a water tank thick blue thunderbolt that blasted down angrily towards the bandit leader. Blue extinction spectral thunder spirit talisman. Seeing this, the bandit leader hurriedly danced his 9-ringed blade, trying to cut the thunder off, but in the instant of contact, his entire body was split down to the ground, and he was blasted alive into crumbs. The rest of the bandits were buried under the iron spears of the black armored soldiers. In the blink of an eye, it was all gone. A bunch of ungrateful things. The butler flung his sleeve robe with a haughty expression. What a powerful spirit talisman. At least at the 5th grade level. It's a good thing such a strong man is along for the ride. Thank you, Your Honor, for saving my life. The escorts and martial artists thanked them. Junzi Zai also clasped his fists, looking quite expectant. The power of a spiritual talisman is beyond the reach of ghosts and gods. In the future, he would be able to create this kind of spirit talisman as well, and it would even be more powerful. Just a show of hands. The butler waved his hand and didn't say much. Soon the scene was cleared. The group continued their journey to the Purple Capital. Chapter 10, Entering the Purple Capital. Holy Dragon Sun Enthronement Ceremony. Time is like water, passing by without people realizing it. After about half a month, Junzi followed the merchant caravan and finally arrived at the Purple Capital. The Purple Capital, a city second only to the Imperial Capital. It is a densely populated area with thriving industries and a constant flow of traffic and merchants. Historic atmosphere of the years engraved in the old city wall. Mottled lines tell how many years it carries the rise and fall. Please come to me to settle your wages. The butler showed up, still smiling. The martial artists immediately came running, their expressions filled with excitement. Spirit coins are the main currency in circulation, mostly used by martial artists. Ordinary people are still dominated by gold and silver. A gentle smile rose on Junzi's face as he received 30 spirit coins. That's what it feels like to make money. It's amazing. The rivers and lakes have dreams. Each is wonderful. Farewell, gentlemen. The butler clasped his fists and arched his hands towards the martial artists. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the mention. The martial artists hurriedly clasped their fists, although the butler did not show any realm, but from the breath can be judged. He is definitely a first-class strong. This kind of strength but can put down his body to communicate with low-realm martial artists and kindly. It is really rare and precious. Older brother. Go with brother to check it out? The middle-aged man who procured the medicinal herbs approached with a smile on his face. Junzi nodded his head repeatedly. He was interested in taking this owner's store as his home and property in Zidu. The two of them paid the entry fee and officially stepped into the Purple Capital. The earth was paved with gray tiles. Traces of wheels were everywhere. There were also claw marks left by ferocious beasts and exotic beasts, and the road was especially spacious, enough to accommodate many people walking side by side. It is lined with stores, and the flow of customers highlights the thriving scene. Sir, freshly baked buns, how many do you want? Good Lou, a plate of vinegar, a cage of buns, ice sugar gourd, ice sugar spirit fruit, ice sugar Xian Yuan. Don't pay if it's not sweet. Grandpa, freshly picked vegetables in the morning. And 2 green onions for you. The stalls and streetwalkers add even more flavor and color to the city. The corners of Jun Zz's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the ice sugar spirit fruit. One string costs 1 spirit coin. Worthy of being a big city, the prices are really different. He slightly gritted his teeth and didn't buy it. Save up for a house. Little by little. You have to save up. Retracting his gaze fondly, Jun Z swore in his heart that when he had money, he would buy a bunch to try the flavor. Soon, he followed the middle-aged man to his destination. It was an old house and didn't cover a large area. It was specialized in storing medicinal herbs. 1 bite price, 200 spirit coins. The middle-aged man opened the price. Jun Z nodded. Older brother. This way, you should know my character. Wait for some days, I will look for you then. Okay, save it for you. The middle-aged man was very quick, but I can only stay for about half a month. I have to save up some money to purchase the herbs. Understood. Jun Z accepted. After the middle-aged man left, Jun Z stopped where he was and looked at the old house, without the slightest bit of worry in his heart, but instead, he was fully motivated. He was now a first-grade pill refiner, artifact refiner, spirit symbol master, formation master, and realm god master. There are doors to make money. For example, a pharmacist can go to the stores selling pills to refine herbs, although a little bitter and tired, but the money comes quickly. Coincidentally, Jun Z went in search of an elixir merchant store and happened to arrive at the moon-worshipping building. Hello guest, what can I do for you? A pretty-looking girl came up and asked. Jun Z arched his hand. May I ask if I need an alchemist to refine the herbs? Needed. Please follow me. The girl's brow smiled. Jun Z knew very well in his heart that the number of pills sold daily by a behemoth like Moon Worship Tower must be astronomical. The qualities of elixirs are categorized into inferior, intermediate, superior, and supreme. Quality has a great deal to do with refining. Therefore, refining herbs becomes a top priority and is said to be a tight job. Worth mentioning, first dash, second dash, and even third-grade elixirs are in the greatest demand. 4 pints or more basically require a reservation. Big stores usually go for quantity but not quality. Just pass the quality. Dan's room. A black pill refining cauldron was placed on the ground, and a pill refiner was working feverishly and sweating profusely to refine herbs. The temperature inside was extremely high, almost breathtaking. Master Xianling, this guest wants to refine herbs to earn spirit coins. The girl stood in front of an old man and bowed. The old man's beard and hair were all white and he had kind brows as he glanced at Jun Z's eye. For every material that is refined for a single potion, you can earn 1 spirit coin. If you are willing to do so, you can go to the 38th pill refining cauldron. Thanks a lot. Jun Z clasped his fists and slowly walked over. The alchemists just glanced at it and withdrew their gazes. There were countless alchemists coming and going every day. There was no need to remember anyone. A portion of ingredients was prepared in advance next to the alchemy tripod, but there was no indication of what kind of elixir it was. This is to avoid the Dan formula being stolen and learned. Jun Z sat down and slowly exhaled, just in time to try out what the Chaos Master has to offer. He injected his spiritual energy into the mouth of the tripod, and the yellow Dan fire ignited immediately. But in fact, Jun Z secretly threw the materials into his Chaos Furnace. In the Chaos Furnace, a medicinal herb called Blackwood Root hovered up and down and began to be refined at a rapid pace. In just a few short breaths, it was reduced to a dry powder. The corners of Jun Z's mouth twitched slightly. This is too fast and too precise. And it's fully automatic. The corners of his mouth were a little harder to press than even AK. Make money hard. I'm going to open my own store. Jun Z's eye surface was ancient and unperturbed, but inside he was excited like hello. When it came to noon, the pill refiners took a break for the time being, and the moon-worshipping house would send food, treating them quite well. Speaking of which, isn't today the imperial capital Holy Dragon Sun enshrinement ceremony? It's still true. I forgot about this when I was locked up in the Dan room every day. I remember there was a Holy Dragon Son in the Imperial Dynasty. What was his name? The pill refiners gathered together and chatted idly. Jun Z ignored them and focused on drying their meals. Enthrone the new Holy Dragon Son? What's he got to do with it? Now that Jun Z was a free fish, he didn't want to care about the crap of the Green Dragon Dynasty and the Jun family. Imperial capital. The whole city is decorated with lights and colors, grand prosperity, and the image of celebration is reflected in the eyes. In the meantime, plans from the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty, great clans, large chambers of commerce, and even other imperial dynasties had also arrived. Dragon Slaughter Marshal Exalt. I really envy you for having a son with a dragon's talent and tiger's bones. AI. People are so angry compared to people. Long to Wu Zunyu. This holy dragon son will become a great man in the future. A small gesture. No honor. Strong people from all the major powers came to congratulate him, causing Jun Shangtian to shake the heavens with laughter. Unable to keep his mouth shut. Next to them, Morong Binger, Jun Bagyo, Jun Yunshin and the others were even more beautiful with proud colors in their eyes. Many thanks to all the uncles and uncles for their compliments. The kid is ashamed of it. It's all because my parents and sister taught me well. Jun Zi replied modestly, but the excitement in his eyes could barely be contained from overflowing. Roar! Abruptly, the dragon roar resounded. A flash of golden dazzling light swept over the imperial capital. Jun Gaowu stepped on the dragon and appeared in the crowd's field of vision. I, being happy today, am about to enthrone the holy dragon son. He will be the underpinning of my green dragon dynasty. The future supreme powerhouse. Ceremony, officially begun. Jun Gaowu's voice was like a bell, resounding loudly through the blue sky. However, right after he said officially begin, the originally clear sky over the imperial capital was rapidly gathering dark clouds at this moment. The heaven and earth abruptly changed, and for a moment the wind and clouds lost their colors. Chapter 11, Heaven's Wrath and Earth's Hatred. Dragon Vein Damage. The sudden change caused all the powerful people in the imperial capital to furrow their brows. Jun Gaowu's sword brows knitted tightly, extremely dissatisfied as he looked at the gradually dimming dome of the sky, standing with his hands behind his back, diffusing an imperial aura, like a true dragon, suppressing the universe. What kind of curmudgeon dares to obstruct the Green Dragon Dynasty's enthronement of the sacred dragon son? He laughed coldly. Sculpture and small skills also dare to show off in front of me. Rise the formation. With his command, formation suddenly appeared in the void. Splendid and radiant golden light blossomed, transforming into a golden lotus flower in the grand formation. And when it bloomed, it forcibly tore apart the dark cloud-covered elephant, returning to the azure sky. This is the golden sacred lotus formation. It has the effect of breaking evil and cleansing. A fifth-grade formation directly used to create momentum for Jun Zi? There are so many spirit coins that you'll burn your pockets. The Green Dragon Dynasty has developed rapidly in the last 10 years or so. It's really rich and generous. Countless people whispered and lamented. However, it doesn't end there. Among the streets of the imperial capital, armored generals constantly emerged, holding military flags in their hands. Hunting and ringing, permeated with the meaning of murderous depression. Carry the military flag and raise the nation's honor. We, the people, congratulate Lord Jun Zi. In unison, a loud voice rang out like thunder. This was not only the enthronement ceremony of the Holy Dragon Son, but it was also a way to build momentum for Jun Zi, as well as a warning to those who were foolish enough to make a move. Jun Zi was the future pillar that the Green Dragon Dynasty was striving to protect. Whoever touches, dies. Rumble. Thunder suddenly exploded in the firmament. The sound of thunder echoed endlessly, seemingly capable of destroying people's forms and gods, directly overshadowing the sound of congratulations. Pust. The generals below were spitting out blood furiously, shriveling up and falling to the ground, their eyes looking at the sky with horror and disbelief. What happened? The heavens and the earth, it seems, are angry? Without waiting for them to say more, the dark clouds gathered again. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the wind howled. It was a scene of disaster. What's going on? The powerhouses looked at each other with 10,000 doubts in their hearts. It was just an enthronement ceremony, as ordinary as it gets. Why is it that when you arrive at the Qinglong dynasty, it's like you've provoked the wrath of the heavens? It's not right. 10 out of 12. I once heard that there was another sacred dragon son ahead of Jun Zi, who was sent to the Witch Barbarian dynasty as a hostage during the fall of the Green Dragon dynasty. I think it's called Jun Zi? Yes, it's called Jun Ziji. That is to say, if Jun Zi is not dead, or has not yet retired his position as the sacred dragon son, the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty is going to set up another person? It's no wonder the heavens are angry. Ha ha ha. Many strong people revealed gloating expressions. Shut the up. This is a blessing from heaven and earth, and is in no way the wrath of heaven. My Green Dragon Dynasty can stand proudly against the crowd, relying on the resilience and unyieldingness of people who are determined to win. And it has nothing to do with sacred dragon son. Jun Gaowu was furious, and his shouts carried to the 8 directions of the imperial capital. Jun Shangtian also stood out and laughed coldly. Your Majesty is right. This is a blessing from heaven and earth, which means that my son is too good and is just envied by heaven and earth. Look at my dragon slaughtering Wu Zun. Before the words fell, thunder roared in the heavens like a dragon's roar. silencing Jun Shangtian's voice. Then the dark clouds began to roll in. Vaguely, one side of the giant thing could be seen circling and reverberating, and each piece of scale that poked out of the clouds was as big as a mountain. Imposing. Boom boom boom. Green-colored thunder continued to fall, one after another, endlessly. The thunder reflected on the faces of the people, and their expressions were all different and wonderful. I'm going to anoint you as the sacred dragon's son today, and no one will be able to stop it. Jun Gaowu didn't believe in evil and directly stared angrily at the heavenly dome. Yes, Jun Ziyi's eyes showed determination. He stepped on the golden sacred lotus formation like a lotus flower in his steps, slowly stepping towards the clouds. Boom! A green-colored thunderbolt that contained the pressure of heaven and earth fell. In an instant, the golden sacred lotus array exploded into pieces, turning into a sky full of golden light, splendid and poignant. Jun Ziyi was even knocked to the ground in a sorry state. Ziyi! Morong Binger and the others exclaimed, their eyes filled with worry. Click here. Not only were the formations broken, even the army's flags were all broken. The dragon statue that was the symbol of the Green Dragon dynasty also surfaced countless cracks at this moment, as if it was about to shatter and annihilate at any time. The sign seemed to tell the world one thing: the Qinglong dynasty is doing things that are harmful to heaven and earth. It is angered by heaven and hated by earth. Jun Ziyi looked up at the firmament, his eyes full of resentment, his heart roaring madly. Why is it that punk gets to become the holy dragon's son while I have to endure all these trials and tribulations? Jun Ziyi, you trash. Dead trash. Why don't you die in the witch barbarian dynasty? I have nothing against you. Why do you have to disgust old me? Boom boom boom. The defensive array shattered, and green-colored lightning poured down like rain. Jun Gaowu and Jun Xiangtian and the others were just about to make a move. Seal the sky and lock the earth. Suddenly, the old voice rang out. The originally restless heaven and earth quieted down at this moment. Jun Gaowu was instantly delighted. The clan elders stepped in. It's a strong martial zoner. The burly man from the witch barbarian imperial dynasty frowned, then smiled coldly. But is it useful? The 10 clan elders showed up. They stood in the void, their gazes grave. The emperor will be enthroned as soon as possible. If you're late, things will change. Good. Jun Gaowu nodded heavily, and immediately used his finger as a pen, condensed his qi into ink, and wrote on heaven and earth, I, the emperor of the Qinglong dynasty, enthrone Jun Ziyi as the sacred dragon today. Before the word son was even written, the rest of the font was wildly lax, as if it was afraid of something. The black cloud twisted dramatically. A majestic and domineering dragon's head poked out of the clouds. The dragon vein takes shape. The green dragon descends. Those dragon pupils actually carried human emotions and seemed to be extremely angry, scanning the bottom over and over again as if looking for something. At this moment, Jun Ziyi panicked. Father, mother, elder of the 10 clans, save me. He rushed towards the crowd like a madman, panicked to the core. Boom! The giant dragon let out a roar as countless green-colored thunderbolts blasted down in fury, heading straight for Jun Ziyi. Don't be afraid. Mother is coming. Morong Binger anxiously dodged. Jun Shangtian was also in a hurry and rushed up at the first opportunity. No! Jun Ziyi's entire body was enveloped in green-colored lightning, and his screams were unceasing. Fortunately, Jun Shangtian and Morong Binger had stepped in just in time, or else he would have turned to dust long ago. Then the heavens and the earth were silent. The thunder subsided and the clouds slowly dispersed. It's as if it never existed. The whole empire was terribly quiet, and no one spoke. However, all the people of the clans, great chambers of commerce, great families, and imperial dynasties had an answer in their hearts. The dragon vein of the Green Dragon dynasty has been damaged. At this moment, deep in the palace, Jun Shug, who was guarding the meditation lake, opened his eyes and gave a mocking smile. A bunch of uninformed idiots. Chapter 12, Jun Ziyi is the first scourge of the Qinglong dynasty. Inside the temple, the atmosphere is depressing to the extreme. Everyone kept their heads down and didn't say a word. What was originally a holy dragon sun enshrinement ceremony that was celebrated by all the people and all the people were happy together had now turned into a laughingstock among the people. The Green Dragon dynasty had never been so humiliated. Jun Gaowu, who was seated on the throne, had a face as heavy as water, and his shadowy eyes let people know the displeasure and anger he felt inside. Your Majesty, the old minister thinks that we should watch the stars at night. An old man walked out and respectfully opened his mouth. Jun Gaowu directly interrupted, his eyes looking at him coldly. I never believe in these things. This is just an accident. The old minister knows that your Majesty believes more in man's determination than in God's. The old man smiled lightly. It's just that. The others don't think so. So why not let Lord Zhang Han take a look at the astrological signs? To stabilize the people's hearts on the one hand, and to calm the agitation of the martial artists on the other. I second the motion. The rest of the group took a stand. The clan elders nodded darkly as well, as indeed they should. Jun Gaomo's eyes were grim, and in his heart, he had already cursed Jun Zizai 1,000 times. It's all because of the trouble that Punk caused. If I had known, I should have scrapped his identity as a sacred dragon son, so as not to cause all this trouble. Xiang Tian is also soft-hearted. If he breaks his dog's legs, he won't be able to run away even if he wants to. He took a deep breath, forced down his anger, and coldly said, "Let Zhang Han go, then report back immediately." Yes. The old man led the order. Zhang Han was an astrologer of great renown. He had befriended the clan elders, which was why he was willing to enter the Green Dragon dynasty. He was a little impatient when he got the order. I can't believe I'm interfering with my reading. After dilly-dallying for half a day, Zhang Han then observed the sky at night. It didn't take long. His entire body froze in place, his body began to tremble, and the knot in his throat slid up and down as if he was deeply irritated by something. After slowing down, Zhang Han cracked his mouth. His eyes kept changing, and finally he scribbled a few lines on the table, picked up his bag, and walked straight away. The old man still wanted to stop him, but he saw Zhang Han disappear into the distant night sky with a few flashes, and it was too late to ask. He looked down at the piece of paper and his pupils contracted abruptly. Bad. Something big is going to happen. The old man rushed into the temple and raised the paper in his hand high. Your Majesty, the results are out. Humph. Purely by accident. I don't need to look to know what the stars say, that it will definitely be my Qinglong imperial dynasty that will dominate the world for 1,000 lifetimes. Jun Gaowu was very confident. The old man didn't know how to answer. The clan elders sensed something was wrong, walked over to take a look, and froze in place. Read. Jun Gaowu didn't bother to look. The 10 clan elders' faces were ugly. You looked at me, I looked at you, and no one froze to open their mouths. In the end, it was the Grand Clan Elder who stood out stiffly. The Green Dragon, the starry host, has been disorganized and is powerless to return to the heavens. The Green Dragon is less heartfelt and is lacking in virtue. The Green Dragon breaks its horns. It is unrighteous. The Green Dragon's broken finger is merciless. Finally, Zhang Han has left. Do not seek me out. When he read the last word, the Grand Clan Elder felt his hands and feet go cold. Jun Gaowu, on the other hand, looked at him angrily, his face horizontally hostile. Demonic words. Now that the Green Dragon dynasty is flourishing and powerful, what is there to be disorganized about? Deficient, unrighteous, and heartless? It's just nonsense. I sympathize with the people. Treat the army, but also support the small countries. It is the great virtue, righteousness, and love. Men, quickly arrest Zhang Han and bring him back. I want to behead his dog's head. He was furious. The elder of the 10 clans narrowed his eyes, pointed at the contents of the paper, and said coldly, Your Majesty, the Green Dragon's broken finger mentioned here. I feel that the intention is meaningful. Broken finger. Jun Gaowu's eyes trembled. It's this sinful beast, Jun Zizai. He was the only one in the entire Jun family who was so treacherous. The broken finger returns the favor, necessarily referring to him. At that moment, Jun Shengtian stepped into the grand hall. His eyes were slightly red, as if he had been crying. How is Zi doing? Jun Gaowu asked with concern. Jun Shengtian smiled bitterly. Luckily, it didn't injure the foundation and doesn't affect the Purple Capital Heavens Pride tournament. It just takes time to recover. That's good. Jun Gaowu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he handed the paper to Jun Xiangtian. Just a glance. Jun Shengtian was completely enraged as killing intent surged out of his body. Retrograde son. What an insidious rebellious son. Just get lost, and you have to come and hobnob us. I'm so angry. I'll have to beat this rebellious son half to death when he comes back. Simply the #1 scourge of the Green Dragon dynasty. A dragon's vein? Is he worthy? Even a punk wants to influence the direction of the imperial dynasty? Your Majesty, this astrological sign can never be trusted. Jun Gaowu was satisfied with his brother's attitude and nodded his head repeatedly. That's natural. The world is what we have fought for. The dragon vein is just an aid. The district astrology is just a feudal superstition. A magnificent and domineering aura permeated from his body. It was the imperial air of contempt for all. Your Majesty, it is better to believe it than not to believe it. The Grand Clan Elder hurriedly said. Jun ZZ must be brought back and relieved of his sacred dragon son status before being thrown to Jun Shoyi, or else he will be restless on his side. To the clan elders, the sacred dragon son could only be Jun Ge. Jun ZZ. A waste of space. Letting him roll back to the imperial dynasty was already grace. The Grand Clan Elder is right. Zi's status as a sacred dragon child is especially important to the imperial dynasty. Jun Gaowu agreed. Jun Shangtian clasped his fists. Your Majesty, when the rebellious son returns, please leave it to me to fulfill my fatherly duties. Jun Gaowu flung his robe. Wu Fu. Jun Zi's appearance was extremely miserable. He was lying on the bed, his skin charred and black. The hair on his body burned away, except for his hair, which had turned into an exploded head. Miserable. Really miserable. Funny, and really funny too. Fortunately, Jun Zi himself possessed the realm of a 9th grade martial spirit, practiced the Green Dragon triple transformation of the Green Dragon dynasty, had a strong physical body, and had the timely protection of his parents, so his injuries weren't too serious. Morong Binger looked at her good son's miserable state and kept shedding tears. Next to them, Jun Bio and Jun Yunshin's eyes were slightly red, heartache written all over their faces. It's all because of that punk Jun Ziwei. How come he rolled out of the Jun family and didn't hand over the sacred dragon son identity? Jun Yunshin gritted her teeth and cursed. Jun Bio was also disgruntled, but on her lips, she said, he can't be blamed. Why can't you blame him? He's out of the house, but he's not at fault? Jun Yunshin was surprised that her eldest sister would speak well of the waste. If he doesn't leave, his brother will be injured? If he doesn't leave, his brother will be struck by lightning? If he doesn't go, the entire Green Dragon dynasty will become the laughingstock of others? Morong Binger waved her hand towards her, sobbing slightly. Zi, your brother did do wrong in this matter. When he comes home, I'll educate him properly. Don't ever hate him, okay? Mother, I didn't blame my brother, I only blamed my lack of strength. You mustn't hate my brother. Jun Ge green tea green language. Morong Binger mother and daughter sighed in their hearts. This child is too good, gentle and understanding. Simply a model for their son, brother. Jun Biao turned her tone and laughed. Your second sister, Battle Orchid, heard that you were going to participate in the Violet Capital Heaven's Pride Tournament, and specifically sought out a vein of war to forge an Earth-ranked weapon for you. Really? Jun Zi was overjoyed. Rest well. We'll wait for you to sweep away a bunch of geniuses in the Heaven's Pride Tournament. Morong Binger said gently. The territory of the Green Dragon dynasty. A vein of war is being mined in earnest. A cold-looking female general is in charge of guarding this place. It was none other than Jun Battle Orchid, Jun Zi's second sister. Just the Earth-ranked smithing materials and send the rest to the Jun family. Jun Zhanlan said indifferently. Yes. The generals who mined the area agreed at once. Dang. Sparks were flying. A fist-sized refining material was mined out. This object looked plain and ordinary, but it contained a wisp of scarlet aura that was filled with weirdness and evil and demonic. It will become an accessory for Earth-rank weapons. Chapter 13, His name is Autumn Frost. New home. Purple capital. Moon worship tower. Dan room. The demand for first-grade pills is so high these days? Master Xianling looked at the bill of goods with some surprise. The beauty in charge of the sale was called Kai Fei, covering her mouth and laughing lightly. That is all thanks to your careful teaching, Master. These days martial artists are saying that the quality of both the spirit recovery pill and the hemostasis pill are superior, and the price is still the same, so naturally they are very popular. Grandmaster Xianling fell into deep thought before looking at the hundreds of alchemists in the Dan room. He never paid attention to these first grade, or even second grade, medicinal herbs refined by alchemists for the reason that it was a waste of time. Most of the people who could come here to earn spirit coins were fake pill refiners with low pill refining qualifications and who were unable to make the combined pills. The only way to be called an alchemist is to truly achieve Hedon. You are busy. There are still things ahead for me to take care of. Princess Kai smiled like a flower and bowed as she left the Dan room. She was extremely beautiful and had a shapely figure, causing many pill refiners to have dry throats and evil fires running through their bodies. And then, poof, they subconsciously burned the refined herbs. Master Xianling smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was a young man after all. Then said, the spirit materials that were burned, deduct them from your spirit coins. The expressions of those pill refiners were suddenly bitter. Come noon, Jun ZZ wiped the black ash from his face, unable to hide his delight and excitement. After today, he can go buy that store. Autumn Frost, take care. If you run out of money, come back here. Ha ha ha, you're a down-to-earth kid. And uncle's been here for some years, so go get you a deed? It's okay to come over and meet us for a drink and correct your leg in the process. After half a month, Jun ZZ had gotten acquainted with all the alchemists in the Dan room, and everyone was kind and simple and treated him well. He also gave himself the pseudonym of Autumn Frost. The original meaning is, the weather is cool in the autumn wind. The grass and trees are shaken down and the dew is frost. A person's life is like the four seasons. Spring is born, summer grows, fall harvests, and winter hides. Jun ZZ wished more than anything that he was autumn. A faded flower will never heal again. Jun ZZ arched his hand towards the pill refiners, received his payment for today's work, and left with a happy heart. People left and new people came in every day in the Dan room, and it didn't seem to be failing to function because of anyone. Master Xianling was examining the refined herbs. He frowned tightly, like a teacher grading homework, knowing it was a pile of poop, but still having to put up with it. Supreme quality? The next moment, his eyes widened and his heart raced. 50 copies in all of the finest quality. The edge of the paper reads, 38. Master Xianling rose violently, his expression tinged with excitement as he bellowed, "Who is the 38 pill refining cauldron?" The alchemists were startled by this loud shout and burned their herbs, but they didn't dare to say anything. Instead, they all looked towards workstation number 38. However, it was empty. Who was that man before? Master Xianling inquired of the next workstation. An old man whispered, "Master Xianling, his name is Cho Frost. May I ask if he made a mistake? How old?" "I think he's in his 20s by age." Master Xianling's face changed. Then he slapped his head in chagrin. "How's that for missing out on a genius? Find it for me. That little fellow called Cho Frost must be capped." He rushed out of the Dan room and spoke to Princess Kai hurriedly. Kai Fei had a foolish clarity in her eyes, understanding the cause and effect of the matter, and smiled lightly. "Master, there's no need for that. It's just a first-rate pill refiner. You don't understand." Master Xianling was in a hurry. The spirit recovery pill has a medicine called blackwood root. The more times this item is refined, the more difficult it becomes. The requirements for mental strength are extremely high. Even a third-grade alchemist would find it difficult to refine it to the extreme. "I'm confused. I actually missed a genius." The more he thought about it, the more remorseful he became. It was the first time that Princess Kai saw Master Xianling look like this, and she knew that this matter was significant. She immediately said, "Don't worry, Master. I'll have someone go after them." Looking at the departing concubine Kai, Master Xianling sighed with a sigh of regret, itching to give himself 2 slaps. Jun ZZ didn't know or care what happened at the Moon Worship Tower, because he had signed a deed with the owner to buy the old house, to earn 200 spirit coins in half a month. "You kid has deep pockets." The boss was full of derision. Jun Z was in a good mood. Good health naturally makes money fast. The boss laughed, patted him on the shoulder, and went about his business. Jun ZZ carried the dim sum bun in his hand, took a few deep breaths, and reached out to push open the wooden door. The green bricks paved the floor. The furniture was dusty, and the corners were covered with spider silk, as if telling a story of how cool and rundown the place was. But Jun ZZ didn't care. Here, it's his home. He has a home. A real home. Jun ZZ took the snacks out the door and then knocked on the neighbor's house. It is basic courtesy to have good neighborly relations. Make no mistake, make no mistake. "Well, Grandma, take it. If something happens, call me. Don't ever be polite." "Young man, I'm so sorry. By the way, do you want to clean? Auntie will help you." "Thank you, brother. The buns are delicious." Neighbors and neighbors were simple people, expressing the utmost goodwill towards Jun ZZ, the new neighbor. With the help of the neighbors, Jun ZZ's new home was cleaned up in only half a day. Hungry boy. The grandmother next door brought in a bowl of noodles. Jun ZZ's heart warmed, holding up the bowl, his back to the door, sucking in the noodles, muttering to himself, "Grandma Lin's chili is under so much, so spicy that my eyes are watering. It's so delicious." A heart that has been broken, yet there is always someone willing to mend it. After eating the noodles and washing them to send them back, Jun ZZ was lying on the table and started writing. He was going to turn this place into a grocery store, not only selling pills, but also weapons, spirit talismans, and even setting up formations for people. The main one does everything and makes money on everything. As he wrote, he fell asleep. The hint of happiness, if any, at the corners of his mouth couldn't be hidden. Waking up the next day, Jun ZZ immediately went to order the counters, exhibition walls and other miscellaneous items needed for the grocery store, spending around 200 spirit coins. He had about 700 spirit coins in his hand. After a bit of fine-tuning, It was still barely enough. The Purple Capital Heavens Pride Tournament is about to begin. Are you guys participating? Participate my ass. That's the stage of the Celestial Pride. What are we going for? At that time, the June family, the War God Palace, the Yellow Springs sect, and the Great Sword King sect will all come. On his way home, Jun ZZ heard the martial artists discussing it and instantly had some memories. In his last life, Jun ZZ had come to prominence at the Purple Capital Heavens Pride Tournament, and from then on, he had gone from strength to strength, becoming the brightest of existences. But what did that have to do with him? Jun ZZ was tired and didn't want to participate in the Heavens Pride Tournament. Of course, strength doesn't allow for that either. Being a spectator in this life, the Atmosphere Group, seems to be quite good. He was open-minded and left with a smile. Night. Jun ZZ sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling the changes in the realm. Just a moment ago, he stepped into the 4th grade of martial artist. The existence of the Chaos Furnace was like cultivating all the time. Eternally. 7 days have come and gone. Let me see what I can borrow. He opened his eyes and hemmed and hawed. Can you call what a reader does stealing? Called borrowing. Buzz. Space collapses. Jun ZZ reached out and probed into it, then quickly retracted it. When he saw the object in his hand, his expression was stunned. I can't believe it's. Chapter 14, The Sacred Realm's Long Dao Body. Rumors cannot be trusted. That's a rock. A quaint, unexceptional stone. However, if one looked closely in the past, the surface of the stone was branded with countless tiny and dense lines, vaguely intertwined into some kind of arcane script. Incomparably mysterious. How could this be? Jun ZZ was puzzled. He recognized the stone. This item was a mysterious martial art stored in the depths of the treasury of the Green Dragon Dynasty. Because of the extreme difficulty of cultivation, few people succeeded. If it wasn't for the fact that Jun ZZ had seen the Green Dragon Dynasty go all out to cultivate Junji in his last life, he really wouldn't have known the usefulness of this stone. I think it's called the Sanctuary Long Dao Body. Jun Z played with the stone, secretly recalling it in his mind. If one wanted to cultivate the Sacred Realm Long Dao Body, one had to do so by breaking down and then standing up, needing to slowly cultivate up from a low realm, laying down a foundation like a rock, and not being able to change to other body refining martial arts. Normally body cultivators would choose a new body refining martial art after raising their realm and become powerful step by step. The Sacred Realm Long Dao Body had many restrictions and had to be cultivated from the bottom, and it was also difficult to cultivate. Even after practicing it, it could not make the battle power grow explosively. At most, it would enliven the chi and blood, and strengthen the sinews and bones, so it was completely dusted off. However, Jun ZZ had witnessed the power of the Sacred Realm's Long Dao Body in his previous life. Jun ZZ was not outstanding in the beginning when he cultivated the Sacred Domain Long Dao Body. However, as his realm rose, his root base began to erupt, and between his hands and feet, his majestic chi and blood erupted, suppressing all the evils of the heavens, and he was able to shake the higher heavenly ranked weapons with his physical body alone. This martial art requires a long period of cultivation. Seems about right for me. Jun ZZ smiled. The last thing he needed was time, much less a sudden burst of battle power. The Sanctuary Long Dao Body was simply tailor-made for him. Furthermore, the reason why Jun ZZ had changed to physical cultivation was simply that he did not want his physical body to bring any more pain. The means of offense also include Spirit Rune Masters, Formation Masters, and Realm God Masters. There is no delay in practicing both. Jun ZZ's thoughts were clear. There was no need to dwell on this just because it came from the Green Dragon Dynasty and did not cultivate. Try it first. Jun ZZ held the stone against his brow. A buzz, faint light blossomed out from within the stone patterns and slowly infused into his sea of consciousness. An incense stick later, he opened his eyes with some clarity. If we really want to talk about value, the Sacred Domain Long Dao Body isn't as good as a yellow rank higher martial skill. The cultivation philosophy of martial artists is about how to quickly improve their battle power, not about improving themselves in a solid step-by-step manner. The Sacred Domain Long Dao Body, on the other hand, requires years and years of cultivation, allowing the physical body to gradually become sturdy as the realm rises. In the midst of his thoughts, Jun ZZ came to the backyard. He took up a horse stance, accompanied by steady breathing, and swung his fist forward. Jun ZZ decided that he wanted to cultivate the Sacred Domain Long Dao Body, one step at a time, consolidating the physical body. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and the night crows are silent. His figure looked simple, to the core. In the moonlight, punch after punch swung. The chi and blood were also growing stronger bit by bit. Green Dragon Dynasty. Imperial Capital. Imperial Palace. The dark corridors, the breeze blowing, rattled the trees in a swaying motion, as if a swarm of demons were dancing. An old man and a young man walking here were none other than the 10 clan elders and Junji. How is your body recovering? The elder of the 10 clans inquired with a kind brow. Junji smiled. Thank you, elder of the 10 clans, for your concern. Thanks to Big Sister's elixir, I have recovered nearly 90%. Son, behave yourself and go make something great. Saying that, the 10 clan elders' eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Suppress all of Junzi's credits and become a true holy dragon son. He couldn't help but grit his teeth at the thought of Junshi stepping on himself, but brother at the age of 3 for becoming a pledge. This merit is as big as the sky. Junzi's eyes rolled, helplessly sighed. The elder of the 10 clans sneered. Merits as great as the heavens? If he really did good for the Green Dragon Dynasty, he should have died in the Witch Barbarian Dynasty in the first place. But you don't have to worry. If you can come out on top in the Violet Capital Heavens Pride Tournament this time, no one can say anything against you. His tone of voice changed and became kind. Junzi revealed a hint of surprise. You brought me to the treasure vault. Is there any way out? That's natural. The 10 clan elder smiled as he stroked his beard. You were pierced by the heavenly thunder. You belong to the broken. And it just so happens that I've recently checked the secret history of the Imperial Dynasty, and found that there's a technique that's very suitable for you. It is said that only a few people have succeeded in its cultivation, but all of them have become the strongest in the Imperial Dynasty, leading several eras, true giants of the heavens, suppressing many celestial pride. These words from the 10 clan elders caused Junzi's blood to boil, his eyes radiating excitement and anticipation. All the way through, when the palace powerhouses saw that it was the 10 clan elders, they naturally wouldn't stop them. The treasure trove is open. An ancient and old aura came over him. Inside, there was a wide array of treasures and mountains of martial arts, causing Junzi's breathing to become ragged. The elder of the 10 clans took out a box from the corner, foursquare and made of some unknown material, and raised his eyes to look at Junji. Cultivate well and don't let me down, he said in a deep voice. Junzi nodded heavily before looking towards the box, as if he could fantasize about kicking the Yellow Springs sect with his feet and suppressing the Great Sword King sect with one hand in the Purple Capital Heavenly Pride Tournament. He slowly opened the box. Then both men were dumbfounded. The box is empty. Nope. The stone in which it was placed disappeared for no reason? Elder of the 10 clans. This. Junzi looked up at the 10 clan elders. The elder of the 10 clans was filled with embarrassment, silently put away the box, and said in a serious tone, This incident tells us that rumors cannot be trusted, and that cultivating on one's own feet is the key to becoming a strong person. In fact, he didn't know whether the secret history of the Imperial Dynasty was true or not, and only wanted to give the boy a surprise. Unexpectedly, the surprise was not there, but the fright and monkeying around were in front of us. The corners of Junzi's mouth twitched as he forced himself to hold back his annoyance and cupped his fists. Many thanks to the elder of the 10th clan for his teachings. The moment he turned around, his eyes were as grim as a lone wolf's in the darkness, full of spite. Damn, wasting my time, and talking about a supreme body refining martial art. Shucks, not coming on drinking with Ching Shan and the others at the drunken moon house with a beautiful woman. What an old beast with no brain. He kept cursing in his mind, but Junzi still kept a smile on his face and said that he had to go back to practicing and excused himself. The 10 clan elder looked at the box and scratched his head, his face full of doubts. Strange, how come it's gone? He didn't associate it with theft at all. The palace is so strict, with countless powerful people. Who would dare to set foot here? There should be a mistake in the secret history. Yes, that must be it. Inside the martial house, Jun Shangtian is reading a book. There was a steaming bowl of porridge on the table, and he frowned when he tasted it. Instead of the freshness and smoothness of the previous one, there was just mediocrity. The cookhouse is such a pig's brain. It can't even make porridge well. His voice was deep. Someone. Chapter 15. It's not Junzi. It's Junzi. Master. The maid stepped into the study and stood respectfully. Jun Shangtian's eyes went cold. Didn't I say that no one is allowed to serve in except for the midnight snacks made by Z? Take it down and send old Zhao from the cookhouse over. The maid was terrified and hurriedly took away the evening meal. Only then did Jun Shangtian's face look better. His eyes permeated with doting and relief for his youngest son. In his heart, Junji was the first filial son in the world. Recently, he's been busy with the Purple Capital Heavens Pride Tournament, so it's normal that he doesn't have time to make a midnight snack. For 3 years, he has been making nightly snacks for me day and night, and even serving them himself, so he really cares for me as a father. In comparison, what is that rebellious son who broke his finger to return the favor? How can people be so different from each other? Jun Xiangtian was 10,000% satisfied with his youngest son. As soon as he thought of Jun Zizai, anger flared up violently. Jun Zizi is a piece of stinking. It's a far cry from my youngest son. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. It's none other than old Zhao of the cookhouse. Master, the evening meal is not to your liking? Old Zhao was full of doubts. Jun Xiangtian nodded slightly. Don't prepare me a midnight snack during this period of time. And also, if that boy Ziyi wants to go into the stoveroom, you stop him. Is that clear? Old Zhao sniffed and revealed a strange look. This. Somewhat stumped. Say what you have to say. You've been with me for years and still don't know my temper? Jun Xiangtian frowned slightly. Old Zhao thought about it and finally sighed. Master. In fact, young master has never set foot in the cookhouse. Nonsense. Jun Xiangtian shouted out. Then who has made me the midnight snacks in these 3 years? Can't it be that rebellious son who got out of this house? Yes, for 3 years it has been young master Zizi who has cooked your evening meal every night at this time. Old Zhao revealed surprise. So master knew all along? The book in Jun Xiangtian's hand slipped and fell to the ground. His eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. But with it came a nameless fire. You may not know, master, but young master Zizai heard that you had left a dark disease from years of fighting, and that you still don't like to drink medicine. So he asked the pharmacy for a prescription for a medicinal meal. He has been preparing the nightly snacks for 3 years as one day, just so that you can slowly recover. Master, and the prescription for the medicinal meal is still with me. Young master Zizai instructed me not to say much, so I don't dare to say much. Before Jun Xiangtian could get angry, old Zhao spoke out smilingly. In a flash, Jun Xiangtian froze in his chair. It was as if his entire body was immobilized, unable to move. It was no wonder that over the past 3 years, one's dark illness had gradually gotten quite a bit better. As soon as the gentleman was gone, the cough returned. Original, that retrograde son is taking care of himself silently in the dark? Old Zhao, did you receive any favors? Do everything to give that rebel a good word. Jun Xiangtian still didn't believe it and his tone was full of skepticism. The family didn't give him any resources. Where did he get the money to buy herbs? He stared angrily at old Zhao and kept gasping. Old Zhao smiled bitterly. Master, I've been following you for 30 years, from the army to the Wufu. What kind of character do you not know about me? To be honest, I was trying to put in a good word for young master Zizai. What's the point of arguing as a family? It's only true to be in peace and harmony. As for the benefits you mentioned, young master Zizai has fought as hard as he can to stay alive, and he even earns money to buy herbs for you, so how could he possibly give me back favors? Making money? Jun Xiangtian's anger turned to shock and then to doubt. Jun Zizai was the grand young master of the hallowed martial mansion, and he still needed to go out and make money on his own? How is this possible? Did he poison it? Jun Xiangtian's eyes dodged and finally asked sorrowfully. Old Zhao was stunned. A son for the sake of his father's health. Thundering 3 years as one day to make medicinal night snacks for him, but was suspected of poisoning? At this moment, Lao Zhao felt that he should go. People don't even trust their own sons, let alone themselves as outsiders. Do you, even I, not believe in you? Old Zhao revealed a helpless smile. The medicinal meal was made by me as I watched young master Zizai from the sidelines. In that case, I'm also under suspicion? Old Zhao, don't think too much. I didn't mean that. Jun Xiangtian hurriedly got up. Old Zhao had been with him for decades, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a beloved. But, Lao Zhao's heart is dead. He slowly knelt down, his voice trembling. Master, my mother is old, so I hope for understanding. After that, 3 kowtows. Consider it a thank you to Jun Xiangtian for his trust all these years. He then took out the medicinal formula from his sleeve robe, placed it on the table, turned around and left without a hint of hesitation. Jun Xiangtian was completely baffled. He hadn't expected it to come to this at all. In a trance, it was as if he saw the medicinal meal cooked by his rebellious son in the cookhouse, so carefully, so meticulously, with an expectant smile on his face that his father would get well soon. Why don't you say so? Why don't you say it retrograde? Jun Xiangtian clenched his fists. Finally, he ordered the congregation to be assembled and prepared for the temple lecture. Jun Ziyi had just returned home when Wei Wen immediately came, his demeanor respectful. Young Master Ziyi, Master and the others are waiting for you in the hall. Not resting this late? Jun Zi was a bit surprised, but he didn't think much about it and walked towards the hall. As he brushed past, Wei Wen lowered his voice and said, "Late night snack." Jun Zi's footsteps lurched and his pupils contracted, but soon he recovered and nodded without a trace. Jun Zi pushed open the door. The atmosphere was oppressive and dreary. In addition to their parents, the eldest sister, Jun Baiyao, and the third sister, Jun Yun Xin, were also among them. Jun Yunxin was still constantly making eyes at him. "Father, mother, why haven't you rested yet?" Jun Zi had already thought of a countermeasure as he walked in. Appearing subdued, Jun Shangtian couldn't believe that his youngest son would deceive himself until now. His voice lowered as he said, "Zi, during these 3 years of late-night snacks, were you the one who did it or not?" Jun Zi shook his head. "No, it was my brother who did it." "Then why did you say you did it?" Jun Shangtian's tone was slightly cold. Jun Ji revealed a bitter smile. "Father, brother at first wanted to end to you. It just so happened that you were reading a book. See him standing there. You yelled 'Get out,' but also kicked him in the stomach. And then he discussed with me, can brothers cooperate? I did not want to agree, because this is my brother's filial piety. How can I get my hands on it? But my brother ended up in a hurry, and I had no choice but to agree to it." Morong Binger sniffed and stared angrily at Jun Shangtian, tears sliding straight down in her eyes and wetting her cheeks. She couldn't even begin to imagine how sad Self had to be at that moment. "Jun Shangtian, why did you kick him?" she said angrily. Jun Shangtian looked a little flustered. "How was I to know that he was sending me a midnight snack? Count me as wrong for blaming him. Okay. Waiting for him to come back and kneel for fewer days is considered making up for it." Beside him, Jun Biao's eyes were also slightly red. "It's hard to imagine how hard it must have been for my brother's heart after some of his filial piety was spurned. Che, who knows if he poisoned it?" Jun Yunxin muttered. Jun Shangtian hurriedly changed the topic. "This matter of Zi credit is huge. No to sympathize with father's body. Later you go to take a few punching spirit fruit to serve, and nourish your body properly. Ji's filial piety is commendable, worthy of being mother's good son." Morong Binger also slightly collected her anger and nodded her head in delight. Self is also very filial. Seeing that her family had eased up quite a bit on ZZ, Jun Baiyao hurriedly opened her mouth. "Father and mother, why don't we let Jun Xian's Wan Chi Lu go gather intelligence and bring ZZ home?" "Don't! I'm not going to see that trash's intelligence and dirty my Wan Chi Lu." Jun Yunxin was extremely dissatisfied and resistant. Jun Shangtian nodded his head instead, his gaze ghostly cold. "Hurry up and tell him to get his ass back here. This whole broken finger thing isn't over yet." Jun Yunxin returned to her room, her mouth constantly cursing Jun Zizai. "Rubbish, dead trash. Why didn't you die earlier? Still want to come back? Yuck. Maggot," she cursed, disgusted to the core. Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open. A playful laugh came. "Third sister, why are you so angry? Did that dead dog Jun Zizai mess with you again?" Chapter 16, Past Events. Opening of a small shop. Jun Yunxin looked towards the doorway and instantly revealed a look of surprise. "Fifth sister, why have you come back?" Standing in the doorway, it was Jun Ziyue, the fifth oldest in the family, with a tall and delicate body. She seemed to have a smile with a hint of quirkiness, and the chest of her black robe was woven with gold threads to form a single word, war. Jun Ziyue had excellent talent and had been spotted by the War God Palace at a very young age, and had cultivated to the point where she was now an inner disciple of the War God Palace, and was well known in the Green Dragon dynasty. Jun Yunxin happily jumped out of bed and embraced her fifth sister, showing how deep their feelings for each other were. "Did that dead dog upset you again?" Jun Ziyue pouted, her tone disgruntled. Jun Yunxin pulled her to sit down and informed Jun Zizi of the matter of breaking his finger to return the favor. "Oh, he has that kind of vigor? Don't worry, he must be harboring somewhere waiting for us to find him. It's a despicable way to coerce us into begging him to come home." Jun Ziyue lifted her chin and scoffed at Jun Ziyue's approach. Jun Yunxin nodded her head repeatedly. "I was thinking the same thing, but father, mother and big sister are going to let me use Wan Chi Lu to gather intelligence. The thought of having information about such people in my Wan Chi building makes me sick to my stomach." Hearing this, Jun Ziyue revealed a hint of a bad smile. "Sister, if you have any news of that dead dog, notify me at the first opportunity." "Fifth sister, you are trying to..." Jun Yunxin raised her eyebrows. "His existence will only bring shame to the martial house. I have a way to make the dead dog's life worse than death." Jun Ziyue's jade hands rested on her cheeks as she smiled like a flower. "So beautiful. but with such a vicious mind. It was hard to believe that they were born from the same parents as Jun Zizai. Jun Yunshin was stunned. The one who was the most ruthless to Jun Zizai in this family was none other than the fifth sister. When he thought about it, Jun Zizi had just returned to the Marshall mansion. He was slapped a dozen times by Jun Ziyu just because his left foot stepped into her courtyard. Jun Ziyue also used 10 silver needles to pierce into Jun Ziyu's nails, causing him to tremble in pain and turn pale, almost screaming out, "If you scream out, I'll never speak to you again." Jun Ziyue pretended to be angry, then stabbed Jun Ziyue's nails with a silver needle. Just like that, Jun Zizi fainted on the spot from the pain. Don't dare make a sound the whole time. Thinking of that scene, Jun Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The fifth sister is too ruthless, not as kind as myself, and just using poison. Stubbing your toe and finger, that's a trauma. Others can tell at a glance. It's a good poison. No one else will even notice. Jun Ziyue suddenly perked up. Third sister, do you remember the Lantern Festival that year? Lights will be. Oh, ha ha ha, remember. Jun Yunshin looked at the ceiling and also revealed a charming smile. It was the second year that Jun Zizi had returned for the Lantern Festival. They went out happily as a family, only to be reminded by the housekeeper Lu Zhong. It turned out that they had forgotten about Jun Zizi. In the way, they could only lead him impatiently. At that time, Jun Zizi was very happy. It's nice to be together as a family. Guess the riddles. Enjoy the lanterns, and the warmth of your family. But Jun Yunshin and Jun Ziyue did not think so. They secretly poisoned the water and then handed it to Jun Zizai. Jun Zizi thought that the two sisters were taking care of her and was very moved to drink it. As a result, it didn't take long for him to feel a cramping pain in his abdomen, and he hurriedly tried to seek the outhouse. If you leave, don't come back in this life. The family brought you out with great difficulty, and you're such a spoilsport? What does father think? What does mother think? Jun Ziyue directly morally kidnapped. Jun Zizi panicked, not daring to leave at all. His face was bloodless and sad the whole way. In the end, they couldn't help themselves and directly defecated in public, causing a foul odor and receiving countless abuses. Because of this, Morong Binger scolded him. After returning home, Jun Shangtian even lashed Jun Zizai with 50 lashes. Waste! You've reduced the martial house to a laughingstock. I'll punish you for not being allowed to enter the house. You really have learned the savagery of the witch barbarian dynasty, not knowing the discipline of human ethics, and using the toilet in the street, disgracing my face. Jun Zizai, mother is disappointed in you. What do you think qualifies you to inherit the Jun name? The scolding of his parents caused this holy dragon son, who hadn't even shed a tear in the witch barbarian dynasty, to shed tears of shame. Jun Yunshin and Jun Ziyu, on the other hand, burst out laughing, their eyes full of mockery and disdain. Inside the room, the sisters hooted with laughter. Every time they thought about it, they were overjoyed. Third sister, don't you hate that dead dog? Jun Ziyu saw Jun Yunshin nodding her head and smiled wryly. When the time comes to inform me of his location, I'll go and chop off his 9 fingers and force him not to allow him to return home. He's never dared to disobey my words. Jun Yunshin was startled. Cut off all your fingers? Wouldn't that make Jun Zizi truly disqualified from living? If he starves to death, then it's none of our business. Jun Ziyue laughed meaningfully. Jun Yunshin shrugged. Now that she said that, let's listen to her. Nobody in this family likes that guy anyway. Purple capital. Crackle. Fiery red firecrackers were ignited with a fierce popping sound. A plaque is revealed under the red cloth. OP, there's a grocery store for everything. As of today, Jun Zizi's estate is officially open. Congratulations on the opening. Autumn Frost. Little Autumn Frost opened a store at a young age. Much better than us. In the future, when we come to buy things, remember to count cheaper. Ha ha ha. Simple smiles rose on the faces of neighbors, and they kept applauding. Jun Zizai was also very happy and laughed. Grandparents, aunties and uncles, I'll pay half price for all of you when you come to buy things. These days he gets along especially well with his neighbors. There was Grandma Lin who cared about his meals, Grandpa Zhou who came over to play chess with him from time to time, and the uncles and aunts who shushed him. As it turns out, the earth is still warm. Neighbors smiled and nodded and didn't crowd around. They had to be allowed to open their doors for business. Jun Zizi placed the written signboards out. The red paper reads, pills, weapons, and spirit talismans are all for sale, and you can go out and set up formations. The next step is to wait for business. He wiped away the sweat in anticipation. Roar! Phew! The roars of beasts and air-breaking sounds rang out from above. Also wrapped in powerful and thick aura fluctuations, As the Heaven's Pride tournament approached, countless powerful people rushed to the purple capital. When there are more people, the sound will be mixed, and it will be hard to take a nap in the future. Grandma Lin, on her crutches, was also looking at the sky inside. Jun Zz was just about to respond with a few words. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. He captured the business opportunity. Since even mortals found it noisy and difficult to sleep, let alone martial artists, the Five Gods Chaos book recorded Dan formulas, artifact formulas, spiritual symbols, and naturally, formations. Among them are formations that require no materials. For example, the mute array only requires mental power and item placement. Just sell the mute array. Jun Zz heatedly smiled, as if he had seen the white flowery spirit coins beckoning to him. Open and dry. Cheer for the good life. Chapter 17, Digging Your Ancestral Graves? Why are you so angry? Yuan Long Shan. The mist spreads. Thousands of miles hazy, vaguely visible mountains, like a real dragon turning its body, forming a sinuous and rugged spectacle. It is heavily guarded, and a warrant or imperial decree is required to enter. If not, kill them on the spot. Where is this place? It's the tomb of the Green Dragon Dynasty. It is also the location of the ancestral vein, where the strongest members of the dynasties are buried. Buzz. The wet earth suddenly squirmed, as if some small animal was turning over the soil. Immediately afterward, half a fat head burrowed out of the dirt. Those quirky eyes. It's still an alien pupil. The left eye is crimson and the right eye is dark blue. Black fluctuations lingered around it, gently rotating like a yin and yang fish. Penetrate the netherworld and see through destiny. I could tell on the day of the enshrinement ceremony that there was a lack of chi in the Green Dragon Dynasty. And it was true. Fatty let out a cold laugh. His name is Chaosen. There is also a very loud name, Yin Yang Tianzun. If one knew Chaosen, they would call him very affectionately a grave robber. He doesn't have a particularly good reputation. Don't feel it myself though. If you're dead, you're dead. What's the point of burying so many goodies? You might as well give them to the living. With his gifted yin and yang technique, Chaosen was able to vanish in the earth at will without the slightest bit of hindrance. When he encountered the formation, the three-sword jade pendant on his waist gently shook, and his entire body passed through the formation and went straight into the depths of the imperial tomb. Jun Taiji? The father of the current emperor? Take it, Juanshi? Well, it's still a red-powdered skeleton. The poor Taoist seeks wealth, not sex. You continue to lie down. Jie, worthy of being an imperial tomb, there are just so many treasures. Chao Sun, who had vanished into the great tomb, was filled with ecstasy. He frantically collected heavenly materials and wailed with pleasure. However, he was also very cautious, always using his underworld quenching yin-yang eyes to observe his surroundings, avoiding being discovered by the powerful people guarding the imperial tomb. The intelligence really wasn't wrong. The Green Dragon Dynasty's imperial tomb really does have a soul-quenching divine liquid. Arriving at the 8th tomb, Chaosen couldn't help but get excited. The materials are all ready, and I have the Dan formula. So next, I just need to find a person with powerful chi or a dragon chi holder to refine the Dan for me and I'll be successful. He silently clenched his fists. Chaosen thought about it. Should he continue? Finally, he narrowed his small eyes. Come all the way. If we didn't take more, wouldn't we be sorry for the lack of virtue of the Green Dragon Dynasty? Then, Chaosen touched a few more big tombs, smiling from ear to ear, but he was also detected by the strongest person in the town guards that something was wrong. What kind of curmudgeon dares to enter the imperial tomb at night, looking for death? A drinking roar spread throughout the imperial tomb. The strongest of the strong opened their eyes and their killing machines rushed to the sky. Chaosen staggered. Finished. He immediately picked up the talisman paper and affixed it to both his hands and feet, and all of a sudden, his entire body was like an earth dragon traveling thousands of miles. Die. At that moment, the township guardian powerhouse killed. A murderous intent swept through the air, and between the flipping of his hand and slapping down, the sky shook and the stars seemed to be crashing down as he killed Chaosen below with all his might. It's just digging your ancestral grave. Why are you so angry? Chaosen cursed and immediately pulled out a cauldron containing a large amount of incense ash with 3 half-burned incense sticks. As soon as the cauldron came out, the space of thousands of miles around seemed to stand still that way. Even that palm became slow. With such a wobbly effort, Chaosen escaped smoothly. The green hills will never change. The green water will always flow. This father will come back again. All of you please stay. Jia. When the space returned to normal, the township's strongest man's face was ironic as he stared at the disappearing aura in death. Inform Jun Gaowu to pursue this person with all his might. I will take his blood and sacrifice it to my ancestors. The theft of the imperial tomb was naturally impossible to publicize, and it didn't have much to do with the martial house that was far away from the imperial capital. Today, the Wufu was celebrating with joy. Because of the pride of the family, Jun Ziyue and Jun Jianlan went home. Jun Shangtian and Morong Binger revealed smiles that were rare these days. But not long after returning home, Jun Jianlan learned of what Jun Zizai had done, and instantly a murderous aura filled his eyes, which were ice cold. It's getting really licentious. Does he still have parents in his eyes? He's not even a son. Where is he? Find him at once. Father, why don't you enforce the family rules? It's because of your indulgence that Jun Zizai has contracted these vices. When he comes back, I'll have to discipline him daily with house rules. Jun Jianlan's character was much like Jun Shangtian's, even more vicious than him. Jun Yunxin raised her hands high. Second sister is mighty. Jun Ziyue gave a thumbs up. Second sister is good. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Remember not to let this rebellious son make any more waves. Jun Shangtian felt quite reasonable. Morong Binger's eyes reddened. Battle Orchid, don't go too far. That child feels he's been wronged. After all, the place he lives isn't very good. It's the dog kennel in the alleyway outside. How does he deserve to live in the martial mansion? A dog's nest for him to live in is just being polite. Jun Jianlan hummed, his lips tinged with thick disdain. Jun Ji wanted to say something, but finally came out to discourage him. Father, mother, sisters, brother just can't figure it out for a while. Don't beat him or scold him. The family should be reunited and, Ji, you're just too kind. That's why you're being bullied by that punk. Jun Jianlan interrupted, a look of hatred on his face. Jun Zi shrunk his head and said in a resigned whisper, because my heart aches when I see you angry. Second sister. Hearing these words, Jun Jianlan's heart warmed as he reached out and wiped his brother's head. Why is the difference so big when you're both brothers? Here, this is the blood-drinking berserker blade that second sister forged for you. Earth rank higher. She smiled faintly, and a battle knife emerged from her jade hand. The body of the blade was snow white, as if it was carved from ice crystals, with terrifying fluctuations permeating the entire body, and a scarlet ruby was inlaid at the end of the hilt, adding a touch of secrecy to the whole. Jun Ziyi held it in his hands, joy spreading across his face, simply loving it. Jun Shangtian laughed. With this precious sword, the Purple Capital Heaven's Pride tournament is no big deal. This time Battle Orchid you guys are accompanying Ziyi. Yes, father. Jun Jianlan and the girls nodded, also confident in their good brother. At this time, the martial mansion resounded with laughter. Ji, the Grand Clan Elder asked me to send this item. Make sure you perform well. The 10 clan elders showed up. With a gentle wave of his hand, a body-colored armor emerged with thousands of dragon scales attached to it, which immediately disappeared into Jun Ziyi's body. It was another Earth rank higher treasure. By the way, after this battle, the clan elders said that they would choose a marriage for you. The 10 clan elders smiled as they stroked their whiskers. Would it be too early? Morong Binger was a bit reluctant to let go of her good son. Early is a bit early, but the other party is the number one beauty of the Witch Barbarian dynasty. The 10 clan elder laughed loudly. At that time, Ziyi's status will be even more noble than the sacred dragon's son, and will be the number one symbol of the Green Dragon dynasty. Jun Ziyi's eyes shook as he was ecstatic inside. Morong Binger wanted to say something, but Jun Shangtian waved his hand. Listen to the arrangements of the imperial dynasty. This matter is very important. Soon, the people had arranged everything and were about to head to the purple capital. Almost forgot about it. Jun Jianlan suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly went back to her room and took out a pot of strange flowers, but she saw that the flowers were slightly withered, devoid of their usual vigor. What's going on? Jun Jianlan's willow brows furrowed. For some reason, there was some restlessness inside. Second sister, what's wrong with you? Jun Biao inquired at the sight. It's okay, big sister, let's go. Jun Jianlan shook his head and pushed down the uneasiness in his heart. Afterwards, the Jun family set off in great numbers, heading for the purple capital. Purple capital. As more and more Heaven's Pride arrived, the atmosphere became more and more noisy and boisterous. It was difficult for martial artists to meditate and cultivate. At that moment, a little guy came along. He looked left and right and mysteriously said, "Dude, you want to do something cool?" Chapter 18. This is a genius formation master. The two martial artists were taken aback. How can someone do this kind of business in broad daylight? Let's savor it. Is it that when you are cultivating, the sounds around you are noisy and you can never feel at ease? Jun Zizai continued. The smiles on the two martial artists' faces froze. Turns out it's decent. The older martial artist glared at Jun Zizai and said without a trace of anger, "So what if it is? Can you still make them all shut up?" "I definitely can't. But giving the two lords a quiet environment is still doable." Jun Zizi smiled faintly. The young martial artist came to be interested. "How do you charge?" "A mute formation, 10 spirit coins, lasts for 12 hours. Jun Zizi said immediately. 10 spirit coins? The two martial artists looked at each other, but they were not expensive. For an ordinary formation master to set up a heart cultivation formation or a soul leveling formation, it would be hundreds or even thousands of spirit coins, if not more. 10 spirit coins is nothing. Then try it, they promised. The two then took their seats straight away. This was a restaurant, and the incessant sounds of pushing and laughing and cursing, coupled with all the noises from outside the Zidu, really did make people uncontrollably distracted. Jun Zizi pulled out a bag of stones from his arms and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, inside the chaos furnace, the mute array operated silently. The spiritual energy transformed into a thread and merged into the stone, forming a mysterious rhythm with each other. Buzz! The dark eyes opened. Jun Zizi placed the stone in a specific corner of the wine table and then once again pulled in his spiritual energy to converge into a party formation. All of a sudden, all sounds blocked down and became quiet and peaceful. The two martial artists immediately revealed expressions of surprise. "If you wish to disarm the silent sound formation, just move the stone in the western position by 1 inch. Jun Zizi pointed at the stone. His forehead was oozing sweat and his eyes were slightly tired. The silencing formation wasn't even considered a first-rate formation, but it was still a bit of a struggle for him. "Interesting. If I come to the purple capital in the future, I'll still let you set it up." The young martial artist smiled and pulled out 10 spirit coins. Jun Zizi reached out and took it, revealing a sunny smile. "Okay. My store is on Qingshui Street, called What All Have Grocery Store." He walked out of the restaurant. The spirit coins in his hand were cold, but his heart was warm. The first deal came through. Make money hard. With money, I can refine pills and enhance my cultivation progress. Jun Zizi was walking on the avenue paved with sunlight, as if she had welcomed a new life. In one day, Jun Zizi earned a full 500 spirit coins. He was also inspired to combine a silent array with an aromatic array, allowing the tranquil atmosphere to be filled with a light floral scent. The price is naturally higher, but it was very popular and made a name for itself as a grocery store. The best of both worlds. "May I ask if this is Master Autumn Frost?" Just after returning to the grocery store, Jun Zizi heard shouting. The visitor was a middle-aged man, wearing a brocade robe and 2 mustaches, looking like a shrewd businessman with a bit of money at home. "It's me. What's the matter?" Jun Zizi asked with a smile. "I've heard that your attainments in formations are very high, so I would like to ask if you know how to set up a spirit gathering formation?" The middle-aged man opened the door. He hadn't been in the Violet Capital for long, and his family needed to set up a spirit gathering array to assist the child's cultivation. Most importantly, this formation master named Autumn Frost's price was a bit lower than that of an unusual formation master. Jun Zizai guessed what he was thinking and was not angry. Smiling indifferently. "Yes, will you bring your own materials or shall I?" "We bring our own," the middle-aged merchant hurriedly said, waving his hand and inviting Jun Zizi to head to his home. The merchant's home was quite large, a large 3-entry mansion with a back garden, and a great martial arts master was leading the teenager in cultivation. The Grand Martial Master merely glanced at Jun Zizai and paid no more attention. A 4th-grade martial artist was nothing. Gathering spirit stone, small een wood, large yang bone. Well, the materials are all complete. Jun Zizi took the bag handed to him by the middle-aged merchant and nodded slightly. He slowly sat down on the ground. The spirit gathering formation had already been constructed within the chaos furnace. He only needed to follow the order. Soon, one piece of material flew out of Jun Zizi's hand and struck into the ground, soil, flower beds, and other places. Immediately afterward, pure spiritual energy surged out, constructing a formation pattern that swallowed heaven and earth's aura, enveloping the entire back garden. These formations contained golden patterns. As soon as it appeared, it gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, filling every corner of the back garden, soothing the body and mind. "All right." Jun Zizi got up. The middle-aged businessman was stunned. So soon? He had thought that arranging the spirit gathering formation was very tedious, but he hadn't expected it to be so easy. However, the middle-aged merchant did not delay and immediately took out 300 spirit coins and handed them over to Jun Zizai, who cupped his fists and left. "Good guy. Less than half an incense stick earned me 300 spirit coins. the middle-aged businessman exclaimed. In the future, I'm going to have my son learn formations as well. At this time that Grand Martial Master walked over with a grave expression. Master, you've earned a great deal. Oh, how? The middle-aged businessman wondered. This isn't an ordinary first-grade spirit-gathering formation, but a supreme first-grade spirit-gathering formation, comparable to an inferior second-grade spirit-gathering formation. The Grand Martial Master's eyes were filled with awe. He recalled that he actually looked down on Junzi Zai. His face was incomparably ashamed. You gave him a price a little lower than the market price, yet he didn't stick to the smallest of things, so you can see his pattern and heart. I'm sure this is a genius formation, master. The middle-aged businessman was sweating like a pig. Why am I so stupid? He couldn't wait to slap himself twice. A genius formation master dared to take advantage of him. Stupid to the extreme. The Grand Martial Master sighed with emotion. He should be hiding his true realm. The purple capital truly has hidden tigers and dragons. Moreover, this to the first-grade spirit-gathering formation. At least 1,000 spirit coins. People are true masters. The two of them sighed more and felt that Junzi was open-minded. Actually, if Junzi knew about this, he would have to jump up in anger. The price difference between the inferior first-grade spirit-gathering array and the supreme first-grade spirit-gathering array was a full 700 spirit coins. Junzi must have yelled, "That's all my money!" Over the course of 3 days, Junzi made an explosive profit of 2,500 spirit coins by relying on the mute array fragrance array. Together with setting up the spirit-gathering formation, they earned a total of 3,000 spirit coins. It made him happy. Boss, give me 10 bunches of ice sugar spirit fruits. The first thing he did to make money was to spend it on the ice sugar spirit fruit that he couldn't afford to eat in the first place. Sweet and sour. The bites are especially tasty. Junzi was happy in his heart. It's good to have money. The warm-up match for the Heaven's Pride tournament has begun. Suddenly, someone yelled out. Junzi hurriedly followed behind, then climbed onto the roof and became an onlooker. On a white stone ring, 2 figures were like thunder and fire. Sword lights and shadows swirling in the void, occasionally erupting with strong aura fluctuations, causing the crowd to gasp in shock. Soon one of them appeared disheveled, and there were cries of regret. The battle raged on and 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 on, yelling, "Ouch! Misty grass! This sword, the Great Sword King Sek's sword art is just awesome." Junzi was acting as the atmosphere team, gnawing on the ice sugar spirit fruit while pounding his chest. The Yellow Spring sect is really a sparrow pecking at a cow's bird food is awesome. Junzi shouted out such a sentence at the same time as someone else. Turning back, eyes collided. Chaosun looked at the young man in front of him, and actually had a feeling that he had met him. Junzi handed out the ice sugar spirit fruit and Chaosun took it and nibbled on it before continuing to look at the ring battle, like longtime friends with a tacit understanding. It's good to have a show, Junzi muttered to himself with a smile. Chaosun nodded his head repeatedly. That's right, cultivation should be done slowly. Happiness is the most important thing. Junzi was stunned at first, then laughed. Well, a pleasure is what counts. He's enjoying his time right now. There's money to be made, and you can afford it if you want it. It's tens of thousands of times better than that devil's den in the imperial capital. Just then, an extremely familiar voice came to his ears. Brother! Chapter 19, The Jun family arrives at the purple capital. The last stubbornness. The smile on Junzi's face froze and his demeanor became indifferent. Only a group of people appeared in the sky above the purple capital. They were riding the green forest beasts, and each of their faces could be described as beautiful, causing the crowd of martial artists to reveal their infatuation. It's the Jun family coming. Jun Bagyo, Jun Zhanlan, Jun Yunshin, Jun Ziyue, and the rising star of the Jun family, Jun Zi. The Jun family's bloodline is so strong. The girls are all beautiful, and the gentleman is even a watch of the heavens and the sun. Whoever is born into the Jun family is truly blessed in 10 lifetimes. The crowd looked up with envy and jealousy. The void. Jun Bagyo pouted. Brother Z, don't rush too fast. Be careful of falling down. Big sister, you are just like mother, caring for me in every way. Jun Yunshin smiled playfully. Jun Zhanlan smiled faintly. Elder sister is like a mother, going out in the absence of mother. Elder sister naturally has to restrain us. I don't know who's blessed enough to marry our big sister home in the future. Jun Ziyue teased. Even if she marries, big sister is still in charge. Jun Ziyi was full of pride. Jun Baiyao's pretty face slightly reddened as she glared at them. A bunch of stinky girls and brats. Even big sister dares to molest them, right? The family was playing and joking around in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Jun ZZ on the roof was like two worlds away from them. The Jun family stood tall and was worshipped by countless people. Jun ZZ was calm and serene, a weed thrown into the crowd without half a ripple. Going first. He smiled faintly towards Chaosen and turned to leave. Today's Jun ZZ does not want to get involved with the Jun family in any way, and does not even want to see this group of people wearing false masks. We'll watch it together sometime. Chaosen shouted. It was rare for him to meet someone so right-tempered. He then glanced at the Jun family that had landed, the corners of his mouth lifting in mockery. The Green Dragon dynasty that's in the middle of the day? The chi dissipates. The Imperial tomb is stolen. The Dragon vein is lost. And the community is lacking in virtue. Let you all be arrogant for some more time. Chaosen laughed coldly in his heart. He's ready to go, too. But the moment he turned around, Chaosen looked at the bustling purple capital and fell into deep thought. In fact, after he ran away from the Imperial tomb, he did not intend to enter the purple capital, but only inadvertently used the underworld quenching yin-yang eyes to see that there was actually a majestic dragon energy lurking here. Ordinary chi lookout techniques and dragon search techniques were almost impossible to recognize dragon chi. Even if there is, it's just skin deep. The underworld quenching yin and yang eyes are different. It can hold the dragon vein and measure good and bad luck. Born to eat the shades of the world. Gathering dragon technique. Open. Chaosen's eyes blossomed with a strange light as he looked down on the entire purple capital. In a flash, his vision all changed. A channel of chi was intertwined in the sky above the violet capital, forming a giant vortex that constantly rotated. In the meantime, Chaosen's eyes gradually oozed blood, obviously under tremendous pressure. Found it. He Jiejia sneered and his figure disappeared in place. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. How could someone who possesses dragon energy be in such a place? Chaosen walked along the pathway, his brows constantly furrowing. The dragon chi is a sign of great wealth and prosperity. This Clearwater Street was the slum of the purple capital, inhabited by a large number of mortals and aborigines. Wouldn't a man of great wealth be here? Buzz. The undercurrent quenching yin-yang eyes captured the dragon's chi permeating out from an old house. Chaosen immediately stopped and looked up. There's a grocery store for everything. The corner of Chaosen's mouth twitched slightly. Is that name serious? What's with the accent? Inside the house, Jun ZZ sensed someone standing outside and thought it was a guest, immediately welcoming them. Opened the door and eyes collide. This moment is just like the other moment. Brother, we are truly destined. Jun ZZ slowed down and cupped his fists and arched his hands. What do you need? Before the words were finished, he saw Chaosen's eyes shrinking and even began to spill blood, and his two legs were shaking violently, as if he had seen some unimaginable monster. Jun ZZ hurriedly helped him to sit on the chair and said suspiciously, Brother, are you peeping at the men's house going to the toilet? This is all long and pin-eyed and bleeding. Chaosen almost fell to the ground at the sound of it. How could I, a yin-yang heavenly father, do such a classless thing? He shouted in his heart. Immediately afterward, Chaosen tried to open his eyes. The sight was blood red. Boundless dragon chi lingered on Jun ZZ's body surface, as if it was endless and majestic as the sea. How could the Violet Capital have such a terrifying dragon chi controller? And, it's still only a 4th grade martial artist. Chaosen was so shocked that he couldn't catch his breath for a while. And that's not even the most appalling. In front of me, this dragon chi is so huge and thick that it seems to come from an ancient imperial dynasty dragon vein. Chaosen has been to countless imperial tombs. Even if all those dragon veins add up, not even 1% of what's in front of us. Jun ZZ was unaware of Chaosen's mental activities. He narrowed his eyes, scandalized. In front of me, this fat man has grown needle eyes, but also looked at me gasping for air. Does he have anything against me? Mind blown. Could it be that you want to be a man on top of a man? He silently copied the red brick that was padded under the table, and then look at Cao Sen. He began to calculate in his mind. This person is unpredictable and should never be offended. Besides, he needed his help with his own affairs. First make a good relationship, then cultivate feelings, and only let him help in the end, so as not to be sat on. Chaosen instantly hit the ground running. He closed his eyes, flicked his robe, and revealed a smile. Boss, can I reserve a potion? Yes, but I can only refine 1st grade pills at the moment. How much do you need? Jun ZZ gently put down the red brick and revealed a standard smile. So it was a guest. The corner of Chaosen's mouth twitched. A pint? That's not helpful. Cursing, his mouth was honest. 100 chi gathering pills. 100 bleeding stopping pills. Jun ZZ's eyes lit up. A big order had come. According to the market price, a chi gathering pill was about 20 spirit coins, and a hemostasis pill was 15 spirit coins, totaling 3,005 spirit coins. Deducting the materials netted about $2,500. Yes, about 2 days. Jun ZZ nodded repeatedly. Chaosun naturally didn't care about this as he waved his hand and looked at Jun ZZ with an incomparably sincere look. Before that, I would like to make a request. Jun ZZ's heart was shocked once more. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Gotta raise the money. It's the last of the stubbornness." Purple Capital, White Cloud Palace. This was the most luxurious inn in the Purple Capital. Built on top of the clouds, as if it was an earthly paradise with lingering clouds. The Jun family naturally stayed here. Jun Zi was calling out to his sisters, ready to take a stroll through the Purple Capital. "I'm on my way." Jun Janlan was about to go for a stroll. Before she left, the corner of her eye scanned the Ansatsuka flower, and a pair of beautiful eyes contracted steeply. How is this possible? Chapter 20. Have we misunderstood him? At the windowsill, a strange flower swaying in the wind. It has a lavender rootstock, rooted in the soil, and extends upward into fluorescent lingering flower buds. If such a strange thing is full of vigor, it is bound to be pleasing to the eye, but at this time, it is completely devoid of vigor, as if it is about to wither and die. This caused Jun Janlan, who had been unperturbed by the collapse of Tarzan, to panic all of a sudden. She hurriedly took out the spring whale spirit liquid and watered the Ansatsuki flower with hope in her eyes, expecting it to revive. One must know that the spring whale spiritual liquid was an extremely rare heavenly treasure, and just one sip could allow a martial king powerhouse to recover 50% of his injuries. It is even a winning treasure in a fight. Such a treasure was used to irrigate the Ansatsuka flower, so it was evident that Jun Janlan was extravagant to the extreme. However, the tranquilizer flower was unresponsive and remained shriveled. "If Brother Ze sees it, what should we do?" Jun Janlan was distressed and flustered. She knew that the Inshin flower was cultivated by her little brother's own hands, and even took her own essence blood to irrigate it many times. So it could be said that it took a lot of hard work to cultivate a seed into its present form. I remembered that when Jun Janlan had gotten the tranquilizer flower, he was so moved that he cried outright. Then, she backhanded and viciously insulted Jun Zizai, who was standing not far away. "Look at Z, then look at you, all day long. You're so coy. But if you had 10% of their manhood, you wouldn't have to live in a kennel." Jun Zz's eyes, which were full of expectation, were dimmed by these two curses and could only leave sadly. Now that the Inshin flower had withered, Jun Janlan was worried that his brother's peace of mind had withered. Moreover, one's own divine soul infestation could not be suppressed. Due to the fact that she had been guarding the border for many years, she had often clashed with the witch barbarian dynasty and the demon race, and it was even more inevitable that they would kill each other. The more you kill, the colder your mind becomes. But June Warland was different. The reason why she possessed the battle power of a second-grade martial emperor at less than 30 years of age was because of the heavenly rank low-grade technique, the killing cannon. The killing code is that the more living beings you kill, the faster your realm will improve. But the disadvantage is also very big. You need to bear the killing intent to infest your soul for many years. That is, the soul contamination. Either the willpower is strong enough to carry it hard, either you get a heavenly treasure similar to the tranquilizing flower to appease the divine soul. Therefore, she valued the Ansarine flower extremely highly and took it with her wherever she went, caring for it carefully. Second sister, are you done? It's not easy to get out. Go shopping. Jun Zi, Jun Yunshin and Jun Ziyue, their voices rang out. Jun Baiyao was a little surprised to see that her second sister was not there. Jun Janlan had always been the most time-conscious, and she was definitely the first to arrive at this kind of party. So how come she was missing today instead? There are questions. You guys go first, I'll go call out to Battle Orchid, Jun Baguio said. The three of them, Jun Zi, nodded their heads in succession and rode the green forest beast, departing happily. When Jun Baguio knocked on the door of her second sister's room and pushed it in, she saw Jun Janlan staring blankly at the tranquilizer flowers. She naturally knew the side effects of the killing code. Subconsciously, she thought that her second sister had been infested by her divine soul, and that was why she was in a trance for so long, and she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Hard work. Jun Baguio hugged her sister with gentle eyes. The so-called eldest sister is like a mother. Go out. Parents are not around. Naturally, she is the one to comfort her younger sisters and brothers. Jun Janlan buried his head between his big sister's peaks and received some comfort. But when he turned his head and saw the Ansatsuka flower, his complexion dimmed once again. Big sister, It's my fault. It's my tranquilizer flower that withered. If it withers, my brother will surely be sad. It's his heart's blood that he nurtured with his essence. I'm more afraid that the divine soul infestation will be worse from now on and will turn into a cutie. She was so disheartened that she almost cried. Jun Biao gently stroked her second sister's hair, but after returning those words to her, her heartbroken expression violently turned into consternation. Second sister. I never gave Ziyi the Ansatsuka flower seed. She spoke coldly. There are 3 reasons for the withering of the Ansatsuki flower. One is that it hasn't been irrigated by the essence and blood provider for a long time. The second is that it is self-protective and withers briefly when it comes to new places. Third, it is too distant from the essence blood provider, and the blood relationship is broken. As a pill refiner, Jun Bagyo knew this well. Jun Zhanlan lifted his head, his expression stunned. Ziyi has been with us all this time, and these 3 points are not satisfied. Could it be that he did not cultivate this tranquilizing flower? Jun Biao raised an eyebrow. Could it be Jun Zizai? Seeing that Jun Zhanlan was about to retort, she continued, tranquil flower seeds are rare and extremely difficult to cultivate. Even I have failed to cultivate them many times. When Jun Zizai saw that I was troubled, he said that he should try it, so I threw it to him and then forgot about it. No way. There's no way he bred it. He's a coward, a waste of space, who only knows how to follow us like a dog all day long. How can he be capable of such things? Jun Zhanlan breathed heavily, unable to believe the answer. Jun Bagyo's eyes reddened slightly when she heard this. You know what? In fact, my alchemist's robe was hand-washed by Jun Zizi himself. Thousands of days and nights over these 3 years. Upon hearing this, Jun Zhanlan's pupils contracted violently. She knew how hard it was to wash alchemist robes. That coward went to such lengths for them? He's a great young man of the martial house. A man of 10,000. Second sister. I've been having people look for him all these days. And, Jun Biao's cheeks shed 2 lines of tears. Did we misunderstand him? No way. Jun Zhanlan shook his head directly, his eyes somewhat glazed over. He came back from the witch barbarian dynasty with a stinking problem. Stealing from him, molesting his heart. He's done all sorts of disgusting things. Sixth sister doesn't want to come home to live. Not because he stares at her with lowly, vile eyes. Even whenever sixth sister talked about Jun Zizi, the disgust and hatred in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Jun Bio sighed. This was a reasonable statement. She wiped her tears. I know. That's why we have to bring him back. Control him and educate him properly. That's for sure. It's because I've been out for too long. That's why he's been so reckless. Jun Zhanlan proudly tilted her neck up, but when she looked at the Inshen flower, she fell a little low. Big sister. The Inshen flower must have been cultivated by Ziyi's younger brother. He, Jun Zzz, is a dog's ass. Then try Ziyi's essence blood and hope that I'm wrong. Jun Bagyo sighed softly. By the time evening rolled around, the 3 of them, Jun Ji, returned to the White Cloud Palace with a cheeky grin, and they bumped into their eldest and second sisters head-on. Jun Zhanlan's demeanor was even more tired than before, and her face was pale as she barely smiled. Ziyi, can you give sister a drop of your essence blood? Jun Ziyi froze, the hesitation in his eyes flickering, and this hint of hesitation was precisely captured keenly by Jun Bagyo. Chapter 21. It's Jun Zizai. It's really him. Jun Ziyi quickly came back to his senses and said with a worried expression. Second sister, is there something wrong with you? How can 1 drop of essence blood be enough? As long as you can use it, even if it's your heart's blood, you go ahead and take it. Jun Zhanlan froze. Brother Ziyi doesn't know? Did he forget the tranquilizer flowers he gave himself? Just 1 drop will do. Second sister will make it up to you. Her voice was as gentle as she could make it, but she still couldn't help but tremble. Jun Ziyi's heart was filled with rejection. Wouldn't this affect the Heaven's Pride tournament? But his eyes were filled with sadness. Second sister, I won't participate in the Heaven's Pride tournament. Let's go home. We mustn't delay your body. Hearing these words, Jun Zhanlan felt a warmth within his heart. Jiyi's brother is so considerate and understanding. That's right. He must have forgotten the tranquilizer flowers. Second sister, you can't let your brother take out his essence blood at this time. Jun Ziyue stepped forward. Her voice was deep. Tomorrow is the Heaven's Pride tournament. If a drop of essence blood is taken out, it will definitely have an impact on the battle power. If something happens because of this, how are we going to explain it to our parents? I know that my brother's essence blood is precious, but you shouldn't ask at this time. Jun Yunxin chimed in. Ziyu is right. It shouldn't be like this with a big battle on the horizon. Sisters, second sister must have her difficulties. If she wants it, I will give it. I will explain on father and mother's side. Jun Ji spoke with incomparable sincerity, but made no movement. Jun Ziyue and Jun Yunshin were in a hurry. How can a brother be so stupid? At the same time, he was very touched in his heart. If anything happened to them in the future, Ziyi would definitely go to the Mountain of Daggers and the Sea of Fire for his sisters. At this moment, Jun Bagyo spoke. No need for essence blood. An ordinary drop of blood will do. Jun Ziyi nodded slightly, inwardly relieved. Of course he didn't want anything to go wrong with the Heaven's Pride tournament. That would concern his own position in the martial house, or even the Green Dragon dynasty. In the middle of his thoughts, he forced out a drop of blood and pushed it in front of Jun Zhanlan. It was this drop of blood that aroused Jun Zhanlan's suspicion. She had been observing Jun Ji's every move, and the latter seemed to be very deliberate, with a few hints of acting. But Jun Zhanlan didn't make a sound, hoping in his heart that this was because of the divine soul intrusion and that he was being paranoid. Alright, go and rest. Don't miss the Heaven's Pride tournament. Jun Bagyo waved her hand with a smile. Jun Ziyi smiled gently and turned to go back to his room. Jun Ziyue and Jun Yunshin wanted to ask something else, but their big sister told them to rest, so they had no choice but to stop. The two then returned to their room. Jun Zhanlan slowly irrigated the tranquil flower with Jun Ziyi's blood. Under the two women's nervous gaze, the leaves of the ansatz flower gently swayed, seeming to have recovered a bit more essence than just a moment ago. Jun Zhanlan finally revealed a smile. Big sister, I told you it was cultivated by Ji's brother. Never that coward. It seems I was overthinking it. Jun Biao smiled bitterly and shook her head. And in her heart, she breathed a sigh of relief, waiting for Jun Bagyo to leave. Jun Zhanlan gazed at the luminescent tranquilizer flower, feeling much better, and gradually fell asleep. I don't know how much time had passed, but it was already late at night, enveloping everything. Jun Zhanlan, who had fallen asleep on the windowsill, suddenly felt some itching on his cheeks. She opened her eyes and her heart stopped in a flash. The tranquilizer flowers are actually wilting. A leaf landed on his face which only itched a little. No, 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 don't! She panicked, constantly tucking the leaves back into the buds with my hands. But it's like passing time that can't be grasped and eventually fades and falls. Jun Zhanlan sat there with his head hanging down, looking at the bare ansatsuka flower, and his mind could not help but conjure up Jun Ziyi's appearance. It wasn't Ziyi who cultivated the tranquilizing flower. It's really Jun Ziyi. Why? Why is he being so nice to me? Jun Zhanlan choked a little at that moment. Why on earth? When he was in the martial mansion, Jun Zhanlan couldn't stand the sight of Jun Ziyi's sickly appearance, so he had a period of time to drill him hard. He even practiced him to the point of vomiting blood and falling down and fainting. Seeing Jun Ziyi getting weaker and weaker, Jun Zhanlan was so angry that he directly took his sword and carved two words on his back where his heart was. Waste. Thinking back to himself at that time, Jun Zhanlan had an eerie strangeness about him. I treated him that way and he healed me like a spring breeze. Am I wrong? She looked to the moon hanging above the 9 heavens and looked into her heart and felt a gust of suffocation. Maybe it wasn't so much that she felt she was wrong, but that the fading of the anserine flower made her realize that life would be difficult in the future. Crystals seemed to slip from the corners of her eyes. As to whether the tears were crying Jun Ziyi, or himself, there was no way of knowing. The next day, Jun Baiyao was so worried about her sister's condition that she knocked on the door early in the morning and entered, directly startled. In front of the window sill, Jun Warland was cloaked and weary. The rootstock of the tranquilizer flower withered and withered completely. It's Jun Ziyi. It's really him. Jun Zhanlan's face was pale and expressionless. Jun Biao suddenly felt her eyes sour and fell into tears. I unintentionally mentioned your divine soul infestation. It must have been remembered by Ziyi. That's why he desperately tried to cultivate the Inshin flower. He did it for you. To save you. Jun Zhanlan's delicate body trembled. Did I beg him to save me? Why did I ask for a coward? Isn't that all he's supposed to do as a brother? She turned her head, her face gently twitching as she looked at Jun Bagyo with a cold expression. Jun Bagyo's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief all of a sudden. She knew very well that her second sister, Jun Zhanlan, had become stubborn and paranoid like her father. After years in the military. I'm not wrong. I'm never wrong. It's always been only the younger brother who bows down to his sister and admits he's wrong. Take him home. I want him under control. Never let him leave again. Jun Zhanlan's eyes became fierce. Clearwater Street, grocery store for everything. Who? The sound of well-organized breathing rang out in the backyard, accompanied by the regular sound of punches being thrown. A burst of hot air lingered on Jun Ziyi's body, causing the skin to turn red, like a freshly boiled prawn. Perseverance is the right way. Welcome the sun and spit. Zama swings. Fists to the heart. Blood pumping like pulp. After collecting his power, Jun Zz was soothed. He could clearly feel that the fever blood poison and bone-eroding voodoo poison were being contained. As long as the physical body is strong enough, it will be immune to all poisons, and diseases will be far away. Jun Zz opened the store door with a good mood. At once, a fat face squeezed in, smiling, like the Maitreya Buddha. His face instantly darkened, directly ignoring Chaosun. That night, Jun Zz thought Chaosun was a big client. Never in a million years. He was actually trying to get credit. And, still, permanent credit. That's not whoring. Jun Zz bypassed Chaosun and jerked the door panel away from himself, ready to open the door for business. Chaosun wasn't angry either, and walked in freely, smilingly saying, "When this Heavenly Father looks at your face, you will definitely live a long life in the future. You also know how to read faces?" Jun Zz raised an eyebrow. "Just kidding. Yin Yang Tianzun can find feng shui for people, set the dragon vein, drive away misfortune and happiness, and red and white matters at your fingertips." Chaosun carried his hands behind his back and spoke of his skills as if he were counting them. Jun Zz laughed softly. No wonder he's so fat. Chaosun was even prouder. Fat people are also wealthy and blessed. A few words of casual conversation, but let Jun Zz's dull life add some fun. At that moment, a familiar voice came. "May I ask if Master Autumn Frost is in?" Chapter 22 4 Formations in 1. Spiritual light forces one's hand. It was the middle-aged merchant who had allowed Jun Zz to set up the spirit-gathering formation some days ago. He stood in the doorway, a somewhat constrained smile on his face. Jun Zz hurriedly asked, "Is there something wrong with the formation I set up?" The middle-aged businessman waved his hands repeatedly. "No, no, no, no. Your formation is very good, Master Chiu Frost. Our whole family is very satisfied. That's why I would like to invite you to my Xianyu building to set up a formation today. I don't know if I have the time." Jun Zz breathed a sigh of relief. Since business comes to the door, it is naturally impossible to turn it away. There's money to be made, not money to be made. Besides, it's the startup phase, so you want all the money and take all the jobs. But won't the grocery store be left unattended once Jun Z's eye is gone? Although he trusts his neighbors, Clearwater Street is full of fish and dragons, and it is hard to guarantee that some thieves will steal. "Don't worry, I'm here. Whoever comes Ga." Chaosun Jie sneered. "I think that in the past, this Heavenly Father chopped the true dragon on the top and slaughtered the underworld phoenix on the bottom. Who does not know that I..." Boom! Jun Zz decisively closed the door and left with the middle-aged businessman with a smile on his face. Only Chaosun was left in the wind, full of speechlessness. With his hands behind his back, he looked up at the sky at 45 degrees just to keep the tears of condescension from flowing down his face. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Whoever made us ask for it, never get angry. Smile, smile. After a moment of self-compassion, Chaosun let out the Soul Temple's trademark Jie laugh. Along the way, the middle-aged businessman introduced himself enthusiastically. Surname Jia, first name Ru. He operated a Xianyu building, and in recent days, he had plugged his wife and son into the Violet Capital, which was why he had found Jun Zz to set up the spirit-gathering formation. The Xianyu building was in the business of materials, and it took all of them regardless of their quality. There are all kinds of casting materials for refiners, medicinal materials for pill refiners, talisman paper and vermilion sand for spirit talisman masters, and so on. However, he only deals in first and second grade materials. It's not that you don't want to do it, it's that you can't. This grade of material is invariably held by large forces, and without some connections there is no chance at all. Business matters. Jun Zz just laughed and did not know too much about it. Living your own little life is better than anything. Jia Ru had been observing Jun Z's eye. He felt that this person was easygoing and gentle. His temperament was light and elegant, like a pool of water that was too deep to fathom. Worthy of being a genius formation master. This kind of heart is indeed rare. He marveled in his heart. Soon, the two came out onto the street. The Xianyu building was not large, but people came and went, and business was booming. "Boss, this is..." Stepping into the Xianyu building, a shrewd and capable man in green greeted him with a smile on his face. Jia Ru solemnly introduced, "This is Master Chiu Frost, a genius formation master." "Master Chiu Frost, I'm Lin Yu from the Xianyu building. I'm sorry to bother you this time." The man in green immediately bowed and saluted. Jun Zz returned the salute while wondering if these people were a bit overzealous, but he didn't look deeper. Maybe people were naturally polite. Afterwards, Jun Zz began to observe the Xianyu building. As Jara says, the material is large in quantity and very average in quality, but much cheaper and quite popular with guests. Boss Jia, I would also like to enter a batch of materials with you. Jun Zz spoke directly. Jia Ru's eyes lit up. No problem. What materials do you need? Write them down immediately and I'll send them to your grocery store right away. Jun Zz liked Boss Jia's style of doing things. Straightforward. After writing down the weapon casting materials, medicinal materials, and spirit talisman materials, Jun Zz took out 1,000 spirit coins and settled the bill on the spot. I'll make the arrangements. Lin Yu turned around and left. Jun Zz, who was in a good mood, was not idle. He took the materials from which he had arranged the array and sat down in the center of the Xianyu building. Recently Xianyu building has been experiencing frequent thefts. I suspect that someone has come in the middle of the night to steal materials. Apart from that, there are also some martial artists who come to cause trouble. Jaro voiced the distress from the sidelines. Jun Zz nodded slightly, his heart immediately having an answer. He closed his eyes as 4 formations were constructed within the chaos furnace, all of which were of the first grade. A spider silk formation that focuses on binding enemies. Electricity ripple formation. If the enemy forcefully struggles, they will be knocked out with electric current. Vertigo, to confuse the spirit of others. Firmament gang formation to reinforce the overall defense of Xianyu building. Normally, it would be impossible for any first-grade formation master in the world to lay out 4 formations in one. That was the maneuver and experience of a high-grade array master. The chaos furnace was different. It could fuse formation patterns into one, forming a mysterious and thick pattern. A moment later, Jun Zz opened his black pupils. Jia Ru, who was standing next to him, felt the sky spinning, and had the illusion of seeing a person who was not a person and a mountain who was not a mountain. Buzz. With a lift of his hand, Jun Zz instantly struck the formation materials into the major directions of the Xianyu building. A formation pattern that was impenetrable to the naked eye was intertwined and then hidden, making it impossible to view with the naked eye. The 4 formations are perfectly integrated. At that moment, the entire Xianyu building swirled with a faint light, as if it was blessed by the gods, causing people to feel awe. Done. Jun Zz wiped the sweat off his forehead with a smile on his face. Apart from the fact that the array went well, he was even more pleased with the progress in his cultivation. If one was new to the purple capital, one could be far from being able to do all 4 formations in one. I'll leave the formation patterns of the opening and closing formations in the center of your hand, so that you can control them freely. Jun Zz got up and gently scratched at Jia Ru's palm, leaving behind a complicated formation pattern. Jia Ru exclaimed, worthy of being Master Chiu Frost, setting up a formation so swiftly. Sort of. Jun Zz smiled and did not say much about the 4 formations in one or anything like that. Anyway, it was someone else's material that was used. Besides, after entering the material here today, it's only right to give people a little favor. Jaru was a little confused. What do you mean? Sort of one? He did not dare to pursue the question. The master does not want to explain also even if, and then took out a large bag, listening to the sound of the less to say that there must be thousands of spirit coins. Master, I understand all your rules. This 2,000 spirit coins, please accept it as making a friend, and I will have to rely on you more in the future. Jia Ru was particularly good at doing this, directly stuffing the money bag into Jun Zizai's pocket. That movement, as fast as lightning. A look at the old hand. Jun Ziz's heart couldn't help but speed up when he heard 2,000 spirit coins. How many newt arrays must this be set up? If there is a problem, despite coming to seek me, the package is set up. The package is repaired. Jun Zizi did not move, smilingly cupping his fists. Jia Ru was overjoyed and hastily returned the salute. Definitely. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jun Zizai then returned to Qing Shui Street. When no one was around, he pulled open the money bag. Swish! The aura is compelling. All of them were white spirit coins. 2,000 for an incense stick. An hour is 8,000. A day is 96,000. The more Jun Zizi thought about it, the more excited he became. He knew, of course, that it was impossible to set up spirit formations all day long. But, the dream is still there. What if one day you really earn 100,000 spirit coins a day? Back to the grocery store. Jun Ziz's front foot just stepped in. Chaosun rushed over, two small eyes dribbling around. Young man, lack of money? Ah? Brother will take you to make money? Chapter 23, Atmosphere Group. Jun Zi's first battle. Jun Zizi had a skeptical look on his face. What kind of badass is this guy holding back? Wailing? Jun Zizi asked tentatively. Chaosun had said that he engaged in red and white affairs, so he thought in that direction. Chaosun was furious. Just a little bit. There will be opportunities later. He Jie smiled. Just now I received news that the Heaven's Pride tournament is about to begin. And there are quite a few handsome men and women in Zidu who specialize in hiring some martial artists to act as a headcount. They have to give solidarity to their male gods and goddesses. And the louder they scream and the more they pretend to be, the more spirit coins they give. Jun Zi's gaze was heavy with importance. How much to give? Chaosun raised a finger. Jun Zizi was instantly disdainful. 1 spirit coin a day. Sending off a beggar? 1 game. 1,000 spirit coins. Chaosun hemmed and hawed. Jun Zi's pupils contracted as he stomped back several steps. What a terrible power of money. Scary as hell. From now on, you are my blood brother. Jun Zizi stretched out his hand, touched that fatty was thinking of himself. Chaosun's voice was deep. Don't call me brother, call me righteous father. Snap. 2 hands clasped together. Make money to go. It's not like the grocery store didn't care. It just happened to coincide with the Heaven's Pride tournament. With all eyes focused on the Heaven's Pride tournament, who had nothing to do but run to Clearwater Street to buy low-grade pills. Special times, make special money. It's a good way to make money, not a cold one. Everyone, the Heaven's Pride tournament is about to begin. Whoever can last until the end of the 10 rings will receive a reward from this city lord. In the sky above the purple capital, an old figure was reflected in the eyes of the crowd. It was the purple capital city lord, Xian Kongdu. He had white clothes, white beard, white hair, and old man spots on his face, but his voice was as loud and powerful as thunder. Rumble. With a wave of Xian Kongdu's arm, the earth of the violet capital shook, extending 10 rings upwards, which were covered with traces of age. The Heaven's Pride tournament begins. The first ring. I, Yellow Spring Sect, will take it. Who dares to come and fight? In that case, for the second ring, the Great Sword King sect will take it. No one in the third ring? The Chen family has taken it. Who will come to fight? Drinking roars resounded throughout the heavens and earth, igniting the atmosphere of the purple capital. Huang Bei of the Yellow Spring sect? I'd like to learn what you're capable of. A cold laugh rang out. Boom! The burly figure landed in the first ring. He wore black armor, held a large sword in his hand, and exuded the aura of a 9th-grade martial spirit. Ling Tao of the War God Palace is proficient in sword techniques. That Huang Bei is no better. This battle is something to see. The eyes of the onlookers were excited. Huang Bei had a handsome appearance, standing there as a beautiful sight, his hands still wearing silver silk gloves as he smiled lightly and said, "Come on then." Boom! Heavy fighting broke out between the two sides. In the meantime, a small portion of the martial artists began to move, and a beautiful woman at the head of them stared at Huang Bei with an expression of obsessive fervor. Shout for me! Shout out Huang Bei's name! I have plenty of spirit coins! The pretty woman shouted to the martial artists behind her. Jun Zizi and Chaosun were among them. They wore costumes inscribed with the Yellow Springs Gate, masks on their faces, and flags in their hands. Huang Bei, blow up the War God Palace. You are electricity. You are light. You are the only myth. Our Xiaoyan girl loves you deeply and will always be with you. Many martial artists were ashamed to do such things for the first time, but Jun Zizi and Chaosun had no such worries and wailed at once. The flags danced and hunted wildly. Countless spectators had their jaws dropped. What else? Boss, is it still good? Jun Zizi and Chaosun twisted their heads to look at the pretty woman. Xiaoyan gave a thumbs up and nodded vigorously. That's the effect to be desired. At this moment, all 10 rings were in a fierce battle, with the first one being particularly intense. Why? It was because Ling Tao was extremely upset when he heard the sound of support. What the? Is being good looking a big deal? There's a whole bunch of women who love you marvelously. Old man, don't give a damn. He got angry and exploded. Huang Bei was directly slashed by the knife, causing him to back up and spit out blood. Seeing this, Jun Zizi hurriedly stuffed Chaosun with something similar to eye drops before wailing and starting to cry. Huang Bei, the family is here. You're the best. We'll always be your strongest support. Miss Xiaoyan is willing to accompany you for the rest of her life. The audience was mobilized. A large group of people waved flags and clenched their fists and shouted. Xiaoyan saw that Jun Zizi and Chaosun actually shed tears under their masks, and all of a sudden, her beautiful face trembled. Which was too dedicated. True professionals. The ring. Huang Bei was also affected as he wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice firm, Ling Tao. You'll never understand the power of family. His blood boiled. He's not fighting alone. He also exploded. And then lost. The purple capital was dead silent for a moment. You're a hot-blooded hammer. This statement is a true emotion in the hearts of many martial artists. Do you really think you can increase your strength by talking? When Huang Bei was carried down, Xiaoyan followed him over with tears in her eyes, moving him to tears. Thanks. Huang Bei winked at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was suddenly in a state of bliss. The male god has me in his heart. When the wages were settled later, she gave Junzi Zai and Chaosun an extra 500 spirit coins and said that they would continue to work together in the future. Junzi Zai left his contact information without even thinking about it. 1,005 spirit coins. This is more lucrative than setting up a formation. Next, the two changed their attire and continue to devote themselves to the business of making money. In fact, many martial artists despise this behavior. You can praise and brag, but this kind of hard blow with money is really unkind. Junzi Zai didn't think so. He'd be all alone, and he'd have to work hard for his money if he was going to be able to settle down in the big purple city. And again, it's not like it's illegal. If you don't earn it, someone else will. I've heard that the Great Sword King's sex sword skills are unrivaled, so today I would like to receive a lesson. Suddenly, light laughter came. A floating figure swept towards the 10th ring. It's none other than Junziat. With a head of black hair hanging down his shoulders and sword brows, he was a handsome young man. The guarding heavenly pride was Gu Changxiu of the Great Sword King sect, with a cold and arrogant temperament, wearing a silver crown on his head, standing there like a sharp divine sword. The corners of Junzi's mouth could not be suppressed from rising as he felt the attention from all directions. Brother, I'll take over for you the fame you can't enjoy. You roll in peace. Ha ha ha. He was laughing wildly in his mind. Junzi's eye of course saw Junji, but his face was expressionless and his mind was calm. It's just an old friend. Young master of the Jun family, power over the crowd. Jun Yunshin likewise sought out the atmosphere group, specifically to give Junzi solidarity. The Great Sword King sect's junior sister Yu Lingshan was anxious. Dislike them for me. Chao Sen's eyes rolled back in his head and he shouted, Tiny little yat. Ridiculous, ridiculous. The others behind him shouted after them. All of a sudden, above Gu Changxiu and Junzi reported a heated battle, and below, the atmosphere group was foaming at the mouth and spitting at each other. Yu Lingshan saw that her beloved senior brother was showing some signs of defeat, and anxiously said, Quickly compliment your senior brother. Compliment my ass. Gu Changxiu is a rookie chicken. Jun Yunshin taunted loudly. As expected, Gu Changxiu stepped back one after another. The atmosphere group was momentarily mute, not knowing where to start with their quip. Jun Zizi shook his banner, and seeing the sky filled with sword chi, he directly blurted out, a man who has fought 3,000 miles of battles, and a sword that has served as 1,000,000 divisions. Senior brother's good swordsmanship. Naturally, he did not create these two verses. The day before yesterday the ancient god Broken Arm stole a copy of the book of poetry, which contained many verses. He flipped through it idly to pass the time, not realizing that he would use it today. Rumble. The 10th ring was suddenly filled with sword energy. Gu Changxiu's body was suffused with pure white sword light, and his mind was even echoing those two lines of poetry. What a sword had been 1,000,000 divisions. Such vigor. Sword cultivators should be like this. Gu Changxiu's mouth contained blood at the corners as he laughed out loud at this moment. The sword light flashed, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Jun Ziyi was unable to resist in time and was directly sent flying out. And when he looked down, the higher Xian rank red shadow blade in his hand was actually blown apart by the shock. Wouldn't have wanted to be exposed at this point. His face was grim as he took out the blood-drinking berserker from his spatial ring. Instantly, a scarlet red wave swept out, enveloping the entire ring and shaking it continuously. The scarlet ruby at the end of the blood-drinking berserker was even more crazily agitated. Jun Ziyi was like a cultivator returning from purgatory. His mighty pressure was like a prison as he fiercely stepped and the blood-drinking mad sword chopped down from top to bottom. Blade fighter technique. Unrivaled blade deity. The blood-colored blade shadow was more than 10 meters long, solid and majestic, and extremely terrifying. Come and fight. Gu Changxiu was not afraid in the slightest. His sword chi was like that monstrous river. Endless. Boom! Between the clash of swords, the ring directly exploded. Whether it was the crowd watching the battle or the powerful heavenly prides, all of them were shocked. To have such power at the martial spirit realm was truly terrifying. Boom boom boom. The collision continues. The endless sword light suppressed the blood-colored blade shadow, clearly occupying an absolute advantage. Am I going to lose my first battle? Jun Ziyi stared in disbelief. No way. He clenched his teeth and frantically urged the blood-drinking berserker. But just then, a shattering sound followed, reaching Jun Ziyi's ears. Blood-drinking berserker tail scarlet gem. Shattered. Chapter 24, Jun Ziyi's misery. Jun's family drama. Rumble. Sudden tyrannical fluctuations rose up from the ring and filled the air above the entire purple capital. The powerful men raised their heads, their expressions frozen. What a horrible killing intent. Click here. The cracks in the scarlet ruby became more and more numerous, and the evil chi released became even more majestic, surging towards the sky, actually turning into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Where did the evil come from? It seems to be the blood-drinking mad sword that Jun Ziyi got. So terrifying, just like a corpse king coming out of the world. The entire scene was in chaos as countless people looked at this scene in shock. Jun Bio and the girls turned their heads to look at Jun Jianlan, Second's sister. What happened to that jewel? The refiner said that it could increase the killing power of the blood-drinking mad knife, and I didn't know that it would be so. Jun Jianlan was already depressed, and now he is even more pale. The ring. Jun Ziyi was closest to the scarlet gem and naturally bore the brunt of the attack. His entire body was enveloped in scarlet aura, his face becoming hideous as he continuously let out roars of rage. I am the son of the martial house of the Green Dragon dynasty. Whatever you come from, it must be for me. Dragon scale armor sprang out from his body. A savage and wild aura blossomed out, and a thick dragon tail grew out from his back, just like a dragon man walking on earth. Body refining martial skill, Green Dragon triple change. In an instant, the scarlet fluctuation was suppressed, drawing countless people to marvel, worthy of being the son of the martial house. However, Chaosen let out a cold laugh. Suppress? With him? Thinking too much. Do you know what that is? Yu Lingshan looked at Chaosen and asked curiously. Chaosen laughed. This is the corpse devil slaughter weather. Only a large number of living beings' death place, as well as the loss of the imperial dynasty's fortunes decline, will take advantage of the situation to be born. Moreover, the longer this thing is the more horrible. Once the consequences of residual in the body is unimaginable. As if confirming Chao Sen's words, the 10th ring was plunged into endless bloody light as Jun Ziyi's entire body was enveloped in it, transforming from a domineering suppression to a mournful scream. Click! The blood-drinking berserker completely exploded. The corpse demon slaughtering weather crazily impacted Jun Ziyi's body, and even the green dragon armor had difficulty resisting it. In the end, the green dragon armor dissipated like weathering. Jun Ziyi collapsed on the ground, his entire body tearing out a bloody scar, soaked in blood and looking extremely creepy. Blockade! A huffing and puffing drink rang out. Shin Kongdu stepped in. Strong spatial forces surged out, forcibly blocking the corpse demon slaughtering weather before stripping Jun Ziyi directly out of it. The whole thing flowed without a trace of rawness. Brother! A group of sisters rushed to pounce, their voices trembling. Fortunately, with the shelter of the green dragon armor, Jun Ziyi had saved a life, but his injuries weren't light either. There wasn't a single piece of good flesh on his body, as if he had been brutally cut out with a knife with a bloody scar, turning his skin over and rotting his flesh. The whole person dyed scarlet, like the injuries that someone had once sustained. Quickly return to the martial mansion to heal your wounds. I have a 6th grade elixir. Give it to him first. Get out of the way. All of you. The sisters hurriedly rolled over onto the green liner. The group of people rode the wind and were about to leave the purple capital. Seeing this, the martial artists sighed. It was thought that Jun Ziyi would be able to inherit Jun Shangtian's demonic talent and suppress the entire Heaven's Pride tournament. Unexpectedly, he actually lost to the blood-drinking mad knife in his hand, when it was really comical. Humanity has suffered a loss, and heaven has punished it. The Jun family turned out to be a silver pewterhead, not as good as a heir of the Great Sword King sect. Gu Changxiu, the way of the sword lives on. Chaosen directly turned on his face and opened the taunt mode. Jun Biao and the others were so angry that they almost fell off the green forest beast, staring viciously and dead below. Let's put this hatred down for the time being, and in the future, we will make your Great Sword King sect regret it. After saying that, he turned into a green shadow and disappeared into the distance. Scared of you? Yu Lingshan crossed her arms and hummed, only feeling that Chaosen scolded him with pleasure. As for Jun's self, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly in a soothing mood. It's not personal. It just felt like a really good play, and a good mood for the day there. The Heaven's Pride tournament didn't stop with Jun Ziyi's leaving the stage in the middle of the match. He didn't deserve it yet. The Celestial Pride continued to wrestle. The Atmosphere Group continues to make money. Imperial capital. Martial mansion. Jun Zi was returned to the Jun family in time. Under the healing of the elixir and heavenly herbs, he was no longer in fear of his life and gradually regained his consciousness. But the corpse slayer, whether remaining in the body, was a nuisance. Jun Yunxin and Jun Ziyue had tearful eyes, their hearts aching so much that they could hardly breathe. Second sister. It's all your fault. Why did you give little brother that blood-drinking mad sword? Jun Yunxin complained. Jun Ziyue was heartbroken. Not only did you turn your brother into a joke, you also left him seriously injured and on the verge of dying. You're confused. Jun Zhanlan wanted to say something. She also didn't realize that her share of good intentions had actually done bad things. Morong Binger sat on the edge of the bed, tears welling up in her eyes. The pain is in the child's body, but the pain is in the mother's heart. Mother and child were even flesh and blood, and she was not in the least bit more uncomfortable than Jun Ziyi right now. If not more so, her son is more important than her life. Battle Orchid. Come over here. Morong Binger's tone went cold. Jun Zhanlan lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Snap. A crunch echoed. Jun Zhanlan dropped to the ground, a stinging slap mark floating on his face as he stared blankly at his mother. What you have done to my son? Who the hell told you to forge this outlaw weapon? Arrest me. Death by 1,000 cuts. Soul torture. And finally, the body will be cut into 5 pieces. The whole family will not be spared. Morong Binger looked like a devil. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as ice and frost, red as blood, causing everyone to be startled. She raged. The son's life is above all else. Enough. Jun Shangtian finally spoke. It was just an accident. What are you doing hitting Warlan? That said, he did not help Jun Zhanlan up. Instead he gently stroked his youngest son's black hair. Good boy. Don't take today's failure to heart. It's all your sister's fault. Father, mother, sisters, I can't blame second sister for this. Jun Ziyi gazed at Jun Zhanlan and forced a smile. Second sister. I'm fine. It's not your fault. Don't be sad. Morong Binger and Jun Shangtian were relieved in their hearts. Truly their good eldest son, understanding and of excellent character. Quickly make amends with your brother and apologize. Forget it, don't send anything over in the future. It's diaphragmatic to look at. Morong Binger's cold eyes swept Jun Zhanlan a glance, not hiding her dislike at all. Jun Zhanlan was so aggrieved that tears fell like rain. She wanted to explain, but didn't know where to begin. Only Jun Biao walked over to protect her, gently patting her back as a sign of comfort. Jun Ziyi turned his head slightly sideways, the smile on his face instantly converging, replaced by resentment and fury. Stinking, he cursed angrily in his mind. If it wasn't for Jun Zhanlan's blood-drinking berserker, he would already be the champion of the Heaven's Pride tournament. Woe is this woman! Just when the atmosphere was awkward, Lu Zhong walked in and whispered in Jun Shangtian's ear. There's someone from Mankalu. Chapter 25, the show continues. Jun Yunxin had a fetish for prying into the privacy of martial artists. That's why she utilized the power of the Wufu to come up with a Wanqi house. Mankalu is known for gathering intelligence and selling it. Jun Yunxin was ostensibly the owner of the building, but in reality, she did not manage the running of the Wanqi building, and belonged to the shirker. The vice owner, Gao Jian, is the one who is really in charge. Gao Jian had proper features and wore a white robe. His hands were in his sleeve robes and he bowed slightly. Your Highness, I asked you to make a trip over just after you returned. It was hard work. Jun Shangtian nodded. Although Morong Binger still had anger in her heart, she couldn't freely vent it on outsiders due to her face. Her voice was cold as she said, Gao Jian, you must get Jun Zizai back. Can you give me young Master Zizi's life brand, essence blood, and even the clothes he wore? I can use this to find the location of young Master Zizai, so that the search will be much simpler and quicker. Gao Jian informed the methodology. Jun Shangtian looked to Lu Zhong. Remove the adversary's son's life tag from the shrine. At those words, Lu Zhong's expression was a bit embarrassed. Jun Biao slightly furrowed her eyebrows. What are you waiting for? Quickly go and get it. Master, Missy, young Master Zizi. Lu Zhong didn't want to answer, but he could only answer truthfully. His fate card. It's not in the shrine at all. Fate tags are made by integrating essence blood and are usually kept in a hidden place. If something happens or dies, the tags will be defective. Every imperial dynasty and large family would make them for their clansmen, and they were also indispensable family proofs. Silence reigned in the hall. A pin drop. A shrine without a life sign? Did this mean that they had never treated Jun Zizai as part of the Jun family? Jun Shangtian went from stupefied to transformed into anger in just one short breath. Grunting. Nonsense. How could I not even keep that rebellious son's fate card? You, Master. Young Master ZZ was attacked and killed on his return from the Witch Barbarian dynasty. Cloaked and dirty. Lu Zhong sighed repeatedly. At that time, the first miss, second miss, third miss, fifth miss and you all disliked him for being dirty and worn out, so they didn't allow him to enter the ancestral hall. Since then, I don't know if you forgot or were just too busy, but you never mentioned making a fortune tag for young Master ZZ again. After these two sentences were said, Jun Shangtian sat paralyzed in his chair dumbfounded. After a long time, this dryly said, "Do I really?" Lu Zhong was speechless. Jun Biao, on the other hand, her eyes reddened as her dusty memories were lifted. Yes, she remembers. At that time, Jun Zizai had suffered a great disaster. Not only was his body stained with blood, but he was also disheveled and dirty, like a street beggar. How could they let him enter the ancestral hall? Jun Zhanlan also seemed to have remembered something, her delicate body trembling slightly. She seems to see Jun Zizi is too dirty, so she puts on one of his legs and cripples him. Morong Binger gripped the handrail, closed her eyes. Actually Rare did not cry, just involuntarily trembled. So it is. This rebellious son was already planning to rebel against the Jun family at that very moment. Won't he talk? Won't talk to me. The city is extremely deep and his actions are despicable. If this kind of person is not disciplined, he will surely turn the world upside down in the future. Jun Shangtian suddenly sneered. Lu Zhong was completely speechless. Gao Jian hung his head, not uttering a word, but in his heart he spat. This Wufu family is all nerves? If there are no life tags, there should always be the clothes we sent. Jun Shangtian twisted his head, his eyes glaring at Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong was already unafraid and shook his head. Master, no. Morong Binger finally couldn't help but open her eyes. Impossible. That child's realm is so low. If he doesn't have cotton clothes, how will he survive the winter? Bai Yao. Battle Orchid. You guys must have sent it. Mother, I didn't. Jun Biao's heart was so choked, sobbing and shaking her head. Jun Zhanlan opened her mouth and whispered, Mother, you buy clothes for our family every year. Shouldn't you be the one to do this? The pressure returned to Morong Binger's side. I'm sure, I think, theirs. Morong Binger became more and more panicked. The corners of her lips couldn't stop trembling. If there are no cotton clothes, how will he survive the winter? One set of clothes for all seasons of the year? Mothers and daughters kicking each other around and seemingly trying to find someone to take the blame. Lu Zhong finally explained. In these 3 years, young Master ZZ has only had a total of 2 sets of clothing, or he earned the money to buy them himself. In fact, young Master ZZ can afford to buy cotton clothes for the winter. It's just that he's always thinking of buying gifts for Master, Madam, and you, eldest miss. It's not that he doesn't want it, it's that he'd prefer to see your smiling faces. That would be the greatest warmth for him. After hearing this, Jun Bagyo's tears came out of her eyes and her hands covered her mouth, desperately trying to keep herself from crying out. Tears slipped from the corners of Jun Zhanlan's eyes, and 2 tear tracks flowed from her cheeks. Her mind remembering that year's Jun Ziji, he was dressed in rags, but in his hands he held delicate little gifts for them. That smile was innocent, only they don't even bother to look at it. Morong Binger shed tears and leaned against the handrail like she was lost in thought. Myself, what kind of life have you been living these past 3 years? Lu Zhong finished lowering his head, but after deliberating for a long time, he still bit his teeth and opened his mouth. Master, Madam, first miss, second miss. Young Master ZZ has lived these 3 years less well than a dog in the martial mansion. Miss Yunxin, Miss Miaotong, Miss Ziyue, and Miss Wanyin even buy spirit fruits for the dogs to eat and clothes to wear from time to time. Perhaps, young Master Zizai's departure from the martial mansion is the right choice. He'd held those words inside for too long. What a nice person young Master Zizai is. Yet he is never recognized, and even has to endure verbal abuse and beatings from the ladies. Lu Zhong couldn't figure out why. Woo. Morong Binger completely burst into tears. Jun Biao had turned into a tearful person. Jun Zhanlan's face was pale and his lips were colorless. A great young man of the martial house, living a life worse than a dog? Is anyone going to believe that when they say it? Jun Shangtian was also fixed in place, unable to speak for a long time. But what followed was an irritation that came from the depths of his heart. Adversary. Damned adversary. Why doesn't he talk to his family more? All he does is be coy all day. I'm just sick of his disposition. Stupid pig. Waste of space. But if he opens his mouth, he can't be that bad. He chided loudly in annoyance. Because Gao Jian is still here. Jun Shangtian felt that the Jun family had lost face in front of outsiders. This was all Jun Zizi's fault. Inside the room, the corpse demon slayer whether ran back and forth inside Jun Zi, causing him to sweat in pain. Jun Yunshin looked on in pain, but did not know how to help her brother ease the pain. Jun Zi's eyes twinkled, revealing her cute tiger teeth. Brother, sister can cheer you up. Want to try? Fifth sister. Don't joke. Jun Zi cried and laughed. No, no, no. Just burn something and you'll definitely be cheered up. Jun Zus smiled wickedly. Jun Yunshin understood, and hemmed and hawed with a low laugh. You mean burning down that doghouse? Chapter 26, Burning the Doghouse. Jun Z's breakthrough. Jun Zi froze. Burn the doghouse? Oh, the doghouse where Jun Zizi lives. Sis, this isn't good, right? Where will my brother stay when he comes back? Jun Zi had a difficult face. In fact, he hated to clap his hands. That was the last trace of Jun Zizi. And when it burned, it was completely gone. Jun Yunshin slapped her chest. Whatever. If there's anything, sister will take the blame. Lu Hao. Soon, a man pushed his way in, about the same age as Jun Zi, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and arched his hand. What are third Mrs. orders? Lu Hao was Jun Zi's personal subordinate, and could cultivate, with the aid of resources, and his realm had reached the realm of martial spirit, which was higher than the status of some family clans. Carry Zi on your back and follow us. Jun Yunshin laughed. Lu Hao hurriedly nodded his head and carefully carried Jun Zi on his back. It was only when he was passing Jun Yunshin that the latter caught a hint of an odd flavor and could not help but furrow her brows. This smell is so familiar. Jun Yunshin murmured in a low voice. Without waiting for her to think more, Jun Ziyue interrupted with a voice. Third sister, don't freeze. Go go go. A group of people sneaked out of the martial arts mansion and came to the bamboo house inside the alleyway. After a period of time with no one organizing and cleaning the place, it was dust covered, with dead leaves everywhere, and quite a few spiders tangled in it. Jun Ziyue raised an eyebrow at them and playfully opened her jade hand, a purple fire lotus rising up and smashing straight into the doghouse. All of a sudden, the flames burst into the sky. The beautiful rays of light reflected on the faces of the four, and there were joyful smiles. The last trace of Jun Zizi belonging to the martial mansion was also at this moment, completely disappearing into thin air. Perhaps, he never belonged to the martial house in the first place. Perhaps he should never have been born. Inside the martial house, after Jun Shangtian had vented his anger, his face eased considerably when he saw Gao Jian's ears lingering with light. Gao Jian knew what to listen to and what not to listen to, and had long ago blocked the sound with his aura. Lu Zhong stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Gao Jian immediately lifted his aura and looked respectfully at Jun Shangtian. Is it possible to use something that a rebellious son has used? Jun Shangtian's expression was gloomy. Gao Jian was somewhat helpless. Doesn't this family have anything that Jun Zizi has used for a long time? Not even a pair of chopsticks? Not daring to complain, he nodded. I'll try. Jun Shangtian made a wink towards Lu Zhong and told him to go to the dog kennel to fetch something. Some random pillows, clothes and quilts and so on. Lu Zhong immediately went to do it, but soon returned with a face of depression and despair. Master, ma'am, Missy, you'd better go out. His nose was a little sore. Jun Baiyao stopped her tears, her tone anxious. Is it true that brother Zizai has returned? No. Third miss and fifth miss burned the residence of young master Zizai. Lu Zhong gritted his teeth and said, nonsense. Jun Shangtian was instantly furious and hurried outside. Jun Bio and Jun Zhanlan looked at each other and helped their mother, who was crying into tears, to go out together. At this moment, the kennel had turned into a roiling spark and drifted away, leaving behind only a pile of black ash still glowing with smoke. Is brother in a better mood? Jun Ziyue revealed an imp-like smile. Jun Zi's heart was certainly free-flowing, but it did not show it, for he had heard the sound of intensive footsteps. One could only see Jun Shangtian's gloomy face, staring at the thoroughly burned kennel, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Nope, all gone. Everything turned to ashes. Nonsense. Why are you burning down the kennel? Got nothing better to do, do you? He glared hard at his two daughters and reprimanded. Jun Ziyue and Jun Yunshin blocked in front of their brother, their faces full of grievances. Father, our martial mansion is so luxurious and grand. Why should there be a dog kennel in the way next to it? We just burned some trash. A kennel where a dog has lived. Burn it. It's not a big deal. The words of the two precious daughters caused Jun Xianghe to be upset. Jun Ziyi lay on Lu Hao's back, weakly revealing a bitter smile. Father, Mother, The two sisters didn't do it on purpose. It was me who said that I wanted to watch the fireworks, but the sparks landed on the dog's kennel and accidentally lit it on fire. It's all my fault. Hearing these words, Jun Shangtian's anger dissipated slightly. No, it's what I want to burn. It has nothing to do with my brother. Jun Ziyu stalked her neck. Very stubborn. How could she let Jun Ziyi take the blame? He's the white lotus in her heart. The good brother. Jun Bia was furious and pointed at Jun Ziyu, cursing, do you know that there are self-satisfied things in the doghouse? We need his personal effects so we can hunt him home. Do you have any brains at all? Big sister's angry rebuke caused Jun Ziyu to shrink her neck. An elder sister is like a mother. Not to mention the fact that the two were brought up by her. She was more afraid of her big sister than her parents. Jun Yunshin, however, bristled. The waste has long since rolled away. What's the point of finding it back? To add to our problems? That's right. A wasted dog. Going home is also defiling our eyes. Jun Ziyu cursed in aggravation. Jun Bagyo was furious. Have all the books you've been reading since you were little gone to your dog's stomachs? Go back and face the wall. The two sisters were upset and muttering under their breath. As they stepped into the martial mansion, they turned around and spat out their little tongues towards Jun Ji, clearly not half repentant. Jun Shangtian sighed helplessly. The rice is already cooked, so we have to think of something else again. Morong Binger looked at the black ash that still had residual warmth. Her beautiful eyes complex. There is pain and there is helplessness, but interspersed with a hint of a very weird fluke. Mother, go in first. Jun Zhanlan assisted her. Seeing the palm prints on her daughter's face, Morong Binger touched it painfully. Does it still hurt? Jun Zhanlan's nose was slightly sore and she shook her head. Morong Binger brought her sons and daughters back to the martial house. Inside the hall, Gao Jian was speechless as he looked at the embarrassed Jun Shangtian. Since there's nothing for young Master ZZ, then I'll send more people to find news of him as soon as possible. Gao Jian had just left when the 10 clan elders arrived at the martial mansion. He had come to see Jun Ziyi and had brought a bottle of 7-colored glazed treasure dignity liquid with him. It's comparable to a 7th grade elixir. Jun Ziyi was surprised. This treasure was extremely beneficial to the flesh. Not only could he recover from his injuries, but it could also take him to the next level. Ge, the Witch Barbarian dynasty is almost here. And the Witch Barbarian's #1 beauty, Princess Spirit Fox, will be accompanying her. The 10 clan elders stroked their long beards. Their demeanor was somewhat grave, this time. You lost the Heaven's Pride tournament. Above the joint marriage conference, the royal sons and you will have a competition. Make sure to break through to the martial king as soon as possible. Just in case you're not prepared for it. I'll remember. Elder of the 10 clans. Jun Ziyi nodded his head in a hurry. Jun Shangtian and Morong Binger looked at each other and finally revealed a little smile. Wasn't it the nail in the coffin for his own son to marry Princess Linghu? Zidu. There are grocery stores for everything. Jun Zizi sat cross-legged on the second floor, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was suffering from the double impact of the bone-eating voodoo poison and the fever blood poison. With the cultivation of the sacred domain Long Dao body during this period of time, the pain was significantly lessened than before, and no longer looked wretched. Boo! Muffled sounds came out. It was under this pressure that Jun Zizi actually broke through. Step into the 5th grade of martial arts. Chapter 27, That Woman. Master Xian Ling's arrival. The Heaven's Pride tournament ended, and in the end, the Great Sword King sect came out on top. Gu Changxiu not only made a breakthrough in his realm, but also gained a deeper understanding in the Tao of the Sword, directly sweeping away many of the heavenly prides and standing at the top. It is said that afterward he was still looking for the benefactor who cried out. A man who has fought for 3,000 miles. A sword that has served as 1,000,000 divisions. But this matter was not clear to Jun Zizi. After doing the atmosphere group for a day and a night, he made an explosive profit of 20,000 spirit coins. With these spirit coins, Jun Zizi could start running the grocery store properly and also refine pills for his own use. One for detoxification. The second is to speed up cultivation. Phew! Jun Zizi exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, which was mixed with bone-eroding voodoo poison and hot blood poison, and was slowly expelled from his body. It's not a huge amount, but it's better than peace and quiet. It's only a matter of time before the poison is completely detoxified. In the meantime, the refining of the elixir was also completed within the chaos furnace. 1st grade chi gathering pill. It's still supreme quality. When he was free, he would then set up a spirit gathering array for the grocery store, and the speed of cultivation would be accelerated faster. The days are getting better. Jun's self is overjoyed. Breakfast was eaten. The doors were drawn away. and the doors opened for business. Chao Sin is here again. Seeing as we've seen a play together and worked as an atmosphere crew together, Jun ZZ didn't kick him out this time. This big fat man even got acquainted with the neighbors and said that he was Jun ZZ's own big brother. As for credibility, it's a matter of opinion. Grandma Lin next door doesn't believe it anyway. This face, this body type, how do you look at it? It's not from the same mother's womb. Good brother. Do you want your brother to sponsor you in a big way? Chaosen pulled out a pure purple and gold recliner, and after lying down, he shook his bushel fan and asked Jiejia. Jun ZZ handed a bottle of bleeding-stopping elixir to the arriving martial artist and casually replied, "It's hard for me to trust you when you even want to buy elixirs for nothing. Besides, I just want to live my life peacefully." Chaosen skimmed his lips and shook the recliner to make a creaking sound. "What exactly do you want to earn so many spirit coins for?" Speaking of this, Jun ZZ's eyes lit up. "Make money, buy materials, refine pills, and cultivate. When the realm is suitable, I want to leave the northern spirit region. I heard that there is a sea named Endless Sunhai, boundless and magnificent. Blow in the sea breeze, eat sea animals, form a fleet of ships that belong to me, and live in peace." He was yearning for it. Whenever talking about this dream, there are endless words. Chaosen could feel his emotions. They were pure, not lies, and there was some silence. How can a man leave behind the homeland that has nurtured him if he is not wounded to the core? This dream of the flotilla was a clean slate within Jun's self in his last life. When he feels suffocatingly aggrieved, his dreams serve as spiritual food to propel him forward. This life is different. Jun's family is far away. The dream is ahead. It will come true. Chaosen laughed. It will come true. Jun ZZ laughed nervously. Chaosen rocked his recliner while looking at Jun ZZ, and the more he looked, the more his brows furrowed. What an anticlimactic feeling. I see both weakness and strength in him. It's damn weird. Perhaps it is because of this that he is able to carry such a terrifying dragon's energy. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth and asked, "Chill Frost, your aura is very disorganized. You used to be at least at the martial king's realm. How did you fall down to a martial artist?" Jun ZZ, who had his back turned to Chaosen, moved for a moment before continuing to place the elixir on the counter as if he had not heard it. But a dusty memory is being torn apart viciously. At that time, Jun ZZ had just been released from the Witch Barbarian dynasty. However, on the way back, when he was almost at the border of the Green Dragon dynasty, he was attacked and killed. The powerhouses escorting Jun ZZ resisted desperately. Among them were also the guards of the Witch Barbarian dynasty, but the assassins were deadly in their moves, forcing them to die. In the end, the killers were all wiped out, and Jun ZZ's cultivation was ruined. And when he returned to the martial mansion, his roots and bones were destroyed, and his realm was completely lost. Thinking of this, Jun ZZ slowly raised his eyes as a flash of coldness flashed across them. He knew who sent the assassin. It's that woman. He loathed the Jun family and didn't want to come into contact with them again. But that didn't mean no revenge. The time has not yet come. I watched him raise a tall building. I watched him get guests. And I watched his building collapse. When Jun ZZ slowed down, he laughed and said, "It's just a bit of frost." Chaosen froze and then gave a thumbs up. With that kind of mentality, you deserve to be back on top. If an ordinary person encountered these things, he or she would probably go crazy on the spot. It was only Jun ZZ who could be as indifferent as water. The two made small talk and the grocery store was doing brisk business. The pills, weapons, and spirit talismans that Jun Z sold here were all first-rate, but they were inexpensive. Again, quality all the way to the top. Can martial artists not be thrilled when they can buy supreme quality at inferior prices? Most of all, Jun ZZ wanted to take the road of thin profit and high sales, regardless of the guest's realm. All welcomed the guests with a smile. Over time, word of mouth did the trick. "Boss, can you give the old immortal a spirit recovery pill?" An old laugh rang out. Jun ZZ heard some familiar, but still turned to bring the medicine bottle, smiled and said, "Today back to the spirit Dan refining less. If you, Xianling Master?" The old man standing in front of the grocery store was none other than Master Xianling of Moon Worship Tower. When the surrounding martial artists saw this, all of them were shocked and hurriedly clasped their fists and arched their hands. Chaosen glanced at Master Xianling, then withdrew his gaze, picked up a toothpick and poked the spirit fruit and put it in his mouth to chew. Not caring. Master's presence has brought the grocery store to life. Jun ZZ arched his hand and wore a smile on his face. The visitor is a guest and cannot be neglected. But Master Xianling couldn't laugh. It's not nonsense that such a genius alchemist is actually hiding here. Doing a small business. Autumn Frost. The old man officially invites you to join the moon worship tower. Even though you're a first-grade alchemist, the old man here guarantees that you can be treated as a third-grade, no, fourth-grade alchemist. In addition to that, you'll be able to get guidance from the old man. The old man doesn't want the jewels to go down in flames. Master Xianling's gaze was like a torch, and he invited graciously. The grocery store fell into silence. The martial artists who had come to purchase the pills were dumbfounded, and then they sucked in a breath of cool air. What is the status of Master Xianling? One of the heavens was the highest offering of the moon worship house. It was even heard that he had befriended a number of martial exalted to the core. Such a big shot actually invited a young man personally? Cherish talent. Absolutely sparing. The martial artists were drooling with envy. If this falls on their heads, they'll probably have to go to their graves. Worth mentioning, Princess Chai came too, just outside the grocery store. She secretly remembered the martial artists present and blocked the news if necessary so that they wouldn't talk too much. The existence of Jun Zizi must be kept secret. And then look at Jun Zizi himself. He scratched his head, a little confused. He was just opening a grocery store. How did he attract the attention of Master Xianling? Master Xianling, my qualifications are shallow, so if I agree, I'm bound to cause dissatisfaction. Furthermore, I am lazy in nature and not quite suitable for the moon worship tower. Jun Zizi politely declined. He had already given enough face to Master Xianling in moon worship house. The jaws of the martial artists dropped as their jaws dropped. Rejected? Master Xianling's tiny eyes were greatly confused. How can you refuse such an offer? When he slowed down, he actually saw a hint of fatigue on Jun Zizi's face. It wasn't physical weariness. It was spiritual exhaustion. His heart sank. Who dares to bully my good disciple? It is simply outrageous. Autumn Frost, can you listen to me? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stiff, a delicate voice rang out. Chapter 28, Rejecting Master Xianling. Union team arrives. The crowd followed the voice, and all of them were amazed with their eyes. Kai Fei was wearing a light white floral patterned one-piece robe, wrapping her sexy plump body in a mature temperament that was unmistakable. She had a kind smile on her face that was inexplicably reassuring. Go ahead, Jun Zizi said indifferently, not moved by his features. Princess Kai stepped into the grocery store and bowed slightly. Since you are unwilling to enter moon worshipping house, we won't force you to do so. If there are herbs that need to be refined in the future, can we trouble you to do it? Jun Zizi revealed a smile. Naturally, refining medicinal herbs for others is also within the scope of my business. This kind of business is common for alchemists. Sometimes the stores had too many merchant orders for the alchemists to refine, so they would seek the help of the small stores to provide some refining fees at a sizable price. Jun Zizi opened his door just to do business, so naturally he would not refuse Princess Kai. Instead, Master Xianling was a bit unhappy. Why is Nini talking nonsense? It was not easy for him to meet a good seedling. Not only is he extremely talented, hard-working and diligent, but he can also talk. So what if he runs away? Master Xianling, what do you think? Princess Kai twisted her head to question Master Xianling, her eyes blinking as if they could speak. Master Xianling immediately realized that he was in a hurry. He coughed a few times and slowed down his tone. Chill Frost, the door of Moon Worship Tower will always be open for you, as long as you are willing to come. All conditions are open at will. After saying that, he added, I'll be waiting for you. I'll always be waiting for you. Jun Zizi was crying and laughing a little. He was only a first-rate alchemist, so why would he do this? Also, why does that sound weird? As for the price, Concubine Kai tugged on Master Xianling's sleeve, stepped forward and laughed. The quality of your refinement is so high, Moon Worshipping House won't take advantage of it, and definitely won't treat you poorly. Jun Zizi came to a sudden realization. The reason is here. When they were at the Moon Worship House, the medicinal herbs were all refined by the Chaos Furnace. It never knew what it meant to refine a couple of times, but to refine it right to the extreme. Therefore, the pills, weapons, spirit talismans, and formations that came out of the Chaos Furnace were all of supreme quality. Matters have been discussed. We won't bother much. Farewell. Seeing that it was almost time, Princess Kai pulled Master Xianling away. Master Xianling was clinging to him the entire time. That image, those who didn't know thought that Jun Zizi was a master, and that he, Xianling, was a fledgling rookie trying to rub the master's nose in it. On the way back to the Moon Worship House, Master Xianling sighed. This child is not ordinary. If it were anyone else, seeing that I made such an offer, he would have agreed long ago. That's why I asked you not to rush. Friendship can be cultivated slowly. Concubine Kai advised. I know that you love talent, but you can't be too hasty. Autumn Frost is fond of silence and not movement. I've already ordered it down so that all the martial artists who were present just now will shut up. Master Xianling nodded. It was still Princess Kai who was thorough. After thinking about it, however, Master Xianling still said, just a warning, perhaps not enough. As the words fell, several black shadows appeared on both sides of the alleyway. They wore long black robes and hoods that hid their features, and when they lifted their faces they could only see masks, as if they were ravens hiding in the darkness. Crow guards at your service. Anyone who speaks nonsense will be killed without pardon. Princess Kai's beautiful eyes flashed with indifference, very different from her usual gentle and soothing manner. Yes, crow guards come and go in a hurry. Seeing this, Master Xianling then completely let go of his heart. Inside the grocery store, Jun Zizi sent the last guest away. Chao Sun rocked his recliner, his bushel fan shaking. That old man just now is not bad. Why don't you just follow it? Jun Zizi rolled his eyes. What is this talk? It sounds weirdly creepy. He picked up a chicken feather duster to dust off the dust and casually replied, I like my life now. Sunrise and sunset. In his previous life, he had heard of the name Master Xianling quite a bit. It was said that he had 7th or even 8th grade pill refining skills, was respected, and was extremely well connected. Even Jun Ziyi begged to be under Master Xianling's tutelage, but in the end, he refused. Jun Ziyi's talent for pill refining wasn't bad. Together with Jun Baiyao's guidance, he was already a 2nd grade pill refiner at a young age. However, he didn't worship his master for the sake of alchemy, but rather, he was interested in the moon worshipping house, and the mysterious forces behind it. At that moment, a series of sharp footsteps came. A young man dressed as a martial artist came rushing in, 16 or 17 years old, his clothes torn and stained with blood, about to walk into the grocery store. He stopped abruptly. There was a bit of a struggle in his expression, as if it was difficult to speak. Boss, do you have the bleeding stopping pill and spirit recovery pill here? The young martial artist finally gathered the courage to walk in. He was pinching the spirit coins in his hand, somewhat wrinkled and stained with blood, and his voice was even more trembling. Jun Zizi smiled and nodded, placing the elixir on the counter. The young martial artist did not take it immediately, but lowered his head, his voice shaking more and more. Boss, I don't have enough money. Take it for urgent use first. Remember to return it to me later when you have the money. My small business is not a charity hall. Jun Zizi pushed the elixir directly in front of him. The young martial artist looked up sharply, and his eyes instantly reddened. Uncontested tears came to my eyes. He went to a number of stores and before he could open his mouth, he was kicked out by the eagle-eyed shopkeeper. But even so, he went from house to house trying. After all, there was hope if he tried. And if he didn't, how would he get through the dark night? Thanks a lot, boss. I will definitely repay you. The young martial artist knelt and kowtowed with the elixir in hand, and after getting up, he introduced himself. My name is Xiao Hao. He placed 5 bloodstained spirit coins on the counter and ran away without looking back. Is he? Jun Zizi froze, looking at the spirit coins on the counter and crying a little. At this time, Chao Sun on the recliner Jie laughed strangely. Respect others' choices and let go of the complex of helping others. Fellow Taoist, you're stained with karma. What's the cause and effect of this? I'm a pill refiner, selling Dan to make money and saving people in the process. Jun Zizi shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Besides, more friends, more roads, there's never a mistake. It was after he had suffered a great loss from the lone minister in his last life that he wanted to make friends with a wide range of martial artists in this life and form his own network. Chao Sun narrowed his small eyes. Why didn't you give me 100 pills on credit when I first asked you for them? You don't call that credit. You call it whoring. Jun Zizi said in a good-natured manner. Besides, you have no injuries on your body, and your hands and feet are sound, and you open your mouth to ask for 100 spirit pills, so I'm not lacking in heart if I give them to you? So I had injuries on my body at that time, and then I was missing an arm and a leg, so you were willing to give it to me? Chao Sun found the Chinese point. Of course not. Jun Zizi turned around, not bothering to be clever. Chao Sun smiled and reclined back into the recliner. He shook it gently and laughed softly. No, you will give it. Phew, the night is slightly cooler, this side of the small Clearwater Street, but because of this grocery store, become particularly warm. Outside the imperial capital, strong members of the imperial dynasty's Jun family arrived. Among them were the first prince, the second prince, and even Jun Ziyi was among them. They seemed to be waiting for something coming. The grand prince smiled faintly. Ahead, a vast procession stepped with heavy steps and reflected into the eyes of the crowd. The Savage Dynasty's Union Team arrived. Chapter 29, The Martial Exalt's Prophecy. My son's life is over. The beasts roared and savagery filled the air. The austerity was chilling. The flag fluttered in the wind, and it was embroidered with beast images that hunted, highlighting the deep heritage of the witch barbarian imperial dynasty. The armor-clad barbarian elephants pulled and dragged their chariots, walking vastly, each step shaking the sky and the earth. It was better to say it was a chariot than a house that was several feet tall. A man stood in the first place. His features were angular and powerful like a prison, and the fury emanating from between his eyebrows was incomparably terrifying. Grand Emperor of Tiger Yin Prison. We have swept the couch for the witch barbarian imperial dynasty. The Grand Imperial Prince arrived on a high horse, smiling and clasping his fists. Tiger Flame Prison grinned. His mouth full of white teeth appeared morose and cold. Good. I hope this time we can succeed in our marriage. The people of the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty furrowed their brows. Hoping for success? That sounds like something else. Tiger Yin Prison did not explain. Straight lead the team to step into the imperial capital, walking in the brilliant downtown. This trip was not destined to be peaceful. Night. The witch barbarian imperial dynasty stayed in the White Cloud Palace, waiting for tomorrow's Union Assembly. At this moment, a figure swept within the White Cloud Palace, located in the void like a ghost, overlooking the entire palace. He's like a ghost in the night. Dark Moon Martial Exalt. As the strongest person from the witch barbarian dynasty who came to the Green Dragon dynasty. However, there was a more important matter to ascertain as to why he had come. The future of both dynasties is at stake in this matter. The Dark Moon Martial Exalt raised his head, his pupils resembling the pale moon, bright white and eerie, and looked into the depths of the palace. You're getting older. His spirit shook as his words reached Junshu's ears. Within the lonely and dark meditation lake, Junshu slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with a strong sense of fatigue while emanating an aura of impending silence all over his body. He was as withered as a man, with no body to speak of, and it was heartbreaking to watch. You're getting bold. Junshu's eyes were calm, and he seemed to be acquainted with the Dark Moon Martial Exalt. The two of them used to be close friends and fought for each other, but because of their different positions, they haven't seen each other for many years. Now I see you again. Boo-hoo. With a flash, the Dark Moon Martial Sovereign stepped into the meditation lake and looked towards Junshu. Where is the sacred dragon's son? Today's welcome. Why don't we see him? Anticipation flashed in the depths of his eyes. Skepticism. My holy dragon son. He's gone. Junshu laughed. This smile, however, was heartbreaking and helpless, and angry at the same time. The Dark Moon Martial Exalt sounded disgruntled. With ZZ gone, who's going to join the marriage tomorrow? To be frank with you, the only one from your Green Dragon dynasty who can marry Princess Spirit Fox is him. It's useless to come to anyone but him. He was also a bit emotional. Junshu stared at the Dark Moon Martial Exalt, speechless. All this time he had been remembering Jun ZZ, itching to go out and search for it himself and seek justice for it. Nay, the dragon vein is damaged. Junshu spared the loss of his lifespan, and only then was he able to barely maintain the rise and fall of the Qinglong Imperial Dynasty. But it also delayed him from going in search of Jun ZZ. The Dark Moon Martial Lord laughed as well. To be precise, he was pissed off and laughing. I get it. You guys gave him up. Ha 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 ha. Junshu, you old fool. You know what? If you guys don't want him, give it to me. You guys can make whatever conditions you want. That child carries on heaven's fortune, enough to push any imperial dynasty to the top. The Dark Moon Martial Exalt almost laughed in anger. Others might not know, but he knew very well how Jun ZZ, with one person, had managed to break out in the Witch Barbarian Dynasty. How could the Green Dragon Dynasty be so stupid as to abandon him? The light in Junshu's eyes dimmed completely, still not saying a word. After the Dark Moon Martial Honor vented, his eyes revealed heartache. The Jun family are all white-eyed wolves, unloading donkeys. It's time to find a way out for yourself, or else you'll be the second Jun Ziwei. Why don't you come with me? Junshu sniffed, but shook his head. They wouldn't dare to do that. I guarded the dragon vein, and I have merited the imperial dynasty. The Dark Moon Martial Exalt laughed softly, snorted, and in the end was letting out a loud laugh. It was as if he had heard the funniest words in the world. He felt sad for Junshu. You didn't get the name wrong. Shui Shui, Shui Shui, Shui Shui, Shui Shui, Shui Shui, Shui Shui of others. Junshu did not argue and said softly, self-explanatory. I will go and find it. Don't need you to bother. Then, the eyes slowly closed. The Dark Moon Marshal Exiled was furious. He couldn't wait to punch Jun Shui and take him away by force, but in the end, he turned away helplessly. After leaving the palace, Dark Moon Marshal Exilt's eyes immediately changed. There were two main reasons why the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty agreed to the marriage this time. 1. The Princess of the Spirit Fox is married to the Sacred Dragon Sun and uses every means possible to bring the Sacred Dragon Sun back. 2. Stems from a prophecy. The Star Fox Marshal Exiled of the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty was good at prophecy, and his death not long ago caused grief within the dynasty. Before he died, he left a prophecy. The prophecy is only 8 words long. The Holy Dragon has no regrets. The Witch Barbarian Dynasty guessed that the meaning of this was most likely pointing to Jun Zai of the Green Dragon Dynasty. ZZ is gone. The prophecy has come true, and the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty is already showing a rout. Dark Moon Marshal Exiled secretly said in his heart. He took one last look into the depths of the palace, then crashed into the blackness and disappeared. Boom! 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 A green sky and white sky. Fireworks exploded in the firmament, filling the air with a festive atmosphere. The Great Dragon Field in the palace is dedicated to entertaining guests from outside the dynasty. The central plaza is carved with a giant dragon design, overflowing with the poise and momentum of a strong dynasty. The powerhouses of the Witch Barbarian and Green Dragon dynasties had arrived long ago, and they exchanged words with each other with bursts of laughter. The Dark Moon Marshal Exiled also led the younger generation of Tiger Yin Jail, Wolf Shadow Cultivation, and the others to go and greet Jun Gaowu, the current saint. Princess Spirit Fox is here. I don't know who shouted, and it instantly attracted countless gazes. On the steps, a pair of fair white and delicate jade feet slowly fell, like a green lotus blooming, light and beautiful. Jingle bells. The pendants on her body made a crisp ringing sound, like a cool summer breeze that refreshed her heart. The plump and slender delicate body was covered by a light green colored gauze, and the exposed skin was like sheep's fat jade, white and clean. Although the veil covered her face, those beautiful eyes contained 10,000 kinds of flavors, radiating a delicacy that made one's body go limp. May. This woman is charming to the extreme. If the 6 golden flowers of the Jun family were 100 flowers competing for attention, then Princess Spirit Fox's entrance was a showstopper. Her blooming beauty was worthy of being the first beauty of the Witch Barbarians. Jun Zi looked at Princess Spirit Fox, his throat dry as he kept swallowing. For the first time since he came out of the world, he had seen such a beautiful woman who so moved him. Morong Binger couldn't help but cry out sadly in her heart when she saw Princess Spirit Fox take a step out of her long snow-white legs. My son's life is over. Jun Bio and the other women also revealed a hint of jealousy. However, after thinking about it, this woman was about to become her own sister-in-law, so she didn't get entangled. Only such beauty is worthy of my excellent brother. Jun Yunshin smiled cheekily. Jun Ziyi was a bit shy and blushed. Third sister. The 8 characters haven't even begun yet. Ha ha ha, my brother is blushing. The sisters giggled. As the current emperor, Jun Gaowu was a little sour in his heart when he saw Princess Lingfu's stunning beauty, but he didn't show it. Instead, he laughed out loud. Since the protagonist has arrived, then the marriage union will begin. Snap. All of a sudden, there was thunderous applause. Tiger Yin prisoned but looked around. C did not find that person. Voice loud and clear. Where is the Holy Dragon Son? Why don't you drink with us? Have you forgotten your old friend? Jun Zi was stunned. Who are you? I don't know you? Still, he had to maintain his elegant posture, leaping out of the crowd with a smile on his face. Great Prince of Tiger Flame Prison, this sacred dragon son has come to drink with you. Jun Shangtian and the others nodded in satisfaction. Not bad for their good old son, knowing modesty and manners, modest and handsome. However, Tiger Yin Jail's thick eyebrows gradually furrowed, and the corner of his mouth lifted in disdain. Where are you an imposter from? Chapter 30, Jun Zai is the sacred dragon son. Tiger Yin Prison's words instantly caused Jun Ji's smile to stiffen and a flash of displeasure to pass under his eyes. Prince Tiger Yin Prison. Ge is the holy dragon son of our Green Dragon Dynasty. He was among the group yesterday. You should have seen him. Ge is extremely talented, and is now at the Martial King realm. His future will be unlimited. The Grand Imperial Prince hurriedly came over from the side and opened his mouth to explain. Jun Yunshin was so offended by Tiger Yenjia's attitude towards her brother that she was close to pointing her finger at him. What's wrong with you? You shouted Holy Dragon Son yourself, so my brother came to drink with you and you sneered and mocked. Sick in the head. No wonder they say that the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty is barbaric in nature and doesn't know how to be courteous. It's true. Jun Bagyo wrapped her jade arms around her chest and mocked. Jun Jianlan's cold eyes stared vertically. I'm telling you, Tiger Yin prison. There is only one sacred dragon son in the Green Dragon dynasty. Jun Zi is the only one. With the verbal assistance of his sisters, Jun Ji was in a much better mood, and likewise looked coldly at Tiger Yin prison. These words were also heard by the Witch Barbarian dynasty. After learning that Jun Zi was the only sacred dragon son, the smiles on their faces condensed and gradually became serious. Tiger Yin held even scared. Disdainful to the extreme, the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty only recognizes one person as the sacred dragon son, and that is Jun Zi. As soon as the three words Jun Zi came out, the faces of the powerhouses of the Green Dragon Dynasty became unnatural. The Jun family's crowd was even whiter and whiter. The Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty has always honored the strong. No one in the entire Northern Spirit region knows this. No one is unaware of it. When Jun Zi was in our dynasty, with his own strength, he gained our recognition and became the first outer dynasty warrior. Sacred Dragon Son. I only recognize Jun Zi. Talking about Jun Zi, Tiger Yin Jail's eyes were filled with admiration. Then he looked at Jun Ji with contempt and disdain. As for you, what a thing! Jun Zi is the sacred dragon son. Wolf Shadow Cultivator and the others chimed in. The eyes of Jun Gaowu and Jun Xiangtian and the others turned icy cold. Jun Zi was the holy dragon son of the Green Dragon Dynasty. Contempt for Jun Zi meant contempt for the Green Dragon Dynasty. The clan elders immediately stepped out and looked at Dark Moon Marshal Exalt with unkind eyes. Little children spouting nonsense while the old guys don't care. You Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty is so arrogant. It can't be helped if you're disliked for being straight talking. The Dark Moon Marshal Sovereign was not angry. Instead, he smiled. By the way, my dynasty appreciates the holy dragon son of your dynasty, and even once made a promise comparable to a martial sovereign's, saying that they would keep him. The Jun family was shaken at the words. A promise comparable to that of a martial arts patriarch? Jun's free? That punk? Jun Shangtian also froze. What kind of a bastard could make him promise that? Entering our dynasty at the age of 3, without crying or fussing, and with a mature demeanor at a young age. Many sorcerers have been surprised, breaking into the poison pool, fighting and killing the beasts, and enduring the pressure of Martial Exalted, all in one go, showing the style of the Qinglong Imperial Dynasty. My dynasty has never given him a single cent of resources, yet with his own powerful talent, he has broken through the realm in succession, straight into the 9th grade of Martial King. The Dark Moon martial artist is still specialized in face opening except for true emotion. When these words came out, the Grand Dragon Arena was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The expressions on everyone's faces were extremely wonderful, especially Jun Shangtian, Morong Binger, Jun Baiyao, Jun Ji and the others. Self-reliance, resilience, enlightenment, and willpower is one of a kind. I appreciate it. Suddenly, a voice like a lark's rang out. It was Princess Spirit Fox. Jun Zi clenched his fists violently, his nails digging into the flesh of his palms without even realizing it, and there was a monstrous rage churning in his heart. The Jun family was even more shocked. One beauty of the Witch Barbarians is actually falling for the punk Jun Zi. What can he do? What makes him tick? At this moment, Jun Yunxin and the girls felt that their 3 views were going to collapse. The clan elders all revealed horror as they hurriedly inquired. Jun Zi is a 9th grade martial king. You're simply demonic words. It's clear that your Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty scrapped Jun Zi and destroyed all of his roots and bones, making it impossible for him to ever cultivate again. And now you are endeavoring to praise him and exalt him, and in this way to disparage the Yat. With what poisonous intentions? The 10 clan elders' hair and whiskers were all agape as they huffed and chided. Tiger Flame Prison and the others, on the other hand, looked at each other with depressed faces. Is this Green Dragon Dynasty crazy? Every word they knew, combined into a sentence. How it sounded so awkward. The Dark Moon Marshal Exalt calmly said. Jun Zi was indeed drained of the dragon blood in his body and used for various sorcery experiments. But that was done by the radical faction of the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty. And when we became aware of it, we immediately recaptured the dragon blood back. And we even executed that person on the spot. Jun Zi still stepped into the Martial King realm even without his dragon blood. How is this demonic talk? When he left the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty, he was a 9th grade martial king. Near the border of the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty encountered an attack. The realm was completely lost, and the root bones were destroyed. This matter was informed to us by the guards when they returned. Over the years, you should have recovered his injuries and nurtured him with tons of resources, right? After all, Jun Zi's credit is as great as the heavens. Toward the end, his voice seemed to have a hint of flirtation, of mockery. Jun Gaowu and the others had extremely ugly faces. Jun Shangtian, on the other hand, was stupefied. The rebellious son was not wasted by you? Rather, he was on his way back. This thing, how he didn't know anything about it. Morong Binger cried out with a wow, her eyes filled with panic, urgency, and pain. And what about the bone-etching voodoo poison you gave to brother self? Jun Bagyo wept bitterly after hearing what had happened to Jun Zizai, and forced herself to chide in anger. Tiger Flame Prison furrowed her brows. You old woman is crazy. If we planted the bone-eroding voodoo poison on the ZZ brothers, then why would we come over for a marriage? Speak without thinking. Jun Bagyo was dumbfounded by the dislike. Jun Yunshin and Jun Ziyue slightly lowered their heads, their complexions somewhat distraught, especially Jun Yunshin. Her cheeks were pale and her hands were clenched in a death grip. Upon closer inspection, the fingers were actually trembling. Edge of the Great Dragon Field. Wei Wen narrowed his eyes, killing intent flickering. Bad, he murmured in his mind. At that moment, the Dark Moon Martial Sovereign let out another soft sigh. The dispute between the two parties in my dynasty mistakenly injured Jun ZZ, so I want to take this opportunity to make it up to him, and with the strength of the entire dynasty, I will recruit him as my son-in-law. In an instant, the Great Dragon Field was silent. Jun Gaowu sneered back. The entire dynasty? When did the Witch Barbarian dynasty become so stupid? Dark Moon Martial Exalt spoke in a calm tone. It has been the case since ancient times that those who are capable are given authority. Could it be that the Qinglong dynasty would unload their mills and kill their donkeys? Remembering what he had done, Jun Gaowu was so embarrassed that his toes were about to burrow through his boots as he gritted his teeth and said, my dynasty is naturally willing to recruit and give Jun ZZ endless resources. It's just that he's in seclusion and it's not convenient for him to come out. The Dark Moon Martial Exalt laughed. If I hadn't met Jun Shi last night, I would have been fooled by you guys. At this time the Spirit Fox Princess then opened mouth, the voice like larks, and as deep as the valley, plucking people's heartstrings. This palace, this life, non-Jun free, not married. As for the other Jun surnames, this one actually mixed with Mori Cold, like from High Cold Princess to bloodthirsty female ruler. Boom! The 10 clan elders were furious, looking down on the people of the Witch Barbarian dynasty, ferocious to the extreme. Then won't this marriage become a child's play? Do you really think that there is no one in my Qinglong dynasty? You can try, old thing. The Dark Moon Martial Exalt was not afraid in the slightest, and his killing aura poured out, causing the 10 clan elders to blanch and hastily retreat half a step. At this moment, the entire Great Dragon Field was at swords drawn. Everyone held their breath, not daring to move. Since your Green Dragon Imperial dynasty boasts of countless heavenly pride, why don't you try my dynasty's trials? And if anyone is better than Jun Zizai, I can reconsider the matter of the marriage. Princess Spirit Fox suddenly smiled. Chapter 31. Except for Jun ZZ, this palace will not marry in this life. A good marriage has turned into this. Jun Gaowu, as the current emperor, had long held his breath. It's all Jun Zizai's fault. It's all because of the trouble caused by this punk. How could this union be so without him? Damn him. The angry curses in his heart couldn't contain Jun Gaowu's anger. He kept his rationality on the surface and stood with his hands overlaid. Since Princess Linghu has this pleasure, let the Witch Barbarian Imperial dynasty take a look at my dynasty's heavenly pride. Martial Exalt, I'm troubling you. Princess Spirit Fox bowed slightly. The Dark Moon Martial Exalt nodded with a smile. Boom! In the next moment, the void shook and shadows descended. A huge mountain as black as ink stood in midair, thousands of feet wide, filled with a terrifying aura of old and desolate, a single strand hanging down, all of which was enough to destroy all. This is the mountain of Witch Barbarian, ranked next to the heavenly hierarchy. All of you fight for me. We must marry this princess into the Green Dragon dynasty. Let them show the Witch Barbarian Imperial dynasty what a bull ***** Jun ZZ. My dynasty will never be short of heavenly pride. Jun Gaowu sent out a transmission to his royal sons, Jun Ji, and the Imperial dynasty's heavenly pride. The Grand Imperial Prince and the others had long been unable to hold back, and each of them was full of wariness. Jun Zi stared intently at Princess Spirit Fox as his heart fluttered within him. You're mine. You can only be mine. I will trample Jun ZZ under my feet. I am the most demonic heavenly pride. He growled loudly in his mind. Morong Binger's eyes revealed concern. Zi, you must be extremely careful. Don't worry. Jun Zi smiled broadly, manifesting his bravado. Father and mother, sisters, you'll be proud of me. At that moment, the The Dark Moon Marshal Exiled gently waved his hand. Jun Zi and the others then fell into the depths of the mountain of the witch barbarians in full view of everyone. In the meantime, an illusory water wave floated in midair. Through the image, one could clearly see the crowd of celestial pride within the mountain of sorcerer barbarians. An infinite pool of poison. This place was filled with a foul stench, and also filled with a horrible poison, blocking others from advancing. What's a little poison pool? The fifth prince snorted coldly. His body was as big as a bear. His body was filled with a thick aura. He actually wanted to forcefully trip over. However, the poisonous water of the poisonous pool was extremely viscous, directly trapping the fifth prince, and the violent toxins instantly eroded his flesh, causing him to let out a drilling and mournful wailing sound. Fail! The Dark Moon Marshal Exalt made a public announcement. With that, he flung his hand and pulled the fifth prince out of the mountain of sorceress barbarians. Jun Gaowu's face was embarrassed as he looked at the wretched fifth prince and cursed in a low voice. All limbs are developed, but your mind is simple. You have simply disgraced the royal family. The fifth prince was scolded and left without a word. The first level of the poison pool stopped countless celestial pride. The second level is fighting a herd of beasts, which is even tougher. These ferocious beasts were of the same realm as martial artists, fierce and ruthless, and would not even fear. Level 3 is illusion. Level 4 is waterfall heavy pressure. Level 5 is swamp severance. Level 6, Level 7, Level 8, until the last level was martial might. In the end, Jun Zi, the Grand Prince and the Second Prince, and several others, were suppressed to such an incomparable state that they practically crawled their way out of the mountain of sorceress barbarians. Your Majesty. Fortunately, Junji stood up with clenched teeth and clasped his hands while his eyes were filled with pride and complacency as he looked towards Tiger Yin prison. He passed. If Jun's self can get by, so can I. Worthy of being my son. Jun Shangtian was happy and proud. Jun Gaowu nodded his head heavily. Worthy of being the sacred dragon's son that they had personally trained. Jun Yunshin said disdainfully, I thought how difficult it would be. It seems that the witch barbarian dynasty is nothing more than that. Ha 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 ha. Tiger Yan Hell wasn't angry either, but instead laughed out loud. The laughter made Jun Yunshin feel disturbed and annoyed. What are you laughing at? If you break through the mountain of witch barbarians once, a mark will be left on your body, and the second time you enter, the difficulty of the trial will surge. It's just a matter of breaking through the first time, and then you're as proud as a koan. It's ridiculous. Tiger Yin Hell did not hide his sneer at all. Jun Zhanlan was most disgusted with the witch barbarian dynasty. And now that he heard them scorn Jun Zi, he was even more furious. Then how many times have you broken through? It's ridiculous to open one's mouth. We've long since stopped trying at the mountain of the witch barbarians. Wolf Shadow Cultivator grinned. That's for the young children. In order to show you why my witch barbarian dynasty will last for a long time. The clan elders' pupils quake. No wonder the witch barbarian dynasty is getting stronger and stronger. So there is this trick. In comparison, the Green Dragon dynasty was indeed weak. What is your name? At this moment, Princess Spirit Fox's autumn eyes shifted slightly as she looked towards Jun Ji. Jun Zi thought that he had gained the favor of Princess Spirit Fox and hurriedly replied, My name is Jun Zi. You're kind of like Jun Zizi. When Princess Spirit Fox mentioned Jun Zizi, her beautiful eyes were brilliantly alive with light. Astonished. These words, however, choked Jun Zi for a moment. Jun is at ease. It's Jun's self again. You obviously got out of this house, this dynasty, so why is everyone still reading about you? Princess Spirit Fox quickly retracted her eyes. Slightly despondent, just a little. You are far inferior to him. Even if you practice hard for 10,000 years, you can't catch up. The mountain of witch and barbarian. The first time he broke through, he passed 10 times in a row. 10 times the seals were stacked on top of each other, and he still broke through, alarming our old ancestor. But so what? Jun Zizi's heart is set on the Green Dragon dynasty, even if I go and beg him. Ha! Her beautiful eyes were slightly red and she smiled miserably. The Grand Imperial Prince and the others were dumbstruck, and a huge wave was set off in their hearts. They were already exhausted from passing through the mountain of sorceress barbarians once, but Jun Zizi had already passed through 10 times in a row at a young age. Jun Gaowu's face was blue and his fists were clenched. He would never recognize Jun Zizi's talent. It was Jun Zi, whom he had personally cultivated, who was the most demonic. What about the Union? Jun Gaowu stood with his hands covered, his face somber, causing the entire atmosphere to become oppressive. Princess Spirit Fox bowed slightly. Aside from Jun Zizi, this palace will not marry in this life, even if it is your so-called number one heavenly pride. She retracted it with a slight glance at Jun Ji. Jun Ji had long been seething with anger, yet he had to maintain his elegant and humble side, which caused his entire face to become more and more bizarre and twisted. Speak human, straight up red warmth. Not a good idea. It is our brother who does not care to join you in marriage. You will regret this. Jun Biao and the other women stood out, siding with Jun Zi. Princess Spirit Fox smiled sweetly. It's only you guys who treat him as a treasure. Jun Biao and the girls were furious, but they couldn't do anything about it. In the end, the marriage had to end. On that day, the witch barbarian imperial dynasty departed from the imperial capital in great numbers. Inside the chariot, the Dark Moon Marshal Exiled lowered his eyes and looked away from the fading imperial capital. Perhaps in a short while, between the two dynasties, there will be war again, and by then there will be destruction of life and war. Tiger Flame Prison laughed coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that the Green Dragon dynasty was blessed with dragon energy back then, this territory would have long since been returned to our dynasty. Not anymore, never again. The Dark Moon Marshal Sovereign whispered. The Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty has cut off their own path to life, abandoning the path to heaven that should belong to them. Martial honor, do you mean Zizai? Princess Spirit Fox was a little excited. I want to go find him. Hey! The Dark Moon Marshal Exalt didn't say anything, but just sighed and patted Princess Spirit Fox's head lightly. The Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty is too unbridled, scorning our dynasty's heavenly pride and holding up a trash to defame our dynasty. If a scholar can tolerate it, what can't be tolerated? Your Majesty, the majesty of the Green Dragon cannot be dishonored. War, war, war. The clan elders were completely enraged. Jun Gaowu had the same icy gaze, his entire being gloomy to the extreme. I will make the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty pay the price for arrogance. Battle! It's time to take back what we once lost. Feverish shouts echoed through the temple. Imperial capital. Wanqi building. Jun Yunxin stood in front of the table, her eyes gloomy, her anger flaming in her pupils. After collecting her emotions a little, she looked to a letter on her desk. It reads, June is in a position of her own. A sneer raised from the corners of Jun Yunxin's lips as she coldly said, Dead trash. Today you have disgraced our family. I want you to pay the price in blood. She then called out for someone to summon Jun Ziyu. Fifth sister. Take a look. Jun Yunxin handed out the letter. Jun Ziyue was originally lacking in interest, but after seeing the contents inside, she instantly became excited. Third sister. You don't have to worry about what's going on back there. I'll make the War God Palace break his 9 fingers, to force him to his knees, bark a few times, and never be allowed to go home. I'm suffocating today. I have to take it out on him. She licked her red lips and smiled a slightly sickly smile. Chapter 32. Go and get Jun Zizai back so that he can atone for his sins. Elder Zhao. Elder thou. I am matter to intrude. Jun Ziyue looked at the two men in front of her, her eyes and eyebrows smiling. Zhao Shu and Yu Tide were both outer sect elders of the War God Palace, possessing the martial emperor realm. Zhao Shu knew Jun Ziyue's identity and was willing to flatter. His smile was fawning. Miss Ziyue, you're welcome. You're an inner disciple and the daughter of Dragon Slaughter Marshal Exalt. It's our honor to work for you. That's right, that's right. As long as you give a word, we'll go through fire and water. Yu Tate chimed in from the side. Jun Ziyue's demeanor was smug. Because of the 2 layers of relationship between the Green Dragon Dynasty and Jun Shangtian, even though she had just become an inner disciple of the War God Palace, her status was comparable to that of some of her senior brothers and sisters, and no one dared to bully her. She's the only one who can bully others. She's the only one who can bully people. Go to the Purple Capital, find a grocery store called Anything Goes, and cut off all 9 of that master's remaining fingers. Also, pin him to the ground, force him to bark, and record the whole thing with a retention stone. Threaten him to never come home or break his legs. After this matter, I can recommend you to become inner sect elders. Jun Ziyue smiled as she spoke, her 2 tiger teeth looking playful, cute and innocent. Zhao Shu and Yuta were stunned. So ruthless? A broken finger and a barking dog on his knees? This is too much of a bully. But I'm sorry, the temptation to be an inner sect elder is too great. One can only condescend to the owner of the grocery store. Don't worry, leave this matter to us. The 2 men revealed pleasing smiles. Jun Ziyue waved her hand slightly and watched the 2 of them leave, suddenly in a happy mood. Why look for the War God Palace and not the hidden organization? Her idea was that they were easier to control and under her nose, with no fear of accidents. As for hidden organizations, she can't be reached. Jun Zizai. Ah, Jun Zizai. It is truly an honor in this life for you. A waste of space, to have 2 martial emperors make a move. Jun Ziyue carried her hands behind her back, as if she had already seen Jun's eyes' miserable end. Deep in the palace, Junshi was already white-haired and withered in form, and his eyes were cloudy, having lost their former color. He exhaled and slowly stood up. Finally, I have suppressed the dragon vein for the time being, hopefully it will last until I return. Junshi decided. He was going to go out and look for Jun Zizi himself. He couldn't let that child suffer anymore. Everything that Jun Ziyi possessed should have originally belonged to Jun Zi. Even if Jun Zizi was allowed to sit on the throne, it would be reasonable to become admired by all. I'm going to make it up to self. My holy dragon son should not be treated unjustly. With a sway of his body, Junshi left the palace and stood on top of the imperial capital's city wall, his white hair dancing in the wind. Soon, a figure swept in like the wind, half-kneeled behind him, handed out a letter, and then turned around and disappeared. The epigraph records where Jun's self is today. Junshi looked at the letter. His eyes sneered. If you are willing to look for it with all your heart, you would have found it already. Wouldn't you have no news until now? The so-called clan elders, the emperor, and the strongest members of the Jun family, each and every one of them said that it was difficult to find Jun Zizi. Junshi just spoke to his friend and the message found its way to him. You don't want him, fine. I'll take him. I'll keep him. What the Dark Moon Marshal Exiled had said that day was like a needle sticking in Junshi's heart, making him even more certain that he must welcome Jun Zizi back to the Green Dragon Dynasty. He smiled to himself at the thought. The Witch Barbarian Dynasty had imprisoned Jun Zizi for 18 years, and in the end, they actually cared and loved him more than these kinsmen. It's simply the irony of the world. Son, it's time for you to go home. Junshi was stunned out of his mind and drifted away like a rootless leaf. Woofu, Jun Ziyi is sick. He fainted after the marriage conference, and the family anxiously sent him back to the Wu mansion. After diagnosis, he learned that it was the corpse demon slaughtering weather remaining in Jun Ziyi's body that was at work, not only eating away at his aura, but also injuring his internal organs, and the situation was already very serious. The whole family was heartbroken when they saw Jun Ziyi's painful appearance. Morong Binger wiped the cold sweat on Jun Ziyi's forehead over and over again, almost dying of anxiety. Son, how is it? Are you feeling better? Jun Ziyi's face was pale. His neck and cheeks were covered in bloodstains, each one hideous, but he still forced to smile. Mother, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. The fact that her youngest son was so understanding made Morong Binger both relieved and heartbroken. What sins have we done? Why should this punishment fall on the son? Morong Binger asked herself that she had never done anything bad, and her husband had even fought against strong enemies externally and corrected the morality internally, and fought for countless people to have a rich life today. The Jun family is a great benefactor of this land. They should be blessed with deep blessings, not like a lot of conditions. Heaven forbid. She sobbed slightly. Jun Shangtian looked at the 10 clan elders beside him. Clan elders, is there any solution? Corpse demon slaughter weather is extremely rare. Even the history books have very few records. The 10 clan elder was despondent, then pretended to hesitate. However, there is a solution. The 10th clan elder can just say it. Do you need me as your mother? Morong Binger hurriedly begged. Speak quickly, clan elder. Jun Shangtian and Jun Baiyao and the others were also anxious. The 10 clan elder covered his hands and sighed lightly, shaking his head. I've seen a secret technique called the blood purification technique, which can remove all the filth from the body. And the corpse demon slaughtering weather is naturally not a problem, but it must be a close relative of the same blood. If not, this secret method cannot be performed. Moreover, the person who performs the blood purification technique will fall into a very long period of weakness, and in severe cases, it is even life-threatening. At those words, Morong Binger's eyes kept changing. Then she cried and pulled her daughter's hands. You who are sisters, shouldn't you share your brother's pain? Aren't you guys heartbroken? He's your own brother that you've watched grow up. As long as the corpse demon slaughtering weather in Ziyi's body is cleared, Mother guarantees that she will restore you to your original state. Jun Biao's heart chilled. Do we deserve this pain? What kind of quackery is this? Mother, that won't do. The Battle God Palace will be holding the Battle God Tower competition in a few days. If I fall into weakness, then how can I catch up with others? Jun Ziyue waved her hand repeatedly. Jun Yunqin spread her hands. Mother, as you have heard, sharing the same blood in the same vein is the first point, and the second is that it is weak and easy to die. So that question can be thrown at someone. Morong Binger was disappointed with the two of them and looked at Jun Zhanlan again. Zhanlan, this started because of you. Shouldn't you be responsible? Jun Zhanlan's face was full of aggression. He himself cast an earth-ranked treasure for his brother and ended up becoming a sinner instead. Jun Ziyi endured the excruciating pain and began to tear up. Father, mother, I'd rather be in pain myself than have my sisters suffer one iota of pain for me. The four Jun Baiyao's sisters were immediately moved to tears. Just moving. There. Jun Shangtian gulped lightly, and the crowd looked at him. He said, Lu Zhong, go and retrieve that rebellious son. Tell him I can give him a chance to go home. And that's redemption. Let him cast the blood purification technique on Jun Ziyi. Then there will still be a place for him in the Jun family in the future. If not, then don't ever come back. And don't even go in the shrine. You must say that I am willing to forgive him, and he should be pleased. Lu Zhong hurriedly nodded his head, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. The Grand Master is finally coming home. Jun Ziyue and Jun Yunshin looked at each other and tacitly did not say where the grocery store was. Bitter one bitter yet. Let Jun Zizi suffer a bit before saying anything. Zidu, there are grocery stores for everything. Guest, I'll wrap up the fine steel for you. Right. That's the price of the lower class elixir. Want 2 bottles? Okay. Do you have any cleansing charms? Meditation charms? Aphrodisiac charms? Yes. I have everything here. Jun Zi was busy. A busy smile on his face. The martial artists were also happy. These pills, weapons, and spirit talismans were all of supreme quality. But the prices were fair. To low-realm martial artists, this place was simply a holy land. As for Chaosun, he crossed his legs, holding the noodles that Grandma Lin had sent him, and acted as a doorman master. The scene at the grocery store was watched by a man outside the store. It was Jun Shui. He stood there for a long time, staring blankly at Jun Zi's eye, his vision gradually blurring as he's growing up. But why? He seems happy? He's the holy dragon son of the Green Dragon dynasty. How can he be happy about something like this? Jun Shui's nose was sore. Who would believe that the holy dragon's son was actually reduced to such a state in order to make a living? Jun Shui's gaze grew firmer. Jun Zizi must be brought back to the Green Dragon dynasty. Just as he was about to take a step, 2 figures suddenly appeared within the grocery store, coldly looking at Jun Zizi with a cruel smile. You're the boss? Someone wanted your remaining 9 fingers, and we took them. Chapter 33, Child. Old ancestor is sorry for you. Having sent the last guest away, Jun Zizi was about to catch his breath when a cold laugh came from his ears. Chaosun on the purple and gold recliner narrowed his eyes and slowly put down the noodles in his hand. This Yin Yang Heavenly Father is here, but he still dares to be so unbridled, simply not putting him in his eyes. Jun Zizi silently pinched a jade pendant in his hand and crushed it at any time. This jade pendant was sent by Master Xianling's string these days, saying that if you encountered trouble, you could crush it and someone would immediately come to solve the trouble. Little bastard. You messed with the wrong people. Luckily, though, all she wants is your 9 fingers and to get down on her knees and learn to bark. Kneel down obediently. There's no self-respect for you wasteful martial artists anyway. Zhao Shu and Yuta looked down at Jun Zi's eye, pressing forward step by step. Chaosun was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves. The old man is still around. It hurts too much to just ignore it. Had to give these 2 little pussies a piece of my mind, before he could make any move. However, a thrill of horror climbed from his tailbone to the back of his head, because at the entrance of the grocery store stood a man, a silent old man, radiating the ultimate aura of invincibility. Jun Zizi had already pinched the jade pendant out of its cracks, but the moment he saw this pale figure, his movements came to an abrupt halt and his pupils contracted slightly. On your knees. Zhao Shu and Yuta were full of smugness, thinking that Jun Zizi was scared silly, and directly let out a bellow. Buzz. The martial emperor's mighty pressure surged out wildly like a storm, as if it was going to destroy the entire grocery store, pressing Jun Zizi dead to the ground. Next, flop. These 2 martial emperor powerhouses fell to their knees on the spot, and both of their leg bones instantly turned into mush, but they did not utter a mournful scream, only because the space around him was frozen. The sound could not be transmitted at all, and he could only tremble and twist his head to look at the old man who was slowly walking towards him. It was a pair of eyes they had never seen before. Furious, tyrannical, bloodthirsty, cruel, infinite heavenly father? Chaosun was directly earthbound behind Jun Zi's eye, and was so frightened that his body was trembling with fat. Kneeling on the ground, Zhao Shu and Yuta were filled with panic. This kind of aura had only appeared on the palace master. The visitor was actually a martial exalt. The duo directly pissed themselves in fear, their entire bodies freezing, while not understanding why this stinky Jun Ziyue had asked them to come and send them to their deaths. a martial artist with the blessing of a martial master, and he's still asking us to kill him? In this moment, time seemed to be much slower than usual. The grocery store was like two worlds inside and outside the door, isolating Jun Zizai and Jun Shoyi. Originally, Jun Shi had already thought of 1,000 words in his mind, but after seeing Jun Zizai, his throat felt like it was blocked and it was hard to speak. Maybe guilt? Maybe regret? Maybe both. You've lost weight. Jun Shi's voice carried a hint of trembling. Old ancestor, I've actually gained quite a bit of weight. At least I have food to eat now. Jun Zizai spoke calmly, and that was the truth. I'm the one who's sorry. I'm sorry. Jun Shi choked. He doesn't understand. Why are they treating this child so viciously? He clearly did nothing wrong. For the sake of the Qinglong dynasty, for the quality of 18 years, to help them buy precious time to rise and develop. But what about at the end of the day? Jun Zizi got something. Jun Shi wanted to roar with rage and kill. However, looking at the Jun Zizai in front of her, it was incomparably depressing and heartbreaking. Ancestor, I know you're good to me. Jun Zizi stood still and did not move, still smiling faintly. You should rest more. You can come and see me later if you have nothing to do. Jun Shi's heart felt like it had been hit hard by a hammer. He shuddered. Still going home? This is my home. Jun Zizi replied with a smile. Jun Shi was momentarily dumbfounded. Yeah, what's that place got to say about home? The current Jun Zizai was like a broken and stained porcelain, never to return to being whole again. It is old ancestor who has apologized to you, causing you to suffer so much over the years. You should have been bathed in glory, not under a dark roof. If I can be out by the time you return. He was complaining about his mistakes, but Jun Zizi waved his hand slightly, interrupting him. Old ancestor, it's time for you to leave. Jun Zizi said softly. Jun Shi's pupils shrank. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that his holy dragon son, that good boy, was never coming back. The dynasty and the family had hurt him so badly that perhaps staying away was the best thing to do. Jun Shi's original body, which was still quite straight, slowly hunched down, as if it was even older than when it came, and his mother-in-law's eyes looked at Jun Zizai, his lips whitening as he trembled lightly. I'm sorry. Lost in thought, he grabbed Zhao Shu and Yuta and slowly turned around, his back full of loneliness and desolation. Jun Zizi sighed in the same way. In his last life, the old ancestor's end was tragic, being forced by those so-called clan elders, and in the end, he had to sacrifice himself to help infuse Jun Ji's heavenly ranked treasure with an artifact soul. It was only because the clan elders said at the time, for the sake of the dynasty, you must be sacrificed. Jun Shi lived for the sake of the Green Dragon dynasty and died because of the Green Dragon dynasty. Old ancestor. Suddenly, a soft call made Jun Shi turn his head. His expression slowly became animated, only to see Jun Zizi standing in front of the grocery store, bathing in the sunlight, revealing a warm smile. In the future, I will give you a final send-off. At this moment in Jun Shi's eyes, Jun Zizi was so free and unencumbered. He finally couldn't hold it in, tears like a fountain. But he also laughed. Good. Jun Shi's hunched back straightened once more and he nodded heavily. How much more important is the phrase I will see you through to the end for those who are about to die? He wiped his tears and his fingertips touched the void, carving out a seal that landed steadily in Jun Zizi's palm. Next, let's see how old ancestor can get you some justice. Jun Shi turned around as he finished speaking, killing intent spewing out. He walked away and disappeared into the street. Jun Zi looked at the seal in his hand. His eyes glazed over. It wasn't bright. It was dull. It means the old man is dying. Who dares to touch autumn frost? At that moment, Master Xianling arrived with a large number of strong men, his gaze sternly scanning the surroundings as if he wanted to eat his enemies alive. He rushed to Jun Zizai, looking up and down for fear of losing a hair or missing a piece of meat. Mother ******* I don't know who blocked off the space, and it was a ing Martial Exalt who moved. Master Xianling cursed, then asked with concern, is everything alright? Cho Frost, what brings you here? Jun Zizi cried and laughed. Master Xianling stood with his hands covered and said smilingly, I felt a crack in the jade pendant I sent you and came straight here. I don't know who's Martial Exalted idly farting around, completely blocking off this area, causing me to almost find someone to blow this place up, but I don't think it's coming at you, which is quite reassuring. Hearing these words, Jun Zizi was warmed and somewhat amused. Grandmaster Xianling thought that a certain Martial Exalt had passed by Qingshui Street, which caused the jade pendant to crack. The walls of the purple capital. Jun Shi stood alone against the wind, with the shivering Zhao Shu and Yuta beside him. Why are you running to me, you old man? A helpless voice sounded from behind Jun Shu. Chapter 34 Bloodshed of the War God Palace. 100 Plagues Coming. Seeing off Master Xianling, Jun Zizai saw Chao Sun sitting on a recliner, his eyes wide as a bull. You're a member of the Jun family of the Green Dragon Dynasty? Chao Sun looked strange. Jun Zizi replied casually as she continued to restock. Once, but not now. Chao Sun's heart turned over in a huge wave, and he blurted out, are all of these Qinglong Imperial dynasties stupid, dumbasses? You were sent to the Witch Barbarian dynasty as a hostage, and they abandoned you, a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Their consciences have been eaten by dogs. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, his great master, is furious with me. His face was grim, and his mind was already clear. No wonder the Green Dragon Dynasty's royal tune was missing and the dragon's energy was disorganized. The reason for this was in Jun Zizi. Jun Zizai couldn't help but smile when he saw him beaming and sulking. When talking about the Green Dragon Dynasty, his heart was like water. A dynasty that was bound for extinction was just that, not worth his concern. Now that the old ancestor has left, the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty should accelerate its demise. Jun Zi muttered to himself in his heart. Chao Sun was depressed. Why was this guy so calm? Wouldn't a normal person have blacked out long ago? He didn't look too deeply into it though, instead pondering another question. The dragon chi in Jun Zizi's body came from the Green Dragon Dynasty, but why was his dragon chi so majestic? It was simply impossible for a mere Green Dragon Dynasty to reach such a level. Jun, forget it, let us call you Chiu Frost. Your old ancestor is a bit off. Why didn't you persuade him to stay just now? Chao Sun asked as he shook his bushel fan. Jun Zizi's movements lurched and he was speechless. It wasn't that he didn't want to persuade, but he couldn't. Jun Shi had been loyal to the Qinglong dynasty all his life, and even after his death, he was willing to be buried in the imperial tomb to continue guarding it. Just a few words will not make him turn back, unless he is completely disheartened. He cannot be persuaded at all. The city walls. City Lord Xin Kongdu gazed at Jun Shu, his expression a little helpless. I'm going to kill someone. Are you coming with me or not? Jun Shi swept a glance at Zhao Shu and Yu Tate, his voice cold as ice. Xin Kongdu recognized these two and was somewhat surprised. How did the War God Palace mess with you? I will do one last thing for my sacred dragon son. Jun Shui looked into the distance, his eyes growing more and more determined, and his heart even had a plan. Xin Kongdu's heart trembled. The War God Palace is crazy. How dare you touch this old thing's scales? You can behead anyone in the Green Dragon Dynasty, including the Emperor, and even destroy the entire imperial capital. But the only thing that can't be harmed is the Holy Dragon Child, because Jun Shui would really go crazy. This time, Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign is probably going to cry. Shen Kongdu sighed lightly before nodding. Having said that, space shifted. The two disappeared without a trace. Rainy night. Thunder traveled between the dark clouds and dropped a downpour of rain. The heavens and the earth are dim, and only the light of thunder can give the world a short period of daylight. This is Battle Mountain. The layers of mountains and peaks were intertwined, but they looked eerie under the flashes of rolling thunder. Elder, I don't know what we have angered you for. I still hope to give a way out. Elder, calm down. Everything is negotiable. We are willing to repay. It's over. It's completely over. The sad, miserable screams mixed with the sound of rain and thunder were especially piercing. Blood was like paint drenching the land, buildings, and mountains of the War God Palace. Even if the strongest of the martial zoners made a move, they couldn't stop those two figures. Jun Shi ascended the ladder, killing with each step, his body filled with majestic life essence, sweeping away the decline and returning to his peak period. His black hair was like ink, his stance was erect, and a pair of cold eyes mercilessly swept over the corpses of the War God Palace powerhouses that were stacked into mountains. War God Palace, you have crossed the line. Jun Shi coldly spat out a sentence. He stepped on the mountains and rivers in anger, and the outer disciples, inner disciples, elders, and even the supreme elders of the War God Palace all had their livers cracked in fear. When the last step was taken, all of them rolled their eyes and fainted. The entire War God Palace was completely plunged into dead silence. Death and gore become the only undertones. Rumble, the deepest bronze door of the War God Palace, at this moment, exploded open, and a burly figure stepped out, his pupils containing divine thunder. His hair exploded, and he was filled with an extremely terrifying destructive aura. It was as if he could turn heaven and earth upside down by raising his hands and throwing his feet. Thunder Extreme Martial Emperor. He was in seclusion and wanted to step into the realm of the second-grade martial exalt, but he didn't expect a strong enemy to attack. I'd like to see just who it is that dares to come to my war god palace to seek death. A monstrous rage surfaced on his face. But the next moment, a large hand was placed wordlessly on his shoulder. Who are you calling a death wish? Jun Shi came from the darkness, his eyes staring straight at him. The other side. Shen Kongdu wore a mask and his eyes were as cold as ice, also staring closely at this side. It's you! When the Thunder Extreme Martial Exalt saw that it was Jun Shui, he instantly shriveled up. When he was young, Thunder Pole Martial Exalt had received a nudge from Jun Shui, and had always been grateful. But I never expected to be reunited in this way today. I'm warning you for the last time. If you dare to touch my holy dragon child Jun Zzz again, I will slaughter the younger generation of the War God Palace. You guys recruit disciples every year. Come one batch, kill me one batch, and kill until no one dares to come. War God Palace. I want it to become an empty shell in name only. If you don't believe me, you can try. Jun Shu's eyes glowed with murderous intent. No one would doubt that he was true to his word. The mountain of corpses at his feet is the best explanation. The Thunder Extreme Martial Emperor didn't know what had happened, but he understood that the War God Palace was in trouble, or the collapse of the sky. Bang! Bang! Two people were thrown to the ground, and it was none other than Zhao Shu and Yuta. Jun Shui didn't even look at him, and with a grip of his 5 fingers, Zhao Shu's entire body exploded on the spot, blood and flesh flying across the floor, staining the lapis lazuli boards red. After doing so, he and Xian Kongdu headed out. Just as the two arrived silently, so did they leave silently, leaving behind only a mountain of dead bodies. The Thunder Extreme Martial Exalt had long been drenched to the skin. He watched the two figures drift away until they were completely gone, and only then did he heave a sigh of relief. But what swirled around it was monstrous anger. How dare you kill the holy dragon child? Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign's entire face twisted up in anger, itching to crush thy tide on the spot. Palace Master, we didn't even know that person was Saint Dragonchild. Yu Te was already mentally weakened, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he cried out with a wow, tears bubbling up in his eyes. It's Jun Ziyu. She promised to arrange for us to become intersect elders if we accomplish this. Otherwise, even if I were given 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to go and foolishly harm Saint Dragonchild. He looked at the floor of Zhao Shu, trembling with fear. Son of a Jun Ziyu. This woman is so stupid. She's not even as good as. You want to find death yourself. Don't drag the War God Palace down with you. The Thunder Extreme Martial Exalt directly broke into tears. It was clearly a private matter of the Jun family, but it involved the War God Palace. Where can he justify it? From this moment onwards, the Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign decided that he no longer cared about Jun Ziyue's identity and would definitely give her a taste of all the ugliness and evil of humanity. Let her undergo a true training in the War God Palace. He was more afraid of Jun Shui than he was of crossing paths with Long Tu Wuzun. The empire is in disarray as well. One expedited letter after another arrived at Jun Gaowu's desk. Locusts, droughts, floods, thunderstorms, beasts, and other calamities ravaged the boundaries of the Qinglong imperial dynasty almost simultaneously. This is the moment when 100 plagues come. Green Dragon Dynasty. Danger. Chapter 35. For the sake of the imperial dynasty, please go to your death. Your Majesty. Panlong City is already a swamp. The people are trapped in it. More than 30,000 have been killed or injured, and hundreds of thousands are homeless. Your Majesty. Jinshan City suffered a beast disaster. The city wall collapsed. The granary was destroyed. The casualties amounted to more than 100,000. If there is another strife at this moment, the grain in grass is afraid. Your Holiness, one of Yuan City's Shin rank or veins was destroyed by a wild thunderstorm, completely reduced to nothing, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to continue our business with multiple sects. The ministers of the court read out one of the urgent reports. Jun Gaowu put on a pain mask. He felt like he was going to blow up. In just a little more than 10 years, he had pushed the Qinglong dynasty to its peak, and if he were to pass away, the history of the Qinglong dynasty would definitely have a colorful piece of him. Jun Gaowu holds name in high regard. He hoped that after his death he could enjoy endless incense and sing of his achievements day and night. How can I describe it? That's the Holy Lord and the wise ruler. But now, hundreds of disasters had struck the entire Qinglong dynasty, and the number of suffering people was increasing wildly. If this was recorded in the history books, would it not be a big joke? Enough! Jun Gaowu's veins rippled as he shouted angrily. The ministers instantly shut up and stared at the emperor in horror. The country has been at peace for more than 10 years. The winds and rains have been favorable. The grains have been plentiful. And the people have been well and happy. Now how could so many natural disasters suddenly appear? Or break out at the same time? God! Are you so blind that you can't see my exhausting efforts? Day and night? His face was hard and he stared angrily at the dim sky. At this time, a minister said stiffly, "The plague is so because the personnel are not cultivated. When the personnel are not repaired, heaven sends down calamities. Unbridled." Jun Gaowu looked angrily at his minister. "Are you questioning me for committing a monstrous crime? I dare not." That minister immediately knelt on the ground, trembling. Jun Gaowu's eyes were so red they were about to burst into flames as he angrily waved his sleeve robes. "All get out." The ministers retreated, leaving Jun Gaowu with shadowy eyes, staring dead at an urgent report. His eyes kept changing, slightly skeptical. Could it be that the matter of the dragon vein is not false? Just as he finished speaking, Jun Gaowu let out a cold grunt. "It won't happen. I am the son of heaven. Even the heavens will listen to me." The other side of the palace. When the clan elders learned that the plague had swept through the Qinglong imperial dynasty, they immediately looked grave. At this point, we need to ask Brother Shui, who guards the dragon vein and knows a lot about it. The Grand Clan elder's gaze was like a torch, and as soon as he spoke, he gained the approval of the others. They immediately headed to the meditation lake, only to find that the aura here was thin, not to mention the absence of Jun Shui, and their hearts said that it was not good. However, the clan elders believed that Jun Shui would not leave the Green Dragon dynasty. His home is here. How could he leave? Boss, the dragon vein comment may not be an empty one. Ever since she said that the dragon vein was in deficit, many strange things have happened. Is this natural disaster coming also due to the loss of the dragon vein? The other clan elders have come up with their own ideas. The Grand Clan elder was deep in thought. For his part, the elder of the 10 clans laughed coldly. Does it matter if it is or isn't? Regardless of whether it's a royal dynasty or a clan, it's always the people who decide their destiny, not the nebulous talk of chi luck. Man will win. This is the true meaning of martial arts. If one believes in chi luck, doesn't it mean that one can make successive breakthroughs in the realm without having to cultivate? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The Grand Clan elders furrowed their brows. That sounds right, but I can't tell you what's wrong with it. What are you doing here? At that moment, a weak and indifferent voice came. The clan elders turned their heads to look as Jun Shui stood beyond the meditation lake. At this moment, Jun Shui is already twilight. White hair fall light, physical and mental fatigue, face's wrinkles piled up, will soon be on the verge of wood. What happened? The Grand Clan elder's complexion changed in shock, and he hurriedly came forward to assist him. The crowd quickly helped Jun Shui to the center of the meditation lake, which slightly slowed down the flow of life. Only the 10 clan elders did not move. He stood at the end of the line, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Where have you been? Meet the people. How did you get into this state? Birth, old age, sickness and death are just commonplace in heaven. After saying that, Jun Shui laughed. The clan elders, on the other hand, looked at each other and decided not to bother him. Not long after they left, Jun Shui's eyes closed and he fainted. After leaving the meditation lake, the Grand Clan elders summoned all the people of the Jun surname within the imperial dynasty before speaking out about the dragon vein. These illusions are not to be trusted. As long as man is victorious, the dynasty will stand. Jun Gaowu and Jun Xiangtian were filled with disdain. Shut up! The Grand Clan elder's white eyebrows were raised and his demeanor was serious. When she left, there were frequent disasters all over the imperial dynasty. How can this matter still be false? It's better to believe it than not to believe it. Now that the dragon vein is missing, Brother Shui has reached the end of his oil for its life depletion. Several of the clan members were old and tearful. When Jun Shui was young, he was so powerful and bold. Now for the sake of the Green Dragon dynasty, hundreds of years of guarding the dragon vein is one day, and now no longer able to support it. It is really saddening. What? The hearts of Jun's family members were shaken, and it was inevitable that they were a little sad. Jun Gaowu, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes, his heart suddenly bursting with pleasure. At this time, the 10 clan elders slowly stepped forward, their voices high. Gentlemen, I have a word. A pair of eyes in the hall immediately converged on him. Jun Shui has reached the end of his lifespan. Why not use his flesh and soul to guard the dragon vein of my dynasty for eternity? It just so happens that natural disasters are frequent these days, which just confirms what he said. Such a supreme honor. I'm sure he will agree, and go to his death with a smile on his face. The 10 clan elders raised their hands high in the air, and their tone was highly incendiary. The whole hall fell silent. The expressions on each face were particularly wonderful. He guarded the Green Dragon dynasty in his life. Is it too cruel to want his physical soul after his death? A clan elder couldn't bear it. The 9 clan elders' eyes twinkled, and he echoed in a deep voice. I agree with old Ten. As the saying goes, those who do great things don't stick to the small details. We are going to bring the Green Dragon dynasty to the very top and let Junshi shine one last time. Would he not refuse? The 8 clan elders were usually the most virtuous, but this time, they also agreed. Jun Shangtian opened his mouth, somewhat unwilling to agree, but fearful of angering the clan elders. He twisted his head to look at his elder brother. Coldness flashed under the eyes of the Grand Clan Elder, and he looked up at the Emperor. I wonder how your majesty will decide. I, for one, agree. Jun Gaowu tilted his head, as if he didn't want the tears in his eyes to slide down. His voice was choked with a few sobs. The others gritted their teeth. Since the Emperor had nodded his head, it was useless to say more. However, Jun Gaowu was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha, you two have your day, old thing. Who am I? I am the Emperor, the present son of heaven. How dare you slap me in public? Now is the time for you to pay the price. He was in ecstasy. I don't know how long it took, but Junshi finally woke up, only to realize that he was blocked off from his body by iron cables and talismans, hanging above a large tomb, as if he was suppressing something. At that moment, the clan elders stepped out of the shadows, their faces filled with guilt and helplessness. Sure, I know it's unfair to you to do this, but now that the imperial dynasty is shaking and there are disasters everywhere, we can only pin our hopes on you, old brother. For the sake of the imperial dynasty, please go to your death. They lifted their clothes and fell to their knees with a guilty conscience. The elder of the 10 clans gazed at Jun Shu, revealing a smug smile of relief. On that day, when Jun Shu's foot stepped on his head, he secretly swore that he would avenge this. Now, the great revenge has been avenged. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Jun Shu laughed out loud, tears in the corners of his eyes. He's right. I'm the next Jun self. He remembered the words of the Dark Moon Marshal Exalt and felt sadness in his heart. He spent his life for the dynasty. How did the dynasty treat him? Close the tomb. The Grand Clan Elder slowly stood up and turned away without any hesitation. At once, the door to the tomb closed. This great tomb, built in the meditation lake, was completely closed at this moment. The light in Jun Shu's eyes dimmed along with it, and his lips trembled slightly, as if he were saying, Self, you're right. Chapter 36, Wanchi Building Destroyed. Ancestral Shrine Explodes. Rumble. Dark clouds and heavy rain. As if the sky had been stabbed. The rain was torrential, and the water was pouring in like an inverted flood, seeming to completely submerge the entire imperial capital. A depressing and dull atmosphere filled the entire Green Dragon dynasty. Inside the martial house, Jun Shangtian and Morong Binger looked at the lightning and thunder, their faces uncertain. The old ancestor has been sealed into the meditation lake, so it is reasonable that the disaster should have subsided. But why do I feel that it is getting worse? Jun Shangtian was a bit uneasy. He consoled himself. Maybe it's just a regular downpour. Boom! Suddenly an explosion rang out. Immediately afterward, the disordered aura rolled towards the sky. It didn't take long before a person swept towards the martial mansion, and it was none other than Gao Jian. Your Highness, the Wanchi building has blown up. He was covered in blood and his expression shrieked in fear. Your daughter is injured. Jun Shangtian's pupils contracted steeply, his heart growing more and more uneasy. Madam, you and Baguio go and take a look. I'll go into the palace immediately. Fine. Gao Jian lead the way. Morong Binger was even more worried about her daughter's injuries, and after calling out to Jun Baiyao, they rushed to Wanchi Lu together. Streets. The originally opulent Wanchi building was now scorched black. It exploded from bottom to top. Countless fragments remained in all directions. It could be said to have suffered an extinction. But one thing is particularly strange. The Wanchi building was destroyed to the ground, while the surrounding buildings were left unharmed. The whole scene was weird as hell. The Wanchi building was destroyed, and naturally there were numerous deaths and injuries within it. The surrounding crowd watched as a charred body was moved out and couldn't help but point. This is the imperial capital. It shouldn't be an attack by a strong person. It's more like a problem with the formation. Mostly it was caused by the instability of the formation. Otherwise there's no way to explain why only the Wanchi building was destroyed. It's extremely rare for a formation to become unstable, let alone hitting a certain building precisely. So do you guys think it could be divine retribution? The crowd whispered. At this moment, a woman with a blood-stained body moved her feet out of the Wanchi building. On closer inspection it was Jun Yunxin. She can be miserable. The skin all over her body was ruptured and bleeding, especially her lovely face that she was so proud of. Half charred and half bloody, her eyes almost fell out of their sockets, and her mouth full of teeth were all rotten. This witch still has the noble appearance of the Wu Fu Qianjin, simply more miserable than the beggars fleeing the famine. My face, ooh, it's all ruined. Who set up the formation for Wanqi building? I'm going to kill him. I want his whole family dead. I want him dead. I want him dead. Ah, oh who? Jun Yunqin was sitting on her knees on the scorched black ground, crying in pain and looking particularly helpless. At this time, Morong Binger and Jun Baiyao arrived. They subconsciously took a step back when they saw Jun Yunqin's appearance. Mother, big sister. I'm ruined. My face is ruined. Jun Yunqin howled. Jun Biao didn't go forward to hug her. She only spoke to comfort her. It's fine. It's fine. Big sister will find a way to let you recover. Morong Binger, who was her mother, did not move forward either, but turned her head to question Gao Jian. What the hell is going on? Her baby girl had suffered a great deal. Where is the face of the Wufu? After troubleshooting, there was a problem with the formation, which led to the aura disorder blowing up the entire building. Gao Jian replied helplessly. Who set up the grand formation? Morong Binger gritted her teeth. Gao Jian lowered his head and said nothing. Speak. Morong Binger pressed. It's the royal clan elder, who you specifically invited in the first place. Your Highness. Gao Jian could only reply. Jun Biao and Jun Yunqin jerked their heads up to look at Morong Binger. Morong Binger was filled with embarrassment. After a long enough time, she said, Good daughter, let's forget about this. Let's go back to the house. After saying that, Jun Yunqin cried even more. Getting blown up for nothing hurts, not to mention it's suffocating. Inside the palace, the clan elders were equally grave. Because the ancestral shrine is shaking violently. The doors swung open and the windows blew out. An eerie aura filled the air from within. There are also couplets on the outside of the ancestral shrine that say this. Previous, vigorous and righteous spirit, the gasification of loyalty and integrity shine in history. Next line, bone of the wind and heart of the Danwei. The heart of the hot blood spilled red dust. Jun Gaowu and Jun Xiangtian were also outside the ancestral shrine, with the same puzzled, stony faces. What kind of curmudgeon is here to act recklessly? Jun Xiangtian shouted angrily. In an instant, the majestic killing intent pierced through the dark clouds and swept through the entire grand imperial capital. However, no one responded. Or maybe it was never done by mortals. Thumbs up. A very strange sound came. The clan elders followed the sound, but they saw the white smoke continuously rising from the tablets inside. They panicked. One by one, they flung themselves to their knees and, ancestors manifest, must be angry at the theft of the royal tomb. Get on your knees. There was nothing else in their minds but that answer. Jun Gaowu and Jun Xiangtian looked at each other in dismay and had no choice but to kneel down hopelessly. They didn't even believe in the so-called Shiluk. How could they believe in any ancestor manifestation? But they couldn't explain what the current situation was. In the next moment, a piece of spirit seat actually burned itself without fire. And the fire was so large that it instantly spread to the entire ancestral shrine. The flames took on an eerie ghostly blue color with no temperature, causing one to inexplicably feel a chill inside. The children and grandchildren are unfilial and against human decency. Green Dragon Dynasty. All. These ghostly blue flames converged to form a human face with its mouth open to emit screams that made the crowd feel fear in their souls. Ha! The Jun family was horrified. The ancestors are really manifesting. Bang! The entire ancestral shrine exploded on the spot as everyone watched. Wooden shavings flew in the air and fell to the ground with the pouring rain. At this moment, the Jun family in front of the ancestral shrine was cold and temperatureless all over. When that pair of couplets floated down from the sky, it looked so ironic when reflected in the eyes of the crowd. Hojo? Does it refer to abandoning a meritorious member of the Qinglong dynasty and finally breaking his finger to return the favor? Not bothering to break away from his family? Bones and heart? You mean, you worked hard to guard the dragon vein of the dynasty and ended up with a body and soul to die for? The contents of the couplet were like a knife piece by piece peeling off the shame of Jun's family, revealing the black, dirty and pus-filled heart inside. Vast and righteous? Bones and heart? Are we worthy? Do we deserve it? The Grand Clan Elder was lost in thought and mumbled, his entire person having lost his former high spirits. The other clan elders were even more deeply powerless. Ancestral shrines would rather be blown up than receive their incense. Is it because they're dirty? Or do you think they're doing something wrong? Jun Gaowu, on the other hand, was incomparably annoyed, instantly associating himself with Jun Zizai, who had long since rolled out of the Jun family. Since he broke his finger and returned the favor, the situation has continued and must be due to him. Xiangtian, you really have given birth to a good son. He laughed angrily and looked at Jun Xiangtian. He dares to rebel against the Green Dragon dynasty before his status as a sacred dragon son is lifted. Though we do not believe in such things. What answer do you give to the situation today? At those words, Jun Xiangtian's face turned blue. Rebel son, the son of 1,000 daggers. If it's true that he's plaguing the dynasty, I'll definitely whip his tendons and skin him. In the end, his soul will be extracted and refined, forever suppressed under the threshold of the martial mansion, so that he will be trampled on every moment. He was equally annoyed. Even if they didn't believe it anymore, they still felt that these things couldn't escape with Jun Zizai. Thousands of miles away in the purple capital, Jun Zizi raised his head and looked at the rainwater dripping from the eaves of the house falling onto his palm. The old ancestor's mark became dimmer and dimmer. He paused and whispered, "Old Chow, do you steal people?" Chapter 37 Infinite Luck. Rescue Jun Shu. Chao Sun looked at the golden vase, his expression stony, and he didn't say a word. Suddenly, when he heard these words from Jun Zizai, he revealed a look of dissatisfaction. "Don't even think about besmirching my reputation for purity. I entered the tomb to honor my ancestors, and to take some of the treasures they couldn't use." He had a righteous, sly look on his face. Jun Zizi suddenly smiled. "Help me fetch my old ancestor out of the imperial capital, and I will agree to whatever you approach me, as long as I can do it." Jia. You found out? Chao Sun let out a Soul Temple laugh. Jun Zizi smiled and didn't care, or rather never put it on his mind. He didn't really care what the man did as long as the other man didn't carry malice. After all, people don't have feelings for each other without a reason. It must have been through something, or a transaction, that a bond was formed that slowly turned into a deep friendship. Jun Zizi's heart was like a clear mirror. "Just don't say it. Tell me about it then." Jun Zizi laughed. Chao Sun nodded his head repeatedly with some excitement. "No problem. I'll go and fetch our old ancestor out now. But before that, I hope you can lend me some luck." Borrowed luck? Jun Zizai was slightly surprised. Tomb Raiders all believe in the word of qi? Of course, anything related to astrology, yin and yang, Chinese zodiac, feng shui, and so on, all look at fate. Chao Sun pulled out a copper mirror from his pocket. Not to mention that those of us who deal with the dead a lot, we need strong carriers or merits to achieve balance even more. I'm usually most afraid of seeing little girls standing in the street shivering. Gambling father, crippled mother, young brother, how can I bear not to help? Chao Sun fiddled with the bronze mirror while he was in pain. Jun Zizi was infuriated. That didn't let you lead her to sleep at the inn. Hey, Taoist brother, this is not good. That's people's means of living. The poor Taoist can't be persuaded. Jia, can't be persuaded ah. Chao Sun laughed out loud. Buzz, the brass mirror flashed. Jun Zizai vaguely felt that something had been partially intercepted, but it quickly returned to normal. Don't worry, old ancestor is in my hands. Chao Sun cast his underworld quenching yin-yang eyes to look at Jun Zizai, and his expression couldn't help but stiffen as he lowered his head and took big steps outside. He inwardly muttered, "Mother asterisk. Borrowing luck is just as anticlimactic as not borrowing it. Borrowing luck means borrowing the good fortune of others for your own use, which can be done cheaply." Chao Sun just now did borrow the qi of Jun Zizi, but the other party's qi is not reduced in the slightest, as if it were 9 cows. So, he decided, in the future, Jun Zizai will be my righteous father, and this giant leg must be hugged tightly. Imperial capital. Chao Sun had an unimpeded journey, arriving smoothly at this capital of the country where the water had just receded. He opened his underworld quenching yin-yang eyes, and a cold smile surfaced on his fat face. Jia, the Green Dragon dynasty is really bereft of conscience nowadays. In the eyes of the underworld quenching yin and yang, the imperial dynasty's qi was already intricate. There was even a heavy dose of sadness. The plague is over. Yes, but it's just the appetizer, the front end of the great riot. However, Chao Sun didn't care. The first order of business was to steal Jun Shui out and fulfill the agreement with Jun Zai. He sneaks into the palace, taking steps to stay out of sight as long as possible, but later feels redundant. The clan elders were too busy burning incense to worship their ancestors and rebuild their ancestral shrines to care about anything else. Good lord, even the ancestral shrine blew up? Chao Sun sked. As a grave robber, Chao Sun naturally believed in ghosts, gods and qi. If subjected to descendants bowing and burning incense, the family's luck will become better and better, and can save the family's life in times of crisis. Everyone else has smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. They were so good. Their ancestral graves just exploded. Chao Sin continued his search. Finally, he saw a large tomb towering over the meditation lake, with faint life fluctuations coming from within. Even Chao Sin couldn't help but be moved when he saw the construction of the large tomb. What a bunch of! To actually permanently ban the physical soul of the Jun clan's old ancestor as a means of suppressing the missing dragon vein. Worthy of royalty, simply ruthless. Chao Sin cursed as he carefully approached over. At this moment, Jun Shi was suffering from severe pain that was unbearable to normal people. His flesh was trembling and his soul was trembling, but he never made any sound and had a mournful face. Suddenly, a big fat face caught his eye. Don't be afraid, Chiu Frost. Oh no, it's Jun Zizai who asked me to pick you up. Chao Sin grinned. Not like a good person. Jun Shu's eyes instantly reddened, but also laughed. He has tasted the hardships of the world, and in the end, there are still people whose hearts are still with him. This life, it's worth it. Just as Chao Sin was preparing to break the talisman and the fixing iron rope, the tomb was being slowly opened. He hastily collected his breath and hid in the shadows. A man strides into the crypt. It was the 10 clan elders. His eyes penetrated with grimness as he said triumphantly, "Old man, isn't it painful? Did you ever think this day would come when you put your foot on my head? The guys are discussing releasing you. But don't worry, I'll resist it tooth and nail until you're dead." He lashed out. Cathartic. His whole face long ago twisted like a devil. Jun Shi suddenly sneered. "I finally realized why she didn't choose you back then." "Shut up. You shut up. Don't think you know everything. Old beast, it's not that she didn't choose me. She had a better choice." The 10 clan elders were red warm on the spot and directly broke their defense. Hiding in the dark, Chao Sin laughed out loud. This Shi-old ancestor looks honest and speaks exclusively to poke at weaknesses. And a certain ZZ is really like who? The 10 clan elders locked onto Chao Sin's direction, their breath raging. Chao Sin didn't hide and walked out with a smile. He transmitted, "Old ancestor, the seal is broken." Jun Shi's cloudy eyes lit up and the cold smile on his face grew even wider. "Old 10, do you remember? Xiaofan was so adoring of me when he walked with me by the lake. I asked her, 'Do you know Jun?' She said she knew, just a dog following her around." Word by word, he violently stabbed the hearts of the 10 clan elders. The 10 clan elders' eyes instantly turned crimson, anger surging to their hearts. Feeling like they were going to explode, he roared, "Jun Shi, old beast, you deserve to die." But the moment the 10 clan elders struck, the talismans and iron rope swept away from Jun Shi like a heavenly net. The 10 clan elders' expressions changed drastically. He hastily retreated, but was instantly wrapped in talismans and iron ropes, coalescing into a party seal that let go. The 10 clan elders tasted the torment that Jun Shi had been inflicting all these days, and they kept letting out mournful screams. The soul is burned and the flesh is tortured. The power in his body was crazily squeezed out and then sent into the missing dragon vein. It was a million times more painful than killing him. "Jun Shi, you actually colluded with outsiders. The imperial dynasty will not let you go." The 10 clan elders roared loudly. Chao Sin stuck his head over and Jejia sneered. "Don't worry. Old ancestor Shi's final journey is accompanied by someone. And you guys, retribution will surely flow. So evil causes, reap evil consequences. None of you Jun family members are innocent. Sooner or later you will all die a horrible death." After saying that, Chao Sin puffed twice and let out 2 old farts towards the 10 clan elders, causing the latter to dry heave and shed tears. "Old ancestor, let's go." He protected Jun Shi and vanished out of the great tomb, leaving only the 10 clan elders here in impotent rage. As for when they were released, that's unclear. Chapter 38. One man is a clan. 1 year of age. The walls of the purple capital. There were many pedestrians coming and going, joking and looking into the distant sky. The sun, like blood, is quietly setting. Jun Zz carried Jun Shoyi on his back, not sad or happy, gazing at the setting sun in a bland manner. Chao Sin stood at a distance, silently watching. The man was saved, but the vitality was irreparable, and he was about to come to the end of his life. Jun Shi was shaped like a withered man, but he smiled faintly at that moment. Jun Zz was speechless, quietly carrying the old ancestor. "I have given the most precious years of my life to the Green Dragon dynasty only so that the Jun family could rise and become the strongest dynasty in the Northern Spirit region. That choice not only harmed myself, but you as well. In the end, You and I have both become victims of the imperial dynasty. Junshi's cloudy eyes reflected the setting sun sinking over the western mountains and smiled to himself. Junzi's eyes were calm and he smiled blandly. Old ancestor, at least at the end of your life, you have me. Junshi's vision gradually blurred. His voice choked. You don't blame me? I never blamed you. I have the Jun family bloodline flowing in me. And once upon a time I did it for the sake of the imperial dynasty. And it is only natural that I should do what I should do. So, you're not wrong. I'm not wrong. And the ones who are wrong are the people of the Green Dragon dynasty. Junzi looked like he was telling a very ordinary thing. Junshi had burst into tears. After a lifetime of dedication, it's nice to be recognized and praised in this life. Ancestor, your life is a wonderful autobiography. It may not have ended perfectly, but at least I was there to continue it for you. New beginnings, new content. Why don't I walk the walk for you? Junzi's words were gentle, like a spring rain warming Junshi's gradually darkening heart. It was a light that illuminated him in the darkness and gave a last hope. Child, from now on you are no longer a member of the Jun family. You are you. One person is one clan. I'm so glad I got to spend the 3 most important years of your life with you. It's the most precious treasure in my memory. I wish you the rest of your life henceforth, plain and happy, and no more suffering. You are my pride forever. Junshi stretched out his palm and gently landed on Junzi's shoulder. A warm smile on his face. His martial exalt power was no longer majestic, no longer powerful, and transformed into a black cloak that fell onto Junzi's body, and as it hung to the ground, 2 words were constructed with the power of space, self-contained. When the last stroke ended, Junshi slowly closed his eyes and leaned against Junzi's back to sleep forever. Sunset. The last bit of light went away as it disappeared. Goodbye, old ancestor. Junzi muttered. Purple capital, an ancient building. The night wind was strong, rubbing Shin Kongdu's tears into the night sky. Old thing, have a good trip. Tears turn into autumn colors to send off the best friend of this life. Are you okay? Nonsense. This heavenly father knows astronomy from above. Paralyzed lower extremities? I've recently realized that your mouth is quite poisonous. Can you not interrupt me? The place that this heavenly father has sought for our old ancestor is located by the mountains and the water, with a true dragon on the left and a phoenix on the right. Look at this grave high and high. The children and grandchildren will produce heroes. Junshi passed away in immortality. Junzi buried him, and Shaoxin was responsible for selecting the gravesite. They say they are Yin and Yang Tianzuan, but they know red and white things especially well. Shaoxin lightly pulled out the Swana yellow paper, took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and prepared for a dirge. Wait, Junzi had a serious look on his face. Actually, we shouldn't feel sad. Is it going to be universal? Shaoxin froze. Of course, congratulations to old ancestor for being freed from his misery and never having to be oppressed again. Junzi smiled sagely. Shaoxin thought about it. The Green Dragon dynasty is a devil's cave, and in the end it is really out of the clutches of the devil. Mourning turns to joy. Can I order a song? Junzi's eyes were bright with anticipation. Shaoxin Jie sneered. For the sake of you being so dutiful, this father will fulfill you. I want to hear the years. With a bell in his hand, Junzi followed Shaoxin and began to walk around the grave. Bah! The next moment, a loud oboe sounded. The syllables floated with the wind, and the tones rose and fell like mountains, manifesting a joyous celebration. The 2 of them are bouncing around the graveyard, and they're being playful. It so happened that some people were burying their loved ones in this area and were crying their eyes out when they suddenly heard such a festive tune, and they all froze. Who's so happy to be dead? Could it be a happy funeral? That can't be so happy. They looked at each other with particularly strange expressions. The oboe tune, Years of Age, is usually played on New Year's Day. Funerals blow years and years and years? Soon, a joyful song ends. Junzi bowed 3 times and turned away with Shaoxin. The breeze came, the grave moved gently, and gradually a touch of green grew, which then turned into a small green flower. Shaoxin seemed to notice and turned his head to look, suddenly smiling. Obsession? Or born of good fortune? Oh, life, it is wonderful. After doing the spell, the 2 returned to the grocery store as if time had gone back to the way it was. But Junzi understood that his only loved one in this world who loved him was gone forever. He sat down on his knees, took out the chi-gathering pill and took it, and began to speed up his cultivation. Nowadays, the grocery store had a steady daily income of 5,000 to 6,000 spirit coins, and material expenses of 1,000 to 15,000, which meant a net income of more than 4,000 spirit coins. which was described as a huge sum of money. That was why Junzi was able to take the chi-gathering pill without any worries during this period of time, coupled with the assistance of the chaos furnace. Once the chi-gathering pill was taken, it was immediately refined, and there was no need for him to take great pains to absorb it. Junzi had already stepped into the 9th grade martial artist and was going to try to see if he could break through today. When he was in the Witch Barbarian dynasty, he was drained of his dragon's blood and his realm was abolished, and then he desperately cultivated to step into the martial king realm, only to be abolished again due to the attack at the border of the Green Dragon dynasty. Having abolished his cultivation twice, he doubted that he would be able to continue cultivating, but apparently, those concerns were redundant. It was only within Junzi's dantian that the aura transformed into 9 cyclones, the very embodiment of a martial artist. Immediately afterward, the cyclone rolled madly and gradually shrunk, eventually transforming into a drop of aura liquid that hung in the center of the dantian. A breakthrough just like that? Junzi was a little surprised. Aura transforming into liquid is a martial artist. The process isn't difficult, but it does take some effort. But how long has it been? A breath? A second? He broke through into the martial master realm? It's because of the sanctuary Long Dao body? Or maybe the chaos furnace? June couldn't speak for herself. At the same time, the bone-eroding voodoo poison and fever blood poison in his body were rapidly expelled, congealing a layer of black-brown impurities that emitted a foul odor. You fell in the tur? Chaosun looked disgusted and vigorously fanned himself with a bushel fan. Junzi hurried to the backyard to clean himself up, and immediately felt refreshed, as if he had regained his life. It's finally safe. He smiled a contented smile. The fever blood poison had been completely eradicated, and although some of the bone-eating voodoo poison remained, it had little effect. As long as one continued to cultivate the sacred domain Long Dao body, these toxins would be expelled sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Junzi was in no hurry and was even cozy. He wanted to meddle up and watch the Qinglong dynasty crumble and the Jun family fall apart with his own eyes. Imperial capital. The natural disaster has finally subsided. However, the Green Dragon dynasty had spent hundreds of millions of spirit coins in order to provide relief, rebuild, and compensate for the disaster during this time. It can be a hemorrhage. Goddamn Junzi's eye. Capture him and bring him back to the dragon vein for eternity. How dare you sabotage my plans? You've exhausted the list. Jun Gaowu was seething with rage. Chapter 39. Look how good your brother is to you. Back then, there weren't many emperors who competed with Jun Gaowu for the throne. Among them, it was Jun Shangtian who was the most popular. His talent was far superior to that of a group of imperial sons, and he became famous early on, but he was sent by the old emperor to the border to train and cultivate. It turned out that Jun Gaowu was most favored by the old emperor. Coupled with the status of firstborn son and the support of a group of clan elders, he eventually succeeded to the throne smoothly. It was for this reason that Jun Shangtian did not interact with Jun Gaowu for a long time after he returned from the border. It wasn't until after the old emperor's death that the relationship between the two brothers eased up quite a bit. Later, Junzi traveled to the Witch Barbarian Imperial dynasty as a hostage. This kept Jun Gaowu jittery. If Junzi came back alive, it would certainly be a credit that was larger than life, and no amount of reward would be enough for the Green Dragon dynasty. Jun Gaowu's heart at that time was thinking, can't it be that I want to give him or his father the throne to sit? With day and night thoughts, Jun Gaowu's psyche became twisted. Why didn't Junzi die in the Witch Barbarian dynasty? Why did he come back alive? Now that the Qinglong dynasty is strong, no one dares to bully you and you're back? Do you two really want the throne? Fortunately, Junzi was wasted and useless, which allowed Jun Gaowu to lower his defenses quite a bit in his heart, and he would then award such a boon to Junji, thus causing sharp contradictions in the Wufu family. Everything was a secret operation by Jun Gaowu. It's all about protecting the throne. Today, the Green Dragon dynasty is in chaos. Jun Gaowu's twisted psyche was at work once again. He began to resent Junzi. In the midst of his thoughts, Jun Shangtian hurriedly arrived and said in a condensed voice, Your Holiness, the 10 clan elders have been rescued. Go! Jun Gaowu took a deep breath, suppressed his inner agitation, and took large strides. Inside the meditation lake, that big tomb has been demolished. The clan elders looked at the 10 clan elders with strange expressions. Why is he in there? If he hadn't realized it in time, Old 10 would probably have been sucked to death alive. Then look at the 10 clan elders. His appearance was extremely miserable. His bones were thin and jagged. His internal organs were depleted. His entire body's blood had been sucked dry, and his origin had been squeezed to nothing. A pair of cloudy eyes seemed to stare out of their sockets. Trembling and grasping the hand of the great clan elder, grave robbers have united with Junshi to harm me. When these words came out, the hearts of the clan elders shook, their expressions incredulous. No way! How does Brother Shi crack it himself? And how does he contact others? Big Brother Shi has spent his life for the imperial dynasty and has to be oppressed by you after his death. I suspect that you refined Big Brother Shi. However, the crowd of clan elders were furious. In their eyes, Junshi could never betray the Green Dragon dynasty. It must be the old 10 tribes lying, trying to use this to tarnish Junshi's reputation. The cruelty of the heart is not as good as others. When the 10 clan elders heard these words, they were so angry on the spot that their eyes rounded up and their heads lolled, fainting. At that moment, Jun Gaowu and Jun Xiangtian walked over. The Grand Clan elder stepped forward and introduced the old man beside him to the two of them. This is a close friend of the old man, Master Tianin. The old man had a haughty look on his face, and even when he saw Jun Gaowu, he only nodded slightly. Master Tianin, an 8th grade array master with a quirky personality. Yet there were countless strong people who wanted to hire him to set up an array, which was indicative of a high level of ability. They had invited Master Tianin in the hope of sealing the dragon vein. Jun Shui was a dragon keeper, and now he doesn't know how to die. Jun Zz, who was the son of the holy dragon, was the next generation of the dragon keeper, but was nowhere to be found. The ancestral shrine was blown up, and along with it, Jun Shu's fate card, making it impossible to tell if he was still alive. There was really no other way but to invite Master Tianin. The matter of sealing the dragon vein is something that even a 9th grade formation master can't do anything about, unless a formation grandmaster steps in. The most I can do is to slow down the rate of the loss of the dragon vein deficiency, Master Tianin said in a flat tone. Jun Gaowu was a bit anxious. Is there any other way? 1. Let a new generation of dragon keepers hold down the fort. 2. Chirography replacement. I advise you to choose the first one. The second one can be encountered but not sought. Furthermore, the chi replacement requires the assistance of a strong martial saint. A martial exalted cannot do it at all. Towards the end, Master Tianin's eyes held a few moments of contempt. A martial saint? That was a terrifying powerhouse of the Holy Land of the Northern Spirit region, an existence that could almost ask for a martial emperor. The Jun family members hung their heads and looked miserable. The Grand Clan elder's mind conjured up Jun Z's appearance, and he instantly regretted it. In the beginning, when Jun Zz came to the palace to seek an audience with Jun Shoyi, why did he himself turn away? Deep within the imperial palace, the important place of the Jun family, you are no longer qualified to set foot in it, and you should not come back from now on. These words, still coming from the mouth of the Grand Clan elder. At that time, the Green Dragon dynasty was fully cultivating Jun Ji. So if they were to favor Jun Zz again, it would inevitably make Ji resentful. How could they have known that today? They needed Jun Zz to come back and save the Green Dragon dynasty. Master Tianin, thank you. The Grand Clan elder seemed to have aged a lot all of a sudden, and was unable to arch his hand. Master Tianin nodded and began to set up the formation. On the side, Jun Gaomo's gaze was gloomy. Xiang Tian, I'll leave this matter to you. We must get Jun Zz back. Don't worry, big brother. I will definitely make that rebellious son kneel outside the palace for 7 days and 7 nights to repent for the mistake he made. Jun Shangtian was similarly annoyed in his heart and his tone of voice was conclusive. Wu Fu. Jun Zi was frantically cultivating. He wanted to try to suppress the corpse slayer weather on his own, but obviously overthinking it a bit, only to see him lying on the bed, his body constantly twitching, his eyes constantly seeping blood out, as if at any moment he would die a violent death. Morong Binger was heartbroken at this and looked to Jun Yunshin, who had half of her face wrapped around the side, and said anxiously, "Is there still no whereabouts of Zizai?" Jun Yunshin shook her head in aggravation. She can't tell the truth. If Jun Zizai came back, wouldn't what he had done be exposed? Battle Orchid. Mother begged you. Will you? Morong Binger suddenly looked at Jun Zhanlan beside her, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. On my knees for you, Mom. With that she was about to kneel. Mother. Jun Yunshin and Jun Biao hurriedly assisted her, parents kneeling down their children. The sky is the limit. Jun Zhanlan's eyes instantly reddened, her heart suffocating. If he gets better, I have to be half dead. Is my life that cheap? The words, which, after all, she did not dare to utter, and biting her lips with a dead hand. Jun Ji, even in this situation, still habitually teared up. No, second sister has to guard the border. If she is seriously injured for me, Who will defend the dynasty? These words fell into June Jianlan's ears and inexplicably felt revolting. She thought of June Zizi, who was loathed by everyone in her family. If he were still around, would he watch me get bullied? Look how nice your brother is to you. Morong Binger glared at June Jianlan, her voice translucent with a hint of resentment. If anything happens to him, in this life you will never call me mother again. I don't have a daughter like you. June Yunqin and June Biao looked startled. When did mother become so cruel? June Zi is a son. June Jianlan is not a daughter. Our biological flesh and blood? How the difference is so big. June Jianlan was forced to nod his head while shedding tears. Yes, I am willing to purify my blood with my blood. That's my good girl. Morong Binger was overjoyed and urged. Then hurry up. Your brother is still in pain. June Jianlan sniffed, unable to stop the tears from falling from her face, and forced out a drop of her essence blood through clenched teeth. Buzz. Muddy spiritual energy fluctuations radiated out. She looked at June Zi and was about to purify her blood with it, but she didn't know if it was an illusion or not. But a hint of surprise actually flashed in the latter's eyes. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open. A quiet young girl walked in, 3,000 green silk hanging from the waist, white clothes plain, beautiful eyes with a cold, like an immutable iceberg, only when looking at the June family to show the tenderness. Wenin, you're back. June Biao and the girls were full of surprises, and immediately informed her of the causes and consequences. Hearing June Zi's name, June Wenyin's eyes had an undisguised loathing in them, as if he had done something despicable to himself. Mother, I can cure my brother, but I have one request. She stopped June Jianlan, her body radiating a pure and majestic vast qi. Morong Binger hurriedly agreed. Don't say 1, 10,000 will do. June Wenyin nodded slightly. Her jade hand flicked lightly. Her breath was volatile and clear, like the landscape and mountains, containing the righteous path of heaven and earth. The vast and righteous qi surged into June Ji's body like rivers and lakes, quickly suppressing the corpse demon, slaughtering weather and destroying it bit by bit. June Zi felt a long-lost sense of relief all over his body. An ecstasy climbed up his face, but he quickly collected himself. Thank you, sixth sister. You are my good brother. How could I see you suffer? June Wenyin pinched his cheeks, and then her expression turned cold. Mother, I cured my brother. She looked straight at her mother. From today onwards, June Zizi is not allowed to appear in the June family. Morong Binger was in a difficult situation. Can you change it? No matter how. It is also a family. What he did to me. Have you all forgotten? June Wenyin's pretty face was icy cold. It was because June Zizi did the thing that June Wenyin preferred, to drift away from home, not wanting to return home, losing her family for a long time. How could she let it go? 3,000 mountains and seas. This was a barren frontier that had yet to be occupied by many imperial clans, with endless ferocious beasts and dangerous lands lying across the landscape. This night, however, the sky burned. A vision emerged in the night sky, reflecting the heavens, like a yellow bell ringing the heavens and earth, attracting countless imperial dynasties and sects. It is as if a new great world is coming. Chapter 40, The Secret Realm comes out. Maintaining a passage. The sky was illuminated red. The moment the meteorite fell to the earth, fiery flames filled the air, burning a mountain and a sea to the ground. The sky was ablaze with fire, and heaven and earth were boiling. All the imperial dynasties and sects felt it at this moment. A strong aura of destruction swirling around. As the light of the fire gradually became dim, a green lotus blossomed into bloom, tens of thousands of feet in size, and the light of the heavenly Tao was brilliant and eye-catching. The green lotus pieces bloomed, containing supreme fluctuations and rhythms of their own, as if there were exotic treasures coming out of the world. Born with a vision. Could it be a new secret realm? It must be explored. I've been stuck at martial exaltation for many years now, and if I don't refine it, I'm afraid I'll have lifelong regrets in this life. 3,000 mountains and seas. What an unexpected place to appear. We must capture the foreign treasure. This is our only chance to become the king of the northern spirit region. It was a night that was not destined to be peaceful. Countless sects and imperial dynasties were boiling over. However, these powerhouses didn't dare to be careless. The 3,000 mountain and sea was a gray frontier, unregulated, and it was highly likely that a great war would have to break out. In order to gain a foothold in the sea of 3,000 mountains, some sects searched for other sects to join forces with overnight. The arrogant and powerful imperial dynasties did not bother to do so, which included the Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu imperial dynasties. The White Tiger dynasty, on the other hand, had long since fallen. and it was unknown whether it would come. When the northern spiritual domain powerhouses were rubbing their fists, the Green Dragon Dynasty, the Purple Capital, and the Anything Grocery Store opened their doors as usual. Having just finished cultivating the sacred domain Long Dao Body, Jun Zizi felt soothed from the inside out. Now that he had stepped into a first-grade martial master, his spiritual power had also seen an increase. Originally, the Sea of Consciousness was a foggy piece, but now it is like a flatboat on the sea, traveling on the Sea of Consciousness shimmering. Jun Zizi was originally a reborn person. The soul is naturally strong and the mental power is better than normal. He guessed that he was now good enough to concoct second-grade pills, and he could even try for third grade. At that moment, Chaosun rushed in, his pants tied and full of excitement. And again he didn't know whose lost girl he was taking care of. Autumn Frost, something's wrong, he wailed in excitement. Jun Zizi pumped the door panel and snickered. Accidentally wiped the floor with a gun? Wouldn't I be so careless as my hallowed heavenly father? Always I'm outside. Blah, 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 talk business. Chaosun Jiejie sneered at the flies rubbing his hands. Last night 3,000 mountain and sea area. Suspected foreign treasure fell from the sky. The whole mountain range is almost burned through, and now it is still burning. Jun Zizi's movements lurched as 3,000 mountains and seas appeared in his mind. He knows about it. It is not entirely true that this object is described as an exotic treasure. That green lotus was a supreme powerhouse even more terrifying than a martial emperor. After he fell into this place from the world barrier, thus forming a party of secret realms. The Jun family had also entered the secret realm in their previous life, and after a series of fights and killings, they had obtained a large amount of resources and furthered their battle power. Jun Ziyi had also gotten a qualitative leap within the secret territory, becoming the most pinnacle of celestial pride in one fell swoop, and as long as he was given enough time to develop, he would be able to become a saint and an emperor. Then later, this secret realm was sensed by a strong person outside of the northern spiritual domain, forcibly using the power of space to move to monopolize it, so that all parties could no longer make any oil and water. However, Jun Zizi did not want to pay any attention to that. Nowadays, he just wanted to live up and develop slowly, not intending to fight much with others, selling pills and making formations. Making money is easy and enjoyable. Why should we fight with others over life and death? Go! This is the first key to the king's self-possession, possessing the ancient god's severed arm. As long as he cultivated seriously, he would one day be invincible in the northern spirit domain, so why bother competing for a moment's attention? Moreover, after the secret realm is revealed, the imperial clans are bound to clash. When there is conflict, there is fighting, and when there is fighting, you have to take pills. By then, Jun Zizi's business would definitely be even more prosperous. I make money when people get hurt in fights, and I live with it when people fight and kill each other. The main one is a pass-through. Thoughts return. Jun Zizi set up the goods, took a chicken feather duster to brush off the dust, and casually said, "Listening to you, you want to make a trip?" Chaosun continued to lie down. If this heavenly father doesn't go, won't it make the secret realm boring? Jun Zizi shook his head and smiled. This guy just loves to get along. At that moment, Master Xianling walked into the grocery store. Jun Zizi smiled and cupped his fists. "Master, no need to be polite." Master Xianling smilingly pressed his hand. Ever since Jun Zizhou had politely rejected Master Xianling, he had come to visit every now and then, and had insisted on sharing his pill refining know-how with Jun Zizhou. Not only that, he also gave Jun Zizi a brand new jade pendant. Once something happens to directly crush it, he will come to help. This made Jun Zizi embarrassed. "You broke through to Martial Master?" Master Xianling smiled as he stroked his beard. "Cultivation should be steady and steady. Nothing to eat pills on the line. There is no need to fight to the death with those vulgar martial artists." "I agree with that." Chaosun shook his purple and gold recliner. "When one lies in bed, one's cultivation rises in one's heart." Master Xianling ignored him and laughed. "You should be able to refine second-grade pills, right? There shouldn't be any problem. I went to the Moon Worship Tower yesterday to buy a formula for the Yendan." Jun Zizi nodded. Although the Yendan is notoriously difficult to refine, it is extremely potent and greatly beneficial to body-refining martial arts. Pretty good. The difficulty of the Yendan is that its materials are highly refractory, and many alchemists fail because of insufficient aura and low spiritual power. But you won't. You're mentally strong. As Master Xianling answered for him, he also pulled out an elixir formula from his spatial ring. "If you're free, you can try this elixir formula." Jun Zizi glanced at it and was slightly surprised. Grandmaster, this is the Dan formula of this species? Generally, the Dan formulas that alchemists went to buy were all topographies, which were disposable items. This kind of formula is carved by the alchemist with spiritual power, can be viewed countless times, but also can make timely changes, embedded in the birth of a vision, to enhance the effectiveness of the formula, the words of generations to pass on. Yes, it is a third-grade elixir, the Five Thunder Demon Bone Elixir. Master Xianling's voice transmitted a hint of remembrance. It came from a friend and I drilling and engraving together, and I hope that it will appear as a vision in your hands. Jun Zz did not take the Dan formula, his eyes translucent with doubt. You wonder why I chose you? Because you are gifted and have strong spiritual power. The chances of a precious Dan vision appearing during refining are extremely high. Well, can you help the old man? Master Xianling inquired with anticipation in his eyes. The so-called treasure pill vision. That was a magical phenomenon that appeared when refining pills. Not only could it cause the pill formula to change, but it could also cause the refiner's spiritual power to grow in an unexpected way. It is important to realize that spiritual power is a product that relies on the extension of the soul. The current secret martial arts techniques for cultivating the soul could not be found in the entire Green Dragon dynasty. Therefore, the Baodan vision was a miracle that countless alchemists could not encounter in their lifetime. I can try, but don't get your hopes up. Jun Zz reached out and took the Dan formula. Master Xianling was so worried about himself last time, so what was the harm in helping him once? Fine. Take these materials and tell me when you run out. Don't ever worry about wasting them. Master Xianling was overjoyed and placed a spatial ring on the counter. At this time, he noticed that Jun Zz's 10 fingers were clean and did not have props for storing items, and laughed. Whether this matter comes to pass or not, how about the old man finding you a space ring? Jun Zz's eyes lit up. Thank you, master. Then, space rings don't come cheap. At least over 100,000 spirit coins apiece, or one of those small space ones. Jun Zz's family is small, so he definitely can't afford it. As he was about to leave, Master Xianling suddenly remembered something and twisted his head to ask. There will be a pill refiner competition in a few days. The age limit is 20 to 25 years old. Want to come and participate? No, the store has been busy lately. Jun Zz politely declined. After sending off Master Xianling, Jun Zz proceeded to refine the Yandan to further assist the cultivation of the sacred domain Longdao body. Imperial capital, Martial Mansion. Jun Zi has finally recovered. He had asked 3 or 5 of his friends to get ready to go fool around, and just as he left the house, he was caught by his big sister. Go, take a trip with me to the purple capital, just to try to see if you've been lazy in refining pills these days. Chapter 41, Sheltering the Skycloth. Apothecary competition. A martial emperor had appeared in the northern spirit domain and took the name Yendi. He had a magnificent life. Not only was his battle power unrivaled, his pill refining skills were far beyond others. Therefore, Jun Zi had a dream since he was a child, that was to become a supreme figure like Yendi, who not only possessed great battle power, but could also refine pills for his own use. Jun Bagyo was a 6th grade alchemist, so naturally, she could teach Jun Zi and found that he was extremely talented in alchemy. At that time, Jun Shangtian laughed brightly. It seems that my family is going to produce a Yin emperor as well. Jun Zi didn't disgrace his family either. Now that he was a 2nd grade alchemist, if he could make a 3rd grade elixir, he would be promoted. After I broke through to Martial King, my spiritual power is much stronger. Big sister, I think I can try the 3rd grade. Jun Zi nodded repeatedly. Jun Biel liked this confidence of her little brother and appreciated. It just so happens that the purple capital is going to hold a pill refiner competition, and the winner will get a pot of soil. So stingy? Jun Zi was a bit disappointed. Jun Biao pinched his cheeks, her face full of doting. That pot of soil is called dragon's blood soil. It's said to have once been dyed with dragon's blood, and if it's used to cultivate medicinal herbs, it has a special effect. Jun Zi was instantly interested. It wasn't that he liked dragon blood soil, but he liked all precious things. All of it. Inside the grocery store, Chaosun put away his purple and gold recliner and Jie sneered. He was ready to set off to the 3000 mountain and see if he could make some extra money. After all, lying around all day was strangely boring. You really want to go? Jun Zz was a little surprised. Didn't this guy say he'd lie down if he could? Chaosun sked and wagged his finger. The poor Taoist is compassionate and never fights with people. Everything is based on peace. If you see a heavenly treasure in someone else's hand, just go up and ask for it. If he doesn't give it, although the poor Taoist preaches compassion. He also knows some boxing. The corners of Jun Zizi's mouth twitched. It's superb to talk so highly of the pitfalls. Chao Sun shook his fat body and said as he walked away, remember to wear that cover cloth. You can avoid a lot of trouble. Got it. Jun Zizi knew what he was talking about. The cloak that Jun Shi had condensed with the power of a martial exalted before his death was called the cloth of covering the sky, which could shield him from probing below the level of a martial saint. And even as long as Jun Zizi was willing to do so, he was able to disguise his true face, always remaining a very mediocre and ordinary popular face. By the way, Chao Sun was ready to leave in a spirited manner, and Jun Zizi suddenly shouted to stop. When you come back, I want to forget about it and come back. Chao Sun. He rolled his white eyes up to the sky and said in no uncertain terms, don't dilly-dally, just say what you have to say. You really want to know? Say. Moments later, Chao Sun walked out of the grocery store. He took one step and turned back 3 times, looking deeply at Jun Zizi's busy figure, looking up at the sky at a 45 degrees angle, and letting out a long sigh. The child has grown up, and has begun to think wildly. Just now, Jun Zizi wanted Chao Sun to help get a live funeral. Jun's self is in her own living mourning. This almost made little brother Chao Sun shrink back in fear. When I come back, I must take him for a stroll around the purple capital after midnight. Men, over-energy is not a good thing, Chao Sun muttered as he headed out, eventually disappearing at the end of the alleyway. Purple Capital, Pill Refiners Union. The crowd was huge. They were all here for the pill refiner competition. Gentlemen, the age rule for this competition is between 20 and 25, so don't participate beyond that. The head of the union was an old crone who spoke in a raspy, harsh voice. I'm 26 years old and I just missed it. Come on, you're 26 years old every year. It's better to look at these genius alchemists. There are quite a few people coming. The Xian family of the Purple Capital, the Hong family, Xian Pill Pavilion Master Jun Baiyao and his brother Jun Ji. Jun Bagyo was dressed in a dark blue robe that wrapped her delicate body, and with that stunningly beautiful face, she was definitely the center of attention in the entire guild square. Jun Zi stood with his peers from the Xian clan and the Hong clan, raising his head and chest in an imposing manner. Your sister is so pretty. Xianing was dainty and cute, and kept peeking at Jun Bagyo, her face flushed. Live and let live a little fangirl. Jun Baiyao, stepping into the 6th grade of pill refiner before the age of 30. A true genius. Hong Tianza had the same admiration in his eyes. Jun Ji's heart blossomed when he heard them praise his sister, but on the surface he still remained modest. Afterwards, Jun Bagyo guided Jun Zi forward to pay his respects to Grandmaster Xianling. Grandmaster, this sure brother, has come to pay his respects. Grandmaster, my boy Jun Zi, I am more than familiar with your great name. Jun Zi was thrilled to see Grandmaster Xianling. Not bad, a young hero with superior talent. He will surely be a hit in the future. Grandmaster Xianling looked towards Jun Ji and nodded slightly. Jun Zi said straight out that he was overpraised, and was already excited inside. If the master accepted him as his disciple, the power behind himself would be further advanced. Teachers' connections, moon worshippers' resources. At that time, who would dare to say that he was inferior to Jun Zizi? All the thrones of the Green Dragon dynasty have to be sat by him. In fact, Master Xianling had just casually praised Jun Ji out of politeness, and in his heart, he didn't care at all. Instead, he was thinking of something else, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Master, what are you doing? Jun Biao was puzzled. To the side, Princess Kai explained. Master recently had a great conversation with a young friend of Autumn's and was just thinking about it. He's the most talented prospect I've ever seen. Hard-working and humble. I see in him the person I once was, especially with that love for refining medicine. Talking about Jun Zizi, Master Xianling's face glowed as if he had been pumped with chicken blood. Jun Biao was slightly surprised. How could there be such an unparalleled genius in Zidu? For his part, Jun Zi's smile faltered and he subconsciously tightened his fists, his eyes flashing with a hint of jealousy. Old man, I have to show you my talent in pill refining. Since he was a child, he had been in the limelight and favored by his clan members, so how could he be subjected to this coldness? Must present myself well. Alchemist Union Square. Tens of thousands of pill refiners had gathered at this time, and the surrounding area was abuzz with people. Refining pills in this environment is also one of the tests. In 3 days, it starts now at. The president's voice had just fallen when an extremely spectacular scene appeared in the square. 10,000 pill refiners ignited the pill refining cauldron together, and all of a sudden, colorful flames rose up. and blazing heat filled the air, adding warmth to this winter. 10,000 people practicing together. What a shock! As time ticked by and it was about to be nightfall, hundreds of alchemists had already failed to refine and had no choice but to withdraw from the competition. The rest of the contestants dare not be distracted and are highly concentrated. Refining the herbs would take a lot of time, not to mention the final synthesis of the elixir. So be careful at every step and don't be greedy. To make medicine, the test is willpower. On this night, the entire purple capital was haunted by brilliant and eye-catching firelight, like an undying city. Just as the pill refiner competition was in full swing, Jun ZZ had just come out of the restaurant. I have nothing to do today, so I'm listening to music on the hook. Jun ZZ finally realized what life was. Once upon a time, he had not been able to get enough to eat and wear in the martial house, and he had to be verbally abused and beaten by his relatives. A heartfelt relative, in return for mockery and insults. Now alone, it's counterintuitively bland and happy. Thinking of that time, Jun ZZ just smiled and lifted the newly bought clothes in his hand, ready to give them to Grandma Lin and the neighbors. Usually they take good care of themselves, and a drop of kindness should be repaid by a spring. Walk into Clearwater Street. Instead, he saw a line of figures standing in front of the grocery store. They were all thrilled to see Jun ZZ. Master, thank you for saving my life. Chapter 42, Not a Wasteful Journey on Earth. Treasure Pill Visions. An hour ago, the Xianyu building was attacked by an unknown powerhouse. The group of martial artists were fierce and vicious, directly running towards Jiaoru's daughter-in-law and son, obviously wanting to kidnap them. In addition to the interior of the Xianyu building, there were also martial artists attacking from the exterior, inside and outside. However, as Jiaoru opened the grand formation, the crisis instantly dissolved. 4 formations in one. The martial artists were bound by spider silks and suspended in midair while still caught in the illusion, all of them losing their fighting strength. Jiaoru's grand martial artist bodyguard made the first move, and the whole time it was as simple and easy as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Master, you really need to thank Master Qiushan. After the Grand Martial Master killed the group of martial artists, he looked at the formations within the Xianyu building and his eyes were filled with shock. A first-grade formation master would be able to unite all 4 formations. It's simply unheard of. Ha! 4 formations in one. But he only asked me for spirit coins for 1 formation at that time. Jiaoru was filled with chagrin and wanted to slap himself twice. He had thought that he had given enough spirit coins and had not shortchanged Jun ZZ. Unexpectedly, people didn't care at all and directly constructed such a powerful formation. If it wasn't for the unity of the 4 formations tonight, Jiaoru's family would have been destroyed. In front of the grocery store, Jiaoru knelt on the ground with his wife and son and kowtowed repeatedly. That group of martial artists has 2 first-grade Grand Martial Masters, 5 8th grade and 9th grade Martial Masters, and a host of other martial artists outside. If it weren't for your formation, Master, my family and I, the industry, would be in jeopardy. Please accept our obeisance. Jun ZZ hurriedly helped them up. You asked me to set up the grand formation, so I naturally have to do my best. There is no need to be like this. He was relieved in his heart. His own formation saved a family. Heart full of pride. From now on, I, Xianyu Lu, will cover your 1st and 2nd grade medicinal herbs. If you do not agree, I will kneel long. Jara had seriousness written all over his face. Jun ZZ cried and laughed, unable to persuade him in any way. In the end, Jiaoru insisted on bagging Jun ZZ's consumption of medicinal herbs at the lowest price, or even giving them away for free. But Jun Z in his heart thought, well, find a time to go to Xianyu building to set up a new formation, kind of not taking too much advantage of him. Finally, Jiaoru led his wife and son to take 3 steps back and forth, disappearing into the pale black night. Child, leaving the door open that late? At that moment, Grandma Lin from next door came with her hands behind her back and a smile on her face. There were also a few small children poking their heads around, giggling and laughing, their faces frozen red. Seeing this, Jun ZZ hurriedly pulled out the cotton clothes he had bought for them, making the children jump for joy. People are easily satisfied at times. It's enough to be fed and clothed. Here, Grandma made you a cotton coat. How about trying it on? Grandma Lin fetched the cotton coat, which was hand-sewn from the style, made of sufficient material and very warm. For me? Jun ZZ was surprised. It's not easy for a child to be alone outside. See, you've been wearing these clothes. It's cold. Wear something warm, Grandma Lin said gently. Jun ZZ's cheeks trembled slightly, revealing a sunny smile. Thank you, Grandma. Some have abandoned me like a weed. Others see me as a treasure. What about the little fat guy? I also made him one. Grandma Lin looked inside the grocery store and pulled out a large cotton coat. Those who know are cotton coats. Those who don't think they are winter coats sewn for pigs. He's gone out and should be back soon. Jun Zizi laughed out loud at the sight of this cotton shirt. He sent Grandma Lin home and returned to the grocery store, only to feel that hearts could be so warm. It's not a wasted walk on earth. Jun Zi looked at the cotton clothes in his hands and laughed brightly. The rooster crows loud and clear, ushering in the sunrise. The apothecary competition was still in full swing. Quite a few more were eliminated last night. The originally bustling square became much emptier all of a sudden. It seems that the Green Dragon Dynasty's pill refiners are nothing more than that. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded. Many people furrowed their brows and looked at the location where the sound was coming from, and immediately revealed a look of surprise. The man was young and arrogant, wearing a long robe of an alchemist with a firebird with open wings embroidered on his chest. How could a pill refiner from the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty be here? The crowd whispered. The president and the others narrowed their eyes. There must be something fishy about it coming at this time of the day. The major imperial dynasties are not as harmonious as they seem on the surface, with all sorts of open and secret struggles, calculations and traps, and a lot of resentment for a long time. Xianing droned coldly. Shut the hell up. Yo yo yo. The little lady is quite hot. Rather to my Mo Yan's liking. The Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty's alchemist smiled proudly. Refining a third-grade elixir is still abrasive. I'm ready to combine the elixirs. Boom! The fire in the pill refining tripod was boiling, and the purple flame light was very eye-catching, causing many people's faces to change slightly. Xianing, Hong Tianze and the others began to get anxious. If the tournament hadn't had Mo Yan involved, everyone could have stabilized a bit, but not nowadays. It has become a matter of face between the two dynasties. Rush rush rush. Ha ha ha. Mo Yan laughed maniacally. Anxious when I give you a little pressure. You're still tender. Little things. Keep your mouth clean. The president couldn't help but drink. Mo Yan was not afraid in the slightest and sneered. A waste is a waste, and you can't let people speak about it? Master Xianling, on the other hand, was calm. He looked at the local alchemist and secretly shook his head. His heart was so poor that he was afraid that he was not even as good as Autumn Frost's skin. Pig dog of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty. Don't flaunt yourself here. My Green Dragon Dynasty's pill refiners are 10 times better than you. Look to me. All of you. Suddenly, Jun Zi stepped forward, his face full of justice. He was likewise already at the head stage. Good. Well said. Worthy of being a good man of my Green Dragon Dynasty. This outsider. The surroundings were shouting with excitement. Jun Bagio was similarly hot. If my brother wins this battle, his reputation will be completely opened. Mo Yan hummed. Then let's see whose elixir is better. The competition is on the line. Grocery store backyard. Jun Zi Zamabu against the sunrise. He swung both his fists. Flaming light patterns spreading out from his chest as hot air continued to rise around him. It is the effect of the yin dan. When taken, it can catalyze blood flow, enhance blood qi, and assist in body refining martial arts. Swish! A fist blasted out. The plasma was like a pump, and its light was like a flame. Jun Zi's skin was as red as a flame all over his body, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he actually spat out a mouthful of ebony turbid gas. It was the last trace of bone-etching voodoo. Since then, he has not been subjected to any more virulent poison. Jun Zi, who was in a good mood, dried 3 bowls of beef noodles in a row and was contentedly ready to open the store. As soon as he raised his hand, he saw Master Xianling's spatial ring. Want to try? He was a bit intent. After all, it's not good to always keep people waiting. Jun Zi took out the 5 Thunder Demon Bone Pill formula. This was also a body refining elixir that required as many as 30 different kinds of materials. But it wasn't difficult for him. The Chaos Furnace automatically refines and automatically combines pills. So just wait. Soon, one piece of material fell into the Chaos Furnace. The Dan fire boiled and began to refine as if it had a formula that belonged to it. As for Jun Zi's, he did not feel any pressure. It was a bit of a mental drain, but no harm done. When the refining of the materials was complete, the Dan fire surged once again, preparing for the merging of the Dan. The pitted body of the Dan was quickly filled and shrunk in size. When the last pit disappeared, the entire pill trembled violently, actually resonating with the 5 Thunder Demon Bone Pills formula, as if the dragon and phoenix were in harmony. Rumble. In the next moment, a huge golden Dan silhouette appeared in the sky above Zidu. The precious Dan vision came out suddenly. Put. In the square in front of the Apothecary Union, A pill refining tripod Danfire instantly went out, as if it was subjected to some invisible oppression. An elixir that was about to be close to success instantly became a spent elixir, and the alchemists let out screams of misery. Jun Zi, Xianing, Mo Yan and the others stared in disbelief, immediately looking up at the precious Dan visions, all of them revealing horrified expressions. Bao Dan vision? It's him, it's definitely him. Grandmaster Xianling stood up, so excited that he burst into tears. Look, the 5 thunder lines above the precious Dan's vision. Princess Kai hurriedly looked and her heart trembled. It was still true, that Autumn Frost was worthy of being a genius alchemist. From here on out, it must be pulled together with full force, whatever it takes. June Baguio was also looking up at the precious Dan visions, her heart vibrating. Could it be that this person is the genius pill refiner that Master Xianling desires? He must be recruited into the Xian Pill Pavilion, no matter what the other side offers. His future is at least 6th, if not 7th grade. The more June Baguio thought about it, the more anxious she became. Nor do I know the person's name, where he lives, or what he needs. Rush rush rush. Chapter 43 Zidu boils. June Ge stands like a minion. June Baguio knew that the Witch Barbarian Dynasty and the Green Dragon Dynasty were bound to fight, so backup pills had to be supplied. But it was met with a heavenly vision. The battle between the two dynasties was postponed when the Secret Realm scramble broke out. So taking advantage of this gap, June Baguio came to the Purple Capital. In addition to helping Jun Ziyi raise his alchemist rank, she also wanted to see if she could find a good alchemist to recruit into the Xian Pill Pavilion. Unexpectedly, the Violet Capital really hit a demonic pill refiner. June Baguio knew very well that several conditions had to be met in order to invoke the treasure pill vision. First, young age and strong qi. Second, the refining of the material must reach the highest quality. On the way to the refining tripod shall not be extinguished. Must be completed in one breath. Third, the person's alchemist grade can't be too high, otherwise wouldn't those high-grade alchemists invoke the precious pill's visions every day? With all the harsh conditions, the precious Dan vision is extremely rare. It is said that an alchemist who can invoke the visions of the precious pills, as long as they don't die halfway, the 6th grade is a breeze, and the 7th grade is the starting point. Do you all know that the precious elixir vision not only represents demonic talent, but it can also grow spiritual power? Go find out who this man really is. At all costs, the pill refiners gradually collected their shocked colors and replaced them with endless greed. Next moment, they swept out, like a bloodthirsty pack of wolves, eagerly pursuing their prey. As for the bull asterisk alchemist competition, who cares? It's the Bao Dan vision that's the most important thing. The young alchemists in the plaza looked at each other, each hanging their heads in shame. They had learned from the words of their elders that the precious pill vision originated from a demonic pill refiner. And, not much older than them, true geniuses don't bother to participate in such throwback tournaments. In comparison, they fall short. Mo Yan was also a bit cloudy. He looked towards Jun Ziyi and suddenly snorted. The Green Dragon Dynasty really does have crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and those who like to clamor in the open are all little wastes. Little chickens. I've gained a lot of insight and benefit. What are you screaming for? Didn't you fail too? Xianing angrily rebuked. Mo Yan was in a soothing mood when he saw Jun Jiyi's face full of gloom. Yeah, I failed and lost to a certain absolute demon. Unlike someone who bragged that he was 10 times stronger than me, but it turns out that person is 10,000 times stronger than you. Ha ha ha. When Jun Ziyi heard this, the corners of his eyes twitched terribly. His hands clenched so tightly that he was blissfully unaware of the pain even as his nails dug into his palms. Damn it! Damn it! This is my stage. What a bull asterisk treasure Dan vision. Damn it, I want this man dead. He stared at the gradually dissipating Baodan vision and roared in his heart. One must know that Jun Ziyi had put out bold words, but in the end, not only had he failed, all the limelight had been stolen from him. More critically, he doesn't even know who that person is. It's like walking down the street and suddenly having your head covered with a black cloth and being beaten with a bunch of sticks, and you can't even find anyone afterwards. Holding back. It's really suffocating. Sister, I failed. Jun Ziyi was extremely upset and wanted to go to his big sister for some comfort, only to find that Jun Baiyao was even more anxious than him. If you fail, you fail. Don't stop me. Jun Baguio casually pushed him away and rushed out with a face full of anxiety, wanting to find out the triggers of the treasure pill's visions. Jun Ziyi was stunned, and then his heart was filled with resentment. That's stinking. The vision faded. The alchemists searched even more anxiously. But Zidu is so big, it's hard to pinpoint which area it's in. and it's a real pain to find. In Qing Shui Street, Jun Zizi had long since put away the 5 Thunder Demon Bone Dan and the Dan formula, moved out a stool, got high on melon seeds, and chatted idly with his neighbors without a word. Look, brother Qiu Shang, he can fly. See, that's handsome. Envy, envy, envy. It feels like flying would be carefree. Jun Zizi hugged the children and spoke childishly with them. As for the commotion caused by the precious Dan's vision, he didn't care in the slightest. Anyway, the benefits brought about by the visions, Jun Zizi had already gotten them, with his spiritual power increasing by more than a few times. One word, cool. At that moment, Master Xianling and Princess Kai hurriedly arrived. Autumn Frost. Thank you. Really thank you very much. Master Xianling was grateful. To him, this Dan formula was of great significance. Jun Zizi waved his hand and took out the 5 Thunder Demon Bone Pills formula from his pocket. The Dan formula now exuded an ancient aura, with strands of pale golden lightning lingering on it, as if it were traces of ghostly workmanship. As Master Xianling received the Dan formula, his eyes instantly became softer as he muttered to himself, "Old friend, your dream has finally come true. This ring also returns to its original owner." Jun Zizi handed out the spatial ring. Before Master Xianling could say anything, Concubine Kai laughed. "Master Qiu Frost, this spatial ring is the payment that was agreed upon last time. You don't have to return it, just accept it. Yes, 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 you can use the things inside as you please as well. Don't be polite." Master Xianling returned to his senses and laughed. You could tell he was in an extremely good mood. Seeing how insistent they were, Jun Zizi could not afford to push back. This spatial ring had a body of ghostly blue, carved with patterns of dragons and tigers battling, superior craftsmanship, and 100 cubic meters of internal space. There were also 100,000 spirit coins inside, and 3 second-grade elixir formulas, the Spirit Gathering Elixir, the Spring Energy Elixir, and the Bone Restoration Elixir. Jun Zizi was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was wailing with excitement. In terms of value, it was at least millions of spirit coins. The deal is too good to pass up. Qiu Frost, I will take care of the precious Dan visions you caused. You vainly worry. Master Xianling's words changed. He could foresee that more and more martial artists would run to the purple capital next, just to chase after the precious Dan vision. It is highly likely that some people will use extreme measures. This was because once one succeeded in seizing the Dan, not only would one's spiritual power be enhanced, but one would also be able to generate alchemy epiphanies. That alone was too much for the alchemist to hold. Thank you. Jun Zizi nodded his head mildly. He trusted Master Xianling. Princess Kai gazed at the young man in front of her. With proper features, sword brows and starry eyes, black hair draped over his shoulders, he could be considered handsome, enough to make thousands of the opposite sex fall for him. If you were born into a large family with this talent, you would have reached the top. She couldn't help but praise a sentence. Jun Zizi glanced at her and smiled without saying a word. Master Xianling was in a good mood. Qiu Frost, in a few days, Moon Worship Tower is preparing to expand and will be hosting a banquet for guests from all sides. So you and I will get together? I'll go when I'm free, and when I'm not I'll send my blessings for you. Jun Zizi replied ambiguously. Master Xianling had long been accustomed to this and did not complain. Sending the two out of the grocery store, Jun Zizi turned around and headed back to the store, no longer hiding the joy in his heart. The spirit gathering pill is used exactly for the martial master realm. Refine the medicine and refine the medicine. Continue to cultivate. Jun Zizi hummed happily. However, in the dark corners of Clearwater Street, there was a man who secretly poked his head out and secretly stared at the grocery store. Is this the same Thai store? That's right. He's the one who messed up Jiaru's formation, causing me to lose so many brothers. This revenge must be avenged. They had shady eyes and vowed to kill and destroy the store. Not long after these people left, a line of raven guards appeared in the alleyway and silently followed them. Alchemists Union. At the moment, it's noisy. Such a demonic genius alchemist. Your union has no records? As long as you register your identity with the labor union, you'll get discounts and first choice of heavenly materials and treasures. Would people be that stupid? I'm from the Lidu Chen family. Does the Chen family's old man know about this? In order to find out the one who was responsible for the precious pill's visions, the alchemists directly pressurized the Alchemists Union. Jun Biao was among them, slapping the counter fiercely. Me, the head of the Xian Pill Pavilion, the 1,000 gold of the Long Tu Martial Exalt. You'd better explain that person's information to me one by one. Don't be ungrateful. At the door, Junzi stood alone, like a minion. He looked straight at the group's anxious appearance, his eyes growing colder and colder, his heart growing more and more resentful. All this attention, it should have belonged to me. It's gone. It's all gone now. Chapter 44, The Mysterious Pill Refiner is Junzi's eye? Pavilion Master June. All the pill refiners recorded by the labor union are here, so feel free to rummage through them. If it's not found, that would mean that person never registered with the union. The head of the front desk of the apothecary union was also helpless and had no choice but to patiently explain. Jun Biao's pretty face chilled. I don't care. Now. Immediately. I must have an answer. This punch was 30 years of power, and the person in charge of the front desk almost didn't catch it. No registration? Who are you kidding? It's not like we're asking for anything from him. We simply want to exchange medicine refining techniques. Why hide it so deeply? Anyone who is an alchemist will register with the union. You can't hide it from me. The others were furious. From this, one could see how precious the precious Dan vision was. Even heavenly ranked treasures, heavenly ranked techniques and martial arts were no match for them. The head of the front desk looked at these people, helpless to the core. You can't offend any of them yourself. What to do? No means no. If you guys aren't satisfied, bulldoze the union. The person in charge threw down these words and left with a long walk. The pendulum has swung. Not used to their stink. All of a sudden, the pill refiners union was as noisy as a food market. Only after a long time did Jun Bagyo lead Jun Zi away, still muttering, Zi, as long as we find the triggers of the treasure pill's visions, Big Sister will be able to go even further. Well, I believe Big Sister. Jun Zi nodded with a leathery smile. He couldn't wait for the man to hurry up and die now. How dare you steal your own thunder? Jun Bagyo was about to think of a way out when she happened to see three figures walking out of Moon Worship Tower. Master Xianling, Princess Kai, and the Union President. The three of them talked and laughed, especially the President, who had a hopeless expression, pointing at Master Xianling and taking out another pot of soil. The pot of soil looked sparse and ordinary, but upon fixing my eyes on it, the soil seemed to wriggle as if it were alive, filled with intense vitality. Dragon blood soil? Isn't that the reward for the pill refiner competition? Jun Biao's eyes stared. Now that the entirety of the alchemist competition has failed, to whom will the pot of soil be transferred? Jun Bagyo pondered for a moment, and suddenly remembered a name. Little friend Autumn. Could it be that junior friend Chiu had triggered the treasure pill vision, and Master Xianling had secured the dragon blood soil for him? It must be. It must be. She perked up, feeling the truth close at hand. Ge, Big Sister has something to do. You should rest in the White Cloud Hall first. After saying that, Jun Bagyo didn't care what Jun Zi thought in his heart, and stepped straight into the moon worshipping tower to look for the truth. Jun Zi looked at his big sister's back, so angry that his teeth were about to crumble, but there was nothing he could do about it. The district's precious Dan visions. Sooner or later I'll do the same and make you all come begging for me like dogs. He grunted coldly, very confident in himself. Moon Worship Building. First floor. Jun Bagyo had just stepped in and was immediately greeted by someone. Pavilion Master Jun. My humble self, Huang Ping. The middle-aged man smiled, his eyes flashing with shrewdness. Feel free to say what you need. Moon Worshipping House will definitely fulfill your needs. Come 5 dragon fruits. Jun Bagyo's tone was glib. Huang Ping's eyes lit up. Here comes the big order. The dragon fruit. That was the main ingredient for refining the 6th grade pill Dragon Yuan Tong body pill. One of them was worth tens of millions of spirit coins, and it was still priced at a price, so it usually had to be bartered. Wait a moment. I will send it immediately. Huang Ping's heart was very comfortable. This single done. He cannot do anything for a year. The commission will get soft. Jun Biao laughed darkly, her eyes crafty. Right. I still need a few other herbs, but I have an appointment with a customer who frequents your moon worshipping house to get here, so you can just give it to him later. Alright Pavilion Master Jun. May I ask what your guest's name is? Huang Ping was not the least bit skeptical. Jun Biao smiled and said in a casual manner, that person is familiar with Master Xianling, and you must also recognize him. Called Autumn. Oh, Master Autumn Frost. Get acquainted. Huang Ping immediately picked up the conversation and said that he had met once. Autumn Frost? Jun Bagyo, who had succeeded in her sidetracking, felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Then tell me what he looks like. Speaking of which, his features are somewhat similar to Pavilion Master Jun's. He's very thin, and the clothes he wears are tattered and torn, as if they're some years old. He's obviously a pill refiner, yet he's still so poor. Right. Right. He's limping a bit on one leg and his face is yellow. I don't know if he's malnourished or has some kind of disease, Huang Ping recounts as he remembers. These two words fell into June Bagyo's ears, and her delicate body shook violently as her pupils contracted. Quite similar to me. Thin, tattered clothes, and a bit of a limp. How is it so similar to my runaway brother? For some reason, Jun Zizai and the mysterious alchemist who had refined the precious Dan visions, the figures of the two kept getting closer and closer, eventually overlapping completely in Jun Bayao's mind without a single hitch. It's not convenient to talk here. How about you and I get together at the White Cloud Palace? Heavy waves rose within her, and she forced herself to hold back her thoughts. Huang Ping was flattered. Jun Bagyo was a stunning beauty, and it was an honor to be invited by her. He hurriedly nodded. No problem. Please wait outside for a moment. Pavilion Master Jun. I'll be right there. Jun Bagyo's mind was a mess. Could it be that Jun Zizai was that mysterious pill refiner? She wanted to extract more information. Soon. She's gone. But Huang Ping couldn't leave. What can I do for you, my lord? Huang Ping looked at the raven guards in front of him, his face full of confusion. The crow guard's voice was indifferent. Miss Kai Fei wants to see you. Without giving Huang Ping any chance to speak, the crow guards took him away. The top floor of the moon worship building. Huang Ping sat on the chair, surrounded by silence. The atmosphere was very strange and dull. A white-robed Kai Fei stood in front, her beautiful eyes as cold as ice and frost, condescendingly looking down at Huang Ping. Did I say that I am not allowed to disclose half of Master Chiu Frost's information? Huang Ping instantly became bloodless and fell to his knees. Lord Kai Fei. Jun Bagyo said that Chiu Frost is her friend. How much was said? Describes only the outward appearance and nothing more. Princess Kai's eyes grew colder and colder, and the latter trembled with fear. She shot a glance towards the Raven Guard, who immediately understood. Boom! Crow Guard smashed Huang Ping's soul with a slap. Huang Ping didn't even understand on his deathbed, so I spoke up a bit more about why he had to die. Dispose of it. Princess Kai's demeanor was calm, as if she had gotten a fly killed. She didn't need a talkative person, and the moon worship house needed even less. Master Xianling said that Chiu Frost likes quietness, so don't let anyone disturb him. Ensuring Autumn Frost's peace of mind is more important than anything else. Inside the White Cloud Hall, Jun Bagyo paced back and forth in the elegant room, but never waited for Huang Ping. Those words of Huang Ping kept repeating in her mind, and she felt more and more that Chiu Frost was Jun Zizai, her own brother, her good brother, the brother who would wash her robes. ZZ can actually refine a precious elixir vision. Jun Bagyo's heartbeat accelerated while a wave of remorse surged through her heart. If Jun ZZ had returned from the Witch Barbarian dynasty, and she had taken out a tenth of the care she had treated Jun Ji with, perhaps there would not have been what happened today. She even felt that that precious Dan vision would also belong to herself. Zizai was so pleasing to me in the past. There's no way he won't give it to me if I meet up with him again. Jun Bagyo went from remorseful to agitated. As the old saying goes, blood is thicker than water. No matter how much you mess up, you're still family. As long as she put her foot down, Jun Zizai would surely eat it up. In this way, a 7th grade alchemist was within reach. Inside the grocery store, Jun ZZ is reading a book. In recent days the ancient god Broken Arm plucked a copy of Tang poetry. At that moment, the Crow Guard stepped in and respectfully said, Master Qiu Shang, the Black Wolf Gang will smash your store on the 3rd night. Chapter 45, Master Qiu Shang's Deep Hidden Secrets. The Crow Guards would tell the cause and effect, and only then did it dawn on Jun ZZ. The Black Wolf Gang was a gang that had just blended into the Purple Capital, using extortion, looting, and oppression of the people to keep the gang running. Not long ago because of the Xianyu building lost a lot of brothers. Harboring a grudge, tailed Jiaoru to the side, found everything has a grocery store. Zhang Bei, the gang leader, couldn't swallow this breath and was ready to send people to smash the grocery store. They have multiple grand martial masters, between the 3rd and 4th grade, and quite a few martial masters and martial artists. We can make them disappear immediately if you need us to. The Raven Guards bowed their heads respectfully. Jun ZZ was originally a little scornful, but once he heard that it was a grand martial master, he immediately became cloudy. No harm done. I can just handle it myself. After saying that, he pulled out 100 spirit coins. Take it and drink it. Don't be polite. With some trepidation, the Raven Guard finally took it. After the Raven Guards left, Jun ZZ changed his bashful demeanor and said with some excitement, It's been a long time since I've killed. I need to prepare properly. He was looking forward to it in his heart. Late night came and the streets were quiet. Suddenly, Sharp footsteps sounded. It's the Black Wolf Gang. They were all dressed in black, staring at the grocery store as if they were about to burst into flames. The leader was Zhang Bei, with a leopard's head and ringed eyes, a tiger's back and a bear's waist. His body was permeated with a ferocious aura, and he was clutching a second-grade weapon in his hand. The Wolf Bone Duo, Old 3 and 4, you guys take the men around the back. Tiger, Old Stupid, you few kill directly from the front. Zhang Bei waved his hand and quickly made a deployment. Lao San and the others quickly went around to the back of the store, and seeing a small courtyard inside, they immediately jumped in. However, as soon as they landed, darkness surged in like a tidal wave, engulfing them instantly. Not a sound at all. In the meantime, Tiger and the others began slamming the grocery store door panels in anger. Bang! The door panel made a muffled sound, but remained unscathed. Tiger and the others scratched their heads, full of confusion. Obviously it was just a ramshackle hut. How it could be so solid was unimaginable. Mother ***** heirs. Bunch of losers. Zhang Bei was so angry that his eyes wanted to spit fire, and he kicked them hard twice. Suddenly, the big smart guy in the gang, with his left eye looking to the left and his right eye grunting and hiding into his temple, wisely said, "Boss, since the front doesn't work, let's break through from above. It makes sense. It is said that the formation is similar to the Eye of the Storm, so as long as you stand in the center, you will be fine." Zhang Bei nodded in agreement. A group of men quietly climbed onto the roof, ready to force their way into the grocery store. The crow guards in the shadows were speechless when they saw this scene. No, I should say powerless, only to see a dozen people, led by Zhang Bei, leaping up and directly falling down from the roof. Whoa! Shingles and wood shavings fell all over the place. When Zhang Bei and the others stabilized themselves, they saw formation patterns lighting up around them. Not only did they not panic, they smiled smugly. I figured you out a long time ago. It's not just a first-rate formation that only entangles and mesmerizes. Brothers, illusion-breaking charms, flaming clothes charms. When he finished speaking, a burst of fire glowed inside the grocery store. Each member of the Black Wolf Gang was covered in a layer of flaming gauze and had a white amulet stuck to their foreheads, specifically designed to break illusion spells. However, both runes. It's useless. The entire grocery store was covered with complicated array patterns, and if one looked closely at the past, there were actually 9 types of array patterns that were connected to each other, forming a brand new and complex pattern. A vine emerged from the ground, wrapping around the Black Wolf Gang members like a python. They were just about to resist, but the weapons in their hands were uncontrollable, and they were suspended in mid-air, also spreading weird electric light. The Black Wolf Gang was confused. How is it different from Xin Yu Lu? You don't preach martial arts. You are prepared, but not much. In the darkness, faint laughter rang out. Jun Zizi slowly stepped out and looked at Zhang Bei and the others with a smile. Zhang Bei swallowed furiously and begged for forgiveness. Brother, you let us live, and we'll keep our hands off each other from now on. Jun Zizi did not reply. He walked over to the weapons counter, picked up a to-go short axe, and flung it behind him. Puffing, the Black Wolf Gang's big smart was opened up with an axe, and blood and brains flowed all over the place. Grand Master, I'm innocent. They gave me 100 spirit coins to stand in the ring. Please, I've got a little. On me, get me if you dare. Zhang Bei and the others panicked, and each of them shouted. However, Jun Zizai had long ago laid down a mute formation, and no sound could be transmitted. Puff and puff, he took one axe to the head and drove it straight and clean. Not long after, the ground was covered with blood and brain matter, which not only stunk, but was also unsightly and dirty to the eyes. I wonder if I can make a merit streamer. Automatically cleanses itself after killing, takes in the souls of the unjust, and transcends the dead. It's just the right time to accumulate merit. The best of all 4 worlds. He let out a sigh of emotion. Zhang Bei and the others lost their souls after hearing this. Merit streamers? Is there such a thing in heaven? It also cleans itself, collects the souls of the unjust, and transcends the dead? This is a evil demonic cultivator's 10,000 soul streamer, right? You've killed people. Where did you get the merit? Zhang Bei roared. Jun Zizi walked to Zhang Bei and raised the short axe high, saying with a serious face, killing one person to save 1,000 or 10,000 people. Isn't that considered a merit? My friend, your thoughts are not through. Pust. The short axe took away a head. Zhang Bei was instantly killed. Soon the grocery store was completely quiet. Dozens of corpses fell to the ground, speechlessly telling of the scene just now. Jun Zizi wiped the plasma off the short axe and put it back on the weapons counter. Immediately afterward, a crimson fire talisman flew out of his sleeve robe and stuck onto the corpse, instantly bursting it into ashes. Finally, the cleaning charm flew out, restoring the grocery store to its original clean appearance. The whole process can be described as flowing without any delay. That's when the morning light came. Jun Zz took off his top, took the yen dan, and began to cultivate the sacred domain Long Dao body. Having done so, he opened the door on time and welcomed his guests with a smile, as if nothing at all had happened a few hours ago. Everything is so flat and laid back. The shadowy raven guards saw this, and each of them scared. Master Qiu Shang is deeply hidden. He looks harmless, but he kills decisively. Knowing that I couldn't sleep for 3 days and nights when I first killed. You're okay. I'm 7 days and 7 nights. The eyes of the raven guards changed as they looked at Jun Zz. This kind of mentality, without decades of killing immersion, absolutely cannot reach this level. But Jun Zz was so young. This son, he is very strange. They're getting more and more interested. Moon Worship Tower. Princess Kai was receiving a strong person from the Thunder Capital. They had completed a large order and were having a good time with their wine. The door was suddenly pushed open. Jun Bagyo walked in with great strides and brought Jun Zi with her. She was furious, pointing her halberd finger angrily at concubine Kai. Drinking. Where did you Moon Worship House hide my brother? Chapter 46. Can't you even recognize what he looks like? Jun Bagyo waited all night last night and never waited for Huangping. As soon as the day dawned, she headed to Moon Worship House to inquire, but the answer she received was that Huangping might have gone out of town on an urgent matter. Jun Bagyo's eyes went cold on the spot. Yesterday you agreed to an invitation, and then you have to go away in a hurry? Lying to a 3-year-old, the only explanation that touches the name Autumn Frost is that Huangping has disappeared forever. Jun Bagyo realized it afterward. She finally got it. It must be the moon worshipping house secretly hiding Jun Zz. Otherwise, they would not have done this. Concubine Kai looked at the enraged Jun Bagyo and smiled sweetly. Pavilion Master Jun, isn't your younger brother standing well by your side? Jun Bagyo choked for a moment. Jun Z's face was expressionless. Only the clenched fists silently revealed fluctuating emotions. Is there anything else, please? Princess Kai's beautiful eyes flashed with cunning as she asked one more time. Jun Biao suppressed the anger in her heart and sternly questioned. I'm talking about Qiu Frost. He is also my younger brother. Where have you hidden him? Pavilion Master Jun, you're being a bit disruptive. Kai Fei's thoughts were clear and her mouth was straight. Your surname is Jun, and Qiu Frost's surname is Qiu, so you can't hit the halfway point. Or is it that you bully no one in my moon worshipping house and intentionally come to stir up trouble? As she said that, her eyes went cold, not fearing Jun Bagyo in the slightest. The crowd of noble guests also furrowed their brows and pointed at Jun Bagyo. Seeing this, Jun Zi hurriedly pulled Jun Bagyo back with an apologetic face. Sorry, it's my big sister who is being abrupt. Who's making trouble? At that moment, Master Xianling appeared. He thrust his hands into his sleeves, his eyes gazing unkindly at Jun Bagyo. Do you really think this is your family's martial mansion? Master, please forgive my recklessness. Jun Bagyo dared to strut her stuff against concubine Kai, but facing Master Xianling was like an eggplant beaten by frost, not daring to make a move at all. She lowered her head, her eyes slightly red. The autumn frost that you all speak of is actually my younger brother, Jun Zz. Master Xianling sneered. This group of people did everything they could for the treasure pill vision. He had naturally heard of the name Jun Zz, who had traveled to the Witch Barbarian dynasty as a hostage for the Green Dragon dynasty for 20 years. Nonsense doesn't go over your head. What kind of person is Jun Zz? The holy dragon son of your Green Dragon dynasty, the young master of the martial mansion. Such a character must be well-bred and graceful. Wouldn't he come to the purple capital to remain anonymous? It's obvious that you're making up a bunch of nonsense for the sake of the precious Dan visions, really treating the world as a little cutie. I'm sorry. Grandmaster Xianling gave a sneer. In response, not only did Jun Bagyo not retort, she even had a somewhat flustered expression. Pampered? Graceful? This had nothing to do with Jun Z's eye at all, but she couldn't say it, and didn't dare to say it, and stiffly replied. Jun Zz made a big mistake, and left the martial mansion in a tiff of her own. Mom and Dad miss him, so I want him to bring him home. Doesn't a family whose blood is thicker than water qualify for a reunion? Towards the end, Jun Bagyo looked straight at Master Xianling and used moral kidnapping. Master Xianling, however, smiled disdainfully. He had lived for hundreds of years. What kind of people hadn't he seen? Will you be afraid of this? Chill Frost has nothing to do with the Jun family. You are not welcome here. Master Xianling waved his hand, not giving half a face. Jun Zi tugged at Jun Baiyao again, but was shrugged off with one hand as she said with certainty, as long as Chill Frost shows up, I can guarantee that he's Jun Zai, and he'll even obediently follow me home. He listens to me the most and has never disobeyed me. Don't you think so, Brother Z? Her eyes were full of pride and condescension, and her tone was as if she was treating one of the family dogs. Jun Zi forced a smile and did not say anything. Master Xianling was extremely offended by her tone and was about to blast them out, but was stopped by Princess Kai, who transmitted, Master, it's good to have Chill Frost come, otherwise this woman's pestering is troublesome. Good. Let young friend Xiao take a trip. Master Xianling pressed down the annoyance in his heart and felt that this statement was justified. He coldly said, I'll give you one chance. If not, immediately get out of Moon Worship Tower. Jun Baiyao pulled Jun Ji to nod repeatedly. She was thrilled inside. One has finally found one's brother. There's a grocery store for everything. The Raven Guards informed Jun Zizi of the matter. The latter's expression was as calm as ever after hearing this. Not even a single eyebrow wrinkled. I'll make a trip over there after I'm done, so that Master Xianling and Miss Kai Fei don't have to greet me when they see me. Jun Zizai smiled faintly. The Raven Guards nodded and clasped their fists as they left. When the last guest was sent away, Jun Zizi closed the store, put on his sky-shading cloth cloak, and walked towards the moon-worshipping tower. For the Jun family, he did not wish to have any association. It'll be revolting. It'll be nauseating. Just looking at it pollutes the soul. However, since it was an invitation from Master Xianling and concubine Kai, plus the fact that he needed to purchase a second-grade spirit scroll, he simply made the trip. Worth mentioning, the spirit scroll recorded the recipe for making spirit talismans. As his realm rose, in the spirit symbol Dao, Jun Zizi certainly could not be left behind. The moon worship tower was still bustling with doors. As Jun Zizi stepped in, he saw Jun Baguio, Jun Ji, Master Xianling, concubine Kai and the others standing in the center. He smiled faintly at Master Xianling and concubine Kai, then walked towards the counter and wordlessly opened the sky shielding cloth. Jun Baguio and Jun Ji saw Jun Zizi. With just one glance, they stopped paying attention. This person had a popular face, mediocre appearance, and his realm was not high, a mere second-grade martial artist. No need to pay much attention to it. One spirit scroll each of the Qi condensation talisman and the poison tool talisman. Jun Zizi paid the spirit coins, collected the spirit scrolls, and turned around to leave. At this time, Jun Baguio was already sweating profusely in a hurry. She scanned every guest that came and went, even using her spiritual power to probe, but she could never find Jun Zizi. Just then, Jun Zizi brushed past her. It's like a light spring breeze, light and gentle, but it can't keep the depleted affection. See you again? See you again? Just strangers. Grandmaster Xianling and concubine Kai exchanged glances and watched Jun Zizi, who had withdrawn the cloth covering the sky, leave, then looked towards Jun Baiyao, their faces full of snickers. Meet and greet but don't know each other. What a good brother and sister. Pure and simple bull ********. Why hasn't he come yet? Did he meet with an accident on the way? Jun Baguio looked towards the door and couldn't help but want to go out and look for him. But Master Xianling coldly said, all right, don't look for it, the person has already been here. Just now, you came face to face with Autumn Frost and brushed shoulders. You claim he's your own brother. What? Can't you even recognize what he looks like? Jun Biao turned back violently. No way. You lied to me. I am his own sister. Blood is thicker than water. How could I not recognize him? She stomped her feet in a hurry and yelled out on the spot. What kind of status does Master Xianling have? Would he deceive a junior like you? Concubine Kai's beautiful eyes blinked lightly. By the way, as the eldest sister in the family, you must have bought gifts for Jun Zizi, right? If he is so obedient to you, he will surely carry his gift with him at all times. Did you see anything familiar just now? Jun Baguio was so choked up by these two words that she became dizzy. Her face was miserably colorless, and her eyes simply couldn't stop rolling hot tears. No, she had bought countless gifts for Jun Ji, but only not for Jun Zizi. Not a single elixir, not a single spirit fruit, not a single piece of clothing. Master Xianling's heart was bursting with joy. This kind of nuisance woman deserves to be severely humiliated. The Jun family of the Qinglong imperial dynasty is nothing more than that. To act recklessly, to be full of nonsense, and to choke this elder of mine, is truly anticlimactic. You've said so much, It's just coveting the treasure pill vision. Being A and still wanting to set up a house of cards. I gave you face. After Master Xianling cursed, he threw off his robe and directly twisted his head to leave, not bothering to take care of it. Jun Bagyo was struck by lightning and fell to the ground on the spot. Concubine Kai walked over, a standard smile still on her face. Pavilion Master Jun. Since it's alright, then please get lost. She's cool with it too. If it wasn't for the fact that it was in the way of Jun Bagyo's identity, today would definitely not be as simple as humiliation. Jun Ziyi helped Jun Bagyo up. His heart had long been filled with resentment. With a brother as good as me, why are you still going after that loser? Even if the treasure pill vision came from Jun Ziyi's hands. So what? Is he as good as me? These words, he said in his heart, still pretending to be worried on the surface. At this point, Jun Bagyo had already cried into tears. Her heart was overwhelmed with regret. He must be blaming me. I don't blame him. I really don't. But why won't you even talk to me? What have I done wrong? Chapter 47, Jun's Family Feast. Autumn Frost gives poem. Back at the grocery store, Jun Zi reopened the store. That trip just now hadn't affected him in any way. Not even a ripple. Looking at each other in waves. That was the attitude he held towards the Jun family. In a few days the moon worshipping house is going to have a big feast. So I'll simply send an ancient poem as a congratulatory gift. Jun Zizi recalled Master Xianling's invitation that day. Going should be a no-go. Courtesy get. Master Xianling took extreme care of him. This token of appreciation was still necessary. Thinking of this, Jun Zizi took a pen and dipped it in ink, waving and writing 3 words on the paper, Silent Night Thoughts. Jun Bagyo had locked herself up in the guest room for the past few days and stayed behind closed doors. No matter how much Jun Zi shouted and pounded, she ignored it. In response, he resented Jun Zizi even more. Obviously a wasteful piece of trash that should have died in the Witch Barbarian dynasty a long time ago. However, it is really unfair for heaven and earth to be able to survive after being attacked and poisoned multiple times. Jun Zizi, don't let me catch you. Jun Ziyi's eyes showed murderous intent, his heart fuming. At that moment, a warm voice came, Ziyi, Jun Wenyin is here. Because the moon-worshipping tower invites all parties, among which there is her most admired Confucianism and Taoism powerhouse. Naturally she wants to come and have a glimpse. It just so happened that big sister and little brother were over here. So Jun Wenyin came. However, she felt bad when she saw that Jun Ziyi's eyes were red and he did not look well. Sixth sister. It's like this. Jun Ziyi flung himself into Jun Wenyin's arms and recounted the events of the past few days in the tone of stale green tea. Jun Wenyin's brows furrowed in disgust. Don't mention him to me. She looked pained. Jun Ziyi hastily withdrew his voice, but in his heart, he was pleased. As long as he kept slandering Jun Zizi in front of his sisters, he would never want to come back in his life. An unashamed, vile, nasty scum. He doesn't deserve the name Jun, or even to live, even if he refines a precious Dan vision. So what? He has a bad character and will eventually become a scourge. Jun Wenyin angrily rebuked as if Jun Zizi had done untold evil. Jun Ji hurriedly hugged sixth sister. Sister is not angry. Brother just made a mistake. You should give him a chance to repent. You're not my brother if you ever intercede for him again. Jun Wenyin looked at him coldly. In response, Jun Ziyi could only nod with a bitter smile. Gathering herself together, Jun Wenyin pushed open the door to her eldest sister's room, only to see the latter sitting on a chair in a state of disorientation. The look was haggard, the green silk was disheveled, and there was a complete lack of the proud demeanor of being the Xianpil Pavilion's owner. Sixth sister. I know. No need to say it. Jun Wenyin directly interrupted, her beautiful eyes gazing. Big sister, you should pull yourself together and set an example for us. It's not you who is depressed, how will we? Your sister and brother. Look at you if you stay here for a long time. Isn't it just one Jun Zi? He'll regret it. Jun Biao smiled helplessly, and had no intention of letting her sixth sister understand herself. What are you doing over here? She inquired. Jun Wenyin smiled faintly. Attend the banquet. It's at the White Cloud Palace, hosted by the Moon Worship Tower. Jun Bagyo's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard the Moon Worship Tower. Since they're inviting all parties, will they invite ZZ as well? Big sister, go and join in. Just as a distraction. Jun Ziyi also advised up. Jun Bagyo no longer hesitated and brought her younger siblings, going forward to the banquet. The main hall of the White Cloud Palace, clouds of mist, the aroma of wine, and delicious food from all over the world are brought to the table. All of the characters invited by Moon Worship House were dignitaries. and the entire banquet hall was magnificent. The Great Sword King Sek sends the heavenly amazing meteorite to congratulate moon-worshipping tower on its prosperity. The Yellow Spring Sek sent the Een Soul Flower, 100 years of roots and 100 years of flowers. Congratulations to the Moon Worship Tower for being as good as new. The Chen family sends the Yuhai Golden Sword to congratulate Moon Worship Tower on its good fortune. All parties come to congratulate and give gifts. It wasn't just that the Moon Worship House was famous. It was that Master Xianling was a man with a wide range of friends. Jun Ziyi was envious when he saw this scene. He lamented, "When am I going to have this star-studded scene?" Jun Baiyao and Jun Wenin looked at each other and smiled. "It's almost time. You will lead the Green Dragon dynasty and the Jun family in the future, reigning over the world." Jun Ziyi scratched his head, looking shy, but in fact, he was incredibly proud. "What do you need to say?" Suddenly, Jun Wenin became excited. "Big sister, little brother, look," only to see Master Xianling standing beside an old man, white clothes and white robes, clean and elegant. Between his hands and feet, the vast righteousness moves with the wind, making the heart happy and submissive. Su Si, honored as a Confucian great, but also an 8th grade spirit runic master. Even when faced with a martial arts saint, powerhouse can fight, which shows how terrifying his battle power is. Finally, I've met a real person. Jun Wenin, usually quiet and refined, was excited like a little fangirl at the moment. Su Si and Master Xianling were talking to each other with great joy, and suddenly raised the wine pot and let loose a wild laugh. "Today's rise, fetch the pen." The crowd was instantly ecstatic. It was rumored that a single word from Su Si could make one's thoughts clear and break the barrier of the mind. Today they are blessed. Jun Wenin hurriedly pulled her sister and brother to squeeze into the crowd for fear of missing any details. Just see the big table. Su Si drinking and waving the pen. Ink has the spirit, as if the dragon by the sun, surging into the paper. A stroke, all natural, contains a let the heart and soul vibration of the charm. Mention the word, true. I believe in my old friend. Moon worshipping house to true as true, never false. Su Si laughed out loud. Master Xianling smiled as he stroked his beard. Good. Take it. Worthy of being a great master of the Confucian way, one word true can interpret many meanings. To true for true. It means that the Moon Worship House is true. With Master's certification, it's never wrong to come to Moon Worship House in the future. The crowd sked. Seeing that her idol was in front of her, Jun Wenin finally summoned up the courage. My little daughter sends a landscape painting. I hope that Master will accept it. She spread out her hands and a scroll hovered in midair. It was a large painting of a landscape, carefully embellished with a single brushstroke that was so lifelike that it made many people nod their heads. It's not a masterpiece, but it's one of the best. Very good. Quite a lot of heart. Su Si commented. Jun Wenin was jumping around with joy. Being praised by admirers was even more exciting than breaking through the realm. Jun Baguio stroked her 6th sister's head, her eyes full of tenderness. Jun Ziyi immediately exclaimed, 6th sister, you draw so well. When Master Xianling saw that it was another member of Jun's family, he gave a cold snort in his heart and didn't bother to ask or look at them again. Why don't we see our little friend? Could it be that he didn't come? He scanned the surroundings and muttered darkly. At this time, Princess Kai arrived late, holding rice paper in her hand, and smiled. Master Chiu Frost was busy, and specially sent someone to send a congratulatory gift. Master Autumn Frost? The guests were puzzled. How come I've never heard that name before? Jun Biao lightly bit her red lips as she whispered, 6th sister, it is very likely that Chiu Frost is Zijin. Jun Wenyin's smile stiffened and instantly chilled. Spoilsport, a congratulatory gift from my little friend? Quickly bring it to me. Grandmaster Xianling came to be interested and smiled from ear to ear. In fact, he was happy with whatever Jun Zizi gave him, as long as Jun Zizi had him in her heart. That's enough. It's a poem. Princess Chai replied with a smile. Master Su Si is here and still dares to inscribe a poem? I think this person is also out of his depth, and in the end, he will only bring dishonor to himself. The guy who doesn't know the sky and the earth. Master Su Si didn't even inscribe a poem. What qualifications does he have? The guests in the audience snorted. Jun Wenin was even more disgusted. How the scumbag is like a fly. Disgusting everywhere he goes. To the side, Jun Zi snickered. Good cursing. You guys are good at cursing. Jun's eye is nothing, and he's worthy of attending the same banquet with me. Let's see it first. Master Xianling waved his hand and slowly spread out the rice paper. Next moment, the scene became instantly silent. Clunk! The wine pot in Su Si's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Silent night thoughts. The light of the moon before the bed is suspected to be frost on the ground. Raise your head and look at the moon. Lower your head and think of your hometown. As he muttered, his pupils contracted steeply and his heart fluttered violently. Master Xianling's fingers were even trembling, caressing the script over and over again. Little friend Xiao, this gift is too heavy. He felt the strong homesickness of this poem and couldn't help but have moist eyes. It must have been because he saw that I was homesick that he inscribed this poem. Not all right. Look closely at this poem. You guys, it actually has the Dao rhythm of a Shakura fangirl. Wonderful. It's wonderful. Truly wonderful. Su Si was so excited that he was dancing, without the reserve and calmness of a Confucian great power, like a child who got a favorite toy. The crowd was stunned. They scrutinized the whole poem, and were greatly moved by it. As Su Si said, this poem contains the rhyme of Taoism. Even Jun Wanyin was stupefied on the spot, dumbstruck. That scumbag. How could he write such wonderful verses? Chapter 48, Public Abuse. Mother's Illness. In Jun Wenyin's eyes, what kind of person was Jun Zizai? Dirty, sleazy, and obsequious. No confidence or integrity as a man. The most disgusting thing is, this son actually has other plans for his own sister. There is no human decency in this. However, the scum that Jun Wenyin identified actually made a quiet night thought this kind of back to basics verse. A wonderful, fleeting moment in time. Not even these words of praise are adequate to describe the poem. Jun Baguio on the side had already had red eyes, and the tears couldn't stop flowing out, completely wetting her cheeks. Wenin, do you hear me? Raise your head and look at the moon. Lower your head and think of your hometown. Self still misses thinking about us in the Wufu. He always wanted to go back. He just didn't dare. The only way to turn those thoughts into poetry. Her whole body trembled as she spoke. See? Self is homesick. I must take him back. Jun Wenyin was stunned. Silent Night thoughts look simple, but it is full of deep meaning. Does Jun Zizi really want to? No way. Jun Wenyin shook her head vigorously. Still not believing it. Why would a scumbag like him be able to make such an ancient masterpiece? Jun Ziyi had long since turned blue and clenched his fists in death. The dead trash is showing his face again. Why are you as insidious as a fly? Are you dead or not? Showing up in front of us every day. Dead trash. No way. This person absolutely cannot live. If this continues, he will return to the Marshall house sooner or later. Jun Ziyi could no longer suppress his killing intent. He must be eradicated to do so. And at that point, the atmosphere became even noisier. All the guests scrutinized Silent Nightshade, breathing raggedly, and the more they looked, the more their minds became clear. Master Xianling, my father already has half a foot in the coffin, and before he dies he wants to take a look at the Silent Night thought. Name your price. Whatever it is, I promise. Master, you and I have known each other for many years. We can't cross swords over a poem. Their eyes blazed. Get out. Before Master Xianling could say anything, Su Si waved his big hand like a mighty white lion, and his vast and righteous chi swept across the four directions, toppling all the guests to the ground. He stormed out, a fellow full of copper. How dare you taint Silent Night thought with the filth of the world? It's the biggest insult that Silent Night is being bought by you. A group of guests were scolded and lowered their heads. Not guilt, but Su Si, a Confucian Taoist powerhouse, was too pugnacious, and did not dare to look directly at it. Master Xianling hurriedly relieved his old friend. Calm down. Don't be angry. Reflect on yourselves. Su Si snorted coldly at the guests. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Master Xianling and immediately replaced it with a smile. Even with some ingratiating flavor, old man, my house is quite big. All kinds of treasure frames for pretending to be Silent Night thoughts are available. Why don't you just send it to me? Master Xianling's face darkened on the spot. Son of a, you're even less of a thing than this crowd. Other people are at least willing to pay for it, and you're trying to whore yourself out for nothing. You get out too. Master Xianling rolled up Silent Night thought and directly put it into his spatial ring. Su Si hurriedly opened his mouth. Do not you think this landscape painting is quite good? Or with you to change? Master Su Si, you're being a bit of a bully. Is this landscape painting good enough? Landscape painting? A pile of replies. Get out of here. You old thing thinking about pretty things. The other Confucian elders were also enraged. Trading whole rocks for gold? How dare you say that? Jun Wenyin's face was filled with aggravation when she heard those words. He had just complimented me on my landscape painting and turned his head. Her eyes floated up in a mist of water and she felt like she had been stabbed in the back. Jun Bia was both heartbroken and touched. Heartbroken. My sister's landscape paintings were disparaged by the crowd. Touched that Self's brother is finally getting ahead. It must have been thanks to her hard work and tutelage over the past few years that she hit bottom and wrote such a masterpiece. Over here, Susie was still pestering Master Xianling. When Jun Wenyin saw this scene, she suddenly felt the urge to buy Jing Knight C for him. Master Xianling. She took a deep breath and slowly stepped out. My little daughter, Jun Wenyin, the daughter of dragon slaughtering Wuzuan of the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty. Can you cut this poem off to me? Anything for her idol to see her a few more times. Master Xianling didn't feel half as good about the Jun family and said disdainfully, not to mention your Jun family, even if the emperor of the Green Dragon Dynasty came, I wouldn't sell. Pressing people with your status all day long. Or not. Do you really think you're the only one in the world? Shut up, sit down, and don't make me blast you out. Originally, Susie still had a trace of goodwill towards Jun Wenyin, but now it was completely wiped out and swept a glance full of disgust. Jun Wenyin caught the look and looked stunned. This look of extreme disgust is so familiar. It's how one treats someone. I never thought that one day my idol would treat her like this. Jun Baiyao also walked out, pleading, Master Xianling, please inform Zai's location. I'd love to meet him. Asterisk 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 off. Master Xianling was completely enraged. If Chiu Frost is one of your Jun family members, it's really bad luck. When you were down and out no one asked you. Now you're rich you're out. Where were you guys before? Ever cared? Bunch of dirty-hearted white wolves. Get the hell out of here. It's too damn disgusting to think about the Baodan vision every day. It's not a family that doesn't enter a family, and that was tailor-made for the Jun family. Shoo shoo shoo. A group of crow guards appeared silently, their tone indifferent. 3 of you, please. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Jun Baiyao's jade hand covered her lips, choking with sadness and tears. Jun Wenyin also shed 2 lines of tears. But it wasn't Jun who was comfortable, but rather, he was hated by Suzumi. Jun Zi was the most unlucky. He didn't do anything. He was pointed at by the crowd the whole time, and he was invited out at the end. So where was the justification for that? I want to stay. Jun Baguio stood at the gate, wiping away her tears, and stubbornly said, maybe if you beg a few more times, Master Xianling will agree. I want to stay too. Jun Wenyin clenched her pink fists, her eyes firm. I will never allow Susie to be disgusted with me. Looking at the 2 sisters who were playing chicken blood, Jun Zi could not wait to give them 2 slaps on the face. Day by day, the seizures are getting worse. It's impossible to live. Just as Jun Zi was about to give a good persuasion, a letter suddenly arrived from the martial house. After the 3 read the letter, their complexion changed greatly and they immediately returned to the imperial capital. Epigraph. Mother is critically ill. Return quickly. The 3 of them hurried back to the martial mansion, only to see that it was dark and devoid of light inside. He felt bad in his heart. Mother! They rushed in, shouting at the top of their lungs. However, in the next second, the entire martial mansion blazed with light as a group of people popped out. Zi, happy birthday! Morong Binger wasn't sick at all. Instead, her face was rosy and her eyes gently looked at her son. Jun Zi was first stunned, then ecstatic. Thank you, Mother! He was impressed. Brother, you just remember mother and not sister? A pout rang out. The person who opened the mouth was a young girl in flower season, elegantly dressed, petite and cute. Every move manifested a savage atmosphere. Jun Miaotong, the 4th in the Jun family's ranking, was a genius realm divine master who had now reached the 5th rank. She had been training under her teacher in the Realm Divine Masters Union all year round, but had gone to great lengths to come back for her brother's birthday. You know, she had the best relationship with Jun Zi, 4th sister. Jun Zi went straight up and hugged her. For a while, the martial house was bustling with song and dance. The endless stream of guests sending gifts made Jun Zi receive gifts so softly that the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Jun Zi Zai. Jun Zi Zai. Even if you are a valued guest of the moon-worshipping house and are favored by the Grandmaster. So what? All the favor of this family goes to me. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly in his mind. When Jun Zhanlan saw this scene in front of him, not only did he have no joy, but on the contrary, his heart was like a knife. Self had never enjoyed such a grand birthday party. He's so pathetic. Jun Baguio was also holding her breath in her heart. He was almost able to meet his brother ZZ, but he was not expected to be swindled back. It's just that the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Morong Binger, who was the instigator, was currently helping Jun Zi celebrate his birthday. It was as if she had forgotten that she had an older son, and was so full of her younger son that she wanted to give him all the treasures of the world. At this time, Morong Binger saw her eldest daughter moping around and said worriedly, Bai Yao, what's wrong with you? Mother, do you remember that you still have a son who was living in exile and remember his birthday? Jun Bagyo asked back with an expressionless face. All of a sudden, the entire atmosphere of the banquet fell silent. Jun Shangtian crushed his wineglass and shouted angrily. What's the point of mentioning him on a good day? Of course I know. It wasn't just that day. How could my mother not be clear about it? Morong Binger's face stiffened and she began to stammer, wanting to hide. Jun Baiyao smiled to herself at the sight. Even you as a mother have forgotten his birthday. Why would he come back? There's no place for him in this family. Snap. As soon as the words left her mouth, Morong Binger slapped her. He was born of me. I gave him his life. It's more of a piece of meat that fell out of me. Can I not love him? Would I not love him? She screamed through her tears. Jun Biao slightly sidled her head, a bright red palm print on her cheek, and icily questioned, have you ever given him a birthday? Morong Binger's breath caught. She felt panicked and frantically searched her mind for a memory. The result is that, has never been available. Mother, I'm tired. I'll go to my room first. Jun Baiyao didn't wait for Morong Binger to make a reply. As if she was a puppet with tugged strings, her eyes were empty and her feet were stiff as she directly pushed the door to leave. It was a nice birthday party, but it went badly. There was no good look on everyone's face. Jun Zi looked at Jun Bagyo's back, resentment growing dramatically in his heart. In the boudoir, Jun Wen-in was comforting her big sister. Jun Bagyo shook her head slightly and asked Jun Wen-in in a counter voice, since you were a child, you hugged him all day long, why do you hate him so much now? Jun Wen-in sat slowly in her chair, and the moment she raised her eyes, that resentment and disgust was undisguised. He caused me to have my Haoren Jingqi damaged, and my realm to fall to Martial King. I will never forgive him in my life. Chapter 49 A World of Great Struggle. The 7-day period has arrived. The look in Jun Wen-yin's eyes caused Jun Bagyo to inexplicably feel suffocated. She suddenly felt something odd. It was as if there wasn't a single relative in the entire One Martial Mansion who didn't resent Jun Zi's eye. Why? You have to have a reason. She continued to press the issue. Jun Wen-in looked straight at Jun Baiyao, revealing a cold smile. Sister, you should know that I worship Su Si. I know. I even helped you out with a lot of connections before, which led me to find a copy of his own ancient book. Jun Bagyo nodded. Jun Wen-yin's jade hands clenched tightly, her face trembling with anger, and she gritted her teeth to make a sound. One day I went out to meet my best friend and it should have been a happy day, but when I came back to my room, I saw the ancient book. Every page is stained with Yuan Yang. You know what? Every page. It's disgusting. So disgusting that I vomited. Because of this incident, the Hao Ren Zhang Qi that I cultivated was contaminated, and my martial heart was destabilized, thus falling off the realm. I hate him. I hate that he's waving traces around randomly like a. So, I burned him with a spirit talisman, then healed him with a potion, then burned him again, then healed. I can't wait for him to die. Better to die out there forever. Towards the end, Jun Wen-in was already grim-faced and filled with murderous intent. Jun Biao's face was filled with horror. I can't believe she didn't know this was still happening. However, Jun Bagyo associated it with the change in her opinion of Jun Zizai during this period of time and whispered, could it be someone else? Who else could it be but him? Having endured the barbaric inculcation of the witch barbarian dynasty, he is the only one in the entire house. I'm well read. I'm an excellent judge of character. If I say it's him, it's him. If you really want to prove me wrong, then I'll get down on my knees and bow and beg for him to come back. Jun Wen-in's words were true. At the same time, she was beginning to feel disappointed in her big sister. Why are you thinking about a scumbag? If you have this kind of free time, why don't you be nice to Zi's brother? Jun Bagyo sighed darkly when she saw her sixth sister's resolute attitude. Yuan Yang, selfish brother, did go too far. How can one think ill of one's sister? The two men looked at each other without words. At that moment there was a knock on the door. Big sister, I'm the fourth sister. An imperial decree has come from the palace for you to receive. Jun Miaotong shouted. Jun Bagyo hurriedly went out to greet the holy decree. Jun Wen-in similarly got up and left. This is big sister's boudoir. Don't want to stay long. After she left, the door to the room closed automatically, and a ray of light from the formation pattern shone. In addition to purifying the air, it could also prohibit others from entering. It is inaccessible unless equipped with a brand. Third sister, I forgot my flower tablet. Open the door for me. Jun Miaotong's voice rang out from next door. What a nuisance. We can't enter our room without a flower tablet. Upon hearing this conversation, Jun Wen-yin's footsteps lurched as her pupils continued to contract. The 6 golden flowers of the June family were not only exceedingly capable, but also beautiful. So when they got a little older, Binger sent someone to set up a formation in the boudoir, so that unless they carried a flower tablet, they could never break in. We all have flower monuments, but did he? Jun Zizi? At this moment, Jun Wenyin's thoughts were in disarray. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor's edict. Recently, the border conflict has been intense, and the mountain and sea mystery realm has seen a lot of killing. The Xian Pill Pavilion, as a source of royal elixirs, must increase the speed of refining to ensure that there is no shortage for use in the military. The eunuch held the imperial decree in his hand and handed it to Jun Shengtian after reading it. On the side, Jun Zhanlan's beautiful eyes were stern, and although her brows were still a little gloomy, she still grunted coldly, "I just left not long ago and something happened. It's really a bunch of rice buckets. Father, mother, sister, I will leave first." Now that the border conflict was getting more and more intense, she, as a great general guarding the border, naturally could not stay in the martial mansion for a long time. Be more careful, Jun Shengtian and Binger instructed. Jun Bagyo stared at the holy decree with a grave expression. The fight is going to start. In addition to the resource grabbing at the border, there was also the competition for pills within the imperial dynasty. The biggest threat is the moon worship tower. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. If they could suppress the moon worshipping house this time, they could use this threat to make them reveal Jun Zizi's location. Father, mother, I'm going to the Xian Pill Pavilion. She turned to her parents. However, when he locked eyes with Binger, his expression was a bit unnatural. Be careful. Binger also smiled reluctantly. The relationship between the two mothers and daughters seems to be cracking. Jun Shengtian's face was extremely ugly as he looked at his eldest daughter leaving and then thought about tonight's birthday night banquet. This rebellious son. I don't know how I owed him in my last life. As long as he's around, there will never be peace in the house. Bunch of losers. What are you usually raised for? Can't even find a cripple. When he comes back, we'll directly break both of his legs, and he won't be able to leave the dragon vein for the rest of his life. He looked like he was on fire. Furious, Binger patted his chest. Remember to teach him well this time, and don't let him act recklessly again. Make a mess? I'll make it so that he can never make a mess. Jun Shengtian sneered. Zidu, there are grocery stores for everything. Jun Zizi took the spirit gathering pill and sat on the ground. There were already 5 drops of spiritual liquid in his dantian, which meant that he had stepped into the 5th grade of martial master. Cultivation is extremely fast and very solid. Jun Zizi enjoyed this process of steadily becoming stronger. While others were desperately grabbing for resources, he only needed to sell pills, spirit talismans, weapons, and set up formations, and then convert those spirit coins into pills to quickly upgrade himself. When the grade rises, he can refine higher quality pills. It's so circular and stress-free. Soon, the cultivation ended. Jun Zizi had just opened the store, and customers were pouring in. There were martial artists, martial masters, and grand martial masters, and even strong martial spirits could be seen. Boss, a set of chi condensation talismans. You're silly. It should be a set of poisonous tool talismans. It said that there's poisonous miasma in there, so it's better to be careful. You can't run out of potions either, and the border must be expensive. These martial artists looked anxious, and their mouths were still chanting. Jun Zizi was curious. Got rich recently? Buying so many things. What? You don't know yet, boss? The vision of the 3,000 mountains and seas transformed into a secret realm, known as the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm, has officially opened. We're preparing some resources and want to go in and make a break for it. An eager martial artist immediately informed. Jun Zizi came to a realization and clasped his fists as they were leaving. I wish you all the best of luck in martial arts. Ha ha ha, by the boss's grace. They laughed brightly, turned and left. Jun Zizi walked up to the gate and looked up to see many powerful people sweeping over the violet capital. They are for one thing only, and that is to fight. Struggle for resources, struggle for boundaries, struggle for techniques, struggle for martial arts, struggle for heavenly treasures, struggle for all. A martial artist's whole life is a struggle in the word fight. Got me a little hot under the collar. Jun Zizi turned and rushed into the house, took down a short axe, and, peeling a spirit fruit, he slowly nibbled on it. Hot-blooded is hot-blooded for just a little bit. The 7 days are up. Jun Zizi counted the time and took out the ancient god's severed arm. The aura was infused and the space around it collapsed. He hurriedly probed into the broken arm of the ancient god. Suddenly, Jun Zizi had a strange expression. he felt the ancient god's broken arm touch something warm, sticky, and crucially wet. With limited mental power, Junzizi did not dare to think too much. He hurriedly retrieved the ancient god's severed arm and fixed his eyes towards the object, and he froze on the spot. This. Chapter 50. This deal is a big profit. I won't serve. Junzi looked at the object in his hand with a complicated expression. It was a seed, the size of a walnut, sort of like a lotus seed, wet with mucus attached throughout. It shriveled up on the surface and was clearly depleted. Seeds? Is it hard to think that you want me to open up a medicinal field? It can be, but what kind of seed is it? Junzizi wiped the seed clean and put it on his nose and gently sniffed it. Salty, slightly fishy, and the flavor was very complex. He thought about it and pulled out a pot of soil from his space ring. It was the prize of the pharmacist competition, the dragon's blood clay. Originally, Jun Zizhong did not want to receive, but Fei Kai had to send. Really have no choice but to reluctantly accept, because it was contaminated with dragon's blood. The dragon's blood soil rolled up and down as if it had life. Jun Zizi directly placed the seeds into it and then irrigated the water. At once, the dragon's blood soil stopped churning. A faint blood light blossomed as if it was nourishing the seed. In just a few short breaths, a green bud broke out of the ground, verdant and delicate. Kind of interesting. Jun Zizi smiled, but he didn't think much of it. Since I don't know what, I'll keep it for now. Anyway, the ancient god's severed arm was fused with him, so it wasn't like it was going to victimize him. The next few days, Jun Zi in the daytime open store. Look at the potted plants. Nothing outside the restaurant. Hook rail listening to music. Cozy extreme. Turn on the chaos furnace at night to automatically refine pills, spirit talismans, and weapons for tomorrow's store replenishment. While the chaos furnace was working, Jun Zizai sat down on his knees, taking the spirit gathering pill and cultivating leisurely. On the fourth day, Princess Chai came. Master Autumn Frost, have you been busy lately? Her dimpled smile, paired with her sexy body, made her the center of attention wherever she went. Jun Zizi dusted off the counter and smiled. Not busy. What's up? Recently, Moon Worshipping House has a lot of commercial orders. I would like to ask you if you are free to take orders, and we will give you a sizable reward. Concubine Kai stated her purpose. As long as the second-grade pills, Spring Elemental Pill and Healing Blood Pill, are of medium quality, they will do. For this order taking, Jun Zizi had no reason to refuse. To open a business is to broaden your financial resources, and with the help of Moon Worshipping House, it was basically impossible for Jun Zizi to lose money, and he could even make a big profit. Here is the Dan formula and 500 ingredients. Dare I ask how long you need? Princess Kai took out her storage bag with a respectful tone. You can just come and get it tomorrow. Jun Zizi returned. Kai Fei's beautiful face was stunned. Then she smiled somewhat forcefully. Master Chiu Frost, this is 500 copies. She didn't know if she had misheard or if Jun Zizai had said it wrong. The 500 ingredients of the pills were the sum of the ingredients of the Spring Elemental Pill and the Blood Healing Pill respectively, and the success rate of the pills was also taken into account in it. After all, even a second-grade alchemist wouldn't dare to say that refining a second-grade elixir could have a 100% success rate. In addition to the success rate, there are quality requirements. The lower magnitude elixir could utilize 50% of the elixir's efficacy. The middle magnitude was 60%. The upper magnitude was 70%. And the ultimate was 10%. The higher the quality, the longer the refining time and the greater the loss of spiritual energy. An unusual second-grade alchemist, even if he stayed up day and night, would need half a month to refine it, or a very reluctant kind. She knew that Jun Zizai was a genius in pill refining, but even if one was a genius, one could never manage to refine 500 second-grade pills in a day. If it was indiscriminate, the difficulty would not be too great. But in time it would affect the credibility and reputation of Moon Worship House. Princess Kai didn't dare to slack off and was the first to open her mouth to remind her. Yeah, that's 500 copies. Jun Zizi nodded and even reminded her. If it's convenient, you should remember to bring more materials tomorrow. Princess Kai's head was spinning and she wasn't even sure how she got out of the grocery store. I must be hallucinating. How is this possible? She began to doubt herself. Jun Zizai did not care what Princess Kai thought. He only knew one thing. It's a great deal. A great profit. He must take advantage of it. Night. Jun Zizi was sitting cross-legged. The 250 ingredients for the Spring Elemental Pill had already been thrown into the chaos furnace. The fire blazed, automatically refining, automatically blending, and automatically merging the Dan. The whole thing is all in one piece. Soon, a supreme quality spring elemental pill came out of the oven steaming hot. Next up is the blood healing pill. It didn't take long for the same hot stove to open and build 500 pills, perfectly presented. The whole process is only an hour long. It doesn't seem that hard. Junzi played with the spring elemental Dan and smiled faintly. If this was heard by other alchemists, they would probably have to vomit blood on the spot and accuse him of being shameless. One could only say that the Chaos Master's existence was too perverse. Once refined, all are supreme. Afterwards, Junzi began to refine the grocery store's pills. There's money to be made taking orders, and there's money to be made in the store. He develops quietly and then is invincible. Early the next morning, Princess Kai stood in front of the counter, her breasts rising and falling violently. What did she see? Inside the storage bag, 500 spring elemental pills and blood healing pills were lying quietly. Even more appalling, 500 are all of supreme quality. Concubine Kai suddenly realized that she had far underestimated Junzi Zai. The word genius is not enough to describe him. It should be called Demon. Imperial Capital, Xian Pill Pavilion. Jun Bagyo was likewise operating in a bold manner. In addition to the usual orders, the speed of alchemy is now being accelerated. For these low-grade elixirs of first and second grade, she never intended to consider the quality. The lower grade would suffice. The Xian Pill Pavilion is royal, with excellent quality and reputation, and is deeply favored by the majority of martial artists. Moon Worship Tower. What are you fighting me with? When you are so crushed that you can't lift your heads, I want you to beg to tell me where self is. Jun Bagyo laughed coldly, incomparably confident. At this time, a person knocked on the door and entered. It was the Xian Pill Pavilion purchaser, Zhuang Han, Pavilion Master. The materials for the Qi Recovery Pill and Searing Fire Pill have been procured and returned. He bowed and spoke. Jun Baiyao did not check it and waved her hand. Put it into the Dan room and speed up the refining. Yes. Zhuang Han bowed his head and left, a flash of ecstasy flashing in the depths of his eyes. He went out on a shopping spree this time, sneaking off to the black market. Although the material quality is poor, but cheaper than usual, at least half the price, and then their own purchase price in accordance with the original price upwards. Inside the difference into the pocket. On this trip, Zhuang Han earned nearly 400,000 spirit coins. I didn't expect this woman to be so stupid as to not even check, thanks to the fact that I bought a small batch of qualified goods at the original price. He cursed with his mouth, but in his heart he was immensely pleased. Half a month passed. The competition between the Moon Worshipping House and the Xian Pill Pavilion became more and more intense. Jun Bagyo spent the entire day nestled in the Xian Pill Pavilion cultivating, looking at the pills sold from time to time, as well as the resources for the pills sent to the army. Everything is going so well. It's so easy to do business. It's effortless. What makes Moon Worship Tower fight me? Jun Bagyo raised her red lips, very pleased with herself. If she had the chance, she was prepared to make the Xian Pill Pavilion all female, not a single male. Those men stink to high heaven. It's just a pain in the ass to look at them. Just at dusk on this day, Jun Zhanlan rushed into the Xian Pill Pavilion in a rage, shouting loudly and violently, "Eldest sister, Jun Bagyo." She was in such a hurry that she just shouted out her full name. Jun Bagyo, who was cultivating, opened her eyes and came to the hall with some dissatisfaction. "Second sister? Why have you come back? And you ask me?" Jun Zhanlan gasped like a cow, his demeanor indignant. The quality of the pills from the Xian Pill Pavilion is not up to par. They don't even have 50% efficacy. Big sister, even if you want to take kickbacks, you can't do it like this. Jun Biao first froze, then her voice chilled slightly. "Second sister, my Xian Pill Pavilion has the most top-notch pills, and I'm more than likely not taking kickbacks. And your sophomoric? Eldest sister, the border generals are at war with the major imperial dynasties, with countless deaths and injuries. It's tragic." Jun Zhanlan gritted his teeth in anger. After they took these pills, the speed of recovery from their injuries was extremely slow, not even 30%. Saying that, she stuffed the elixir into Jun Baiyao's arms, and the latter frowned as she took a sniff, her complexion changing in shock. Jun Biao swept towards the Dan room and roared loudly inside. "Stop all of them!" Being yelled at like that, the pill refiners interrupted the refining process, and all of their materials instantly burned. Jun Bagyo didn't explain and hurriedly searched for the reason. That's when I realized it was the material that was the problem. "Pavilion Master, what happened?" Master Lang Dan sniffed. Jun Biao coldly glared at him. "Look at what you've done. Look at these materials." It's amazing that the first thing she did wasn't to fix the problem. but to pass the buck. Master Kaldan frowned. He looked closer and his eyes changed. Who's the purchaser? Zhuang Han, Pavilion Master. Zhuang Han is your man. It has nothing to do with me. Master Lang Dan's gaze was cold. Jun Bagyo looked startled, but was still talking tough. I do have some responsibility. But aren't you at fault? My fault? Master Lang Dan laughed angrily. You busty woman is simply unbelievable. I won't serve you anymore. He came over with good intentions to take a look, but he didn't expect to run into this kind of old fairy. It's just bad luck. Hold on. Jun Baiyao felt a sudden regret and wanted to retain Master Lang Dan. Naihai had just opened his mouth when Master Lang Dan had already flung his sleeves and left the Xian Pill Pavilion. When Jun Zhanlan saw this scene, he knew that this had nothing to do with his big sister, and the anger in his heart dissipated a bit, and he immediately sent someone to arrest Zhuang Han. Soon after, Zhuang Han fell into the net. What awaits him is, naturally, execution. Things calmed down, but Jun Bagyo didn't think so. This must be a plot by Moon Worship House. Thinking ahead, she finally attributed the mistake to others and snapped. I will never give in. Let's see how I can salvage the situation. All work overtime, not a moment's rest. 5-1. Pavilion Master. We've been continuously refining pills for half a month, with less than 3 hours of rest each day. People can simmer, but the medicine refining tripod needs to rest, or else it will blow up sooner or later. For a horse to run well, it needs to eat more grass. You can't even give it a mouthful of grass. The faces of the Xian Pill Pavilion's pill refiners were green. After refining pills in the Dan room all day long, with the double pressure of body and spirit, people were shriveling up. If it weren't for their concern for Jun Bagyo's identity, they would have wanted to follow Master Lang Dan's example and just start cursing. Shut the up. Seeing that they dared to disobey themselves, Jun Bagyo was outright furious. I said, work extra hard tonight. No rest for all. If it's accomplished, everyone is happy. Otherwise, you won't get a single cent of your reward. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't, get out. If you won't do it, someone else will. Her voice was filled with threats, looking down on all the alchemists from above. The alchemists dared to be angry. The other party is the daughter of a martial honor, with a high position of power. In her anger, who knows what she might do? Humph. Let's see when you're done. The alchemists forced down the anger in their hearts and could only curse in secret. The night is late. The Xian Pill Pavilion was still in full swing refining pills. Many pill refiners began to doze off, causing many materials to be destroyed by refining. The alchemist couldn't hold out, and the alchemy tripod did the same. The pill refining tripods in each of the Dan chambers were carefully forged by refiners and were of superior quality. But even though the quality was good, after half a month of long days and nights of refining, cracks finally appeared. Click, 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 click. There was a shattering sound. These alchemists were too sleepy to hear. Soon, the pill refining cauldron began to vibrate violently, and the fluctuations condensed within it were as if a volcano was about to erupt, permeating a destructive aura. The moment the alchemists were finally awakened, but it's already too late. Wake up! It's going to blow up the tripod. Don't sleep. It's going to blow up the tripod. Run! The alchemists yelled and ran out like crazy. The pill refining tripods lost control, and one after another began to bloom and crack, shattering, and finally transforming into roaring flames of fury that swallowed in all directions, and then transforming into terrifying fluctuations of destruction that completely swept away. Rumble! The Xian Pill Pavilion blew up. A mushroom cloud rises. It was like a grand firework, a most splendid and beautiful sight in the midst of a silent and dark night. The fragments of the sky fell to the ground with clanging sounds, and even fell near Jun Bagyo's feet. Her face was pale and bloodless at this moment, and the blood in her entire body cooled at this moment. It's over. Completely over. My Xian Pill Pavilion is ruined. What have I done to deserve this? Jun Bagyo sat down on her knees and cried loudly. Why? Why is this such a bad time? It was like the old man was punishing her. Miserable screams, shrieks, and roars were intertwined and resounded throughout the entire imperial capital. The night could not have been more peaceful. Inside the palace at the approaching dawn, Jun Gaowu paced back and forth, his expression grim, itching to slap Jun Baiyao, who was kneeling on the ground. It's not enough to make it. It's enough to break it. In order to speed up the speed of alchemy, people are given more money and more rest. Good for you. Not only do you threaten them, you don't even give breaks. Why are you so mean? Jun Bagyo was scolded and shivered, aggrieved and pitiful, but she didn't dare to retort. Jun Shangtian sighed deeply at the sight. while a look of disappointment surfaced towards his eldest daughter. Your Majesty, in order to calm the morale of the army, I propose to purchase a batch of elixirs from Moon Worship House. He looked towards the dragon throne and sighed. Let's stabilize the situation first. It will have to do. Jun Gaowu covered his hands and hummed heavily. Jun Shangtian let Jun Warlan take Jun Bagyo home first. See no one in the fore. Voice low, said. Your Majesty, recently the treasury is empty. Those alchemists' compensation. Might as well forget it. Claiming to the public that it was their improper operation that caused the damage to the Xianpil Pavilion. It would be good not to seek compensation from them. Jun Gaowu narrowed his eyes and nodded. Suffer them for a while, and when they last through this period of time, the dynasty will compensate them. The next day, Jun Gaowu was furious. What? Moon worshipping floor is restricted? Yes. They said that martial artists also need a lot of pills, and it's impossible to give us all of them. They also said that if it's urgent, you can go to another store and place an order. But nowadays many stores are cooperating with the Moon Worship Building. The Moon Worship Building is limited to purchase. Other stores are afraid. The procurement minister trembled and dared not say any more. Jun Gaowu went red warm on the spot, but he had no way to punish Moon Worship House. The forces behind Moon Worship Tower were extremely powerful, and if they tore their faces off, it would do no good to the Green Dragon dynasty. Limit the purchases. Then limit the purchases. Quickly go and purchase the elixir and suppress the discontent in the army as soon as possible. Jun Gaowu gritted his teeth and could only endure. Just as the minister went out, someone hurried in. Your Majesty, news has come from the border that there has been a mutiny of 3,000 people, beheading the strongest members of the army and plundering the resources before fleeing to the mountain and sea mysterious realm. Reverse. It's a complete reversal. Find out their files and kill them all. Kill to stop killing. Jun Gaowu almost fainted on the dragon chair. Fortunately his ministers rushed to support him as he let out a hysterical roar. The ministers looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. In recent months, the dynasty has become increasingly unstable. Perhaps it really does have a great deal to do with the dragon vein. Purple Capital. Chao Sen returned with a spring in his step. Lost girls of midnight of the Purple Capital. Your gambling fathers, sick mothers, and young brothers, this master is all yours. Where I am, there is home. Jia. Seeing him so pleased with himself, Jun Zizai was sure that he hadn't pitched a lot of people, and casually said, how much have you cheated? Fellow Taoist must not speak nonsense. Chao Sen's big fat face was very serious. The poor Taoist has never cheated others. It's just that when they turned their backs on me, they all fainted for no reason and told me where his family's ancestral tomb was for no reason. It is truly a miracle that you have survived until now. Jun Zizi lamented. Chao Sen Jia sneered. This time he dug up more than 20 ancestral graves and made a fortune. Let alone a lost girl. Even a lost young woman, he could afford to keep. Okay, down to business. Jun Zizai's face straightened. What exactly are you approaching me for? Chapter 52, My Autumn Frost. You died young. Chao Sen was overjoyed and immediately told the ins and outs. He needed Jun Zizi to refine a 6th grade pill, the underworld soul-chasing pill. The difficulty of its refining was extremely high, comparable to a 7th grade elixir, and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures required were rare in the world. Most importantly, the alchemist who refined the underworld soul-pursuing pill had to be a strong runner. Otherwise the medicinal effect would be greatly reduced. Chao Sen told Jun Zizi not to worry. He already had all the ingredients and the Dan formula was in his hand. As long as Jun Zizi became a 6th grade pill refiner, he would be able to attempt to refine it. Jun Zizi pondered a little and asked Chao Sen, I have a doubt. You say? Chao Sen nodded smilingly. As long as Jun Zizi did not refuse. Judging from the name, the underworld soul-chasing pill should be used for soul repair, or for people who are unconscious from a severe soul trauma. You don't seem to have the symptoms, do you? Chao Sen looked white, fat and energetic, not like he lacked a soul, rather like lack of virtue. Chao Sen froze at his words, those narrow squinting eyes a little confused. Right, why do I need to refine the underworld soul-chasing pill? Oddly enough, there has to be a reason for doing this, but something inside me tells me that this must be done, no matter how many years it takes. His confusion was not a disguise, but real confusion, and his eyes appeared to be at a loss for words. Jun Zizi's brows tightened. This fatty Chao hasn't robbed too many tombs and gotten infected with evil things, has he? At this time, Chao Fat restored his clarity. Jia sneered. What did you just ask me? Short-term memory erased? Jun Zizi was a little creeped out. He inquired several times next, and Fatty Chow always repeated these words. You're seriously telling me? Jun Zz's expression stared up. Will you turn into a red-haired monster in a few days? Scram! You're talking about rookie grave robbers who have been robbing graves for years and have been tainted by karma, causing them to be unable to get away. Chow Fat angry, dared to question his professionalism. My, Yin Yang Tianzuan, under the sky there is not a tune can stain my Tao body. Ghosts see me have to walk around. Dumplings still have to kowtow to me. Jun Zz pondered for a long time and did not look deeply into it. It would be right to refine it for Fatty Chow when the time came. Suddenly, he looked at Fatty Chow's face and secretly said, this fat guy can't really be some kind of heavenly father reincarnated, right? Spinning around he shook his head. A bit too metaphysical. Chowson did not know about Jun Z's rambling thoughts. He grinned. His eyes narrowed into slits. He had waited for so long. It did not matter if he waited for another few years or 10 years. Fatty Chow, the weather is so good today. Why Don? T looked out at the clear sky, and suddenly opened his mouth. Do you want to drill the small tree? Forehead and go with me to listen to the song on the hook? Fatty Chow almost exposed his inner thoughts. No, give me a living funeral. Chow Fatty scratched his head with a strange expression. You weren't kidding last time? That's for sure. Jun Zz smiled, his eyes all penetrating openness. One never sees one's own morning in life, and I want to try. It's incredible to think that you can even eat your own mat with your neighbors. In life, you will always be bound by many things. Most mortals, for example, have dreams in their hearts but are afraid to pursue them because of family constraints. In his last life, Jun Zz had worked his heart out and exhausted himself for the Green Dragon dynasty. Too many things he could not do and did not dare to do. No more regrets in this life. Seeing him so insistent, Chow Fatty agreed in one mouthful. Look at brother to organize a supreme luxurious white affair for you. The Xian Pill Pavilion had lost. Not only had it lost completely and utterly, but it had also lost cleanly, which made the moon-worshipping house feel unbelievable. This matter is thanks to Autumn Frost. Master Xian Ling stroked his whiskers, his pace gentle. Princess Kai laughed softly and nodded. All of Master Chiu Frost's pills are of the highest quality and have an excellent reputation, and we then sell them in a thinly veiled routine. It's only a matter of time before Xian Pill Pavilion loses miserably. It's just that I didn't expect her to lose so quickly, as if she was condemned by heaven. The duo had come this time to deliver a reward to Jun Zz. Jun Zz had a great deal to do with the fact that Moon Worshipping House was able to dry out Xian Pill Pavilion in a short period of time. They walked into Clearwater Street and were stunned by the scene before them. An air of misery and sadness came over every house with white damask hanging from the roofs and rows of white lanterns hanging from the doorbeams. Woohoo! The sound of sad cries reached their ears, causing Master Xian Ling and Princess Kai to feel uneasy all of a sudden, and an ominous premonition rose within their hearts. Fruity! A shed for white goods was erected in front of the grocery store. Neighbors wiped their tears and burned yellow paper while chanting, Chiu Frost, be well down there and don't think about what happened in life. Woe is me! My Autumn Frost! You died young. Painful. Pity. A group of people knelt on a straw mat, crying in a sad, heart-rending way. Master Xian Ling's face instantly turned pale. He was first stunned, then in disbelief, and finally his heart exploded with rage. How could a fall frost as big as mine die? Princess Kai cried outright, her voice choking. Crow guards, die out for me. The residual shadow swept. A group of crow guards dropped down, embarrassment written all over their faces. Miss Kai Fei, how Autumn Frost died. Princess Kai's entire face was blurred with tears, grief and anger intertwined. The crow guards wanted to speak, but finally pointed to the grocery store and smiled bitterly. You'll know if you go in and look. It's not that we don't go to inform, but it's hard to tell. Shut up. Master Xian Ling was overcome with grief and didn't even want to listen to the crow guards' explanations, rushing straight into the grocery store. My Autumn Frost. A coffin sits in the center of the grocery store. Jun Zz, dressed in mourning clothes, sat up violently when he heard Master Xian Ling's voice, and under the horrified gaze of the two of them, lifted up the yellow amulet paper on his forehead with one hand. Master, looking for me for something? At once, the atmosphere froze. Fatty Chow and Grandma Lin were high on melon seeds and chatting, and when they saw this scene, they directly burst out laughing. The sadness vanished instantly and was replaced by silliness. How? Master Xian Ling lost the ability to express himself verbally. Even the articulate Princess Kai froze in place, unable to speak for a long time. Jun Zz heatedly laughed. Idle to do a live funeral. Experience. Right. Later we'll eat the seat together. You. Nonsense. Master Xianling flung his sleeve robe and glared at Jun Zizai. I'm glad you're okay. Princess Kai rubbed her reddened eyes, her mouth pouting. That's when the two noticed that the group outside were professional crybabies. While the neighbors were chatting happily and sitting around waiting for the table to open, Jun Zizi scratched his head. He forgot to notify. And that's what nearly caused the misunderstanding. However, the reactions of Master Xianling and Princess Kai warmed his heart. The bodies are warm. The time to eat the banquet had not yet arrived, and Jun Zizi continued to lie back in his coffin. He listened to the chanting and was inexplicably at peace. It's an amazing feeling. Odds are, not many people in the world have tried it. Eunuch. Just then, a voice of shock and fury came from the room, almost as if it was going to topple the roof of the room. A figure rushed into the grocery store, and without saying a word, he knelt down at the coffin, hardening the lapis lazuli floor and smashing it, and his mouth mourned a million times. I'm too late. Chapter 53, Being Alone with the World. True Martial Prince. The visitor is none other than Xiao Hao. See chapter 28 for details. He had specialized in secretly sneaking in from outside the country just to repay Jun Zizai's kindness, but I didn't expect that I would come all the way to Zidu and see the funeral of my benefactor. So I was suddenly sad and bawled my eyes out. Neighbors sized up Xiao Hao and secretly gave him a thumbs up. This wailing, professional enough. You'll have to ask for contact information for whatever you say later. Who's looking for me? Suddenly, Jun Zizi in the coffin sat up in shock and cried out. Xiao Hao was so frightened that he jumped up 3 feet high. He hid behind the flower cards, shrunk ahead, and said resentfully, Un Gong, are you a human being or a ghost? Have a living funeral, have fun. Jun Zizi recognized Xiao Hao and said smilingly. Xiao Hao was dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Everyone else is seeking immortality, but you're doing fine. You're even organizing a funeral. Is this mental state really normal? High in the distance, Shen Kongdu came too. He watched the scene with a complicated expression. Old man, this disciple of yours is even more epileptic than you were back then. When he said that, the corner of his mouth floated up in an arc, and the color of memories floated up in his eyes. Live mourning is still going on. The sound of the swana, followed by the sound of weeping, is a vivid picture of the sad scene of the death of a loved one. Only a large group of people clad in mourning clothes, stoned and nagging. The scene looked odd in any case. Open seat. Let's all have a drink today and let you accompany me in my nonsense. You go over to the kids' table. A table was set with all the delicious food. Jun Zizi, who had a talisman on his forehead, got up and made a toast. The neighbors responded, and everything was so harmonious. Wine poured. Jun Zizi turned to look at Shen Kongdu and bowed silently. Shen Kongdu smiled bashfully and drank it all in one go, then disappeared without a trace. The funeral was taken care of in the evening. A group of people were sitting in the house. It feels good to be alive again. Jun Zizi sighed, free and unencumbered by anything. This living funeral was both a send-off to his former self and a cautionary tale for the road ahead, no longer having anything to do with the Jun family or the Green Dragon dynasty. Speak as if you're really dead. Grandmaster Xianling rolled his eyes, then pushed a storage bag to Jun Zizi. Jun Zizi took a look. A whole 500,000 spirit coins. Concubine Kai explained. This is the commission for the pills, and I will have to trouble you more in the future. Making money, it doesn't matter if it's troublesome or not. Jun Zizi laughed brightly, and clouded the storage bag into his sleeve. Don't say he's vulgar. Being in business is all about making money. It's not too shabby to hold the fruits of your own labor. Master Xianling realized that Jun Zizi was already a 7th grade martial master and said on a whim, now that there is endless fighting over the 3,000 mountains and seas, coupled with the emergence of the secret realm, there are even more deaths and injuries. It's full of crises, but it's also rich in resources, and there are opportunities everywhere. Well, do you want to follow the moon-worshipping house's treasure ship? Chao Sin sked, his face full of disdain. On the other hand, Xiao Hao's eyes were inwardly focused and he silently clenched his fists. Jun Zizi smiled and shook his head. No, I'm fine now. Master Xianling and Concubine Kai looked at each other with a slightly bitter smile. Ordinary martial artists at Jun Zizi's age spent their days wandering around, beheading demonic beasts, seizing opportunities, and writing their own hot-blooded stories. Instead, he was flat and didn't compete with others in the least. A handful of years old at a young age. It's quite good to stay here and be at peace. The secret realm is bound to be extremely tragic. Master Xianling did not force himself. Jun Zizi smiled without saying a word. He was very familiar with the mountain and sea mysteries. In another 3 or 4 months, Powerful people from outside the northern spirit region would surely descend, and the entire secret realm would be moved elsewhere at that time, so it doesn't make much difference whether you try or not. After Master Xianling and Princess Kai took their leave, only 3 big men remained in the room. Jun Zizi looked at Xiao Hao, who hurriedly stood up. Benefactor, I've come to pay back the money, and at the same time, I also want to buy some pills. Good. Jun Zizi smiled faintly. Don't look at Xiao Hao's naive appearance, but it's actually all pretend. He was from the true martial dynasty. This dynasty was destroyed by the Green Dragon dynasty a year ago, and only a very small number of clansmen escaped. Xiao Hao, as the surviving prince, carries the burden of revenge and restoring the dynasty. In Jun Zizi's memories, the reason why the true martial dynasty had been overthrown was precisely because Jun Ji had messed with it. At that time, Jun Ziyi had gone on a border army tour and followed his second sister, Jun Zhanlan, as a guest of the true martial imperial dynasty, and had taken a fancy to one of their secret methods, called the true martial supreme way. The true martial dynasty did not say anything and allowed Jun Ziyi to observe, but the latter failed to learn and then suspected that the true martial dynasty had deliberately shown him fakes in order not to spread the word. That night, the Jinwu imperial dynasty burned a blazing fire, and the Qinglong imperial dynasty also set a trumped-up charge, harboring a scourge. Jun Zhanlan, in order to give his brother an outlet for his anger, personally led his army and broke the true martial dynasty, killing the royal relatives and leaving them in disarray. So they didn't lie to me. The true martial supreme way can't be cultivated without the Xiao family bloodline. Sister, I misunderstood them. Jun Ziyi skimmed his lips, in turn commiserating with himself. Jun Zhanlan patted his good brother on the shoulder. There is no misunderstanding. Is it right that they cannot please us? As for Xiao Hao, with his clansmen who survived, he escaped the true martial dynasty and wandered around, surviving to this day. Jun Zizi knew that Xiao Hao not only had outstanding talent, but also had a strong will, and was one of the few strong people who could rival Jun Ji. After slowing down, Jun Zizi asked Fatty Chow while fetching pills for Xiao Hao, "Old Chow, do you think Merit Streamer can be messed with?" Fatty Chow is watching Jean Ping Mei. He twisted his crotch and asked rhetorically, "Something like the 10,000 Souls Streamer?" Jun Zizi stated the general meaning, and only then did it dawn on Fatty Chow. Feasible, yes, but what do you need this for? He wondered. With Jun Zizi's terrifying dragon vein chi, he still needed merit? Merit, the power of faith, dragon veins, chi luck, etc. These mysterious powers all have special and wonderful uses, and can even protect lives in times of danger. Jun Zizi nodded repeatedly. Chow Fatty thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, it's just that the casting materials are a bit hard to find." Jun Zizi didn't care either. The last thing he needed was time. Just take your time. The conversation between the two men was heard by Xiao Hao and memorized in his heart. He swore in his heart that after entering the mountain and sea mysteries, he would definitely find heavenly treasures for his benefactor. When he was on his way out, Jun Zizi came down from the second floor and slipped him a storage pouch. "If you encounter danger, open it and try it out. It might be useful." "Thank you, Your Grace." Xiao Hao's heart warmed as he solemnly received the storage bag and turned around without entering the darkness. Jun Zizi looked at Xiao Hao's departing back and muttered to himself in his heart, "Do I count this as investing in him?" He did not want Xiao Hao to die in Jun Ziyi's hands. This was an aspiring martial artist, and it might be possible to fight together in the future. Back to the grocery store. Fatty Chow put away the golden vase and hooked his finger at Jun Zi's eye. "Come, I'll teach you a secret method called the 10,000 things raising weapons method. Why are you being nice to me all of a sudden? I'm not Xing Long Yang. Get out." Green Dragon Dynasty, Shanghai Pass. On the pass, Jun Shangtian gazed at the secret realm in the distance, overlaying his hands and revealing his domineering aura. A bunch of mole crickets dare to get their hands on the secret realm? Oh, you must be made to pay a price. Chapter 54, We Will Follow Each Other. For Songs of the Young Man's Journey. After Xiao Hao left the purple capital, he gathered with his clansmen outside the city. At this moment, his eyes were as stern as the wind, but his heart was full of heaviness and he was not optimistic about his future. The true martial dynasty was almost destroyed, and the grief from that night pushed him forward all the time just to avenge the Green Dragon dynasty. "Grand Prince, can that man be trusted?" The speaker was a middle-aged man with a broken arm and deeply sunken eyes. Xiao Hao calmly said, "When everyone refused to lend us a helping hand, he was the only one who was willing to give me pills and even let me return them when I had the money. At that time, the clan brothers were seriously injured, and if it weren't for his elixir, we would have already died." The clansmen sniffed, their eyes showing gratitude. After Xiao Hao's efforts these days, he had already gathered the strayed clansmen and prepared to enter the mountain and see mysterious realm. Must put up a fight. If not, how long would they have to wait for revenge? The Qinglong imperial dynasty was like a huge mountain that pressed Xiao Hao and the others, unable to catch their breath. Come on, let's go home. Xiao Hao's voice was deep as he led the crowd far away. 3,000 mountains and seas. Ebony Grove. Xiajia village. The village is small, with dozens of homes, smoke rising from the cooking fires, children chasing yellow dogs and laughing, and old people with crippled bodies gently swaying in recliners can also be seen, as well as women nursing their newborn babies. In the absence of the men, women became the only labor force in the village, hunting ferocious beasts and drying meat in the sun. Farmland is cleared, crops are sown, and the harvest is awaited. Brother, uncle, they're back. Suddenly, the kids were screaming with excitement, only to see the dusty Xiao Hao and the others standing at the gate of the Xiao family village, with long-lost smiles on their faces. Dad, big brother, you're back. Second uncle, oh-hoo, I miss you. The clansmen behind Xiao Hao were thrilled to tears and hugged their children's daughters-in-law. Xiao Hao, who saw this scene, revealed a smile, but he was also a bit heartbroken. The Xiao family village was a remnant left behind after the destruction of the true martial imperial dynasty, and those who survived were the widows and old men of the clan. At nightfall, the clansmen in front of the campfire enjoyed a long reunion that washed away the sadness. When the children were asleep, the women carried them into the house, leaving the big old men silent. Finally, Xiao Hao took the lead to break the silence. I want to enter the mountain and see Mystery Realm. Nowadays, there is no other place where you can quickly obtain a large amount of resources, except for the mountain and see Secret Realm. If the Green Dragon Dynasty discovers us, they will definitely drive us to extinction. So, this trip, it's 9-1. The clansmen clenched their fists tightly as they listened, looking firm and determined. Xiao Hao looked at the children in the room, his tone calm and firm as a rock. It is our responsibility to restore the true martial dynasty. The children are young. They are the hope and the future. Hopefully we'll get this one out of the way and they won't have to fight it again. The elders' eyes instantly reddened when they heard these words from Xiao Hao. You should know that Xiao Hao was only in his 20s, the age when he was falling for his life to be colorful. However, he shouldered the burden of hatred, revenge and restoration of his country, and his young hair was gray at the temples. Grand Prince, we wish to follow each other. They had tears in their tigers' eyes, and none of them flinched. All of them were bloodthirsty men. The wives in the room sobbed softly, and some even covered their heads with blankets to keep from crying out. The next day, the rooster's crow awakens the crowd. Xiao Hao opened his eyes with a calm demeanor, silently picked up his bag, pushed open the door of his room, and saw that the clansmen were ready. The women held or hugged their children and reddened their eyes. Even though the old man was crippled, he straightened his back and stared at Xiao Hao. As the crowd walked to the gate, Xiao Hao slowly turned around and bowed to the clansmen. This trip concerned the dignity and future of the true martial dynasty, and they had to fight to the death. Thank you for keeping this little family together so we can have the courage to fight. Wait for me to return and restore the dynasty. Xiao Hao bowed deeply, got up, and led his uncles to greet the sunrise and go far away. Their shadows pulled far, far away. The vast and boundless barren land was filled in all directions with wind and sand swirling and misting. Buzz. Space trembled violently. A pitch-black passage connected the void, leading nowhere. The sound of breaking air followed. A host of powerful people gathered. The Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty, Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty, Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty, Great Sword King Sect, Yellow Springs Sect, and other forces appeared one after another. Before it was a small fight. Now it's a real competition. Xiao Hao and the others hid in them, their eyes fiery as they stared straight at the mountain and see mysterious realm. Besides them, other martial artists were also rubbing their fists. The Green Dragon Dynasty hasn't arrived yet? A burly man from the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty let out a loud laugh. Just as he finished speaking, a cold grunt came from the void. Mo Yuan, are you that anxious to see my father? Rumble. A dragon-shaped treasure ship appeared. Long Tu Wuzun Jun Shangtian stood at the bow of the ship, his demeanor majestic and quite divine. A majestic pressure belonging to a martial exalt swept across the entire arena, causing countless martial artists to lower their heads, not daring to look directly at them. How can the mountain and sea secret realm allow ants to get their hands on it? Jun Shangtian looked down at the countless martial artists present, the corners of his mouth lifting in disdain. The Dark Moon martial exalt of the Witch Barbarian Dynasty said indifferently, "What do you mean by that? All people are qualified to take things that have no owner. It's just that I don't want flies buzzing in my ears. Jun Shangtian sneered. The martial artists raised their heads and stared angrily at Jun Shangtian. Fire in their hearts but unable to strike. A behemoth like the Green Dragon Dynasty could destroy them with a breath of air, so they could only grit their teeth and endure. Boring. The Dark Moon Martial Exalt no longer cared. Princess Spirit Fox also came, still wearing a light veil, her voice ethereal and gentle. Is Jun Zizai here? What? Jun Zizi is here. I lost to him back then. Today I want revenge. Jun Zizai. Hurry up and come out. The Vermilion Bird and Xuanwu Imperial dynasties were instantly noisy. The geniuses of the same generation as Jun Zizai were very excited. Jun Zi's gaze went cold all of a sudden. It's that loser again. It's really like a cockroach. You can't hit it hard enough. Jun Zhanlan, Jun Yunxin, and Jun Miaotong looked at each other in dismay, really not understanding why these people cared so much about Jun Ziji. It's just a piece of crap. Jun Shangtian's face became ugly, but he didn't dare to have a fit on such an occasion, so he could only take it out on the lower party's martial artists. You can enter the mountain and see Mystic Realm, but you must pay a fee. 100 spirit coins for one person. Now that the treasury was empty, he had to find a way to raise spiritual coins. It's a bit of a despicable thing to do, but it's a no-brainer. After saying that, some generals of the Green Dragon treasure ship fell down. They stood guard outside the mountain and see Mystic Realm, their gazes sternly scanning the four directions. The group of martial artists looked at each other. They silently paid the fee and stepped into the secret realm while furiously spraying the Green Dragon Imperial dynasty with stirrers in their hearts. The scramble for the mountain and sea secret realm began. Outside battles intensify. Jun Zizi's side was pleasantly comfortable. Alchemy, money, cultivation. Now that he had stepped into the 9th grade of martial master, and further on would be a grand martial master, his spiritual power had also seen an increase, and he was in the 3rd grade of all 5, pill refining, artifact refining, spiritual symbols, formation, and boundary divine master. Everything is so easy. After breakfast, Jun Zi was busy opening the store. The morning air is filled with birdsong and morning dew on the green bricks. Children jumped and waved to their families, laughing and clustering with each other as they walked towards the private school, full of the vigor and sunshine of life. Xinfeng beautiful wine bucket 10,000. How many years Xian Yang Ranger? We meet and drink for you, and tie our horses by the willow of the tall building. Teenagers walk and build intentions. Jun Zizi shook his head and smiled with feeling. He turned around and went back inside the store, but laughter came from behind him. Good poem. Really good poem. This is the cloth that covers the sky? Interesting. Chapter 55, Martial Saint seeks poem to make Jun Zizi a holy son? Jun Zizi paused slightly in his steps and turned to see a black-robed old man. His eyes were marvelous, sometimes like deep endless starry skies, sometimes like restless raging beasts, and the space around him was unusually solid, as if he had deliberately blocked himself off. Chao Sin was lying on the recliner and huffing and puffing. He opened his eyes and glanced at the black-robed old man, snorted, scratched his butt and went back to sleep. What is the old gentleman's instruction? Jun Zizi's demeanor was unmoving as he smiled and arched his hand, but he was surprised in his heart. The sky-covering cloth was personally condensed by the old ancestor and could not be seen through by anyone other than a martial saint or stronger. A martial sage actually came to the purple capital in person, and even came to his own little store. It was really unbelievable. The black-robed old man sized up Jun Zizai and laughed brightly. Nothing. Since I was a child, I loved the beauty of words. But afterward I focused on cultivation and gradually forgot the elegance of words. Passing by here, I heard young sir chanting poetry, and my heart was pleased with the poetry, so I came to find out what it was all about. So I hope you'll forgive me. Jun Zizi was dumbfounded. It's actually because of one of your own poems? I'm sorry for the dedication, but it's just something I feel. He was very modest. Chen Daoquan is old, but his gaze is like a bright light. Today's martial artists are mostly sword cultivators, body cultivators, sword cultivators, gun cultivators, and few cultivate Confucianism. Don't you know that poetry is raised with heaven and earth, and is the way of heaven and earth? Vast righteousness is the best way to cultivate. Jun Zizi heard that Chen Daoquan was quite fond of the article's verses, so he wrote the young man's journey on the counter, lightly blew the ink dry, and respectfully handed it over. If the old gentleman likes it, I will present it to you. Chen Daoquan solemnly received the white paper, and when he saw the words on it, his expression was stunned. This poem is marvelous. It's as if I see the young man's chivalrous spirit, daring to draw his sword and weed out the weak and the strong. Ha ha ha, great poem, great poem. magnificent and suave. My generation aspires to be. He laughed wildly with abandon as if he had gotten his hands on some rare treasure. All of a sudden, Chen Daochuan's body's vast and righteous qi transformed into black and white, like yin and yang blending together, permeating the entire purple capital and even extending thousands of miles away. Vast and righteous. All of the strongest people in the purple capital made a salute of attention. What a terrifying Ru Dao Qi! They were appalled. Xian Kongdu's expression changed in shock, and with a flash, he swept straight up 1,000 feet into the air. In the meantime, Master Xianling also tore through the air and swept towards the grocery store. Jun Zizi looked at Chen Daoquan, who had made a breakthrough in Confucianism, and muttered in his heart, "The poetry scriptures stolen by the ancient god Severed Arm have such a strong backbone?" After a long time, Chen Daoquan slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils were like stars with stars, making it even more difficult to see through his thoughts. Zhuang Kongdu has arrived. He was just about to rush into the grocery store when he saw Chen Daochuan's back and almost didn't pee in fear. Marshal Saint Powerhouse. He was so frightened that he looked at Jun Zizai creepily. Xian Kongdu wanted to ask, "Is this store the center of a storm? Why is there one strange thing after another?" Master Xianling has also arrived. When he saw Chen Daoquan, his old eyes rolled and he directly cursed, "Old thing, making a big commotion as soon as you come. You want to scare me to death. Old thing, come and see. This poem is wonderful. This poem is wonderful." The more Chen Daoquan looked at it, the more he rejoiced. He didn't even care that he had broken through. His eyes were only filled with poetry. Jun Zizi was relieved. It seems that Master Xianling and the old man in black are old acquaintances. So it's fine. Hurry up and get lost and go drink with me. Don't interfere with Autumn Frost's business. Master Xianling impatiently urged. Chen Daoquan didn't get angry and said with a shy face, "Little friend Xiushang, right, can I request another poem? It better be related to me. That's enough of you, old thing." Master Xianling was furious. Qiu Frost is going to cultivate the way of medicine. Not your bull ***** Confucian way. And it has to do with you? Why are you so big-faced? We don't care about him. Xiu Shang. He couldn't wait to pull out the dung scoop, snap the old thing on the head and yank it straight away. Chen Daoquan, full 10 old rascal. Temper is okay. He smile, small friend. My old man will never whoring. There will be heavy things to send. Chaosun opened his eyes again and smiled disdainfully. What's wrong with whoring? I have been white-johned and certified. With that in mind, he farted twice and went back to sleep. What is this old gentleman's experience? Jun Zizai was quite envious in his heart when he saw the two old codgers being so affectionate and turned his head to ask Master Xianling. Master Xianling was upset. When he was young, he peeped at the holy maiden bathing in the Holy Land, and he also tried to pick up his own teacher, and he even had an incident with his little sister. Before the words were finished, Chen Daoquan hurriedly covered his mouth. Jun Zizi's 8 trigrams soul burned brightly. Chao Sen's ears twitched even though he was asleep. This old thing is old. What he says cannot be trusted. Chen Daoquan coughed a few times, then said, "When I was a young man in charge, I beheaded 10,000 people, broke into the poisonous pool, killed the dragon, and paved the way to peace for the people. Shoulder the responsibility as a young man and carry on a long legacy for the clan. In old age there is serenity and freedom from worry, just waiting for meditation and refinement. Only my sword. I wish to cut down all the heartless people in the world." Between the words, the arrogance of a young man's spirit was evident. Jun Zizi nodded slightly. He pondered a little and slowly lifted his pen, and Chen Daoquan hurried over, bowed, and gently sharpened the ink for him. If the group of people from the Holy Land saw this scene, they would probably go crazy. The corners of Master Xianling's mouth twitched. Caosun farted twice, poof, as if to say, agreed. Jun Zizi didn't pay any attention to that. At this point, thousands of verses come to mind, sometimes lighting up, sometimes darkening. At last his bright eyes were brilliant and he began to put pen to paper. There are only 2 stanzas, and the third can't even be called a poem. It's more of an emotional release. Chen Daoquan and Master Xianling probed over, and their pupils suddenly contracted. Born of all things and men, no man has a thing with heaven. Kill. Chen Daochuan's breath caught. Dusty memories resurface at this moment. It was a youthful but determined time when he was alone with his sword, killing the world's injustices, but encountered the murderer of his father, brother and sister. Women's cries, children's tears. He killed the inhuman with a sword. Since then Chen Daoquan understood why he had cultivated in his life. In case of injustice, there is force to suppress it. When you meet a bossy person, you can get them to be quiet and listen to your reasoning. What a natural thing to be born with all things, and none to be born with the heavens. Kill. Good kill. Ha 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 ha. Chen Daoquan feels that this poem tells the story of his life. In particular, the 7 kill words at the end are the finishing touch. Master Xianling's heart was also shaken. The way he looked at Jun Zizai had completely changed. This is a poem that a young man in his 20s could write? He has an unspeakable past behind him? Or experienced grief like no one else ever has? Too mysterious. He's more mysterious than I am. Master Xianling's mouth was dry. Little friend. No. Master. Chen Daoquan became especially respectful. Old me didn't come out with anything good. This Inspector Qilin's spine you take, although it is a high-level weapon refining material for casting heavenly ranks, it is definitely not as good as this poem. Mother I should have known to bring more. He cursed under his breath. After saying that, he shoved a pure black vertebrae into Jun Zizai's hand. Jun Zizi only felt that this black vertebrae was very heavy. It had to be at least 1,000 pounds. And even just a wisp of breath seeping out of it caused his pressure to multiply. The old gentleman gave it to me, so I'll take it. He wanted to politely decline, but when he saw Chen Daoquan's fiery eyes, he hastily put it away. It's also good to have a start on the material for the merit streamers. Master is overstated. Chen Daoquan waved his hand. Somehow, the more he looked at Jun Zizai, the better he looked, and he muttered in his heart, why don't you take him captive? Bring back to the Holy Land as a holy son? Mountain and sea mysteries. Thunder Jedi. Here the sky and the earth were dim. Thunder roared, and wild thunder struck down from time to time, incinerating the earth and raising a blazing fire. At this moment, the flames of war had been ignited and the fierce battle was in full swing. Jun Zi carried his aura-transformed wings on his back, his dragon scales flickering, as majestic as a dragon man, radiating a berserk aura as he looked down below. I wondered who was giving me trouble these days, but it was you remnants. Since the true martial dynasty wants to exterminate its seed, this young master will fulfill you. Chapter 56, The Numerous. Jun Zizi's outburst. One shift. Xiaohao's clan had stepped into the mountain and sea mysterious realm for half a month, during which they had gained a lot. Originally, they were able to obtain even more precious treasures, but failed to do so. It was only because all of these heavenly treasures were snatched away by the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty, and they had even taken them by force on many occasions. It was recognized that the mountain and sea mystic realm was unowned, and it was accepted that whoever had the biggest fist had the right to be in charge. However, such a behemoth as the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty had repeatedly bullied their opponents with the crowd, forcing the martial artists to hand over their heavenly treasures. That's a bit unfair. Do you really think anyone can come into a place like this? The world is never short of these wastrels who delude themselves into crossing over classes, thinking that by entering the secret realm they will be able to make a leap, when it's really laughable. Shu, keep your voice down. Don't let them hear you. If these people don't fight for heavenly treasures, how can we get good things from them? These words were not concealed and fell into the ears of the martial artists in a big way. They knew that it was humiliating, abjectly humiliating. And this is not the first time that such a picture has appeared. The Jiaolong tattooed fruit that could raise a martial king by a minor realm was crushed by Jun Jianlan, who stomped on the roots and forcibly took the fruit. Jun Miaotong invoked the mad thunderflame scarlet, pulling other martial artists to block the sword, allowing Jun Ziyi to take advantage of the opportunity to seize the thunder sound what it was guarding. Jun Yunxin was the most ruthless, deliberately spreading false news to trick martial artists into entering the Thunderjack prison, using the lives of martial artists to lower the power of the thunderbolts so that Jun Ziyi could go into bathe in the thunderbolts and cultivate the green dragon triple transformation. That's just part of it. The list of what they have done is simply endless. At this moment, Xiaohao gazed coldly at Jun Ziyi, anger surging in his eyes. On a black wood that was 100 meters tall, there was a golden fruit hanging from it, which was covered in thunder light and had 9 thunder lines on its surface, containing an extremely majestic aura fluctuation. This was the 9 thunders body tempering fruit, which was extremely beneficial to the cultivation of the physical body. Not only the Green Dragon Dynasty, even the Witch Barbarian Dynasty, Vermilion Bird Dynasty, and Xuanwu Dynasty were all eyeing it. Xiaohao and his clansmen had waited here for a long time, and had also fought with many ferocious beasts to preserve this fruit, which was a very arduous process. When Jun Ji arrived, he actually backtracked and tried to hog the results. Remnants of the true martial imperial dynasty, I will only give you one last chance, roll or not. Jun Ziyi's aura transformed into wings behind his back, exuding the majesty of a martial king, his stance towering above the rest. Jun Yunxin and Jun Miaotong furrowed their brows. This group of trash have been following us ever since we entered the secret realm. It's disgusting. Why don't we just exterminate them? There's no need. Jun Jianlan's brows were somber as he waved his hand and casually said, "Let your younger brother gain some real-world experience." At those words, Xiao Hao could not bear it. This breath has been held for too long. As long as he obtained the Nine Thunders body-tempering fruit, he would be able to go even further. Never. He growled low. Sometimes it's not about wanting to back out. It's about not being able to back out. The enemy will only gain more and more ground. If one backed down too much, the heart of martial arts would crack, become timid, become cowering, and would never be refined again. Not only did Jun Ziyi not get angry, he instead revealed a hint of a playful smile. "Then I'll fulfill you." Mole cricket. Boom. Green-like dragon patterns blossomed out from Jun Ziyi's body, like a true dragon descending into the world. And he pointed out with one finger. Dragon King Finger. The roiling dragon pattern soared against the wind, transforming into an illusory and ancient dragon finger that was 100 meters in size, blasting towards the bottom, and wherever it passed, ripples of power scattered in all directions. True martial supreme way. Ancestral blood. Body of heavy armor. Xiao Hao let out a low gulp. Martial diagrams emerged from its back, on which emerged a demonic god with feet on a turtle and snake and a wargo in his hand, cloaked in hair and permeated with a tyrannical aura. A blood pattern on the surface of his body shone, awakening the sleeping bloodline in his body. Immediately after that, black light filled the air and converged into impenetrable black armor, not covering, but inlaid on the surface of the flesh, and the overall look was cold and domineering. Xiao Hao had hardened from a 9th grade Do Ling to a 4th grade Do Wang, and even so, he was still far from Jun Ziyi's 6th grade Do Wang. But, he must fight. Rumble. Xiao Hao took the lead as he turned in the air and threw out a leg, the air around him exploding as he met the Dragon King's finger. At the moment of contact, the strong wind danced wildly and the aura raged, blasting the dirt and trees within a few hundred meters radius into slag, and then it rolled up into the air. Afterward, Xiao Hao did not stop attacking. He killed Jun Ziyi directly, his arms entwined with black whirlwinds as he stormed out. Black Wind Fierce Deity Fist. Both fists blasted angrily, and two black whirlwinds traversed the void with a tremendous sound. Jun Ziyi's face was slightly cold. "You actually didn't manage to kill this remnant of the Imperial Dynasty in seconds?" He vibrated his spirit wings and turned to swing the dragon's tail behind him. Dragon Tail Chop. The dragon's tail was as sharp as a sword, transforming into a blue light blade pattern that was dozens of feet long, and chopping rapidly towards the black wind. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations filled the air. Both sides immediately fell backward just as they made contact. Die! Xiao Hao was unconvinced. He bit the elixir inside his mouth to further stimulate his potential and kill Jun Ziyi once again. This scene doubly surprised the crowd of celestial pride. Jun Ziyi actually fell behind? One had to know that in the depths of the Thunder Jedi, Jun Ziyi had killed not a few 5th or even 6th grade fierce beasts. Now he was being forced back by a 4th grade martial king. It was truly ridiculous. That's the difference in combat experience. Xiao Hao had been fighting for years, deep in dangerous places, and was extremely good at killing. Jun Ziyi was a flower in a greenhouse, enjoying countless resources and practicing high-level martial arts techniques and feats, but rarely going out to kill the enemy. You can tell at a glance which one is better or worse. No good. Jun Ziyi was forced to retreat by his opponent, and in his heart, he revealed a break. Xiao Hao instantly seized the opportunity, his chest bulging out, and the sound of a wild wind whistling could be vaguely heard, which was appalling. Roar! He let out a violent sound of angry winds howling wildly. A devastatingly huge force surged out, tearing apart everything within hundreds of meters. Jun Ziyi couldn't dodge in time to be swept away by the furious wind, the dragon scales on his body crumbling and cracking, oozing blood, and he couldn't resist at all. In the midst of the crisis, a four-square golden boundary surfaced, shielding Jun Ziyi within it and blocking all the fierce winds. Boundary God Master. All the celestial pride's eyes showed a grave expression. The battle power of a realm divine master was extremely terrifying, with so many means that he was almost invincible at the same level. Hurting my brother? Looking for death? Jun Miaotong had a firefox lying on her shoulder, and her entire pretty face had become slightly distorted from anger. She gave a wave of her hand. The golden boundary instantly ignited a blazing fire, as if it was a boiling sea of fire, instantly blasting Xiao Hao out. Pust! Xiao Hao crashed to the ground, his black armor ruptured, and he even opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of scorching blood, which was a clear indication of Jun Miaotong's terrifying strength. The members of the Xiao family quickly rushed over and protected Xiao Hao behind them. glaring angrily at Jun Miaotong. Brother, it's okay. Jun Miaotong fell from the heights and looked at Jun Ji with a face full of heartache. Jun Zi shook his head. Thank you, fourth sister. Jun Miaotong wiped away the blood from the corner of her brother's mouth. Her eyes as cold as ghosts, a bunch of ants. How dare they shake the might of the giant dragon? Damn it! Boom! The golden boundary appeared suddenly, enveloping Xiao Hao and the others. Xiao Hao's clansmen did not lack ninth-grade martial kings, and their expressions changed in shock as they urged their auras to counterattack at the first opportunity. Nay, the golden boundary stood firm, only rippling out the slightest of ripples. Done. The other celestial pride shook their heads. Once you stepped into the boundary of a boundary divine master, you either cracked it or died. Obviously, Xiao Hao and the others were the latter. The Xiao family members looked miserable. Great Prince, it's us who are useless and failed to help you seize the resources. Xiao Hao gritted his teeth and didn't utter a word. Is it the end? Is there really no way out? He didn't want the dynasty to be destroyed. Despair was like a maggot on his bones, spreading through his heart and making it hard for him to catch his breath. At least, keep them alive. Xiao Hao looked toward the Dantian, and his eyes flashed with determination. This is the realization of being a great prince. Jun Ziyi and his sisters watched Xiao Hao struggle and resist with great interest. It was so much fun. This was a mole cricket. But just then, talisman paper flew about within the golden boundary, and the moment it was affixed to the surface of the boundary, it violently erupted with a majestic aura. Ka-chow. The boundary actually stopped contracting. It turned out that Xiao Hao had wanted to pull out the pills to fight to the death, and accidentally opened the storage bag given by Jun Zizai. More and more spirit talismans flew out. They were not only attached to the surface of the boundary, but also covered Xiao Hao's body surface. In a flash, the spirit talisman erupted with a sun-like light, converging into a light blue figure wearing a long robe and a hood, manifesting a sense of mystery. Eunuch? Xiao Hao was shocked out loud. Looks like it's in trouble. A breezy laugh came out from the light blue figure. Rumble. It so happened that at this juncture, the Nine Thunders body-tempering fruit had completely ripened. Jun Zizi slowly raised his head and whispered a single word. Break. A party of purple boundaries permeated his body, mysteriously fiery, with a wisp of golden light lingering on the outer layer. And the moment he appeared, he directly crushed Jun Miaotong's golden boundaries. I'll stop them. You go and seize the Nine Thunder quenching fruit. Jun Zizi's demeanor remained calm. Xiao Hao nodded heavily. It's so safe to have Young Jiao around. Jun Zi, Jun Zhanlan, Jun Yunxin, and Jun Miaotong all looked up at Jun Zizai, each as if they were facing a great enemy, not daring to move. But scruples are scruples. For some reason, they always felt that there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this mysterious person. Nine Thunders body-tempering fruit. The Vermilion Bird Dynasty. Will take it. Scram. This object belongs to the Xuanwu Dynasty. The Witch Barbarian Dynasty is here. Who dares to mess around? The pride of the three great imperial dynasties licked their lips and prepared to snatch it. However, Jun Zizai's gaze was like a torch, as if he had passed through the void and looked down upon the vast expanse of land. Dare you? As the words landed, the three dynasties of heavenly pride's smile froze. Their bodies froze in place, and the fear that was seared into the deepest recesses of their souls became shackles at this moment. Chapter 57. One person shocks the whole scene. She only has him in her heart. 2 shifts. Jun Zizai was not truly here in the mountain and sea mysteries. Inside the storage bag he handed to Xiao Hao, he placed the spirit talisman he had refined. One of these talismans was recorded in the Five Gods Chaos book and was called the Split Talisman. It required the essence blood of a spirit talisman master, and after it was made and attached to someone, it could facsimile the realm for a short period of time. It lasts for an incense burner. The current Jun Zizai was a 4th-grade martial king. The three dynasties' heavenly pride froze in place and didn't move a muscle. That was because in the depths of their memories, they had been guests at the Witch Barbarian Dynasty and had been suppressed by a genius named Jun Zizai. It's a fear that lingers to this day. Is he? Why him? Unlike him, he's a sword cultivator, never a realm god master. There were 10,000 question marks in the hearts of the imperial dynasty's prides. Xiao Hao seized the opportunity and immediately swept up high into the sky, about to compete for the Nine Thunders body-tempering fruit. My Nine Thunders body-tempering fruit. Jun Ziyi shouted in a hurry. Jun Miaotong, who had the best feelings with her brother, couldn't see him unhappy and angrily rebuked Jun Ziwei. Get out of the way, or you'll die a horrible death. What's the point of wasting words with him? Just kill him. Jun Zhanlan exuded the aura of a martial emperor. She did not want to bully the small with the big, but for the sake of her brother, She could not care less. Clank. She held a chopping sword in her hand, and the moment she appeared, the void was filled with a terrifying scarlet light, reflecting the midair like a blood-stained dome. A knife slashed down, and the blade was like a sea. The land within a radius of 1,000 meters continuously collapsed, instantly submerging Jun Zizi in it. Jun Ziyi looked happy and was about to make a move to sneak attack Xiao Hao. Before he could move, formation patterns were dense within 1,000 meters around him, and darkness came in like a tidal wave, erecting an ancient and terrifying tombstone. Third-grade formation, the Great Black Tombstone Formation. It's still of supreme quality, comparable to a fourth-grade formation. The heart of the three dynasties' heavenly pride was beating wildly. In a moment, the smoke cleared. Jun Zizi stood within the purple boundary, safe and sound, except that the boundary was somewhat void of white. Spectral sounding array, death magic sound formation. Jun Zizi kept hitting the formation materials. In just a few moments, two large formations emerged. The world within thousands of meters is like a lonely soul, and the netherworld rips through the earth, letting the world see what the 18 layers of hell are. Not only a boundary god master, but also a formation master. Even Jun Zhanlan was moved at this moment. Countless heaven's pride had spent their entire lives but could only barely cultivate the martial Dao primarily and one of the pill, weapon, talisman, formation, and realm as a secondary cultivation. Sometimes you will also have to give up your minor due to lack of time. The mysterious man in front of him wearing a blue robe was actually a dual cultivator of formation and boundary. The talent is appalling. Woohoo! The monstrous ghost swept out, crying and howling, emitting eerie demonic sounds that tore the eardrums and stimulated the soul. Jun Ziyi's eardrums were in severe pain and his expression was extremely agonized. You seek death. Jun Yunxing glared angrily as his back spirit wings were rendered a deep purple, emitting a foul odor as he violently shook and flung out a large swathe of venom. Wherever the venom passed, everything decayed, but only Jun Zizi's boundary could not be eroded. Good brother, sister has come to your aid. Jun Miaotong also stepped in. She held the long sword in her hand. The green-colored wind gathered around her, and when she stabbed out, the hurricane roared, about to kill the mysterious man on the spot. Jun Zhanlan held his breath in the same way. The formations must be broken. Otherwise, where is the prestige of the Jun family? Jun Zizi did not even glance at them as he squandered the formation materials within his storage bag to set up a new formation. Ghost King Three Devils Formation. Rumble. The earth uprooted 300-meter black statues, like ghosts and devils, lifelike, and the moment they touched the array pattern, their scarlet blood pupils opened up, and they actually had wings on their backs, emitting a terrifying roar. After doing so, Jun Zizi injected his spiritual energy into the formation to further reinforce the formation patterns. Even Jun Zhanlan, who was a martial emperor, could not crack it for a moment. With just one person's strength, he was able to intimidate the three dynasties of heavenly pride and stop the Jun family, and the martial artists who were secretly observing were all staring in disbelief. Who the hell is this person? Doubts flooded the minds of countless people. Such a demonic genius, suddenly appearing out of nowhere, felt odd no matter how you looked at it. The other side. Xiao Hao hardened himself against the roiling thunder and lightning and finally ascended to the top of the Blackwood. The Nine Thunders body-tempering fruit was close at hand. Bastard of the true martial dynasty. How dare you? Jun Ziyi angrily pointed at Xiao Hao. And because he was too angry, his voice became sharp and shrill. This thing belongs to me. Jun Ziyi, and those who die it, I will kill and slaughter the 9 clans. He raged. Broken defense too. Growing up, I was favored by my elders, courteous to my peers, and lived in a wonderful atmosphere. After Jun Zizi left, he thought life would get better, but he didn't realize that his surroundings were being destroyed bit by bit, and he was repeatedly humiliated. At this moment, the Nine Thunders body-tempering fruit, which he regarded as a treasure, was about to be taken away. The opponent was still the true martial dynasty. It's the underdogs. How could he not be angry? Xiao Hao ignored Jun Ziyi and directly plucked off the Nine Thunder body-tempering fruit, his expression grateful as he landed beside Jun Zizi. Un Gong, come on, I can't hold out much longer. Jun Zizi's voice was bland. I'm just a doppelganger that borrowed your realm. Grace, take your leave. Xiao Hao was not a person who twisted and made things up, and after clasping his fists, he immediately led his clansmen to quickly leave. This favor he will repay. Inside the formation, Jun's family was attacked and killed by the Ghost King's ghost. It was difficult for them to break through the boundary, and with the big formation blocking them, they were even more distracted and could only watch Xiao Hao leave. This added to Jun Ziyi's anger and he stared at these sisters with a spiteful look. Bunch of losers. Couldn't even manage a third-grade formation. It was just as useless as June Zizi. As for the three dynasties of heaven, ever since this light blue figure appeared, they gave up fighting for it, with only one doubt in their minds. Is it really him? Abruptly, dozens of figures swept in from the distance. The person in the lead was none other than Princess Linghu. She had just fallen, when her eyes focused on June Zizi's body. Familiar yet unfamiliar. Then the eyes reddened. Is that you? Can you tell me where you are? Princess Spirit Fox was like a helpless little girl at the moment, gazing fondly at June Zizi's back. The celestial pride's faces sank, their expressions unsightly. All of them were the suitors of Princess Spirit Fox, but it seems, there is only one person in her heart. June Zizi sensed that the power within his body was draining away and that time was coming to an end. He slowly turned around and looked at Princess Spirit Fox without speaking. All that was given to her was a warm sunny smile, exactly as it had been at the time of the parting. The body was transformed into a blue aura, dotted and drifted away with the wind. The separation talisman dissipated. Princess Spirit Fox hastily reached out her hand and tried to grab the blue aura in her palm, but it dissipated like ashes. Boom! Losing June Zizi's maintenance, the array pattern ruptured and the ghostly aura spread out. June Ji and the others immediately escaped, looking extremely wretched. June Zi looked at the empty treetops with resigned eyes. Brother is not afraid. There will be better. Don't worry. My sister will find you more resources. June Yunxin and June Miaotong relieved him. June Zhanlan's killing intent had not subsided as he stared coldly at Princess Spirit Fox. You know him? Tell me his name immediately. Words come out, words fall out. In the next moment, Princess Spirit Fox poured out a terrifying martial emperor aura, instantly suppressing them. Green Dragon Dynasty. You'd better shut your mouths and get as far away as you can. Otherwise I will slaughter you all. The palace is true to its word. Chapter 5800 Dragons Running. Brother didn't mean it. 3 shifts. The secret realm of the mountain and the sea. The beast Jedi. Ancient trees were in the sky here, and traces of ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. The ground had been dyed red with blood, and there were pieces of limbs everywhere in a morose scene. Swish swish swish. Countless figures swept by. They were stained with blood and gasping for air. Mother asterisk 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 we've encountered a Fae, whose battle power is straight up to a 9th grade martial king. If it weren't for Jun Shangtian of the Green Dragon Dynasty, how could we have been chased down in such a sorry state? The Green Dragon Dynasty is truly a stirrer. It's not even enough to snatch the right to belong to the temple. Even we want to snatch us. The martial artists cursed. Among the great powers that had stepped into the mountain and sea mysteries, other than the Green Dragon Dynasty that didn't do anything about it, the other imperial clans didn't care about them. Finding resources was busy enough. Who had the time to search for scattered martial artists? However, the Green Dragon Dynasty not only searched cleanly, but also stopped the martial artists they encountered and searched them, saying beautifully, seeing the royal family without kneeling and bowing is penalized. Along the way, the martial artists were deeply resentful and complained about what the Green Dragon Dynasty had done. Jun Shangtian, who was currently riding the treasure ship, stood with his hands overlaid and his eyes glazed over, oblivious to the discontent of the martial artists just now. Griffins should be trampled under my feet, not dangled in front of my eyes. What qualifications do you have to enjoy the resources? Might as well hand them over to me and help me step into martial saint. If I become a saint, you will all be my fans. Jun Shangtian smiled disdainfully in his heart. One can only say that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. A father with that kind of character is no better for his sons and daughters. I hope I can find the treasure that cures old Ten here. The clan elders who came alongside softly. Thinking of today's 10 clan elders, Jun Shangtian also narrowed his eyes. It will be, for the 10 clan elders, this is a test, to break the cocoon into a butterfly or to quietly fall. It depends on fate. Suddenly, thunder rumbled and whistled. Jun Shangtian looked over and burst out laughing. Thunder Extreme Martial Honor, how have you been? On the back of a giant bird of thunder and lightning stood Thunder Extreme Martial Exalt and other War God Palace powerhouses. When they heard Jun Shangtian, none of their faces looked too good. Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign's eyes were even colder. He still had anger in his heart. If it wasn't for Jun Ziyue, the brainwashed Jimei, the War God Palace wouldn't have been bloodied. Definitely taught by Jun Shangtian, the cerebral palsy father. Humph. The Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign was also a man of nature, and after coldly grunting, he ordered the Thunder Lightning Giant Bird to leave at a faster speed. Jun Shangtian and the others were stunned. I don't think we've offended him, have we? Not to mention that Ziyu is also an outstanding disciple of the War God Palace. Her relationship should be quite good. Inexplicable. Jun Shangtian furrowed his brows, slightly dissatisfied. Rumble. The sky above the Beast Jedi stirred up, and a pillar of dragon chi light that rose up to the sky seemed to break through the boundaries, shaking the land of the 8 directions. What a rich dragon chi! Jun Shangtian was ecstatic. The dragon's energy is so majestic. There must be a treasure. If we can obtain something to repair the dragon vein from it, we might be able to save the 10 clan elders. I can even take this opportunity to refine my cultivation and ask for a martial saint. The more Jun Shangtian thought about it, the more excited he became. And he harnessed his treasure ship to travel swiftly. The multicolored dragon chi filled the 9 heavens and 10 earths, so thick that the void seemed to become wet, reflecting on the faces of countless people. Strong martial honored ones came in droves. Mo Yuan of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty. Dark Moon Martial Exalt of the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty. Thunder Extreme Martial Exalt of the War God Palace. Dragon Slaughter Martial Exalt of the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty. Green Sword Martial Exalt of the Great Sword King Sect. And so on, all appeared. Roar! A dragon roar almost shattered the sky. The next scene caused the hearts of Jun Shangtian and the other martial Zune powerhouses to jump. Above the vast dome of the sky, a giant dragon appeared. They were huge in size but tainted with death chi, mixed in with the dragon chi, galloping through the heavens and earth. With so many dragons, there must be dragon bones. Look, that looks like a real dragon. If we can obtain the true dragon bone, this trip will not be in vain. The martial exalt powerhouse was trembling with excitement. Jun Shangtian took a deep breath and stared dead on at the sight of 100 dragons rushing about. Ziyi is about to enter the martial emperor realm. I must find him a good dragon bone to condense the highest grade of emperor's wings. Of course, I'm going to fight for one. The realm of martial saints. I've been salivating for a long time. The secret realm of mountains and seas was destined to be unsettled. Thunder Jedi. Night. The bonfire is lit and crackling. Jun Ziyi sat in a circle with his sisters, talking and laughing, as if he had long forgotten about the 9 thunders body-tempering fruit. Truly my good brother. Knowing that third sister's face is still not well, he specially snatched the resident flower. Jun Yunshin hugged a tricolor flower. Lovingly, you're really something too. That ferocious beasts are all around. What if you run into danger? For the sake of my sister, I am willing. Jun Ziyi's face was full of sincerity. Seeing this scene, Jun Zhanlan, Jun Yunshin and Jun Miaotong's hearts were warmed. It's a sister-brother bond. I have no regrets in this life with this brother. Jun Miaotong touched his head, her eyes soft. When you meet danger, run when you can. Understand? Don't. I would rather die with my sisters than abandon you. Jun Ziyi's gaze was firm. The 3 women's beautiful eyes reddened slightly at the words. Moved to the extreme. Jun Yunshin suddenly remembered something and opened her mouth to curse. Damned punk Jun Zizai. If it weren't for his sacred dragon son status, our Ji would have been a martial emperor by now. Yeah, it's his fault. Jun Miaotong cursed even harder. I even doubt if he's the bloodline of the Jun family or not, because of how much his brother has suffered. Jun Zhanlan subconsciously wanted to speak as well. Once he remembered the tranquilizer flowers from before, but he sighed. Maybe, he's not as bad as we think, she whispered quietly. Jun Yunshin, who heard this, was so angry that she jumped up. How come he didn't? If he's going to roll, why doesn't he resign his status as a sacred dragon child? And he's right when he breaks his finger and returns the favor and makes a mess of the house? How much pain Ji has suffered for him? How much he has suffered? Shouldn't this be borne by that dead dog Jun Zizai? Jun Ziyi heard in his heart is cool to death. On the surface even waved his hand. Third sister. Brother is not intentional. Don't plead for him. When he returns, I will definitely let him taste air suffocation again. Jun Miaotong sneered. I also suspect that this wasted dog, Jun Zizai, does not have our Jun family bloodline. Jun Yunshin's mouth was open and he was laughing badly. Rumble. Abruptly, heaven and earth shook. Berserk thunder flashed in the depths of the dark clouds, and a tyrannical aura filled down as if it was going to completely drown the earth. Jun Zhanlan exclaimed. No good. It's the image of thunder fury. Hurry. The crowd looked shocked. It was imperative to leave this area as soon as possible, or there would be a great disaster on the horizon. Chapter 59, Chopping You All. Exposing Your Nature, 4 shifts. The Statue of Thunder Rage is a special vision of the Thunder Jedi, where the wild thunder will hunt down and kill all living beings without rules until death. Click, click, click. Wild thunder swooped down like a dragon, tearing apart the darkness. With a rumbling sound, The ground was blasted out with a deep pit 100 meters in diameter. The surrounding martial artists convulsed violently, their bodies smoldering and dying. Run away! Damn! I was so close to getting the thunder-quenching grass. So close. Still nagging my ass. Don't want to die. The martial artists fled frantically, while seeing the Jun clan, who were also evacuating. Jun Miaotong snorted when she saw their wretched appearance. How dare you step into the secret realm even if you are greedy and afraid of death? There's no way. People use their physical bodies to tough it out. We can only use a lightning avoidance talisman. Jun Yunshin was conspiratorial, flirting with the martial artist. Jun Ziyi and the others were carrying various pills and spirit talismans and were very well prepared. The lightning avoidance talisman was ranked at the 4th grade, with an overall dusky color and vermilion outlines that formed arcane patterns, only to see them stick it on their arms and actually really draw the thunder away. As for the thunder that was drawn away, naturally, it was blasted at the surrounding martial artists. The martial artists were so furious that their 3 corpses jumped, and they finally couldn't hold back. Jun family, Qinglong dynasty, you'll get what's coming to you. Either robbing us of our resources or forcing us to go to dangerous places to die. Simply bad things. If the thunder does not strike you, retribution will find you. Jun Zhanlan's face was full of disdain. The corners of his lips raised in mockery. Retribution? When I am invincible in the world, what retribution would dare come to my door? A bunch of mole crickets. Second sister is right. The talk of retribution just gives you foolish people something to look forward to. Jun Yunshin snorted and answered. Come on, let the statue of thunder and fury strike us now. Jun Miaotong shrugged her shoulders and smiled. Do you see it listening to you? Boom! As soon as the words fell, the statue of thunder rage suddenly became even more oppressive, with dense lightning tearing through the dark clouds, making the crowd's scalps numb as they watched. Immediately after that, thunder struck down like the wrath of the thunder god. There was a loud bang. All of the lightning avoidance talismans held by the Jun family were blasted apart, and even more so, Jun Ziyi and the others were blasted to the point where their blood and chi churned. The martial artists were first stunned, then ecstasy surged through their hearts. Ha ha ha, retribution is coming. In the end, you're just a mass of people. Do you really think you're gods? They let out a crazy laugh. Jun Zhanlan's face turned blue as he fiercely glared at Jun Miaotong, who was aggrieved. Second sister, third sister, fourth sister, use the lightning avoidance talisman again. Jun Ziyi shouted anxiously, offering the lightning avoidance talisman again. The 3 women were angry, but their bodies were honest, and they hurriedly took out their lightning avoidance talismans and pasted them on. However, the statue of Thunder Fury had gone completely insane, specialized in splitting lightning charms. Click! The lightning avoidance talisman shattered once again. Jun Ziyi and the others were shaken and sent flying out, each of them oozing blood from their mouths and noses in a sorry state. Separate! Jun Zhanlan could not care less about his face, and with a roar, he once again affixed the lightning talisman and swept out with his younger siblings. The Jun family clenched their teeth and fled in the other direction. Boom! Thunder rages against all elephants, like a sword striking down. The lightning avoidance talismans on the 4 Jun Ziyi's bodies exploded once again, and they directly knelt on the ground, blood oozing from their entire bodies. They were angry and furious. Why does the statue of thunder and fury only strike them? There's Jun's family over there too. Why don't you chop over there? It won't be because of my 2 lines of banter that I get angry, right? Jun Miaotong was horrified. Rumble! The shocking thunder was like a dragon's furious roar, blasting down furiously one after another. This time, it's even harder. The 4 were directly blown away. Jun Yunshin and Jun Miaotong tumbled dozens of times on the ground in a sorry state. Jun Ziyi and Jun Zhanlan were spitting blood from their mouths, their breath disorganized and weak. Go! Jun Zhanlan wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and let out a low growl. Jun Yunshin and Jun Miaotong struggled for a moment and fled in panic. Jun Zhanlan, on the other hand, was protecting Jun Ziyi, making sure to protect his favorite blood brother. However, Jun Ziyi now even had the heart to kill them. What's with the ing foul mouth? Is it that hard to keep your mouth shut? I'm really suffering from old age following you guys. He growled inwardly. However, Thunderclap's wrath didn't seem to want to let them go. 3 thunderbolts fell, like dragons and tigers, fierce to the extreme. Click, click, click. The 3 lightning avoidance talismans completely exploded, turning into rays of light in the sky. Jun Ziyi was double blown out again and most of his body was scorched black. He looked up and saw that the lightning fury had not yet ended, so he can only continue to take out lightning charms from his spatial ring, only to find, nope, all used up. A wave of fear and despair rushed over him. Jun Jianlan was taking most of the thunder bombardment, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw his brother frozen in place, and immediately guessed that the lightning avoidance talisman had run out, and she still has one left. No, we must save our brother. With a clench of her teeth, she decided to give Jun Ziyi the lightning avoidance talisman. It's the duty, the responsibility of being a sister. Jun Ziyi didn't know what was going on in Jun Jianlan's mind. All he knew was that he didn't have the lightning talisman anymore, and his sister still had it in her hand. Intense unwillingness instantly filled his mind. No, I can't die. I still have big things to do. What to do? What to do? However, the statue of Thunder Fury would not give him time to think, because it is forcing humanity to reveal itself. Boom! Wild thunder roared for thousands of miles, turning everything into scorched earth. Brother, this. Jun Jianlan was ready to give the lightning avoidance talisman in her hand to Jun Ziyi, who specialized in the physical body and should be able to carry it hard. However, before she could finish her sentence, the grim-faced Jun Ziyi snatched the lightning avoidance talisman and directly affixed it to himself. At this moment, Jun Jianlan was confused. Yes, she did have to give Jun Ziyi the lightning talisman, and that was out of a sister's love for her brother. But if it was Jun Ziyi who made the move to rob them by force, the nature would change in an instant. I can give it, but you can't take it, because by doing so, Jun Ziyi was undoubtedly exposing Jun Jianlan to the statue of Thunder Fury, almost like saying, let her die. Luckily, Jun Battle Orchid has a lot of experience in the field. She instantly discarded her distracting thoughts and swung her chopper sword, chopping the thunder hard and shaking the void with agitation. It's safe, Jun Ziyi sighed in relief. But soon, he panicked a bit, realizing that he had just revealed his nature. As it happened, the image of thunder and fury slowly dispersed after this thunder ended. Jun Ziyi panicked even more. No, go on, chop her up, chop her up. He now couldn't wait for Jun Jianlan to be cleaved to death so that he wouldn't have to deal with what came next. However, Jun Jianlan survived, covered in charred black and smoking, half of his body bleeding, but she did not cry out in pain. A pair of bloody pupils looked straight at Jun Ziyi, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Second sister, are you alright? I'm so heartbroken. Jun Ziyi immediately makes T-words and hardens his eyes to squeeze out 2 tears from them, but the tried and true trick didn't work. Jun Jianlan did not respond, her pair of beautiful eyes red, not knowing if they were bloodstained or heartbroken. Like a lone wolf driven to desperation, she felt that her favored brother in front of her had changed and become extremely strange. Jun Ziyi's heart grew more and more flustered. If this matter is exposed, what will you do then? Sister, he said, still thinking to redeem himself. Snap! Jun Jianlan raised his hand and slapped Jun Ziyi across the face, crisp and loud, and his cheeks were red and swollen all of a sudden. Second sister, what are you doing? Almost at the same time, 2 huffing, anxious voices sounded. Chapter 60, I won't serve anymore. It's all his fault. 5 shifts. The statue of thunder and fury is over. Jun Yunqin and Jun Miaotong couldn't care less about their injuries and hurriedly searched for the whereabouts of their second sister and little brother. After searching for a moment, he saw Jun Jianlan raise his hand and slap Jun Ziyi. Second sister, what are you doing? The two couldn't help but scream. One must know that from a young age, Jun Ziyi was like a supreme treasure, extremely precious under their pampering and love. Hold it in your hand for fear of dropping it, and hold it in your mouth for fear of melting it. Second sister, who loved Jun Ziyi the most, had actually hit him with her hands. Simply incomprehensible. The 2 women blocked in front of Jun Ziyi's body, their eyes slightly red as they asked in a low voice, Brother, are you alright? I'm fine. Jun Ziyi shook his head and immediately made the green tea quotes. I really don't blame second sister. You guys really don't go blaming her. Halfway through he choked a bit, being accustomed to tea talk. Now that she was being cared for, she took off and placed the wrongdoing on her second sister. The heavily injured Jun Jianlan's willow brows were locked. I couldn't hear it before, but now why do I feel sick to my stomach? Jun Miaotong still ate this up, glaring angrily at Jun Jianlan as she chided. Second sister, what gives you the right to hit little brother? In the entire Jun family, Jun Miaotong and Jun Ziyi had the best relationship. One could even say that she was her brother's lickspittle. Beat him? Oh. Jun Jianlan's bloodshot eyes were cold as he let out a sinister laugh. Truly my good brother, the most considerate family member of the Jun family, claiming that he wouldn't abandon us. But at the most dangerous time, he snatched away my only lightning talisman, causing me to be bombarded by the statue of Thunder Fury, nearly losing my life on the spot. Is this the good brother we were talking about? Jun Zi was instantly chilled, his fingertips unable to stop trembling. What to do? What to do? His mind raced, thinking about how to deal with the situation at hand. Jun Yunshin and Jun Miaotong's delicate bodies trembled as they turned their heads and looked at Jun Zi in disbelief. Brother, did you really do that? No, it's a misunderstanding. I love my second sister more than I can say. How could I harm her? Second sister. You must give me the chance to explain. Jun Zi decided to employ a tear attack, and immediately revealed a look of anxiety and pain, as well as shedding 2 lines of clear tears. At the sight of tears, the 2 women instantly softened. Second sister. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Yes, little brother is bright and upright, humble and straightforward, an absolute modest gentleman. How could he commit such barbaric acts as robbing? And, as a sister, you should give your brother the lightning talisman, because it's your responsibility to protect him. The 2 women did not hesitate to trust Jun Zi and instead counted the ways in which Jun Zhanlan was not. The more Jun Zhanlan listened, the more desolate he felt. The sisters who had been with her for many years, from the time she returned until now, did not care about her injuries in the slightest, but instead shushed Jun Ji and condemned her as soon as she turned her head. At this moment, Jun Zhanlan actually sympathized a little with Jun Zizai. She tightened her fists and her eyes were like lightning. Is that so? Then you guys protect this humble good brother well. I, for one, will not serve. After saying that, scarlet wings sprang out from her back and swept high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Second sister. Jun Yunshin and Jun Miaotong cried out anxiously, then looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Did we say something wrong? When the 2 of them turned their backs to Jun Zi, the latter's entire face instantly red-warmed. His teeth clenched and cackled, his heart full of resentment and violent anger. Stinking, dead woman, causing me to almost be exposed. Isn't it just a lightning talisman? Are you dead or seriously injured? Same as that punk Jun Zizai. Yuck! He kept cursing angrily in his mind. But Jun Zi understood that cursing was cursing. He still had to win back Jun Zhanlan's favor. Now is not the time to fall apart. The secret world is in full swing and the battle rages on. Far away from the martial mansion of the Green Dragon dynasty, it was quiet and peaceful. Recently, Jun Bagyo had been staying at home, not taking a single step away. The destruction of the Xian Pill Pavilion became a thorn in her heart. She has been the proud daughter of heaven in the eyes of the world since she was a child. And at a young age she is a 6th-grade pharmacist, single-handedly creating the Xian Pill Pavilion, which is famous outside, and countless strong people talk about it in praise. Therefore, Jun Bagyo valued status and position extremely highly. When the Xian Pill Pavilion was destroyed and the scandal spread, she simply went into hiding, not daring to see anyone. Fortunately, after this period of recuperation, she is gradually coming out of the haze. I wonder how 6th sister is doing. She put down the women's red in her hands, took lotus steps, and stepped into another courtyard. The restriction was lifted with a slight flash of the flower tablet at his waist. Jun Wenyin sat in the backyard pavilion, her hand holding the brush, but it was trembling, and the rice paper on the table was filled with silent night thoughts, one after another, thrown all over the place. Meanwhile, with blood at the corners of her lips and her eyes full of gloom and pain, she kept on and on getting up her pen to write. She seems to want to write to soothe her inner squirming and wringing, yet it becomes her shackles and more bitter and painful. Seeing this, Jun Biao hurriedly rushed over. 6th sister, what's wrong with you? Jun Wenyin's mind was a mess. There was a hurdle in her heart that she desperately wanted to cross, but it grew larger and larger, becoming a wall in her mind. Depressing. It's hard to get even. Can't breathe. It's like you're going to die of gas at any moment. It's broken. It's gone to the devil. Jun Biao's face changed as she hurriedly took out a 5th-grade elixir, spirit platform demon repelling pill, stuffed it into Jun Wenyin's mouth and slowly swallowed it. Soon, a dark and turbid aura filled Jun Wenyin's body. After a while, she exhaled heavily and looked at her big sister with slightly dull eyes. Sis, tell me, Jun ZZ, isn't there a flower monument? Did you steal our flower tablet to copy it and return it to you? Tell me, isn't it? She grabbed her big sister's arm like a madwoman, longing for that answer her heart desired. Jun Bagyo's eyes instantly reddened. She knows. 6th sister must have found out something, knowing that Jun Zizai was not that hateful. As the 6 of us grew older, our parents made special flower monuments to focus on our privacy. But at that time, ZZ had already gone to the Witch Barbarian dynasty for 7 years. So how could he have the flower monument? When he came back he lived out in the kennel, he could only go into the underling's place, where he got the flower tablet. June Bagyo was so emotional that she couldn't stop the tears from coming out of her eyes. June Wenyin's eyes were open. Teardrops slipped from the corners of her eyes and grazed her cheeks, looking as delicate as a flickering willow, making her heart ache. I see. It's impossible for Self to enter your boudoir without a flower tablet. June Biao suddenly reacted with surprise in her eyes. Those Yuan Yangs are definitely not self-contained. He can't get in at all. Right. The whole family, with free access to the backyard. Only Ziyi. When those words were spoken, June Bagyo and June Wenin glanced at each other, and could clearly see the vibrations in each other's pupils. No way. Ji would never do such a thing. June Wenin resisted with all her might. June Bagyo lightly bites her red lips. I don't believe Ziyi would do this either. Is there any chance that it's his friend? June Wenyin's eyes kept changing as if she had an answer. She remembered that there was a young master of a worldly family beside her little brother who looked at her strangely. So it couldn't be him, could it? Remember what you said? If you're wrong, go apologize to Self on your knees. June Biao was very excited. She had finally redeemed a sister's heart for Self, but June Wenin slightly sidestepped her head, her voice ghostly cold and dull. What he has lost is only his dignity, but what I have lost is the heart of literary morality. All things are inferior, only reading is superior. Do you know the gold content of these two sentences? June Zizi is the one who's guilty. It's because he didn't make it clear that I misunderstood him and thus developed a heart demon. All of this, it's his fault. I'm not right. Chapter 61 and sisters tear each other apart. Black tripod jade pendant, 6 shifts. June Wenyin's almost accusatory words caused June Bagyo to freeze in place. I lost time with my loved ones when I spent years with books for company in order to practice Confucianism. Originally, I had learned something, but it was because Yuan Yang got full of my beloved things that caused my literary Tao heart to break and my realm to fall. If this matter had not been concealed by him, would I have caused the present state of affairs? He may not be the culprit, but shouldn't he take most of the blame? 2 tear tracks slid down June Wenyin's face. Still being unforgiving, June Bagyo couldn't listen anymore. Nonsense. Did you ever give selfish brother a chance to explain himself in the first place? He can't say anything if you burn him with a spirit talisman. After that, you went out and never saw him again. You tell me how he's going to explain it. She grimaced in anger and shouted a reprimand. June Wenin was so emotional that she pinched the brush raw and broke it. Her eyes firm. That's why I hate him. Hate why he came back. Snap. Her head jerked to one side, her green silk spilling out, and her face had reddish slap marks. June Biao gasped for air and couldn't bear to give her a slap in the face. In vain. You have familiarized yourself with the holy books and specialized in Confucianism and Taoism. Instead of believing the truth, you talk nonsense. You've read all these years in a dog's stomach. You are truly a disgrace to the reading public. Today's June Bagyo was on fire and furious. June Wenyin's petite body shook when she heard those words, and tears continued to flow out like an open floodgate. In the next moment, June Biao grabbed her shoulders and roared in a low voice. Back then, you were hurt by love, abandoned poetry and books, and hated to never enter the Confucian way again. Poetry books are spilled outside the door of the Wufu, and it is the self that picks them up page by page. We all thought you were going to give up the Confucian way. Only he believed in you. He has poison in his body. His roots and bones are all broken. He has been hurt by us, but he always loves us deeply in his heart. Don't you feel bad for saying such treacherous words today? Don't you feel that it degrades the way of the saints? Word for word, word for word, word for word, word for word, like blood, striking straight at June Wenin's literary Tao heart. June Wenin once again choked on blood, but her beautiful eyes became grudging and stern. Big sister, are you that clean? As soon as these words came out, June Bagyo's plump body trembled, her eyes filled with panic and urgency. Self's back. It's full of whip marks from your own hand, still dipped in salt water. You won't forget, will you? Whip after whip. How hard you were on him then. Forget? If you really want to say it, then it's June Zizai who's too cheap. We treated him so well and he still didn't resist. He's definitely harboring evil intentions. June Wenyin's eyes were tearful, her mouth sneered, and her entire body was extremely distorted. You don't reflect properly. Instead you come to talk about this big sister of mine. Do you have any respect for my attitude? June Bagyo couldn't hang on to her face and directly moved out. June Wenin didn't eat this. You're no better anyway. The sisters got more and more aggressive, and their voices carried right out, leaving the underlings a bit overwhelmed when they heard them. Usually Miss Wenin was the most quiet and Miss Bagyo was the most dignified. How is it that the two are now acting like shrews? Soon after, Morong Binger rushed into the courtyard somewhat unkempt and stopped her two precious daughters. What a shame! Let outsiders hear it and think that you are shrews. If she hadn't appeared in time, it was expected that both of them would have made a move. In the meantime, not far away there was a figure watching all this. It's none other than Wei Wun. His face was a bit somber, as if something had been interrupted and he was extremely upset. Make a noise, make a fuss, and as soon as Ziyi comes back, you'll all be as well behaved as dogs again. The corners of Wei Wen's mouth raised in a grim smile. Then he lifted his pants, very intent on his work. Zidu, there are grocery stores for everything. Taking advantage of his leisure time, Jun Zizi sat in a seated position to look within the dantian. Now the aura was no longer liquid, but had turned into an irregular solid state, a bit like clay fabricated by a child in various shapes. This was a sign of aura for promotion to Grand Martial Master. Second grade Grand Martial Master. Jun Zizi opened his eyes with emotion. Nowadays, his cultivation speed was even more perverse than his childhood self. At that time, when cultivating, whether it was pills or heavenly materials, it took time to refine. This is a part that no martial artist can avoid. Unless a realm spirit like a realm divine master's realm spirit possessed the ability to devour, absorb, or something like that, they all had to be honestly refined. Now when the chaos furnace was opened, any resource refined itself. Jun Zizi didn't have to worry about half of it. Worth mentioning, not long ago, Jun Zizi felt the fluctuations of the dissipation of the split talisman. This indicated that Xiaohao had encountered a crisis in the mountain and sea mysterious realm. However, Jun Zizi was not overly concerned. As the saying goes, go with the flow and do whatever you want. If Xiaohao ended up dying, Jun Zizi could not help but invite him to enter the merit streamer for a gathering. Speaking of merit streamers, today there is only one main body, and that is the pole made of the spine of the Inspector Griffin. It was stored in Jun Zizi's sea of consciousness, being slowly warmed up by the spiritual power, or the 10,000 things weapon nurturing method taught by Fatty Chow. As for the rest of the material, I don't have a clue at this point. It's best if it's a heavenly rank material. It'll be convenient to strengthen it in the future as well. Jun Zi muttered in his heart that he would rather have nothing than nothing. Dizzy, master? At that moment, a laughing voice rang out. When Jun Zizi heard this, he was somewhat helpless. During this time, Chen Daoquan came to visit the door every now and then. At best it's called like glue. At worst it's called a fly on the wall. The reason was simple. He wanted Jun Zizi to become the holy son of the Shaking Light Holy Land. This was the topmost pride of the northern spiritual domain, and even other spiritual domains, an honor that countless geniuses had dreamed of obtaining. But Jun Zizi refused outright. This puzzled Chen Daoquan. Just like when you walk down the street and a richest man pulls out his paternity certificate and cries and begs for you to inherit hundreds of billions of spirit dollars, anyone else would have fainted with excitement. Why would anyone refuse? He did not realize that Jun Zizi was enjoying his current life. There's money to be made, and the realm rises smoothly. Why fight with people? Old sir, I'm lazy by nature, so I'd better forget it. Seeing that Chen Daoquan was getting a little anxious, Jun Zizi changed his words. If there is an opportunity, I will definitely go to the Holy Land as a guest. What do you think? Chen Daoquan was slightly disappointed, but he did not force the issue and hurriedly took out a black tripod jade pendant and gifted it to Jun Zizi. This is a token. Take it. When you meet people from the Shaking Light Holy Land, they will recognize it. He smiled. Jun Zizi nodded and accepted it. It's just a jade pendant. No harm done. When Chen Daoquan saw him accept it, he was satisfied and arched his hand. There is something going on in the Holy Land, so I'll take my leave. Take care, old sir. Jun Zizi sent him off. Between tossing and turning, Chen Daoquan arrived outside the gates of the purple capital with a somewhat disgruntled expression. Mother ********, why is the domain coming at this time? It's going to ruin my good deed. The space around him distorted violently, and his entire body disappeared without a trace like a ghost. Inside the grocery store, Jun Zizi put away the jade pendant and prepared to refine a new spirit talisman. 12 runes? Named after the 12 signs of the Chinese zodiac. Kind of interesting. He flipped through the 5 Gods Chaos book and suddenly became interested. Same moment. 3,000 distant mountains and seas are having their last hurrah. Chapter 62. Jun Zhanlan's style changed suddenly. Most despised this kind of goods. 7 more. It had been half a year since the opening of the mountain and sea mysteries. During that time, martial artists came in and out, and there were countless deaths and injuries. There were countless Jedi within the secret territory, and the deeper one went, the more terrifying it became. And even a martial Saint Realm beast appeared, causing a top clan of the Vermilion Bird Imperial dynasty to be destroyed on the spot in a tragic manner. But the more dangerous a place is, the more often it is accompanied by great opportunities. For example, there was an aged martial king who obtained a mysterious fruit by fluke, and after taking it, he even returned to his old age, and even broke through a large realm and stepped into the realm of martial emperor. There was also someone who obtained a beast bone and realized a set of heaven stage martial arts from it, sweeping away many martial artists and standing proudly against the crowd. Someone was even chased and killed unintentionally, fell into a black pool, just when the enemy ridiculed. He was on the spot into the devil. Sword superb, even killed 79 people, said the hegemony to the extreme. There were many such chances, but if you really average them out, only one would actually appear for tens of thousands of martial artists. The probability is too low. More martial artists are those who entered the Jedi and fell deep into it, or encountered foreign beasts of high realms and died on the spot. The Imperial sect knew this point well, so they didn't act recklessly and instead withdrew from the mountain and sea mystic realm. Inside the tent outside the mountain and sea mysteries, many powerful martial zones and martial zoons from the Imperial dynasty's sects were gathered. They felt that the pressure of the mountain and sea mystic realm was increasing, and that they had to join forces if they wanted to continue to advance. Do you want to keep cowering back there? Strong men of my generation should rise against the heavens and never settle down. We must join forces as soon as possible. If we're late, things will change. You know, the Holy Land hasn't even appeared yet. Jun Shangtian wrapped his arms around himself, his body exuding a domineering aura as his eyes swept sternly over the crowd. The crowd nodded darkly. That was indeed the case. The Dark Moon Martial Sovereign raised her moon eyes and spoke in a calm tone. How will the heavenly materials and treasures obtained be distributed? Thinking of distributing it before you even get it. Dark Moon Martial Exalt. Are you senile? Jun Shangtian snorted. The Dark Moon Martial Sovereign was not angry and sneered. Oh, then if we contribute together and get what we get, it all goes to you. The Green Dragon Dynasty? You. Jun Shangtian choked, anger brewing in his pupils. Joining forces is fine, but come up with a distribution plan. The Vermilion Bird Emperor glanced at Jun Shangtian towards Mo Yuan. Don't implode when the time comes. We disagree. I, Yellow Spring Sect, do not approve of joining forces. At this moment, Huang Xiao, the sect master of the Yellow Spring Sect, and the Great Sword King Sect's Green Sword Martial Exalt, opened their mouths to refuse almost simultaneously. Jun Shangtian was already huffing and puffing as he droned. If you don't want to join forces, then get lost. And don't chirp here. You pusillanimous Jun Shangtian. If it wasn't for your Green Dragon Dynasty sneak attack, would I have been taken by you with the Dark Domain Golden Dragon Bone? Huang Xiao wasn't spoiling for a fight and directly cursed. Green Sword Martial Honor's eyes were like frost. This kind of backstabber. Whoever of you is willing to join forces with him should go ahead. The two men's words caused many strong people to be shaken up inside. The Jun clan elders scoffed. Snatch it back if you have the guts. Just move your mouth like a pussy. Well, it's going to play out that way, isn't it? Huang Xiao laughed angrily. How about if I don't explore the mountain and see mysteries and just stare at your Green Dragon Dynasty to engage in a sneak attack? Huang Xiao, you're looking for death. Jun Shangtian's halberd pointed angrily, and 9 green dragon shadows swirled around him. How could he swallow this breath when he was a dragon slayer martial exalt, the highest military ruler of the Green Dragon Dynasty? Seeing this, the crowd rushed to stop it. They didn't want to start a fight before they could negotiate and cheapen the other martial artists for nothing. If you really want to talk about your heart, they despised the Green Dragon Dynasty. Each one of them was like a tycoon, and they didn't think about what kind of hangers-on they had a dozen years ago. It was noisy inside the tent and equally so outside. But all of this had nothing to do with Jun Zhanlan anymore. The killing intent infested the soul. The eyebrows were gloomy and thick, and coupled with the bombardment of the statue of Thunder Fury, even though the pills were taken to heal the injuries, that heart was already like broken glass, and could never be repaired again. She was ready to quit. At that moment, Jun Yunqin and Jun Miaotong arrived with Jun Ziyi. Jun Ziyi flung himself to his knees, his face full of remorse and tears. Second sister, I really didn't mean it. So punish me if you want. I don't have half a complaint. If you hate me and resent me, then hit me and scold me. Don't keep it inside. Give me another chance. I'd rather take the lightning strike myself than let you, second sister, get half hurt. Jun Yunqin and Jun Miaotong wept as they listened. How much good they had done in their previous lives to have such a good brother. Second sister, just forgive him. Jun Yunqin wiped away her tears, her voice pleading. Ge really didn't mean it. Jun Miaotong was also persuading. Jun Zhanlan twisted her head to look at her two younger sisters, her red lips lifting in a wisp of mockery. Forgive him? You can. Really? Second sister. You're really willing to forgive me? Jun Zi stopped his tears and was ecstatic and proud inside. You will never escape me. But Jun Zhanlan's next sentence caused the three to instantly stiffen. The Thunder Jedi is still there, so I'll forgive you if you go in and get seriously injured by the splits. Jun Zhanlan sneered. Jun Zi's expression was a little embarrassed. Thinking back to that time, the image of thunderous fury was literally going to split him alive. If you really want to resist with your physical body, you are afraid that your foundation will not be destroyed. What? Don't dare? Oh, you're such a good brother to me. Didn't you say you were begging me for forgiveness? What? Dare you say it but not do it? Jun Zhanlan taunted one after another. She finally saw clearly that Jun Zi was a wolf in a hypocritical skin, and that she had been deceived by him all these years. At such a thought, Jun Zhanlan's heart trembled slightly, and Jun Zi's figure appeared in his mind. Could what happened before be all a misunderstanding? Am I misunderstanding self? When Jun Zi heard this, he only felt a breath of air being held in his chest, his neck veins rippling up one by one as he nearly lost control. Okay, if second sister wants to see it, I'll go. He roared in anger while soaring with tears, looking as if he was willing to go up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire for Jun Zhanlan. Jun Miaotong and Jun Yunxin hurriedly blocked him, saying that they would not allow him to go. Jun Zhanlan didn't even look at her, her face full of disgust. Less pretending to be a white lotus here. I won't eat this in the future. The three were incredulous. Why has second sister suddenly changed? Swish. Abruptly, a holy and solemn light shone in the distant sky, instantly flooding the entire mountain and sea mysteries. The powerhouses who were originally still arguing instantly shut up, their faces instantly turning blue. The Shaker Sanctuary is here. In the vast and boundless long sky, a huge beast sailed like a holy mountain, with a golden-colored body and 3 lion heads, and on its back stood the Holy Lord of the Shaking Light Holy Land and the others. But the Holy Lord was respectful at the moment, for there was another person standing in front of him, with an ancient and unimpressive appearance, 2 eyebrows joined together, and eyes that opened and closed as if they could see into yin and yang, and look through delusion. The imperial clans were all appalled. Who is this man? The hallowed Holy Lord was actually as respectful as a grandson. Very well, just what I was looking for. The one-browed mystic nodded in satisfaction. The sacred lord smiled fawningly. As long as Elder Lin is satisfied, it's an honor for us to bring you here. Old Ancestor Lin looked down at the martial artists of the mountain and sea mystic realm and said aloud, "These days, you guys have had enough of forcing your way in there." After saying that, a terrifying pressure descended and suppressed the males. "Don't dare!" Jun Shangtian and the others were so shocked that they immediately bent over and shouted, not daring to put in a single fart. Ha ha ha, joke joke joke. Old Ancestor Lin suddenly laughed. I am going to move this secret realm. Do you guys have any complaints? The crowd was full of bitter smiles. Do they dare have one? People can destroy them with a casual breath. According to the speculation, this person was definitely not a martial emperor powerhouse, but an existence even more terrifying than a martial emperor. Jun Shangtian also lowered his head, his face twitching madly as he muttered, "Damn, bullying people. I despise this kind of goods the most. How overbearing, without any demeanor as a strong person." Jun Miaotong also muttered in a small voice. While they were saying this, Jun Miaotong put up a boundary, or else she wouldn't have dared to say it. At this moment, Old Man Lin, who was high in the sky, slowly moved his sight and looked towards the Green Dragon Dynasty, as if he could hear what they were saying, and suddenly his smile was a bit evil. We'll take our leave now, so as not to disturb Senior. The Dark Moon Martial Exalt of the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty arched his hand in farewell. The Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty, Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty, and the other clans also began to call back the disciples and clansmen within the secret territory at this time, preparing to evacuate immediately. Old Ancestor Lin suddenly spoke. Feel free to leave, but these people have to stay. The crowd followed the direction he pointed to and saw the Green Dragon Dynasty. At that moment, many people revealed playful smiles. The Green Dragon Dynasty, on the other hand, was panicking as a whole. Done. Could it be that the words within the boundary were heard? Chapter 63, Feng Shui Turns. Green Lotus Emperor Dao Seed, 1 shift. The atmosphere outside the mountain and sea mysteries was instantly oppressive. Of course, this is limited to the Green Dragon Dynasty. The other imperial clans were instead breathing in cheerful air. Jun Shangtian was so flustered that he knelt down on the spot and shouted, "Elder Ancestor Lin, it is we who are unaware of what is good and bad, and we have spoken out of turn, so I hope to be forgiven. Elder Ancestor Lin, little children are as foolish as pigs. I hope you'll be kind enough to forgive me." The clan elders also knelt. "If you don't kneel now, when will you? People can make them go up and smoke with just a thought." Old Ancestor Lin laughed wickedly and teasingly. "Now, take out the resources you got from inside, and you are not allowed to leave a single bit behind, or else, life is worse than death." "Yes, yes, yes." Jun Shangtian hurriedly nodded his head and roared at his sons and daughters. "What are you still standing there for? Quickly pull out." Jun Ziyi was so aggravated. It was so hard for him to get the heavenly materials and martial arts, and this was going to take it all out? Jun Yunqin and Jun Zhanlan didn't dare to be slow, and immediately complied. Jun Miaotong, on the other hand, was trembling with fear to the point of panicking. After all, she had also spat and panicked a bunch. All of a sudden, the treasures on the ground pile up, causing the others to feel a pang of flesh pain upon seeing them. "Hey, don't forget about the Dark Domain Golden Dragon Bone," Huang Xiu and the Green Sword Martial Honored One reminded in a very timely manner. Jun Shangtian was almost angered to the point of bleeding from his 7 orifices, but he could only force a smile with his face twitching as he waved his hand and threw out the Dark Realm Golden Dragon Bone. Boom! A heavy sound rang out. A complete dragon bone smashed into the ground, cracking the earth, showing how heavy it was. Jun Ziyi was a little bit unable to sit still. It was given to him to use to condense the Emperor's wings, and it was just gone for nothing? Damn! How come this and Stinky have such a foul mouth? The Yellow Springs sect and the Great Sword King sect let out maniacal laughter at the sight. Cool! It's awesome. Previously, the Green Dragon Dynasty had sneaked up on them and taunted them for having the guts to snatch it back. Well now, the wind and water are turning. A moment of foul mouth leading to a granular loss of resources is simply a presentiment. Jun Shangtian's back teeth were all clenched. He hated to kill the group. What? It's unpleasant in your heart. Old Ancestor Lin's figure flashed and met Jun Shangtian's distorted face. The clan elders hurriedly kowtowed. "What are you talking about, Elder Lin? Would this sinful animal not be in pain?" After saying that, they kicked Jun Shangtian and held the latter's head down on the ground. "That's right. I'm a bully and I like to bully people. And I like to see you on your knees barking like dogs, not daring to speak harshly to me the whole time. Not cool? Then hold your tongue. By the way, my name is Lin Hao. You are welcome to take revenge on me." Ha 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 ha. Old Ancestor Lin let out a hearty laugh. Old Ancestor's words. Emperor Qinglong arched his hand towards the whole group with a strong smile. No matter how much they are harboring in their hearts, no matter how much they are stifled, no matter how much fire they have in their hearts, they do not dare to show it. Old Ancestor Lin had originally planned to continue disciplining them, or even exterminate them all, but with a flash of his eyes, he realized that there was a lack of chi in these people and immediately changed his mind. It is difficult for heaven to make up for the lack of humanity. Roll on. I'm looking forward to your days ahead. They're sure to be especially exciting. Let retribution torment you. A bunch of stuff. Old Man Lin waved his hand as if chasing away a pack of earth dogs. The Green Dragon Dynasty was like a new life. Each and every one of them rolled and crawled to get up, called out the Green Dragon treasure ship, and ran their asses into it. As for Old Man Lin's words, they didn't listen to them at all and only felt that it was good to be alive. Everyone, opportunity karmic. It's time to be content. Old Ancestor Lin looked around at the crowd and said aloud, "Thank you, Elder." Excluding the Green Dragon Dynasty, the rest of the martial artists all clasped their fists and arched their hands as they shouted. Even if they didn't want to leave, they had no choice but to leave. Right at this moment, in the distant Green Dragon treasure ship, Jun Shangtian was completely red warm all over his body, furious to the extreme. The roar was a declaration of anger. Everyone was full of harvest, but only the Qinglong dynasty fell from the peak to the bottom, which was a strange shame. Thinking about it, Jun Shangtian felt dizzy. With a tilt of his head, blood spurted out, and within the martial arts community, Xiaohao revealed a smile as if he was relieved. Thanks to Jun Zizai's help in that one instance, the process of seizing the resources going forward was very smooth. It was a trip that he gained immensely. Not only did he succeed in advancing to the Martial King realm, he also stepped into the 4th rank. His cultivation speed was astonishing. He looked toward the distant treasure ship of the Qinglong Imperial Dynasty and gently rubbed the black-spotted ring on his finger. If it weren't for Rincon, I would never have had today. At this moment, an old voice sounded in Xiaohao's mind. "Kid, you and I are destined to be together. I'll send you a blessed destiny." For countless martial artists, the mountain and sea mysteries were extremely dangerous, but contained life-changing opportunities. It is believed that after this time, countless strong people will emerge like rain. The secret realm of the mountain and the sea, the bones of the buried dragon. Here towers a pale green lotus, high enough to reach the sky. Infinite Taoist rhythm permeates, such as a bit of star drops, illusory and indeterminate. Old Ancestor Lin stepped into this place and his eyes instantly widened, looking around like crazy for something, but in the end, he found nothing. Who the hell stole the peach? When the mixed seed green lotus reaches the end of its lifespan, it will definitely drop the Dao seed that has been nurtured for 10,000 years. Asterisk. Where did my green lotus emperor Dao seed go? Old Ancestor Lin was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes flashed with suspicion. Could it be those imperial clans? No way. They couldn't even get past the 10 Jedi. So how could they possibly reach the dragon-buried bone? Could it be that the conception has failed? Old Ancestor Lin sighed deeply. How are we going to explain this back? There was really no way he could accept the result. One must know that the Green Lotus Emperor Dao seed was a priceless treasure of the realm Divine Masters, and once it appeared, it would inevitably cause the realms to fight over it. How evil! Old Man Lin was speechless. Green Dragon Dynasty, Imperial Capital. Heavy rain poured down, swaying with the wind, like a cleansing day that washes everything. The subordinates within the martial mansion also had some time to rest, sitting under the eaves of the house and looking at the crashing rain. The crisp sound of dripping bricks, flower pots, trees and plants, and ironware sounds like nature playing and makes you want to close your eyes and rest. At that moment, there was a person standing outside the martial house. She was soaking wet, her black hair staining her neck and face, as if she had lost her soul. Lu Zhong fixed his eyes and immediately let out an ouch. Miss Purple Moon, aren't you in the War God Palace? Why don't you hold an umbrella? She was crying loudly, helplessly, even a little hysterically. The corner of Lu Zhong's mouth twitched slightly. What is this? Jun Ziyue has always been the only one who bullies and bullies others. What's wrong with her today? Chapter 64, Jun Ziyue's top operation, 2 shifts. Jun Ziyue is back. She was drenched in heavy rain and bawling, causing Morong Binger and the girls to look at her with a pang of heartache, until she entered the martial mansion, changed out of her wet clothes, and dried her petite body with a spirit talisman. She was still sitting on the chair and continuously sobbing. Morong Binger embraced her into her arms, gently caressing her, her voice gentle. Good girl, mother is here. No one can bully you. Who is responsible for secretly protecting Ziyu? Roll out. Jun Bagyo was furious and bellowed softly. As the words fell, a figure fell from the void and half-kneeled on the ground. Its subordinate. She was about 40 years old, with a 3rd-grade martial emperor battle power, and as long as Jun Ziyue went out, she would definitely protect her secretly. What the hell happened? Jun Biao looked down at her, her stern eyes multiplying the pressure on the latter. Eldest sister. It has nothing to do with her. It was me who encountered something in the War God Palace. At this moment, Jun Ziyue choked and spoke. I don't know if she's worried about the Carrion powerhouse telling the truth, or if she's preparing to tell some added truth herself. Jun Baiyao waved her hand impatiently, and the 3rd-grade martial emperor sighed in his heart as he turned around and left. Jun Wenin gently wiped away Ziyu's tears and inquired in a low voice. 5th sister. Say it, who bullied you? We'll help you out. Jun Ziyue looked at her mother and sister. Her heart warmed. It was so nice to have family. No matter how much aggression she suffered, there were them to hold the fort. I'm now completely isolated by the War God Palace. She was aggrieved and began to tell the truth. After she returned to the Battle God Palace, she was ready to make a splash in the Battle God Tower and become the brightest and most beautiful existence in the inner sect. However, when Jun Ziyue sent out invitations to her friends, none of them were willing to team up with her and distanced themselves. Even the so-called licking dogs don't want to lick her anymore. This made Jun Ziyu feel like the sky had fallen. Who is she? The treasure of the Jun family. The daughter of Dragon Slayer's martial arts father. Thanks to these identities, she flaunted her power in the War God Palace and no one dared to mess with her. But now what? Everyone turned away from her, alienated her, isolated her. It was as if Jun Ziyue, the person, was relying on the defense, which not only defiled people's eyes, but also made them feel sick to their stomachs and disgusted. It was not too depressing and sad for her, who had long been pampered, touted and flattered. Normally, Jun Ziyue would have been furious when she suffered such treatment and would have informed her parents at the first opportunity to seek justice for her. The reason why she came back only now was because there was someone she liked in the War God Palace. Luo Chang. Thunder Pole Marshal Exalt's own son, was superbly talented and even more handsome in appearance. There was a time when Jun Ziyu spied on him taking a bath, and just by looking at him, she decided that this man was her future husband. A few days ago, Jun Ziyu had to go out on a mission, and she was the first to send an invitation to Luo Chang to form a team. But that look in Luo Chang's eyes, she could never forget it in her life. Extreme disgust. It's like seeing dog on the street. Disgusting, not to mention with flies on it. Will you get away from me? Every time I see you, I get all uncomfortable. Go, don't stay with people like that. Luo Chang took the lead in alienating Jun Ziyu. She watched everyone walk away and was left all alone. So helpless, aggrieved, and innocent that she wanted to cry out. In the days that followed, everyone who encountered Jun Ziyu either sneered or spoke ill of her, and she outright became furious before being roundly matched, losing again and again, and being endlessly mocked. Even the daily resources were snatched away by the other female disciples. With the beautiful name, Escrow, Morong Binger's mother and daughters were already furious when they heard this, their beautiful eyes glaring round. Fine, fine. The War God Palace isolated my sister for no reason and organized people to bully her. Do you really think that our Jun family is a vegetarian? Deceiving people is too much. It seems like the War God Palace doesn't intend to take root in the Green Dragon dynasty. They laughed sardonically. Jun Ziyu's heart warmed when she saw the expressions on her family's faces. That's family. This is lumberjack. And the War God Palace kicked you out? Jun Bagyo saw that Jun Ziyu did not have half a scratch on her body and suppressed the fire in her heart as she asked one more question. Jun Ziyu's expression stagnated and she immediately lowered her head. Yes, because. That who? I. Seeing her stammering, Jun Bagyo chided. Tell me the truth. Being lectured like this, Jun Ziyu once again shed tears and immediately told the truth. After being alienated by the War God's palace, she sneaks into Luo Cheng's place late at night in order to win him back. Jun Ziyu was very confident in herself. Therefore, when Luo Chang returned, she stripped off her clothes, bathed in the moonlight, and showed off her exquisite delicate body to her heart's content. Nay, Luo Chang didn't buy it at all and directly summoned the law enforcement elder. At that moment, Jun Ziyu was in a hurry and panicked, and could only flee the War God Palace in the night. Upon hearing this, Morong Binger, Jun Baiyao, and Jun Wenin all froze, their eyes written with disbelief. Are you crazy? You're the daughter of the Jun family and you're actually following the example of a greenhouse girl who bares her breasts to seduce men. Jun Ziyu, are you stupid? The face of the Jun family is above all else. How can we see anyone in the future if you do such a nasty thing? Lowly, how can a girl do such a thing? Even if she does, it has to be between two lovers. Do you think you're so beautiful? You're the one who doesn't want it? The mother and daughter were furious. This is the lowest form of behavior. Not to mention Jun Ziyu, the entire Jun family, and even the Green Dragon dynasty, would be disgraced. Jun Ziyu was also in a hurry. I don't care. I am not married to Luo Chang in my life. I want him. What's wrong with me doing this for the man I love? I'm independent. I'm rational. I'm not brainless. I know what I'm doing. What's wrong with me putting up a fight for my love? She snarled as she wept. Morong Binger was so infuriated that she was trembling, pointing at her, itching to directly poke her to death. Jun Bio also hated to smack her, but had to calm down. Mother, this cannot be exposed, or our Jun family's reputation will surely be damaged. Right. You stay here quietly and don't go anywhere. Morong Binger quite agreed, glaring viciously at Jun Ziyu. Just as Jun Ziyu was about to retort, Lu Zhong deliberately aggravated his footsteps as a reminder. Madam, ladies, the master and young master are back. He bowed. Morong Binger and Jun Bagyo got up, and then had Jun Wenin watch this prodigal hoof, lest she continue her nonsense. Jun Ziyu gritted her teeth slightly. Neither her mother nor her sisters were on her side, but father certainly was. In this family, dad loves her the most. Inside the hall, the faces of Jun Shangtian and the others were ugly. Seeing this, Morong Binger became even more determined not to tell them about Purple Moon. Lots of bad stuff going on in this house lately. No one could stand it if it was all piled up together. After a little thought, Morong Binger decided to chat about family matters and relax, and her mouth only just opened when a shrill cry came from behind her. Father, you must bring justice to little Ziyu. Chapter 65, Good baby, don't be afraid. Father will seek justice for you. 3 shifts. Jun Shangtian just came back before his but was even warmed up. He heard his daughter crying and shouting, and was immediately annoyed. Isn't Purple Moon in the War God Palace? How come you're back? He asked in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, Jun Ziyue rushed into the hall, her two big eyes red and swollen from crying, causing Jun Shangtian, who was originally a bit angry, to instantly soften. The 6 daughters of the Jun family were his jewels, and no one could bully them, or else they would have to bear the wrath of the long-2 martial Exalt. Jun Bagyo looked up to the sky and sighed, completely hopeless. Morong Binger was silent and speechless, her temples hurting. Jun Wen-in, who then walked into the hall, helplessly spread her hands, her face full of innocence. Jun Ziyue flung herself into her father's arms and cried bitterly, recounting in tears her miserable ordeal in the War God Palace. Of course, she left out the part where she stripped herself naked. That piggy-love brain eased up a little, knowing full well that if he spoke up about it, he would either die or be hurt. As expected, Jun Shangwei's black hair danced wildly as he slapped the stone table. When my Jun family has no one, the War God Palace dares to blatantly bully my precious daughter. Damn it! Damn it! Good baby, don't be afraid. Daddy will get justice for you. Even Jun Ziyi's gaze was eerily cold as he repeatedly rubbed the ring on his finger. It must be that the War God Palace sees that my Qinglong dynasty has had a series of ups and downs in recent days, so it no longer hides its hypocritical face. Good, good, good. War God Palace, you wait for me. Jun Shangtian stood up violently, holding Ziyu's hand as he strutted outside. Jun Ziyi hurriedly followed. Father, I'll go with you. No need. You have already stepped into the 9th grade martial king. It's the right time for you to properly settle down. Jun Shangtian looked towards Morong Binger and the others, revealing a hint of a smile. This child has gained quite a lot. When I do justice to Ziyu, I will make the imperial dynasty coalesce to the wings of the supreme emperor for him. Great! Morong Binger instantly forgot about everything else, only Jun Ji in her eyes. Good baby, you are truly mother's pride. Jun Zhanlan's face was expressionless as he silently clenched his fists. Jun Biao and Jun Wenin just forced a smile. Jun Yunxin and Jun Miaotong, on the other hand, were laughing and clapping. Jun Ziyue gave a thank you and was slightly surprised. Jun Ziyi scratched his head with an expression of embarrassment at being praised, but inside he was very pleased. A family with different expressions. Everyone has a calculation in mind. I'm going to go there and I'll be back soon. Jun Shangtian collected his smile and waved his hand, directly summoning the Green Dragon treasure ship. I'll follow. Jun Baiyao was still a little worried and brought Jun Ziyu along. War God Mountain. War God Palace. A Green Dragon treasure ship converged its light and hovered above the Battle God Mountain, and a terrifying martial exalted pressure spread out, like a party of heaven and earth falling down, causing people to lose their colors in horror. Jun Shangtian stood at the prow of the ship, overlooking everything below, his eyes widening in rage. Thunder Extreme Martial Exalt, get the hell out of here. This roar was like a dragon's roar, spreading over 1,000 miles of land, as if a giant dragon was awakening and destroying everything. For a while, the Battle God Palace boiled over. Everyone raised their heads to look at the treasure ship outside the palace protection formation. Dragon Slayer Martial Honor? And that Jun Ziyue? How dare you come back? Calling out the family when you're aggravated is such a giant baby. Don't you see what kind of virtue you have that we would be afraid of? However, the inner disciples sneered in disdain. Other side. When the Thunder Extreme Martial Exalt returned from the mountain and sea mysterious realm, he entered a secret chamber to retreat. Now that he had stepped into the 2nd grade of Martial Exalt, his breath was long and continuous, and his strength was even further advanced. Facing the ferocious-looking Dragon Slaughter Martial Exalt, not only was he not afraid, he instead revealed a hideous smile. I've been waiting for you. Today let you old beast see what kind of little you raised yourself. Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign's figure shifted, and when he reappeared, he was already leading the War God Palace powerhouses to stand in the void. When Jun Shangtian saw him appear, arrogance and contempt were written all over his face as he sneered. Thunder Pole Martial Exalt, I have never had any grudges against you, and I have even entrusted my daughter to the Battle God Palace to keep the two families close. You are good. You ordered people to alienate my daughter, bully her, abuse her, and hurt her. Do you really think that my title of Dragon Slayer Martial Exalt is given casually? He roared with fury to get justice for his daughter. Jun Ziyue looked towards the Thunder Extreme Martial Exalt before looking down at the inner disciple who was bullying her, tilting her head, her eyes full of smugness and disdain. Thunder light bloomed around Thunder Extreme Martial Exalt, staring straight at Jun Shangtian with a mocking smile. That's what she deserved. What? Jun Shangtian was stunned. How dare you slander it this time? Your daughter was arrogant and domineering in the War God Palace, flaunting her power and humiliating how many outer disciples. Even, she caused a genius who was about to enter the inner sect to have his roots and bones destroyed. and finally had a psychological breakdown and hanged himself. Do you, as a father, know about the acts of throwing disciples into cesspools, arresting people in the middle of the night and abusing them, etc.? Thunder Extreme Martial Exalt usually couldn't care less about these things, and if it wasn't for the elders informing him, he would still be in the dark. Coupled with Jun Sho's relationship, he decided not to hold back any longer. This man must be made to taste the evil of the earth. Jun Shangtian's gaze was dull. His neck felt like it was wound up. Turning stiffly to look at his precious daughter, Jun Ziyue shrunk her neck and hastily retorted, "No, I didn't do it." One look at her reaction. Jun Shangtian knew that she was lying in her heart, but after all, it's your own daughter. What to do? Spoiled. He clenched his teeth, and directly hit back. Humph. That must be because the other party doesn't know what's good for them. Otherwise how could my daughter do that? The War God Palace elders were stupefied. How could this person be so double-standard? If your daughter suffers a little, she'll die, but if someone else suffers, she doesn't know what's good for her? The Thunder Pole Martial Sovereign clapped his hands together and laughed in anger. Good. Jun Shangtian, you said it well. You're afraid that you don't realize that if it weren't for your daughter, my War God Palace would not have suffered heavy losses. How are you going to pay for this debt? How are you going to settle it? Jun Shangtian was stunned again. I just hit a rake backwards. You hit a rake backwards again. There is no end to it. Jun Ziyue was also confused. What did I do? Before Jun Shangtian could get angry, the Thunder Pole Martial Exalt bellowed toward the bottom. Bring Night Tide up here. Hearing this name, Jun Ziyue's body went cold. Her lips lost their color in an instant, trembling constantly as she hurriedly grabbed her father's arm. Father, I don't want justice. I want to go home. Back now. Jun Shangtian thought his precious daughter was frightened and gave a relieved cry. Don't be afraid. Father and your sister are here. Nothing will happen. Jun Bio, on the other hand, furrowed her brows. She thought there must be something wrong with her sister. Yu Tide was brought up, one of the two martial emperors who had attacked Jun Zizai in the first place, and the other had already been crushed. Now he was colorless and depressed, and as soon as he saw so many people, he immediately screamed frantically. I didn't have to do it. She instructed me. Kill me. Kill me now. He clutched his head and kept clawing at his hands, his eyes about to fall out. At this time, Mind Tide ghostly looked towards Jun Ziyu. Jun Ziyue instantly panicked. She desperately pulled Jun Shangtian to try to leave. But the more this happened, the more Jun Shangtian felt that he had to do justice to his baby girl, to ruthlessly take out this bad breath. Seeing this scene, Thunder Extreme Martial Exalt's heart was filled with the pleasure of breaking the truth. Do you know why she's afraid? Because this person is one of the assassins that Jun Ziyu sent to deal with Jun Zizai. Rumble. The moment the words landed on the ground, the War God Mountain resounded with terrifying thunder for no reason, as if it was saying something. Chapter 66, the Jun family becomes a laughingstock. The chickens fly and the dogs jump, for shifts. The thunderous light shone on Jun Shangtian and Jun Baiyao's faces, showing off their expressions wonderfully. Jun Ziyue's face turned white, her lips trembling as she screamed. Nonsense! I never sent anyone to kill that loser. What exactly have I done? Your War God Palace had to slander me and divide me from my loved ones. Father, big sister, you must believe me. I definitely did not do such a thing. At this moment Jun Ziyue regretted it to the extreme. It wasn't that she regretted sending someone to abolish Jun Zizai, but rather she regretted that this matter had been exposed. There was only one thought on her mind today. That is, why didn't Jun Ziyan die? As long as he's dead, none of this will happen. Jun Bagio's eyes were frighteningly cold at this moment, as if they were devoid of any emotion as they stared straight at Jun Ziyu. She had grown up taking care of these sisters and knew all about their personalities. Jun Ziyue would babble and tremble all over when she lied, especially when her eyes would flutter around. She's lying. Thinking of this, Jun Bagio's eyes reddened. Her whole heart felt like it was going to split open, a sharp pain hitting her soul in bursts. Self-contained. What kind of life are you living? At home you're worse than a dog. Everyone hates you and bullies you. They even tried to kill you after you left. Jun Bagio was still glaring angrily at Jun Ziyu, but she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. Jun Shangtian did not speak. His eyes were empty as if he had lost focus. Someone's trying to kill the rebel son? And his favorite daughter? Why? Aren't they blood brothers and sisters? But when Jun Shangtian twisted his head to look at Jun Ziyue, his eyes hesitated again. He, still, preferred to trust his daughter. Jun Zi and that rebellious son baptized by the witch barbaric dynasty, do not understand the norms, do not have the filial piety as a son of the people should have. and even more so, also use self-mutilation to gain sympathy, is a major tumor. Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign, did that rebellious son give you any favors, allowing you to stray from my affinity with my daughter? The more Jun Shangtian thought about it, the more it tasted right, and he immediately roared out, obeying. The Thunder Extreme Martial Emperor froze. The elders and disciples were also completely confused. Is that something a dad could say? Truly, in the hundreds of years that Thunder Extreme Martial Exalt had lived, he had never seen such a sickly family, all epileptics. If you don't believe me, you can conduct a soul search on Utide. Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign was cold, he no longer wants to live anyway. Utide took his fists and kept smashing his head, his eyes like vultures staring dead at Jun Ziyu as he screamed in frantic rage. Jun Ziyu, it was you! You're the one who made me and Jiashu go and waste Jun Zizai. Said he'd break his remaining 9 fingers and then make him kneel on the ground and learn to bark. The whole thing should be preserved in a shadow-keeping stone so that he will not be allowed to go home for the rest of his life. You wicked woman! You dirty heart and rotten lungs! Don't even fight hand-to-hand! You're meaner than. The entire war god palace echoed with Utide's catharsis and accusation. The disciples who had taken the lead in isolating Jun Ziyue were even more filled with hatred at this point. Damn! This woman is really the best of the best. Even her own brother is treated so cruelly? Big brother Luo Chang is right. When a snake woman is around, sooner or later something is going to happen. What is the hatred between relatives? The elder disciples were in an uproar. Unexpectedly, the beautiful and delicate Jun Ziyu had such a dirty and vicious heart. Jun Ziyue was scared to the core, pointing at Utide and continuously letting out a stern scream. You fart! Dead trash wrongly accused me. I want you to die. Jun Shangtian gazed at Jun Ziyue, a little at a loss for words for a moment. Those words just now were like a needle sticking into his heart. I want a soul search. His voice was grim. In any case, the truth must be seen. Jun Ziyue hurriedly pounced on her, tugging at her father's sleeve robe with a deadly grip, but the latter yanked violently, yanking her to the ground. Perhaps at this moment, Jun Shangtian's heart began to waver. He reached out and clasped Thyatara's head, who looked relieved and muttered, finally I can die. Soul searching. A memory replayed in Jun Shangtian's sea of consciousness like a walking lantern. However, because Thyatide was overly fearful, it caused the soul to be extremely damaged and could only see some fragmented fragments. Jun Ziyue promised the 2 men that they would go and waste Jun Ziyue. Coming to a hut and seeing Jun Zizai's face, they sneered to waste him. Luckily this was stopped. Supreme Elder Jun Shi stepped in. Jun Shangtian trembled madly, as if a volcano was about to erupt. The moment the palm of his hand was loosened, Utide fell from a high altitude and has not made a sound since. All without words. The silence of the moment was deafening. Jun Shangtian slowly turned around, and those eyes, cold as frost and crimson as blood, stared at Jun Ziyu. No words, no punishment. There were only eyes full of disappointment. Jun Ziyu whimpered and cried, constantly shedding tears, kneeling on the ground at a loss for words. What to do? What the hell to do? She hadn't even thought about this day. All of your Jun family are extremely good, the worst of the best. I've heard of Jun Zizai. 20 years of working to fund the rise of the Green Dragon Dynasty. And you guys are killing him like a dog? It's really funny. Get lost you guys. From now on Jun Ziyue is no longer a disciple of my war god palace. Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign's smile was filled with sarcasm. It was really cool to see Jun Shangtian in this death-defying state. Jun Ziyue rolled and crawled to hold Jun Shangtian's legs in death, tears hitting her pretty face as she begged bitterly. Father, it's because I'm confused that I've made this little mistake. A wisp of blood tears flowed from the corner of Jun Bagyo's eyes as her killing intent rippled. That's a small mistake. Snap. Jun Ziyue's entire body was slapped out. She was on the ground crying and wailing in pain. The slap marks on the right side of her face were clearly visible and blood was coming out of her ear. Don't shut up yet. Jun Shangtian's entire face was twisted like a ghost. Even his palms were trembling. Go back. He can't afford to lose this one. Or rather, from now on, their Jun family had been reduced to a laughingstock. Boom! The Green Dragon treasure ship broke through the air. How arrogant you are when you come. How wretched you are when you go. Woofu! The hall was already depressing to the extreme. Jun Ziyue was still sobbing. She covered her cheeks and looked to her mother and the girls with tears in her eyes, hoping to help plead for mercy. On your knees. But Jun roared to the heavens. Like an angry dragon roaring. Everyone was taken aback. Jun Ziyu reluctantly knelt down. But in her heart, she already hated Jun Zizai. Why did you let someone go and waste Jun Zizai? What exactly has he done to wrong you? You're happy when he's dead? Nowadays, Jun Zizai cannot die. He's a sacred dragon's son, carrying the fortunes of the Green Dragon dynasty. Yes, I don't believe this, but the dynasty is in turmoil and the ministers are complaining. What can I do? But what about you? What kind of a thing are you to get him killed? Jun Shangtian finally found a breakthrough to vent and yelled like crazy. The moment these words came out, Morong Binger, Jun Zhanlan, and Jun Miaotong all had their hearts beating wildly. Jun Ziyi was outwardly shocked, and inwardly he was saying that it was a pity. If he had gotten him killed, everything would have been fine. Jun Yunshin shrunk her head and dared not speak. One must know that she was the one who had found Jun Zizai's location in the first place, before urging the fifth sister to take action. Really? She's the one to blame. Kneeling on the ground, Jun Ziyu's tears welled up as she looked incredulously at her father who loved her the most. You yelled at me? You're yelling at me for a piece of dead trash? You haven't done that to me since I was a kid. Right. I'm just going to waste him and let him fend for himself. To have no talent and no ability. Waste is waste and deserves to die. Hearing this, Jun Zhanlan's beautiful eyes filled with tears as she reprimanded. He is your younger brother. A brother whose blood is thicker than water. My brother is only Ji. I won't recognize this punk Jun Zizai. Jun Ziyu spoke back in a counter-vocalized backhanded manner. She gasped frantically, her teeth clenched taut. Had I known that I should have gotten Jun Zizai killed in the first place instead of torturing. Morong Binger covered her mouth and cried in pain. Why? My precious daughter. Why are you like this? Jun Xiangweather was trembling and her hand lifted again. Against the grain. Do you still have a daughter like this? With that, he was about to make his move. But someone beat him to it. Phew! The sound of cutting through the air rang out. With that, Jun Ziyu screamed and jumped up from the ground, her palms frantically rubbing her delicate buttocks as she looked at her big sister in panic. Jun Bagyo held a chicken feather duster in her hand and continuously injected her aura as she approached Jun Ziyu step by step. Killing your own brother. You are simply the most wicked sister in this world. What the hell did he do to you? You're going to waste 9 of his fingers. Griffin's still live, but you don't even give him a chance to survive. She rebuked and swung her chicken feather duster at the same time, beating Jun Ziyu to the point where she jumped and cried. Sis, don't hit it. It hurts. Jun Ziyu was running all over the house, crying until her tears were almost dry, screaming until her throat was almost mute. But Jun Baiyao had absolutely no intention of stopping, hitting harder and harder. In the end, she could only run outside, and Jun Bagyo copied the chicken feather duster and chased after her. At once, the Marshall mansion was in chaos and the chickens flew. Chapter 67, What's wrong with this family? The beast ring. Jun Ziyu was lashed dozens of times, and blood seeped out, soaking her clothes, but she couldn't care less about that and ran while crying, turning her head every now and then to see if her big sister had caught up. Bang! Tripped over the threshold. She tumbled like a leather ball and fell out of the gate of the Marshall mansion, sprawling on the ground in a sorry state, even chewing on a mouthful of dog, or their own dogs. Vomit. Jun Ziyu was on the verge of collapsing. Where was her usual overbearing and arrogant appearance? There was only misery, wretchedness, and a foul odor. Passers-by jumped at the sight. The daughter of the Wu family eating in the street? What a chic hobby. At that moment, Jun Bagyo caught up. She was still angry and swung her chicken feather duster at Jun Ziyu. Thighs, arms, butt, snap. The aura fluctuations made crunching sounds, hundreds of them, and instantly flung themselves at Jun Ziyu's body. Whoa. Don't fight big sis. I'm sorry. I'll never dare talk back to you guys again. Whoa. It hurts so much. Father, mother, brother, help me. Big sister. I'm your dearest fifth sister. Jun Ziyu was snotty. Gusts of excruciating pain made her wail, wanting to use her sisterly love to awaken her big sister to her favor. However, she was overthinking it. Jun Bagyo had been holding her breath all this time, and now that she had found a vent, she couldn't listen to a word. Sisterhood. After the chicken feather duster was infused with aura, it became thick and strong, lashing at Jun Ziyu's body one after the other, smashing the buttocks flesh. Jun Ziyu, who had fallen to the ground with her mouth full of, screamed miserably and curled up, not daring to fight back at all. In this moment, she was afraid. Is big sister trying to kill her? Apologize to self or not? Jun Bagyo finally spoke. Where would Jun Ziyu dare to retort? Not caring if would fall into her mouth, she nodded frantically. I apologize. Jun Shangtian's family stood at the entrance to the Marshall house. Seeing Jun Bagyo beat up so hard, they didn't do it themselves. At this time, Junzi's eyes rolled. It's time to make an entrance. He swooped over and slid right down to his knees. Big sister, you have to stop fighting. Fifth sister knows it's wrong. If you still want to fight, hit me. Fifth sister has been wronged enough. With that said, Junzi used his own body to protect Junziue, exposing his back to Jun Bagyo. Jun Biao stared at him coldly, and for some reason, a wave of nausea flooded her insides. Junziue was touched to the core. Good brother, you're the only one willing to protect me. It's not in vain that I sent someone to waste Junziji. Sure enough, Junzizai was a dead waste trash. Enough! Jun Shangtian and Morong Binger spoke almost simultaneously. Baby girl can fight. Their precious son must not be hurt. Haven't you made enough of a mess? Get lost and go back. Jun Shangtian glared at Jun Ziyu with extreme dissatisfaction. And with a fling of his hand, he turned around and headed back to the mansion. Jun Ziyue was helped up by Jun Ziyi and was moved to sob uncontrollably. Brother, it's really thanks to you. As she spoke, something seemed to spurt out of her mouth and stain Jun Ziyi's clothing. Jun Ziyi's first reaction was to want to kill someone. Fortunately, years of green tea acting made him hold back his killing intent and stifled. You're welcome. The gates of the Marshall house are closed. However, the scene that had just occurred could not be concealed, and would surely spread at an alarming speed. Back to the hall. The limping Jun Ziyu didn't dare to sit but could only kneel on the ground. And in her heart, she had already cursed Jun Zizai 100,000 times. Get the hell out to the backyard and be confined for a month. Jun Xianghe hadn't completely worn off and was too lazy to look at Jun Ziyu. How could Jun Ziyu dare to say anything and bowed her head in agreement? Father, calm down. Fifth sister is good-natured and naive. It's inevitable that she will act a little out of character. Jun Ziyi, who had changed clothes again, opened his mouth to persuade. Morong Binger was all smiles. Good son is right. The beating has been done. Ziyu knows she is wrong. Well, that's it for now. Jun Shangtian was a bit tired and didn't want to talk about it anymore. However, Jun Bagyo, Jun Zhanlan, and Jun Miaotong thought otherwise. Jun Biao hurriedly said, Father, what about ZZ? Jun Shangtian pinched his brow and his tone took a sharp turn. It's true that what Ziyu did in this matter was wrong, but in the final analysis, it's still that rebellious son who broke away from the family and caused so many things to happen. That's right, all the blame is on. Jun Ziyu was about to say something else when Jun Baiyao's murderous eyes made her immediately shut her stinking mouth. Shouldn't we pick up Zizai back? Jun Zhanlan was also a little anxious. Ever since he saw through Jun Ziyi's hypocritical mask, he realized that the old Jun ZZZ was not that bad. More importantly, Jun ZZ returned to the Jun family, and his own tranquilizing flowers might just come to life. Pick up. He's been away from the clan for almost a year, and he doesn't know to come back for a visit. Now that the world has learned of his departure and knows that the Green Dragon dynasty can't afford him, how will they talk about our Jun family behind their backs? The more this happens, the more that rebellious son doesn't show his face, the more sinister the city is, and the more he wants our Jun family to be criticized and punished. If we pick up this sinful animal, won't it be a fact that we are treating him poorly? It was fine if he didn't say it, but once he did, Jun Shangtian's anger reignited. Morong Binger's eyes darkened and she sighed softly. It's all my fault for not teaching him properly, making the home unlike a home and even hand-to-hand combat. If he returns, he must change these vices, otherwise he is not allowed to eat at the table. She was so disappointed. Not to Jun Ziyu. If it was to Jun ZZ, the pupils of Jun Biao's trio quake. Somewhat caught off guard, it was clearly Jun Ziyu who had committed a great mistake. How did it turn out in the end that Jun ZZ was the one who had committed a great crime? What's wrong with this family? Well, enough of the bad stuff. Jun Shangtian looked towards Jun Ziyi, his eyes full of doting. Ziyi, you consolidate your cultivation well, and 7 days later, I will coalesce the wings of the Supreme Emperor for you. Yes, please don't worry. Father, Jun Ziyi smiled confidently. Jun Shangtian finally revealed a smile. Within these children of the Marshall house, this child was the only one who was most reassuring to him. It is a great relief to have this son. He didn't delay long, and immediately entered the palace to inform Jun Gaowu of this matter. Although the Green Dragon dynasty had failed to obtain resources in the mountain and sea mysteries, the bottom line was still there, and it wasn't as if it had fallen apart. It was only in recent months that there had been a series of natural disasters and the treasury was empty, causing Jun Gaowu irritation and headaches. 9th grade Marshall King now? He was quite happy to hear that Jun Ziyi was making rapid progress. Finally, a good thing. Jun Shangtian laughed. Ziyi made a slight gain within the secret territory. Good. 7 days later, condensed to the wings of the Emperor of Perfection, Jun Gaowu sealed the deal. Palace, Great Dragon Field. It's a dull day with gray clouds. Jun Ziyi was resting his eyes with his eyes closed as his aura transformed into wings behind him, gently dancing with the wind. Below them were the Jun family, the royal family, and the clan elders. At that moment, Jun Ziyi opened his eyes. A strong desire to conquer filled his heart. The position of the sacred dragon son of the district is not something I wish for. What I want is the supreme throne. The Green Dragon dynasty is the first step, followed by the northern spiritual domain, and even the entire extraterritorial domain. Jun Ziyi's eyes were filled with ambition, and out of the corner of his eye, he looked down at the inconspicuous Wei Wen. Wei Wen couldn't stop the excitement and relief in his eyes, and secretly said in his heart, recasting the glory of the white tiger, "It all depends on you, my child." Clan elders, begin. Jun Ziyi spoke slowly, his body permeated with powerful confidence. The clan elders nodded and threw heavenly materials towards the void. Resources are like the sea, surging towards the sky. This scene fell in the eyes of the royals, and there was nothing but envy. Jun Ziyi gazed at the heavenly treasures roaming the sky and quietly turned his finger ring. Senior, the promise you and I made, is it true? A supreme emperor's wing is just a trivial matter. When you step into the martial emperor realm, remember to repair my divine soul for me and cast its body again. A beastly roar rang out from within the ring, filled with arrogance and disdain. This beast ring was obtained by Jun Ziyi from the mountain and sea mysteries, but it was not handed over, and there was even a beast soul hidden inside. It was what made Jun Ziyi's confidence grow. Ha 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 ha, come on then. Jun Ziyi's bravado rushed to the clouds and his laughter was like thunder, giving people a grandeur that was unrivaled in the world. Chapter 68 Wings of 10,000 Beasts. Would it be a bit too much? One more? The Emperor's wings were the symbol of the martial emperor. It is categorized into 4 qualities: inferior, intermediate, superior and supreme. The higher the quality, the more heavenly materials and earthly treasures were needed, and the more difficult it was to coalesce. Most martial emperor powerhouses could only condense the lower multiplying emperor's wings even if they emptied out their family's fortune. Jun Zhanlan's emperor's wings were the mid-range emperor's wings. It also has another name, called the Scarlet Emperor's twin wings, which must kill for a long period of time before it can be cultivated, and once it is activated, the blood-colored murderous aura fills up the place in 100 feet radius, and its power is extremely terrifying. Each type of emperor's wings had different wonderful uses. Some advocated speed, some were the main defense, and some could work with martial arts, bursting out with wonderful battle power. As the Holy Dragon's son in the plain sense of the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty, Jun Ziyi was bound to not be able to coalesce the lower multiplying emperor's wings, and had to be supreme. In the midst of his thoughts, Jun Ziyi swept up high into the air and pocketed all the heavenly treasures. Formally advanced to martial emperor. Rumble. Pounds of majestic aura like a volcano erupting like that, swept out from his body, vast like the sea, making many people shocked. Such an amount of aura storage is already beyond an ordinary martial emperor, and GE is only at the martial king realm. The Grand Clan Elder stroked his whiskers and let out a sigh of emotion. The other clan elders were also filled with relief. The future is fortunate to have him. Jun Shangtian and the others revealed a look of pride as they sniffed. Every praise from others was very flattering to them. Only Jun Bagyo, Jun Zhanlan, and Jun Wanyin had complex expressions on their faces, especially the king's war orchid. She's a mess right now. It was good that her brother was talented, but the scene that happened in the mountain and sea mystic realm chilled her to the core. In the void, Jun Ziyi closed his eyes as a low beastly roar emanated from within his body. Tiger whistles, leopard roar, bear roar, dragon roar, the phoenix chirps. The roars of various types of ferocious beasts were mixed together, pouring out a wild and domineering savage atmosphere that impacted the minds and souls of countless people. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 huge lumps of flesh bulged behind his back and began to wriggle crazily. By the end of the flutter, 2 blood-stained bone wings drilled hard out of it. The sharp pain drilled through his heart, causing Jun Ziyi's face to distort a little. However, he didn't give up on this and immediately revolved the Heaven Stage technique, the 10,000 Dragons technique. Buzz. Countless resources were devoured, transformed into the purest energy, and continuously injected into the bone wings. In an instant, the bone wings glowed with splendor. It was as if it was like living and dying, flesh and blood flying and swept away. eventually condensing the wings of 10,000 beasts. The Emperor's wings that condense 10,000 beast souls into one. Definitely the best of the best in terms of supreme quality. It seems that this child has gained a great deal within the mountain and sea mysteries. My heart is very comforted. According to ancient texts, this seems to be called the wing of 10,000 beasts. When this wing comes out, all beasts submit. It is the appearance of a beast king. The crowd praised it in turn. Some knowledgeable scholars are even more complimentary. Morong Binger proudly puffed out her chest. Worthy of being my good baby. Well done. Under my careful tutelage. He is the true heaven's pride. Jun Shangtian laughed brightly. Jun Ziyue tilted her snow-white neck up and said smugly, "That's not true. What kind of bull asterisk heaven's pride is not as good as Ziyi stick?" She was still in solitary confinement. But after Jun Ziyi's pleading, her parents agreed to let her come and watch. If she continues to be so excellent, those heavenly prides will not be able to survive. Jun Yunxin covered her mouth and laughed lightly. In an extremely good mood, Jun Miaodong was so excited that she jumped and jumped. Ziyi, you're the best. Sister loves you. Jun Bio. However, let out a long sigh. If ZZ is also here, his talent should be no less than that of little brother. This was said, and the agitated atmosphere instantly froze. Jun Jialan and Jun Wanin couldn't help but give big sister a thumbs up in their hearts. The queen of the cold. What's the point of mentioning that rebellious son on a fine day? Jun Shangtian's smile went cold and his tone was dissatisfied. Morong Binger also furrowed her willow brows. On what basis does ZZ compare to Ji? You're not looking down on Ji. That's it. Who is that punk to compare with Ji? Jun Yunxin's trio laughed even more coldly. Jun Baiyao's eyes reddened slightly. He was invalidated twice, yet he still managed to cultivate to martial king. He's a waste? What are the three of you? In one sentence, the three Jun Yunxin girls were disliked with embarrassment, but their mouths were still muttering about waste dead trash. Enough! Jun Shangtian reprimanded. Great day. I don't want to hear any words about the rebellious son. Jun Bagyo pursed her red lips and silently clenched her jade hands. She must get her brother back. The brother should be compensated. After all, they are a family of flesh and blood. Rumble. Right at this moment, the sky above the great dragon field was covered in dark clouds, and thousands of thunderbolts snaked and scurried through the clouds, forming an ancient picture. 9 streaks of thunder of different colors branded the dome of the sky, filling it with tyrannical and terrifying fluctuations, causing the faces of the crowd to change in shock. Why is there a thunderbolt? It shouldn't be. Nope. This is the 9 heavenly thunder flare diagram. It's a vision. It is said that when the wings of the Supreme Emperor are condensed, there will be a heaven and earth phenomenon that will appear with a very small probability. The horrified expressions of the crowd instantly turned into ecstasy. Morong Binger was so excited that she cried on the spot, and then looked at her eldest daughter, seemingly pleased with herself. Can Jun ZZ make it this far? Jun Bagyo was speechless. Ha ha ha, come on. Jun Ziyi put the wings of the 10,000 beasts inside his body and laughed up at the sky, revealing his domineering aura. At that instant, the 9 heavenly thunder flare diagram emitted a heaven-destroying fluctuation. A red-colored thunder ripped through the void and angrily blasted down. Together, the second way, 3 ways, 9 ways. The 9 heavenly thunder flare diagram didn't stop for half a second, as one thunder followed another thunder bombarded down furiously, causing the entire imperial capital to completely quiet down. Jun Ziyi directly opened the green dragon triple transformation. He had already cultivated to the peak, transforming into a green tyrannical dragon, hardening himself to withstand the thunderous bombardment and falling straight to the ground of the great dragon field. Boom! Scales shattered and blood sprayed. All of them changed color and felt a great deal of emotion inside. Jun Ziyi's display of unyielding will and tenacity really impressed them. He already has the character that a strong man should have. Jun Gaowu looked at this scene and also gave it an extremely high rating. At this time, the 9 heavenly thunder flare diagram gradually dispersed. Jun Ziyi braced himself and stood up, his blood-covered face filled with ecstasy. Through the visions, the wings of the beasts will surely go further. You have done well. The wings of 10,000 beasts have been through the 9 heavens thunder flare diagram. More condensed and more. The spirit of the beast was also very satisfied. But, he was just in the middle of his sentence when his voice suddenly became horrified. Jun Ziyi was still settling in the atmosphere of joy, not noticing the strange change in the beast's soul in the slightest, and his smile became more and more arrogant and complacent. Ha ha ha, I have become. This sacred dragon son has become a success. The wings of the supreme 10,000 beasts, a perfect success. He had finally trampled Jun ZZ under his feet. According to what Jun Zz had revealed, the highest was a 9th grade martial king, yet now he was a martial emperor. The pent-up frustration that had been building for so long could finally be soothed out. But the next moment, Jun Z's expression changed dramatically. Rapture's face turned into disbelief, murmuring, anxiousness, panic, and finally, mortal rage. Where are my royal wings? Jun Z is going crazy. Inside him, it was empty. The Supreme Emperor's wings, which had been condensed with so much effort, had disappeared. That's not all. His realm had also dropped from a 1st grade martial emperor to a 9th grade martial king in the blink of an eye. The truth is that joy breeds sorrow. Zidu. There are grocery stores for everything. Jun Zz was observing the chaos furnace refining spirit talismans. Suddenly, he remembered the ancient god's broken arm. The 7-day period is here again. Buzz. The aura infused into the broken arm of the ancient god, and inches of space collapsed, as if traveling through the ancient and modern future. Jun Zz was in no hurry, drawing talismans and feeling around at the same time. Soon the space recovered. He looked down and immediately revealed a stunned expression. Ha? You even stole this? Wouldn't that be a bit excessive? Chapter 69, Morong Binger's True Face. Playing the remaining fever, 2 shifts. Jun Zz's expression was complicated. The ancient god grasped an object in his severed arm. That's the wings of the emperor. Its mold and shape was very similar to Jun Z's wings of the 10,000 beasts. Well, it's Jun Z's. Jun Zz was no stranger to the wings of the 10,000 beasts. Back then, Jun Z relied on the wings of the 10,000 beasts to battle the witch barbarians, rob the relics, and suppress many of the heavenly prides. So it could be said that one person had suppressed the entire generation. Unexpectedly, the ancient god Broken Arm had actually stolen the wings of the 10,000 beasts. This caught Jun Zz somewhat off guard. The surface of the wings of 10,000 beasts was branded with dense ancient lines, and between the flashes of lightning, it was as if there was a spirit among them. But under the suppression of the ancient god's broken arm, it didn't dare to make any movement at all. I remember that Jun Z has a ring that harbors the soul of a beast. Jun Z dispersed his thoughts. It was because of the existence of the beast soul that Jun Z was able to grow rapidly and break through the limits time and time again. Later, when Jun Z dominated the Green Dragon dynasty, he sacrificed millions of living beings in his city to the beast soul as a gift of thanks. If anything, Wei Wun, his own father, taught Jun Ji to be stoic and venomous. Then the beast soul is a complete amplification of this hardiness. Thinking of this, Jun Zz shrugged his shoulders and smiled. It's all so old from a previous life that it doesn't matter. Can I use it if I'm a Can grand martial artist? He looked down at the wings of the beasts, muttering a bit. As if hearing Jun Z's voice, the wings of the 10,000 beasts slowly flew up, restraining all sharpness and actively sticking at his back. It could be seen that it was very careful for fear of hurting Jun Z's eye. Very different from the frenzy that Jun Ji felt when he coalesced it. Buzz. The wings of the 10,000 beasts perfectly integrated into Jun Z's body. At the same time, a wisp of subtle divine thought came as if to say, "Can I borrow some blood?" Jun Zz was somewhat speechless. You are no longer the best of the Supreme Emperor's wings. Are you so humble? It was fortunate that Jun Z didn't see this scene, or else he would have been pissed off alive. The wings of the 10,000 beasts, which he had gambled his life to successfully condense, was as humble as a dog in front of Jun Z's eye. After spitting, Jun Zz still gave it a drop of blood. The blood landed on the surface of the wings of 10,000 beasts and was quickly absorbed. Not only could Jun Z's eye clearly feel the presence of the wings of the 10,000 beasts, there was also a terrifying and domineering martial emperor pressure lurking. It counts as having an undercurrent. Jun Zz smiled faintly. A grand martial master has the pressure of a martial emperor? Who would believe that? He then proceeded to mash the 12 charms. This item works wonders. Once it sells, it's an absolute firecracker. Imperial capital. Martial mansion. Jun Z was lying on the bed, his face pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his entire body shriveled. Morong Binger looked distressed. Bao, not afraid. If you can coalesce once, you can coalesce a second time. Mother believes in you. Martial kings and martial emperors are the watershed of martial artists. The process of aura moving towards materialization. Jun Shangtian spoke with a face full of helplessness, his eyes flashing with a hint of disappointment. In a martial artist's lifetime, they can only condense the emperor's wings once. If you fail, you will stop there for the rest of your life, with no further refinement to speak of. Hearing this, Jun Z's anger was so great that he directly sprayed out a mouthful of reverse blood. So that he can only be a martial king for the rest of his life? Might as well kill him then. Who he is. The future rulers of the Green Dragon and White Tiger dynasties. The emperors of the two dynasties, and the strongest heavenly pride of the Northern Spirit domain. Never stagnate. The clan elders on the sidelines also sighed. They searched the ancient scriptural instruments and were puzzled. The big wings of the beast, how come they're suddenly gone? Blame it on Jun ZZ. Jun ZUS spoke coldly. The crowd immediately gathered their gazes on her, their expressions unkind. Instead, Jun Shangtian felt quite justified, his neck veins rippling. That's right, he's the one who did it, carrying the name of the Holy Dragon's son, suppressing the dragon vein, benefiting the dynasty, and even affecting the Jun family's fortune. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm certain that it's definitely this rebellious son who has victimized us. If not, what explanation can you give for Ze's emperor's wings? The clan elders stared wide-eyed and finally nodded their heads in silent agreement. Beyond that, there's no other answer. At those words, Morong Binger's face sank. She slapped the table, her voice dripping with ferocity. Retrograde son, what a bastard. It's all his fault. He caused GE to stop at Martial King for the rest of his life. As the elder brother, shouldn't he give way to his younger brother? Isn't it just the Holy Dragon's son position? Can't it be given to the younger brother? I gave birth to him and raised him. He breaks his finger to return the favor. And even if he doesn't come home for a year, he still persecutes us. I've been so good to him and he's ungrateful. The series of tirades caused Jun Bagyo and the others to look stunned. Even Jun Shangtian was a bit surprised. In the past, she was gentle and elegant, dignified and graceful. How is this? Vicious now. As long as she touched Jun Ge, she would instantly change into a different person. Very different from her old days. I don't know if it's a matter of concern or revealing my true colors. Don't say anything, let Ze get some rest. Let's go outside and think of something. The Grand Clan Elder waved his hand and led everyone out. Only Jun Ze was left in the room. He looked at the ceiling, his features becoming more and more twisted and hideous as he blamed Jun Zizai for all of his resentment and disobedience. Damn it, I've never seen anything this bizarre in my thousands of years of living. The beast soul couldn't help but spit as well. Jun Ze took a deep breath. His voice resigned. Senior, is there another way? Yes, there is, but well, speak quickly. No matter what the solution is, I want to advance to Martial Emperor. You need to look for a strong person of Martial Emperor or above, preferably on the verge of death, or seriously injured, and directly plunder them, and he who is plundered shall surely die. Jun Ze's eyes changed wildly, not hesitating, but wondering who would be better. He didn't give a damn about the man. Whoever gets in the way of getting stronger has to die. Suddenly, an old figure surfaced in Jun Ze's mind, the corners of his mouth raising in a sardonic smile. 10 clan elders. He was now relying on his treasure to hang on to his last breath, and instead of living like this, he should do something useful. Dad, Jun Ze called out. Jun Shangtian quickly came in and sat on the bed, gently stroking his son's hair with a gentle gaze. What's wrong? The wings of the beasts records a method. Jun Ze's eyes reddened as tears welled up. You can plunder the emperor's wings of martial emperors and above, and that person must be seriously injured or on the verge of death. How can I hurt others for my own selfishness? Just like the 10 clan elders taught me, one should keep one's feet on the ground. Seeing his good son crying so helplessly, Jun Shangtian was incomparably heartbroken. Suddenly, the name 10 clan elders burned into his mind. Yeah, the 10 clan elders are dying. Might as well play his last remaining role to help his precious son and die a worthy death. Don't be afraid, son. Father has made the decision for you. Jun Shangtian turned his head, his gaze incomparably resolute. Jun Ze hid in his father's arms, sobbing and nodding at the same time, but his eyes were filled with sinister venom, and the smug smile at the corner of his mouth was frightening. The 10 clan elders haven't been having a good time lately. If he hadn't relied on the 10,000-year-old ice bed to hang on to his last breath, he would have died long ago. When he opened his eyelids shakily, there were people standing all around him. There were his own kindred brothers, as well as reliable juniors, and his most favored and satisfied junior, Jun Ze. I'm happy that they all came to see me. The elder of the 10 clans smiled happily. At this time, the 9th clan elder gritted his teeth and said, Old 10, the matter is like this. As he spoke out the causes and consequences, the 10 clan elder was first filled with annoyance, feeling resentful for Jun Ge, but the further he got, the creepier he felt, and in the end, his entire body opened its eyes wide and gasped madly. I have merited the imperial dynasty, and you guys want to sacrifice me. He felt like the sky was falling. Chapter 70, Dead or Alive. Hunger marketing, 3 shifts. The 10 clan elders stared at the group, their eyes glazed over with a feeling of a rabbit dying. When he thought that he wanted to sacrifice Junshi because of a personal grudge, now it was like retribution that had befallen him. You are my brothers in arms and legs, with the same blood flowing in your veins. Now you're sacrificing me for his future. Do you have any humanity left? I was born and died for the Green Dragon Dynasty, giving most of my life, and in the end, I'm even going to be deprived of the qualifications that allow me to live on? He had old tears in his eyes and his heart was in his mouth. These so-called clansmen are tougher than haters. Many lowered their heads and sighed. They wouldn't want to do that if they didn't have a choice. Junzi gazed at the 10 clan elders and silently clenched his fists. He wasn't pitying the 10 clan elders or blaming himself, but he was wondering why the 10 clan elders hadn't died yet and what they were grumbling about. The beast soul had said that it would be better and more helpful if it was the emperor's wings of a strong marshal's owner. Therefore, Junzi lied to Jun Shangtian, saying that he had lost his emperor's wings, and that if he failed to successfully plunder them within a short period of time, he would not be able to possess them in his life, and would not be able to advance to martial emperor. Because of this, Jun Shangtian was even more convinced to choose the 10 clan elders instead of going outside to capture a martial emperor. Old 10. There's nothing we can do. GE is just one last step away. The 9 clan elders' voice was tinged with trembling, indicating that he had also made a huge determination. The Qinglong dynasty had injected a massive amount of resources into Junzi, so if he stopped at martial king in this life, wouldn't that be a huge loss? There's no way around it. The sunk costs are too great. The Green Dragon dynasty couldn't afford it and could only sacrifice the half-dead 10 clan elders. Elder of the 10 clans, please forgive me for my helplessness. Jun Shangtian was also pained as he stretched out his hand, a bizarre black light diffusing from his palm. It was the very mantra that Junzi had taught, plundering the emperor's wings. Buzz. The 10 clan elders were already hanging by a thread, so naturally they had no way to fight against Jun Shangtian and could only watch as the black light drilled into their bodies. Puffing. A pair of black feathered wings were forcefully drawn out, stained with a large amount of blood and emitting a terrifyingly gloomy aura. Supreme Emperor's wings in Demon Slayer wings. The black feathered wings trembled violently, as if they were extremely unwilling to let go of the 10 clan elders. Jun Shangtian snorted coldly as the power of martial exaltation erupted, forcibly suppressing the demon slaying wings and handing them to Junzi. Refine. Yes, father. Junzi revealed a look of ecstasy. He received the demon slaying wings, and his majestic aura surged out as he fully operated the mantra taught by the beast soul and began to forcefully plunder it. It wasn't long before the demon slaying wings merged into Junji's body under the tear-filled, unwilling gaze of the 10 clan elders. A cry of sorrow came out of his mouth. How is this not an NTR? Swish. The devil-killing wings unfolded. Black light surged out from Junzi's body, like a king of the night, looking down on the living world from on high. Second-grade martial emperor. The emperor's wings of a martial zone powerhouse not only allowed Junzi to cross over into the realm of the martial emperor, but to go even further. The crowd saw this with a look of satisfaction. Well. Father Jun Shangtian nodded his head even more excitedly. If the scene hadn't been inappropriate, he would have had to cheer a few times. A martial emperor in his 20s. What was it if it wasn't a demonic heavenly pride? Some people are excited. Some people are surprised. And some people's faces are complicated. And all kinds of life are reflected in the pupils of the 10 tribal elders. He suddenly realized something. Junzi is a poisonous snake hiding by his side. But anyone who is right-minded and open-minded will never do such a thing. Suddenly, the memories in the 10 clan elders' mind kept turning like a walking lantern. And when they were fixed on Junzi's infancy, the tears could no longer be stopped from coming out of his eyes. Elder of the 10th clan, I've learned your martial arts. And in the future, I want people to know that I was taught by you. Elder of the 10 clans, I'm leaving, don't worry, I won't disgrace you. Elder of the 10th clan, I'm so tired, will you hug me? The 2-year-old Junzi had already displayed a talent and heart that was different from his peers, which moved him and made him regret it. Regret so much that he hated to kill himself. What have I done? The 10 clan elders mourned. At one time, he had treated Junzi as a treasure, nurturing him with his own hands and guiding him with great care, itching to impart all his skills to him. After he left, the 10 clan elders infused all their feelings into Junji. But after Junzi returned from the Witch Barbarian dynasty, everything changed. Junzi constantly denigrated Junzi in front of him, said more, his heart subconsciously produced disgust, and never met again. Now the elder of the 10 tribes realizes that he personally pushed away the best of his children and kept the devil at bay. I'm sorry. The elder of the 10 clans regrets it. I deserve to end up like this. The 10 clan elders regretted it. At that moment, Junzi forced down the excitement of stepping into the martial emperor and replaced it with a grief-stricken look as he pounced on the 10 clan elders and cried bitterly. Elder of the 10 clans. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it. Never did. He squeezed out tears and hissed in a way that broke the hearts of the others. The elder of the 10 clans' eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness as he weakly said, Child, come over here. I'll talk to you for a bit. Junzi stopped crying and slowly approached over. But the next second he let out a scream, blood staining most of his face. Old 10. You. The crowd was appalled. One could only see the 10 clan elders biting an ear in their mouths, and their entire faces were filled with crazy epileptic smiles. Ha 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 ha, old me deserves to die. I admit it, but are you clean? There will be retribution. There will be retribution for all of you. Karma will torture you to death. Junzi. You little will never be able to compare to Zai. He is a genius you won't be able to catch up with in 10,000 years. Guys. I'll go first. Ha ha ha. The 10 clan elders' maniacal appearance was chilling and creepy. He laughed until the end, his voice getting smaller and smaller, his eyes open, his head crooked wordlessly, to the point of death. There was silence around the 10,000-year-old ice bed, and the only thing that represented that the crowd was not calm was the heavy breathing. Junzi covered his bleeding ear, his face grimacing, the anger in his chest nearly causing him to storm out, his back teeth gnashing. Jun Shangtian was also cloudy, but what else is there to do about it all? In the end, they were the ones who deserved it. Sacrificing an ear for the wings of the emperor is worth it. The 10 clan elders were finally buried in the royal tomb. As a man of merit, this is what he deserves. Jun Gaowu wanted to laugh out loud when he saw Junji turn into an ear, but kept his seriousness. The will of the 10 clan elders will be carried on by you, he said in a deep voice. Junzi's heart was filled with resentment, but on the surface he nodded sadly. Your Majesty, I understand. I will never fail the 10 clan elders. Jun Gaowu nodded his head in satisfaction, and with a turn of phrase, he said, now that you are a martial emperor, you should also go out to practice and experience, and I hope that you will be able to take the helm of the army and make a name for yourself. Junzi instantly looked joyful, clasping his fists and arching his hands. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. Jun Shangtian, who was on the side, was equally joyful in his heart. It would naturally be excellent for his son to continue his awesome reputation. Most importantly, it's still in charge of the military. Perhaps the emperor's seat will have to be filled by someone else. He began to long for it. Inside the grocery store, Junzi's face was crooked with laughter. Recently made money. Big time. As he had predicted, the 12 runes were very hot. Just put it up and it sold out immediately. Moreover, this was a 4th grade spirit talisman. The price was not cheap. Ordinary martial artists could not afford to buy it. Only martial artists above the level of martial spirit could afford to spend it. The 12 charms are 12 spiritual symbols, each with its own wonderful uses. One sells for 30,000 spirit coins. Because it was Junzi himself, there were upper, middle and lower grades. Why don't you use the Chaos Furnace? That is one of the best and not bought separately. To buy? You can. 1 million spirit coins for a set. Hunger marketing is sort of played out by you. Chao Sinjie sneered. Junzi ignored him. It's a good way to make money, not a cold one. At this time, a person came to the door. Black robe and hood. It was Xiao Hao. He was filled with excitement. Benefactor, thanks to the secret realm for saving my life. These are the materials I found for you to cast weapons. Xiao Hao took out a spatial ring, placed it on the counter and pushed it in front of Junzi's eye. Junzi's eye smiled. The boy is very on the road. Stealing a glance. Most of them were Earth ranked, and a small portion were Heaven ranked. Merit streamers could be on the agenda again. How's it going? Junzi asked casually as he collected the storage ring without moving. Thanks to your blessing, I'm okay. Xiao Hao responded with a smile, but his expression quickly became grave. But there's some trouble at the border. The Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty is suspected to be gathering troops. Chapter 71, Eunuch is not simple. Jun Wenyi knows she's wrong, 4 shifts. The Witch Barbarian Dynasty and the Green Dragon Dynasty were adjacent to each other, and friction often erupted along the border, resulting in deaths and injuries on both sides. But these are ultimately small frictions, not enough to be taken seriously. However, ever since the failed marriage alliance, the Green Dragon Dynasty had been holding its breath, wanting to let the Witch Barbarian Dynasty know how powerful they had become over the past decade or so. The Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty, on the other hand, maintained the goals of that year, to occupy the boundaries of the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty and expand the realm of the Witch Barbarians. Therefore, this battle cannot be avoided. The above is the trend that people in the world have hypothesized. Jun Zai, however, was not impressed. After the end of the secret realm in his last life, Jun Zi stepped into the martial emperor, and the imperial dynasty sent him to the front line to train as the future head of the army. With his powerful strength, he was given a title, Blood Demon Martial Emperor, for his fierce reputation of killing at the border. Even the powerhouses of the Witch Barbarian Dynasty were cowed by it. Seeing that the struggle between the two dynasties was about to be complete, something happened behind the scenes that ended the struggle from that point on. Going to war? Chaosun sighed. The living are in abundance. The mortals are displaced. AI. It would be great if all the imperial dynasties could be united and there would be no more fighting. Xiao Hao silently clenched his fist and mouthed emotionally. His clan, his dynasty, was destroyed by the Green Dragon Dynasty. That scene of blood and rags, he could never forget it. If his battle power allowed it, he would unify the many imperial dynasties, so that there would be no more fighting in the northern spirit region and the people would live in peace and happiness. The Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty has a deep heritage, and the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty has not long risen to prominence, so the two will not be able to fight in a short period of time. What's more, there's the Vermilion Bird and Xuanwu Imperial Dynasties watching intently. At most the conflict is bigger. Jun Zizi spoke calmly. Chaosun glanced at Jun Ziwei. What if the Green Dragon Dynasty collapses at the touch of a button? Then extinguish it. Jun Zizi smiled sparingly. Changing dynasties is nothing more than conforming to the times, so why vomit your heart and soul to undo it? If I really want to fight my way into the purple capital, and people are dying, then I'll close the store. I've heard that the Holy Land is a nice environment, so I'm going to set up store there. A smile floated up on Chao Sen's face. It could be heard that this brat was very spontaneous and did not have the slightest emotion of wanting to break ties with the Green Dragon Dynasty. Xiao Hao appreciated Ngong's free and liberal mindset and slowly got up. Ngong, I still have things to do. I'll come back to see you when I have the chance. Good. Jun Zizi smiled and escorted him out of the grocery store. Taking one step and turning back 3 times, Xiao Hao looked at the appearance of his benefactor waving at him, and his heart warmed up. After he left the purple capital, an urgent voice resounded within him. Kid, this person you must remember to treat well. Make sure to make a good relationship. It will do you no harm in the future. Elder Cold. What's wrong? Xiao Hao's expression was stunned. These days with the ring-old grandpa's guidance, his cultivation had skyrocketed, and the two of them were getting along extremely well. In his impression, Elder Cold was always an old god, unperturbed, and this was the first time he had been so anxious at this moment. Don't ask. How could the northern spirit region have this kind of dragon vein chi? Bizarre. Too bizarre. Elder Cold frowned and whispered. Until this moment, Xiao Hao realized that eunuchs seemed to be very uncomplicated. Imperial Capital. Spirit Talisman Master Union. Lately, Jun Wanin has been coming to the Union a lot for a break. Sip poems and enjoy calligraphy and painting with friends, which always relieves the guilt of Jun Ziji. Come and see. Purple Capital has come out with a brand new batch of spirit patterns. It is said to be rooted in the 12 signs of the zodiac, and its wonders are endless. Rumor has it that it's a very young master with great skill. At that moment, a middle-aged man barged into the Union Hall and called out with a face full of surprise. It's ridiculous that anyone can call themselves a master these days. Refining some unknown spirit talismans and then hiring people to publicize them everywhere is just a generation that deceives the world. Ha ha ha, having nothing to do. Why don't we take a look at how this so-called spirit talisman is? A few words from the middle-aged man caused the crowd to banter and flirt. What in? Go, take a look. A female spirit rune master laughed. Jun Wanin was also a bit curious and got up to walk with the others towards the hall. Inside the hall, hundreds of spirit talisman masters came with mocking smiles, but their laughter came to an abrupt end after seeing the spirit patterns on the spirit talismans. That flash of horror spread out from their pupils. On the spirit talisman, the vermilion sand outlines the strokes, and the spirit pattern formed in a single stroke contains a mysterious light, as if it responds to the stars above and the 10,000 spirits below, and contains an infinite spiritual rhythm of mystery. This, whose handiwork is this? It's perfect. Not to mention the utility of the spirit talisman, just the subtlety of this spirit pattern is comparable to a 5th grade. No, 6th grade. This is a 4th grade spirit talisman? You mustn't be swindling me. The spirit rune masters were all shocked. Jun Wanin was also stunned in place, her beautiful eyes gazing at the 4th grade spirit talisman in the void, her pupils quaking. Why are the words above the spirit talisman so familiar? Silent Night thoughts. That's Jun Ziji's handwriting. She was inexplicably flustered. In recent days Jun Wanin had been delving into Silent Night thoughts, and had made a point of imitating it, so she recognized this handwriting at a glance. A group of people making a lot of noise. What kind of behavior is this? Suddenly, a majestic drinking voice rang out. The spirit rune masters were all silenced. Kong Yuan is here, the president of the Imperial Capital Spirit Rune Maker Union, an 8th grade spirit rune maker. He could be described as a highly authoritative presence, strict in his teaching and would scold at the drop of a hat, so everyone was afraid of him. He had a head of gray hair and wore a purple robe, his gaze sternly sweeping the crowd. Has the talisman been refined? Did you draw the spirit pattern? Material. Whose spirit talisman is this? When Kong Yuan reprimanded, he inadvertently glanced at the spirit talisman in the void, and his pupils instantly contracted. His breathing was ragged, and his voice resounded like thunder. Master Kong Yuan, noise is strictly forbidden within the union. A rash young man whispered. Asterisk 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 off. Kong Yuan stomped him away and then speculated on the 12 charms. The more he looked at it, the more he was amazed, and the more he felt that it contained infinite spiritual rhythms. Muddy, one word into a pen, for superior quality. I've never seen this kind of spirit pattern before. Is it self-created? What utility does it have? Kong Yuan gave it a very high rating. The crowd was shocked. So strong? The middle-aged man hurriedly said. I purchased it from someone else. It's called the Horse Talisman. It can strengthen the spiritual power and suppress the injuries of the divine soul. The spirit rune masters were filled with disbelief at these words. A 4th grade talisman has this kind of effect? Where did you buy it? Kong Yuan stared straight at him in a frantic state. Zidu. The middle-aged man didn't dare to hide it. After speaking, he added, it is said that there is a set of spirit talismans, 12 in total, and this is only one of them. Kong Yuan was stunned in place. In other words, there were 11 more spirit talismans that were so exquisite? If I can study the entire set of 12 talismans thoroughly, perhaps my talismanic Tao can be further advanced. Kong Yuan is a man of thunder and lightning. With that thought, he stormed out of the guild with a swoosh. Go to Zidu. Be sure to take the 12 runes. In the crowd, Jun Wanin's heart felt like it was being gripped and she was a little breathless. Zidu. Again. She gritted her teeth slightly. Excuse me, can you sell me this spirit talisman? Woofu. Jun Wanin looked at the zodiac spirit talisman in her hand and wondered why she had bought it. As if she wanted to prove something, she traveled to the backyard and saw her second sister, Jun Zhanlan, sitting frozen, gazing at the withered pot of Ansatsuka flowers. Second sister. Jun Wanin called out. Jun Zhanlan turned his head stiffly and forced a smile. Sixth sister. Back. Does it still hurt? Jun Wanin was distressed for her second sister and gently rubbed her brow with her hand. The divine soul is infested, and the killing intent is eroding every moment. If the Ansatsuka flower has not yet withered. Jun Zhanlan's nose was slightly sore as he witnessed it. After Jun Zizi left, everything changed. Jun Wanin looked at the horse talisman in her hand. Second sister. I have a new spirit talisman here. It says it can suppress the divine soul. Do you want to try it? Don't waste your efforts. I'm the aftermath of the slaying code. Jun Zhanlan smiled miserably and began to break down. Unwilling to see her second sister so demoralized, Jun Wanin infused her aura into the horse talisman and affixed it to Jun Zhanlan's shoulder. Buzz. All of a sudden, a warm and marvelous fluctuation surged into Jun Zhanlan's body up to the sea of consciousness, gently wrapping around the soul. The severe pain caused by the killing intent intrusion was being rapidly diminished, and an indescribable sense of relief struck her heart, causing her to subconsciously lightly open her red lips and let out a blush-inducing shy sound. Ah! Jun Wanin's beautiful eyes that saw this scene instantly turned red. She gets it. Jun Zizai was not a waste, but a true demon. Spiritual patterns were not only subtle, but also contained a vast and righteous energy that was pure and perfect, true and flawless. As for the claim that Jun Zizi was having second thoughts about her own sister, that was definitely planted. A righteous person who could create such a spiritual talisman wouldn't be able to perform sordid and despicable deeds. Thinking of this, Jun Wanin cried out. Wrong yourself. It's still a big mistake. Jun Zhanlan had originally wanted to thank sixth sister, but when he saw her tearful eyes, he was a bit flustered all of a sudden. Sixth sister. Why are you crying? Second sister. Do you know who made this? I don't know. You say. It's our good brother Jun Ziwei. Jun Wenyin almost cried out. Jun Zhanlan was stunned in place. A tidal wave of thoughts came in that seemed to pierce her heart away. Do you still love us deeply even after you're gone? Chapter 72. How come there's Jun Zi behind everything? 5 shifts. Jun Zhanlan looked at Jun Wenyin. His eyes unfocused. The tears were like an unstoppable flood that kept flowing out. Once upon a time, she hated Jun Zizai in the extreme because he was tainted with the habits of the witch barbarian dynasty. So when Jun Zizi was trained to vomit blood and pass out, Jun Zhanlan beat him with a stick, whipped him with a whip, and even went so far as to carve the word waste into his back. This was done to make Jun Zizi better. I hope he remembers the shame and is a real man. However, after the withering of the tranquil godflower and the entry into the secret realm of the mountain and sea, Jun Zhanlan gradually realized that Jun Zizi had never been a coward, but on the contrary was very strong, and that everything was just his own personal grudge being vented, perpetually guarding the border. Friction with the witch barbarian imperial dynasty was constant, and the generals under his hand died one after another, which made Jun Zhanlan hate the witch barbarians, yet he was unable to take revenge, and could only vent his hatred on Jun Zizai. Turns out, I'm the one who's the weakest. Since he loves us deeply, he used his essence blood to cultivate the Ansatsuka flower just so I could be free from the killing code. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Why did I treat him like that? Jun Zhanlan finally couldn't hold herself together and covered her face with both hands, tears dripping from her fingers as she continued to sob. Jun Wenyin hugged her second sister and cried in the same way. It turned out that when Jun Zizi hadn't left, they had been under his care and affection. After this emotion is gone, their world is like being stripped of its colors and becomes dull. Jun Bagyo, who had heard the cries, came to the backyard, and seeing the appearance of her 2 sisters, hurried over to calm them down and ask what was going on. Her eyes reddened as she learned the cause and effect. Not only is brother Zizi's talent for refining pills superb, but making spirit talismans is also astonishing. Big sister, you should know about the 12 talismans that have been very hot lately. That's the one that brother Selfish refined. I misunderstood him about Yuan Yang. He wouldn't do something like that. Jun Wenyin flung herself into her big sister's arms and bawled. Jun Biao's throat was hard, as if it was blocked by something, and she gently patted her sister's back. Remember what you told me back then? If you are wrong, you will bow down on your knees and beg for the freedom to go home. She pushed Jun Wenyin away from her and asked with anticipation. Jun Wenyin was stunned when she heard those 2 words, and her expression was a little uncomfortable. Who is she? Since she was a child, she had been called a talented girl, with excellent cultivation talent, and was herself a spirit rune master. To make her bow on her knees and beg humbly? What a bad reputation that must have gotten out. He didn't do the Yuan Yang thing, so what about the other things? Stealing, damaging things, stealing chickens and dogs. Remember the year mother went out to be poisoned and he was sneaking around outside. Jun Wenyin started to make a sophomoric diversion. Jun Bio was instantly enraged. You guys keep saying that he stole something. Where's the evidence? Who saw it? Brother Z. Jun Wenyin and Jun Zhanlan almost blurted out. Could Ge still be lying to us? He's grown up under our watchful eyes. He's well informed and understanding. Jun Zhanlan had just finished speaking when he suddenly froze in his chair. Is it an illusion? How is it that behind everything, there's Jun Zi? In the past, they didn't think about it. It was because Jun Ge was too good. Jun Zizi was obsequious like a coward, and they naturally believed what Jun Ge said. As for the truth, is it important? I'm only asking you, where's the evidence? Without proof, who are you to say he did it? Your tranquilizing flowers, the Rudraksh you almost abandoned, all under the care of Zizai. You 2 heartless things are still here to wrong him. Jun Bagyo angrily pointed at the 2 women, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. She thought back. Her own this new big sister is also extreme. Never gave Jun Zizi and half a bit of love, but instead scolded him, insulted him, and took a whip to whip him. It's like making fun of him. At that moment, the 3 of them shuddered, followed by deep guilt and regret. Big sister, this horse talisman is amazing. My divine soul is warmer than ever. Jun Zhanlan pointed at the horse talisman on his shoulder and was quite excited. I think that with a few more of them, we might be able to completely suppress the side effects brought about by the slaying cannon. She was desperate for the 12 runes. Jun Biao wiped away her tear stains and let out a cold laugh. It seems that you don't have the slightest bit of remorse. You just feel that you're almost cured, and that's why you remembered to make yourself at home. Disliked by his big sister. Jun Zhanlan lowered his head and deflated his mouth in aggravation. In the end, Jun Zizi still deserves it. But if we say something, we won't be indifferent, she said darkly in her mind. Zidu, there are grocery stores for everything. Jun Zizi was very free and easy, selling goods when people came and cultivating or reading books when no one was around. His cultivation was progressing very rapidly. He was already a 5th grade Grand Martial Master, and his spiritual power was growing rapidly, allowing him to steadily refine 4th grade pills, weapons, and spirit talismans. If it wasn't for the limitations of the Dan formula, Jun Zizi would even want to try to refine the 5th product. It couldn't be helped. His spiritual power was stronger than normal after he was reborn, coupled with the spiritual gift of the precious Dan's visions. His cultivation realm was not very high, but his spiritual power skyrocketed crazily. But Jun Zizi was in no hurry. Cultivation, one step at a time, the water will naturally come to fruition. In terms of physical body cultivation, the progress was equally pleasing. The first layer of the sacred domain Longdao body was about to be brought to a grand completion. The plasma is like a pump and its light is like a flame. The organs are bulging, and all poisons are invulnerable. Wanting to raise such a physical body, pills were essential and naturally cost money like water. Luckily, the 12 rune spells burst into flames and increased sales for the grocery store, so there was no need to worry about spirit coins for the time being. Worth mentioning, Jun Zizi did not release all the talismans. All things are precious by their rarity. He just released a few of them to mobilize the customer's sense of anticipation. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to release other charms, Master Xianling brought Princess Kai to visit the door. You kid, you always have something new for me. Master Xianling smiled and shook his head, referring to the very 12 runes. Jun Zizi said in self-effacement. Engage in some gadgets to make money. A gadget? The entire Green Dragon dynasty is now rumoring about the 12 runes. Princess Kai covered her mouth and laughed softly. There are also quite a few spirit rune masters who have come to the moon worship tower, all wanting to inquire about the news. Brand new spirit pattern. A 4th grade spirit talisman will have a 5th grade, or even a 6th grade utility. Can they not be in a hurry? Fatty Chow looked at Monk Grass Lantern while sneering. Jun Zizi's heart understood. It's moving people's interests. Master Xianling waved his hand. It's fine. I pressed it down. In order to avoid accidents in the future, let's do customization. There's money for everyone to earn together, and it's also safer. That's natural. All things must be done in peace. There's no need to fight to the death. Jun Zizi was quite agreeable to Master Xianling. As he spoke, he took out a set of 12 talismans, all of which were of the Supreme Collector's grade, and handed them to Master Xianling. Master Xianling carefully opened it and was instantly attracted by the spirit patterns on the spirit talisman, silently giving Jun Zizi praise in his heart. Kid, get on the road. I didn't. Princess Kai let out a pout, her beautiful eyes smiling into a curved crescent moon. Jun Zizi laughed. In the future, if Miss Kai Fei wants to refine pills, I will be happy to help. Fatty Chow greatly rolled his eyes. Next time for sure? Cement sealing the heart is just awesome. With that said, Jun Zizi brought up the remaining materials of the merit streamer, and Princess Kai pondered for a moment before shaking her head slightly. What you're talking about are all heaven-ranked materials. It's impossible for Moon Worshipping House to keep them on hand at all times. I'll keep an eye out for you. It's fine. I can wait. Jun Zizi was slightly disappointed. Princess Kai showed a smile at the sight. We don't have it, but others may not. You have 12 talismans in your hand. I believe many people are willing to barter for them. Deal? No, it's an auction. Jun Zizi's eyes lit up. Yeah, why hadn't he thought of that? Neither have to show their faces nor deal with trivia. Then take out a few sets of 12 runes for materials. Soon, the Moon Worship Tower released the news. The Moon Worship Auction House will soon be auctioning off a full set of 12 talismans. When this news came out, the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty was stirred. Chapter 73, Bartering for Things. Autumn Frost is not Jun Ziwei. On this day, Zidu was bustling with traffic. They all ran to the Moon Worship Auction House. Just how hot are the 12 runes? It actually caused so many big shots to favor it. The Heavenly Master Pavilion, the War God Palace, the Yellow Springs Sect, the Great Sword King Sect, the Chen Clan, the Xian Clan, the Hong Clan and the Martial Sect Lone Wolf. The Spirit Symbolist Union is also here. There are so many people. Is this the whole group out? The onlookers were shocked by the scene before them. There were even some spirit rune masters who wanted to go and were told that the seats were all sold out, so they either had to stand or stay outside. Can't you just add a couple more empty seats? By the way, Isn't your ceiling empty too? That's it. Sell hanging tickets. People are calling for the sale of hanging tickets. It's just an auction. Just get in. Countless powerful people wailed. When Princess Kai was informed of this situation, she did not hesitate to wave her jade hand. Respect the guest's choice to write a hanging chit. There's money to be made and no money to be made. In an instant, the auction house was once again flooded with nearly 10,000 people. The whole hall became strangely painted. As long as one looks up, one can see a group of people hanging from it. And those who don't know would think that the moon worship auction house is haunted. Zidu is truly a people person. The Thunder Pole martial artist looked at the ceiling's hanging ticket guests and made a double entendre. The green sword martial honor walked alongside him and laughed. It's still true. The precious Dan visions and the 12 runes have caused quite a stir. As he spoke, the passageway came out with 3 other people. It was none other than Jun Bagyo, Jun Zhanlan, and Jun Wanyin. They naturally came for the 12 runes as well. One is to purchase a horse charm for Jun Warland. Secondly, I wish to see Jun at ease. Let's go. I got a connection and booked an elegant room. Jun BL looked around, but failed to see Zai, and led her sisters away first. No sooner had they left than an acquaintance came along. Jun Ziyi walked in with great vigor. His mouth was tinged with a few evil smiles, and next to him were his own subordinate Lu Hao and his friend Tung Qingshan, among others. Ha! It's big sister and the girls. He saw the backs of Jun Biao and the girls, and was first stunned, then ecstatic. It must be that the sisters know that I'm going to go to the border to practice, and want to shoot the 12 talismans to gift them to me. Jun Ziyi felt that he had gathered all the favor, and that what his sisters did was all for him. Otherwise, could it still be because of that punk Jun Zai? Ziyi, your 6th sister. Tung Qingshan's appearance is very clear, but with black eyes and a floating gait. It looks like that. He looked at Jun Wanyin, even if it was just his back, and his breath became short. Jun Ziyi swept him a glance. Go after her if you want to, but don't mess around. Can you let me in one more time? Tung Qingshan's tone begged. Get lost. Obviously a scholar but all stinky. I'm sick of you. Jun Ziyi ignores him and strides towards the elegant room. Tung Qingshan was filled with disappointment and could only reluctantly withdraw his gaze. Soon, the auction began. On the high stage, Princess Kai was dressed in a light red cheongsam, revealing her delicate body to the public, causing many martial artists to swallow their saliva crazily. Welcome to this session of the auction. Princess Kai smiled sweetly. I won't be long-winded, so I'll start immediately. The first piece, from Master Lu Huan's hand-forged defense, Earth rank high gilded phoenix exotic armor. Starting price 20 million spirit coins, 21 million, 22 million, 25 million. The shouts rose and fell, and were finally finalized at $60 million. The second one is a mutilated treasure. Medium earth rank before damage. Starting bidding price $3 million. The third piece comes from the top secret tome left behind by the Nine Spectres sect, which is adept at communicating with the underworld and practicing demonic feats. Fourth piece. The fifth piece. Princess Chai has extremely skillful experience in controlling the field. She introduced the lots while maneuvering back and forth with the many powerful people, making the price go up and up. The entire auction house was quickly baked up. The atmosphere was lively and everyone was excited. Princess Kai took a sip of her tea and turned to reappear with a smile on her face. I think most of you have come here for it. 12 talismans from a young master with wonderful uses that a 4th grade spirit talisman shouldn't have. A brand new spirit pattern with endless mysteries. I think all of you spirit runic masters should know the value of it. If you can have a set, not only will you be able to shelter your own offspring, but you will also be able to save your life when it matters. Many people nodded their heads as they listened. That's what they came for this time. Miss Kai Fei, can you introduce all the utility of the 12 talismans? Huang Xiu from the Yellow Spring sect inquired. Princess Kai laughed and replied, no problem. Rat talisman, blood chi increases like a vast ocean. Bull runner, will like steel. Not afraid of fear. Tiger's talisman, unlimited power. Opens up the limits. Rabbit talisman, bathes in the moonlight. 10 times the battle power. Dragon charms, to soar through the clouds and travel through time. Serpent talisman, swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. All medicines are impeded. Horse amulet, the spirit of the heavenly horse, suppressing the divine soul. Goat runes, forgetting God and breaking love, without fear of pain. Monkey amulet, bronze skin. Iron bones, adamantine. Chicken charms, all the power and might of the rainbow. Dog charm, the sun and moon are not to be feared, but their shadows are difficult to show. Pig rune, blessed with good fortune and good luck. With peace. After introducing the usefulness of the 12 talismans, The entire venue fell into a brief silence, and then swirled into a cacophony, taking the 12 Chinese zodiac signs as a spirit talisman. What a clever conception. There are also spirit talismans made from the stars in the sky, but they are all of high quality, and the success rate is even lower. It must be photographed and studied. Many powerful people were excited. The eyes of the crowd of spirit rune masters were even red. Princess Kai continued. There are a total of 5 sets in this bidding. That master said that he only wants to exchange things for things, and if he can get what he desires, the next 2 sets can be traded with spirit coins. What it takes? An elderly spirit rune master shouted anxiously. 10,000 gold relics, clearing the heart of the Taoist talisman. Yuan Tian Kuai. Whoever has it can trade away a set, or the auction will be aborted. Upon hearing the name of the item, the crowd frowned. All heavenly ranked materials. Moreover, it's still something from the Buddhist and Taoist families. What exactly was this mysterious spirit rune master going to refine? I have a 10,000 gold shekels. A middle-aged man stood up and held aloft an orb that blossomed with the light of the holy and majestic Buddha. Princess Kai nodded after her appraisal. The goods are real. After saying that, someone sent the 12 talismans to the middle-aged man. The Taoist talisman of clearing the mind. Take it. An old man with a clear air and Taoist bones lightly pinched both fingers and threw out a green light. The green light dispersed. A 2-finger wide and 2-finger long Taoist talisman appeared, permeated with a heart-restoring arcane fluctuation. Authentic. Princess Kai's eyes were poisonous and she quickly recognized it. After the old man obtained the 12 talismans, he turned around and left the auction house. Inside the elegant room, the 3 Jun Biao sisters were a little nervous. They didn't have any of these materials, so they had to beg for the last 2 sets that no one was fighting over. Another elegant room. Jun Zi, on the other hand, was envious. These materials were worth their weight in gold, and if one used them on their own, their strength would definitely be able to rise to the next level. In the middle of the conversation, the 3rd set of 12 talismans was exchanged by a noblewoman for Yuan Tianka, who also left immediately without stopping at all. Congratulations everyone! There are 2 sets left. Princess Kai smiled. The starting bid is $1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 5 million. As soon as the words fell, the auction price instantly went crazy. The one who shouted the strongest was none other than the Spiritual Symbolist Union. In the end, the Spirit Talisman Master Union took away a set for 8 million spirit coins. It's your last chance. Make sure you take it. Jun Bagyo looked towards her 2 sisters. Jun Zhanlan and Jun Wenyi nodded heavily. 2 million. 300. Jun Biao hurriedly spoke. 8 million. Straight up someone throws in $8 million? Jun Biao and the girls froze. It's not that they don't have any money, but they didn't bring out that much. The most you can scrape together on your body is $10 million, but they're dead in the water. The profession of spiritual talismanist is notorious for burning money, but at the same time, they are notorious for making money, especially high-grade spirit talisman masters. Spending money like running water, not to mention. Making money is like fishing with a big net. Fruity. The 5th set of 12 runes was auctioned off for $11 million. This made Jun Ziyi a little puzzled. What the hell are 3 sisters doing here? Didn't you want to buy him 12 charms? Don't just stand there. Drop the money. A mere $11 million. People think we can't afford it in the Wufu. It's better to have 1 set for each person. Don't be discouraged for those who failed to bid on the 12 talismans. We still have loose pieces at a much cheaper price. Princess Kai laughed. Jun Biao and the girls instantly rekindled their hope. The auction ended successfully. Guests will need to pay at another location to pick up their auction treasures. When Jun Biao and the girls were paying, they happened to see Princess Kai, and hurriedly shouted, "Miss Princess Kai, could you please inform Autumn?" "Sorry, I'm not qualified." Princess Chai flashed a professional fake smile. Jun Zhanlan was anxious. "You dare to say that the 12 talismans were not self-refined? Do you dare to swear? The handwriting on the spirit talisman is self's." "I'm sure of it." Jun Wenyin also became excited. Saying that, the 3 women stopped Princess Kai in her tracks, with an arrogant look of "you don't say anything or you don't want to leave." Concubine Kai's smile went cold, very rarely with a few moments of contempt. "I repeat, Joe Frost is not Jun Zzz. If he really is a member of Jun's family, he might as well be dead. A bunch of ungrateful white-eyed wolves." Chapter 74. Kneeling, begging. Princess Chai's voice attracted a lot of attention. This includes Jun's Yat. He saw his sisters surrounded, their expressions sunken, and instantly tried to go up to them and help them with their theories. Under the imperial dynasty, who dares to be reckless? but the next words stopped him in his tracks. Jun Biao's face was full of pleading, her tone humble to the dust. Miss Kai Fei, count on me to beg you. Jun Zizai is our dearest brother. He only made a little mistake before he left home. Let us see him. Xiu Frost is our brother. As long as he shows up, he is absolutely willing to come home with us. Jun Zhanlan hastily chimed in. At this moment, Jun Ziyi's eyes were terrifyingly cold, as if a viper that chose to devour people. It's Jun's self again. Didn't you roll the ball? How to always be in my life? Concubine Kai finally couldn't help herself. Made a mistake? You guys keep saying that Jun ZZ made a mistake and ran away from home. What mistake did he actually make? As the sacred dragon's son, he gave 20 years of his life to the imperial dynasty to protect your rise to power. And how did you repay him? Driving Jun Zizai away and even sending people to kill him. Are you people or are you people? No, you're just a bunch of cheap bastards. That night, the matter of Jun Shangtian chastising the war god palace had spread thoroughly, causing a huge storm of controversy. The Qinglong imperial dynasty was the first to dispel the rumors, and also issued an order that anyone who spreads rumors indiscriminately again will be killed without pardon. By now, the voices of public opinion were dissipating, but it still became a topic of conversation for countless people. At those words, Jun Bagyo and Jun Zhanlan stayed where they were, not saying a word as tears came to their eyes. These words scolded them so much that they could not refute them. Jun Wen-in, on the other hand, became agitated and pointed at the spirit talisman. The handwriting on it is Jun Zizai's. It can't be fake. He has the blood of our Jun family flowing in him. Blood is thicker than water, and he cannot be abandoned no matter what. We just want to bring back our own brother. Who are you, an outsider, to demonize us here? Concubine Kai laughed coldly, speaking as if people rare your bloodline, or else Jun ZZ would have run away from home? Jun Wen-in was struck by lightning and her fingers stopped in midair. The bloodline that they were so proud of, Jun Zizai seemed to not care at all, and was unwilling to meet even if it made a lot of noise. Who let them in? Suddenly, a grim voice rang out. The crowd craned their heads, their breath catching. It's Master Xianling. He was followed by a group of spiritual symbol masters behind him, their faces as gloomy as water. Master Xianling, this is just a misunderstanding. Jun Bagyo wiped away her tears and kept pleading. Master Xianling smiled. The smile was chillingly cold. A misunderstanding? Are you saying that Jun Ziyu sending someone to kill Jun Zizai was a misunderstanding? Every one of you Jun family members is a Wolfharden thing. Jun Ziz's credit is as great as the heavens, and in the twinkling of an eye he was driven out of the door. Is this the style of the Green Dragon dynasty? Or is it the style of your Jun family? Okay, even if Autumn Frost is Jun Zzz, now that he has achieved success and fame in the Northern Spirit, you have come to redeem him? I tell you, it's too late. Master Xianling pointed at the noses of the three of them and cursed. There's not a single good thing in the Jun family. Get the hell out of here. Parents unloved. Sister loathed. What kind of life does Jun ZZ live in the end? A tiger's venom is not enough to eat a child. Their Jun family is much more vicious than a tiger. Jun Wen-in is known as a talented woman, cultivating a vast and righteous spirit. How could she have done what she did as a gentleman? She's a hypocrite. The meritorious Jun ZZ kicked out of the house, while the fratricide and kin-killing Jun Ziyu is alive and well. It's disgusting. The spirit rune master also cracked up. They have never seen such a superb family, when it is really the destruction of the three views. Jun Ziyi hid in the shadows. He was furious when he saw that his three sisters were surrounded and had no intention of stepping in at all. So they're here to redeem Jun Zizai. Not for me. These stinking ES. They obviously already have me as their excellent brother. But they actually want that punk Jun Zizai? Are they out of their minds? Or are they out of their minds? He growled in his mind. Puzzled, Jun Bagyo and the girls practically fled the moon-worshipping auction house. If he didn't escape, he might arouse the wrath of the crowd and be eaten alive by that group of spirit rune masters. What have we done that God should punish us like this? Jun Bagyo was aggrieved and wanted to cry, but realized that her tears had dried up. Jun Zhanlan also cried a little numbly, guilty to the core. Perhaps we were wrong to begin with. Jun Wen-in didn't say anything. Her eyes were empty, and her mind kept echoing what the man had just said about her. Moralistic hypocrites. Bang! Suddenly, Jun Wen-in knelt on the ground with tears in her eyes. Zai, sixth sister was wrong. I shouldn't have wronged you. Go home. Count on my sister to beg you. Go home. Sister is not a hypocrite. Sister is a good person. Woo woo woo. You go home quickly. Father and mother are still thinking of you. After that, A few thumps came. Jun Wanyin actually did kowtow. She pressed her hands against the ground, knocking her forehead into the ground one after the other until it bled. Jun Bio and Jun Jianlan hurriedly helped her up. Is this still the high-minded sixth sister? How dare she kowtow and beg in public? Jun Zi, who was hiding in the shadows, saw this scene. Originally, he was just upset, but when he saw sixth sister's actions, his gaze turned cold and his killing intent was unprecedentedly strong. Jun Zizi must die. Autumn frost, right? I'm going to find out. He couldn't wait to immediately dry-waste Jun Zizi and curse him to spend his entire life in pain. Suddenly, Jun Ziyi was stunned. Yeah, the curse. The corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. Jun Zizi, prepare to suffer the endless torment of the curse. The auction was lively, but Jun Zizi was too lazy to join in the fun. He had just returned from the Xianyu building and had gone to set up a new formation for Jiaru. With a quality of up to the 3rd grade, Jiaru provided her own materials and Jun Zizi made the arrangements, netting her 100,000 spirit coins. The price of 1st and 2nd grade formations wasn't high, but from the 3rd grade onwards, the price would skyrocket. The materials are different and serve different purposes, so the price is naturally quite a bit higher. This kind of costless sale, Jun Zizi was the favorite, going out and slipping around. 100,000 spirit coins easily came into his hands, humming a little tune, in a happy mood. Back to Clearwater Street, Master Xianling and Princess Kai had been waiting for a long time, and the three of them smiled at each other. Sold out? Jun Zizi asked. Princess Kai laughed and replied, of course, the 12 talismans sell for the price of pills and weapons. It's really outrageous. Tough luck, Miss Kai Fei. Jun Zizi arched his hand in thanks. He knew the 12 runes were in high demand. However, without the moon-worshipping house's push, it definitely wouldn't have sold at such a high price. This worship cannot be understated. Master Xianling stroked his whiskers and smiled. He valued Jun Zizi's talent for refining pills, but he valued the latter's character as a person even more. Thinking of this, he pondered for a long time before finally speaking. Chill Frost, is your surname June? Chapter 75, Spending Money Like Water. Your good days are over. It wasn't that Master Xianling hadn't investigated Autumn Frost. All the clues point to the June family, but he knew that Autumn Frost was fond of silence, so he didn't ask any deeper questions. But today those three women had come back with their nonsense, and he was so annoyed that he wanted an answer. Concubine Kai was also curious and stole a glance at Jun Zizi, realizing that not only was the latter not angry, he was instead smiling faintly. Yes or no? It hasn't mattered for a long time. One can't live in the past forever, and I'm enjoying the present. Two flat sentences that trivialized that hellish period of life. How smart were Master Xianling and Princess Kai? They immediately understood. They all looked down on you, but you are the most competitive. Kai Fei felt a little resentful for him and lightly bit her silver teeth. Jun Zizi smiled faintly and said nothing. Master Xianling grimaced. Don't worry, Chill Frost, as long as you're in the purple capital, no one will know where you are. I'll put my words down here. If the Green Dragon dynasty dares to touch you and the Jun family dares to mess around, I'll make them pay the price in blood. Live in peace. I've got everything. Jun Zizi's heart warmed as he heard these words and he clasped his fists deeply. Master Xianling waved his hand and stroked his beard. Any customer who enters the grocery store will be watched. Verbal persuasion if threatened. If he does not understand, he will be sent to his death on the spot. Xianling, don't play around. All the materials you asked for are here. Princess Kai handed out 2 spatial rings. After deducting the cost of the auction, you still earned 14 million spirit coins. Jun Zizi had originally smiled as he took the spatial ring, and when he heard the amount of spirit coins he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, his fingers shaking a little. Profiteering. Spirit talismans, pills are simply profiteering. From the time he opened his store until now, he had only earned a small million spirit coins. That's still getting up early and working hard every day. The money came in too fast by comparison. One night tops 10 years. It was mainly because the 12 rune spells belonged to brand new spirit patterns and had great significance for spirit rune masters to copy, which was why they held such a staggering value. However, Jun Zizi was very relieved. These people can't imitate the 12 runes. With such achievements in both the Dan Fu dual paths, it's not too much of a stretch for you to be called a demonic talent. Master Xianling let out a sigh of emotion. Jun Zizi scratched his head and did not reply. If he were to tell Master Xianling that he was also a formation master, an artifact refiner, and a realm god master, he would probably have the latter scared alive. Got the money and ready for a new store? Princess Kai's words changed. I have a good source of stores in my hands. Jun Zizai sniffed and looked towards Qingshui Street, remembering the warmth and tranquility of his neighbors, and had no other thoughts in his heart. He had already made the decision to continue cultivating, tempering his fleshly body to the extreme and cultivating the sacred domain Long Dao body to the second layer. As for the latter, I'll think about that when the time comes. This 14 million spirit coins Miss Kai Fei takes it back. Jun Zizai laughed. Does Moon Worship Tower have body refining Dan formulas and materials for 4th grade use? When you have money, you have to spend it, or else leave it to be slaughtered? Princess Kai thought for a moment. Yes, there is. A 4th grade elixir, the golden body plating Yuan Dan. A single Dan formula is over $6 million. I'll count 6 million for you, plus 10 copies in total if you count the materials at 14 million. Jun Zi was secretly staggered. In the blink of an eye, $14 million was spent, and only 10 copies can be made. No wonder the higher the cultivation level, the more money you spend like water. Master Xianling looked at Jun Zizai, his heart growing more and more satisfied. It had only been half a year since he had refined the 5 Thunder Demon Bone Pill, and Jun Zizi was able to refine a 4th grade pill. With this kind of talent, I am afraid that his future achievements will not be below him. After obtaining the formula and materials for the golden body-plated elemental Dan, Jun Zizi immediately began refining it. The main ingredient of this Dan was called the golden yuan fruit, which was said to be quite rare as it was birthed at the time of the sun's first rise and the sun setting in the west. Piece by piece, the medicinal herbs were thrown into the chaos furnace. Automatic purification. Start. Automatic refining. Start. The whole process was completely free of Jun Zi's agonizing. Soon, the Dan became an extremely rich Dan fragrance filled the air, sweeping out in all directions, causing the martial artists to raise their heads and breathe greedily in large gulps. What a rich Dan fragrance! Definitely of supreme quality. It's that mysterious pill refiner again. Damn it, why can't I find him? Supreme quality golden body plated elemental Dan. What a ing demon. Countless people revealed complicated looks. For a time, the fragrance of Dan enveloped the entire purple capital, mesmerizing people. Inside the grocery store, Fat Chief Chow was also breathing in the Dan fragrance like crazy. With his left hand in the Golden Lotus and his right hand in the Grass Lantern Monk, he decided to read both books hard tonight. Jun Zizi picked up the golden body-plated Yuan Dan and threw it into his mouth without hesitation, then walked to the courtyard to tie up his horse stance and began to swing his fists. The first layer of the sanctuary's Long Dao body is called Plasma like a pump. It's light like a flame. The second level is named Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound, Dragon Capital and Phoenix Bone. Golden body-plated Yuan Dan quenches every inch of skin, blood and internal organs. His body looked like it was dyed with a layer of golden light, shining brightly in the sunlight. Suddenly, chi and blood rushed. The sound made by the bones rubbing together was not a splintering sound, but the roar of a ferocious beast from ancient times. The first level of the Great Circle. Step into the second level. Jun Zizai's entire body's tendons clicked. His body was slender and perfectly proportioned, and that face was filled with male sunshine and handsome martial arts. It's really a dragon and phoenix. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid breath, Jun Zizi nodded his head in satisfaction before taking the second golden body plating Yuan Dan. Go on. I want my fleshly body to be comparable to a heavenly rank weapon. The small backyard, reflecting the diligent figure. Everything was so plain. Imperial capital, martial mansion. The Jun family was hosting a banquet for family and friends, and the scene was bustling with activity. Because Jun Ziyi was about to rush to the border to practice, the crowd naturally came to celebrate. At that moment, Jun Baguio's trio returned. They were in a trance, and their faces were even less joyful. Big sister, second sister, sixth sister, you're back. Jun Ziyi came back a step ahead of schedule. His green tea basics were very solid, not half as sinister at all, with a smile on his face. Brother, I hope you break out into prestige. Jun Wanyin revealed a forced smile. Jun Baguio just smiled. Jun Zhanlan was expressionless, not even bothering to speak. Jun Ji was not angry either, still smiling. Sisters, have you prepared a gift for me? Jun Bio and the girls looked at each other, their voices filled with exhaustion. We forgot to bring it for you. Let's make it up next time. As the words landed, Morong Binger was not happy. You guys don't leave the house all day, and you don't practice. Now you don't even prepare a gift for your brother. How can you look like a sister? Jun Shangtian also snorted coldly, his face unhappy. It's okay, my sisters are usually nice enough to me. I'm fine. Jun Ji started teasing again. Only his darkly clenched fists betrayed him. He knew in his heart that these three had already been ashamed of Jun Zizai and were trying their best to redeem themselves. But how could Jun Ji let them get away with it? Jun Zizai, just you wait. Your good days are over. He laughed inwardly. Night. Morong Binger lay in her room, tossing and turning. I'm a little out of sorts tonight as I'm angry at a couple of my daughters and I'm a little out of sorts mentally. At that moment, Jun Zi came to greet him. When she saw her son, she revealed a hint of a smile. Good baby, recite those scriptures of yours, so that mother can soothe her mind. Scripture? What scripture? Jun Zi blinked, revealing a clear folly. There were so many credits he had taken away from Jun Zizai that there were times when it was really hard to remember. Morong Binger was surprised in her heart, but nothing changed on her face. It's fine. You'll be leaving tomorrow. Go and rest. Mother, I will go first. You recuperate. Jun Ji also didn't notice any difference and got up and waved his hand to leave. After he left, Morong Binger rubbed her temples and called out, Lin Lang. A middle-aged woman pushed her way in. Her name was Lin Lang and she had served Morong Binger for decades. Lin Lang, it's also strange for you to say that back then. When I went out and was attacked by a ferocious beast and nearly died of poisoning, this child knelt outside the courtyard to recite sutras and pray for blessings for me. A piece of filial piety redolent of the heart. I asked him just now and he seemed to have forgotten all about it. Ha! All you can do is do it and not memorize it. It's so stupid. Morong Binger's face was filled with happiness as she recalled that year. It's nice to have a son like that. Lin sniffed with some confusion. As far as she could remember, the one kneeling and chanting was not Jun Ji. It was Jun Zizai. Ma'am, think again. Does that scripture sound like the pronunciation of the which barbarian imperial dynasty? She didn't dare to say it outright and asked carefully, what which barbarian dynasty? Clearly, Morong Binger didn't finish her sentence. Her mind instantly recalled the biting pronunciation of the chanting and praying, which indeed didn't look like the scriptures of the Qinglong imperial dynasty. Her delicate body trembled, as if she had associated something with it, and she looked at Lin Lang incredulously. Lin Lang nodded with a bitter smile. Back then, it was young Master ZZ, who knelt outside the courtyard to recite sutras and pray for you, because he's not qualified to enter the courtyard. Chapter 76, There's No Turning Back. Cursed Jun ZZZ. Back then, Morong Binger went back to her mother's home and encountered ferocious beasts fighting each other on her way back. She was innocently affected and seriously injured. That's an ice scorpion poison that tortures the flesh and soul. Fortunately, the toxicity was not deep, and Morong Binger was much better after taking the elixir. But her spirit was always depressed, and her soul was tingling unbearably. Unable to sleep, she heard at that moment the sound of devotional chanting, gentle and rainy, as if it contained a special magic that soothed her body and mind. Gradually, Morong Binger fell asleep. She slept soundly that night, like she was back in her mother's arms. When she woke up the next day, she saw Jun Ji sitting at the head of the bed, his eyes full of fatigue, as if he had not slept all night. Ji, was it you who chanted and prayed for mother last night? She gently stroked her son's cheek, touched. Jun Zi's voice was choked with sobs. Yes, I specifically went to learn. As long as mother can sleep peacefully, I'll do anything. These words touched Morong Binger to the core. Her heart was both happy and emotional. Obviously two brothers. Why the gap is so big? Lin's words unlocked the memory dust. She realized how stupid she was. Jun Ji's words were full of loopholes, but he himself didn't realize it at all because he was moved. Morong Binger's heart ached. Tears came to his eyes as he looked ahead unblinking, empty and blank, unable to believe what he was doing. That night, we thought you knew. Lin Lang's eyes were complex, sighing repeatedly. Miss Warland, Miss Yun Xin. Miss Wanine suspected that he was sneaky and wanted to steal, and beat young Master Zai on the spot and threw him directly out of the martial mansion. Speaking of this personal maid who had served Morong Binger for many years was about to cry. She doesn't get it. Why is it that this family is respectful and courteous to outsiders, but only treats Jun Zai with heartfelt hatred? Morong Binger finally couldn't help herself. She desperately tried to cover her eyes, not wanting the tears to come out, but she couldn't contain them, like an emotional catharsis, more like a guilt trip. What the hell am I doing? What the hell am I doing? He's been back for 3 years, and I've been so biased, and pushed him into the abyss, suffering day and night. I'm the most confused mother in the world. Morong Binger sobbed and choked herself. Lin Lang raised her eyes to look at her for a moment, seemingly hesitant, before finally mustering up the courage. Madam, you shouldn't treat young Master Zai like this. He's very nice. Not only has he not gotten into the habits of the witch barbarian dynasty, but he's as gentle as the sun. Young Master Zai. No matter what, he's still your own son. Hearing the words biological son, Morong Binger completely collapsed. Blood is thicker than water. A child is born in October. It was the flesh and blood of his own mother that gave birth to his own son. But what about her? But did something ridiculous that no mother under the sun could do. No family warmth was given, and there was favoritism in every way, favoring Jun Ji in everything. It's as if the younger son is doing everything right and the older son is doing everything wrong. It's late. It's too late for everything. There's no turning back for me. Morong Binger cried so hard that her heart broke. Her eyes rolled over and she fainted on the spot. She knew very well that what she was doing was not as eccentric as it appeared to be, and that what she was doing in secret was even less acceptable to the world, and would even be subject to the most horrible punishments. Morong Binger can only choose one person now, only the escape of the king. The next day, Jun Ziyi was clad in a firm coat of armor, his black hair tied high, riding on the green forest beast, manifesting the aura of a young hero. Father and mother, sisters, wait for my good news. I will be your pride. He smiled proudly. The relieved Jun Xiangtian, the depressed Morong Binger, and the soulful sisters, a family with different minds. Wei Wen stepped forward and patted Jun Ji's thigh. Young Master Ji, be careful in all things. Do not be reckless. What the master has taught you over the years must be remembered. He, well said warlord. Jun Xiangtian laughed brightly. Jun Zi nodded slightly, and when he made a mistake with Wei Wen, he was given a piece of paper, which he immediately put away. He bid farewell to his parents and sister, and led his entourage of strong men as he rushed to the border. Yuan City, a necessary place to travel to the border. On the surface, there was a lot of traffic, but in reality, it was the largest black market in the Qinglong dynasty. Anything goes here with a big enough fist. Jun Ziyi's group was resting here. He donned a black robe and hood and stepped quietly into the black market. Within the dirty and filthy environment, precious things such as cultivation resources, techniques and martial arts, demonic beast eggs, and so on, which were hard to see on the market, circulated, dazzling people. But that's not what Jun's escape is about today. Through the curving alleyway he came to a log cabin. The cottage is small, but it has all the essentials. The plaque reads, measuring good and bad luck, determining disasters, looking for Yi Hong Mao. Jingle bells. Jun Ziyi pushed his way in. A ghastly wind came over his face, making even he, a martial emperor, feel shivering. What is it? The air-dried limbs of ferocious beasts and men hung all over the room, and a figure sat in the center, his voice hoarse and cold. Yi Hong Mao was wearing a wide black robe, and his limbs were really full of red hair, which was very weird. Trying to curse one person, Jun Ziyi sat down and spoke deeply. No matter the realm, no matter the status, one price. Yi Hong Mao sneered. 30 million spirit coins. Jun Ziyi's face twitched a little. His savings over the years were only about $20 million. One curse is going to cost you everything you own. There aren't that many. How about replacing them with heavenly materials? Jun Ziyi gritted his teeth. Yes. Jun Ziyi pulled out 20 million spirit coins in pain, and then took out materials such as the small Peiyuan fruit, heavenly sky crocodile bone, and Chui Ping healing body liquid. These resources were all first-class treasures in the black market and were extremely valuable. Want to curse someone? Yi Hong Mao accepted the spirit coins and treasures, and his voice eased up quite a bit. Jun Ziyi coldly took out a piece of paper, given by none other than Wei Wen, which contained Jun Ziyi's birth date. I want him dead. The tone was filled with enmity, as if the owner of the birthright had done him a heinous wrong. Suddenly, the candlelight in the room shook violently. An unknown and eerie wind whistled. A bronze ancient lamp was placed on the table. Yi Hong Mao reached out and pinched the white paper, reciting obscure fonts under his breath, and a cold and terrifying aura then filled the air. Phew! The paper burned without fire and lit the ancient bronze lamp. The fire on the wick was weird, actually dark green, as if it could communicate with the netherworld. I have cast the Green Lantern magic spell. Before the oil burns out, he will suffer inhuman torture. Yi Hong Mao's voice revealed a hint of weakness. Jun Ziyi was ecstatic. That's what it was going to be like. Let Jun Ziyi suffer from all kinds of torture. Relieve yourself of a year of resentment and coldness. Then he walked away. A black hair floated down and was silently pinched in Yi Hong Mao's hand, then put away. Unless this person is blessed with treasures or his luck is against the heavens, he will definitely die. Yi Hong Mao looked at the Sinsen green fire on the bronze ancient lamp. His tone was full of confidence. Purple capital. White silk was hung on Clearwater Street. Just last night, Grandpa Chow passed away. Neighbors came to offer their condolences and take care of the aftermath. You don't have to call out for white goods. Fatty Chow is a professional. He was dressed in a Taoist robe, holding a mahogany sword in his hand and chanting. Jun Zi stood at the back, holding the merit streamer that he had warmed up, glowing with a faint golden light. It is, like, accumulating merit. Chapter 77, The Curse Backfires, takes its own toll. Grandpa Zhou, whose real name was Zhou Patrol, had been a soldier in the Qinglong dynasty, and had experienced many fights and cultivated to a 9th-grade martial artist, and was lucky enough to have no fatal injuries on his body. But he had never been able to break through to a martial master. Then a new governor came to power, forced him out, and brought some silver and gold to Zidu, where he has since settled down. He was childless and lived to be 100 years old, which is a high life expectancy among mortals, and was a joyous morning. Grandpa Zhou treated people extremely well, and often took care of Jun Zizai during his lifetime, treating him as if he were his grandson. Therefore, Jun Zizi took out the merit streamers today to bid farewell to Grandpa Zhou, hoping that he would be reincarnated in a good life in his next life and enjoy a good life, because it hadn't really taken shape yet. The merit streamer looked shabby, with the main body crooked to the left and right, and blurry ancient characters embroidered on the gold silk satin, barely discernible, as if it read, "Free and easy." A number of people almost laughed out loud. Those who know it are fine. Those who don't know it think that they put someone's big pants on top of a bamboo pole. How to look so flirty. The way of man is small, the way of immortality is vast, and the way of ghosts is joyful. When one is born, the immortal way is honorable in life, and the ghost way is honorable in death. The way of the immortals is always auspicious, the way of the ghosts is always evil. Fatty Chow and Jun Zizi mouthed the Sutra of Deity and walked back and forth around the coffin. Vaguely, Jun Zizi felt a faint shimmering of golden light on the merit streamer, warming the soul as if it was covered with a layer of golden aura. This made Jun Zizi overjoyed. The so-called meritocracy really exists. As he understood it, the wonderful use of the merit streamer not only protects the soul, but also counteracts disasters. As for the kill autoclean, these features are purely incidental. It's just that Jun Zi is curious about screwing up. When the funeral was over, the people went back to their homes, except that there was one less deceased person in the neighborhood, never to be seen again. The merit streamer will definitely be stronger if it's warmed up for a while longer. Jun Zizi looked at the merit streamer, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. With it here, there is no fear of disasters. Fatty, I'll cover you from now on. Chow Sen's eyes rolled up into the sky. You're carrying the dragon's luck and you're still afraid of disasters? Only a fool would be stupid enough to curse you. Don't worry. With your luck, anything has to come to you. Of course, more good things. Chow Fatty Jia sneered. Jun Zizi smiled and didn't care. Living your own little life is better than anything. As the merit streamer was included in the sea of consciousness to continue warming up, Jun Zizi began to think about something else. Although he was also a realm god master, he had never had a realm spirit of his own. Next, I'm going to contract a realm spirit. Jun Zi secretly clenched his fist. A boundary god master without a boundary spirit was like coke without vapor. In a word, Chicken Little. Just then, Jun Zi winced. But soon, he was fine, and more than anything, he didn't care. Getting up and walking into the grocery store. Gen City, a wooden house in the black market. The gusts of wind were extremely creepy, like the cries of ghosts and wolves. Yi Hongmao violently opened his eyes, peeled back the red hair on his face, and stared dead at the bronze ancient lamp in front of him. The green fire of the bronze lamp swayed wildly, like a struggle, like unwillingness, and finally slowly extinguished, as if the death of a person like a lamp that, still want to resist? See how he sneered and was about to make his move. Suddenly, the green fire skyrocketed, instantly igniting the entire wooden house. The green fire was monstrous, eerie and cold. A ghostly green fire dragon let out a terrifying roar, shocking Yi Hongmao to the point of soul trance. The martial artists looked at the burning house in amazement. The sound of the commotion instantly spread through the black market. But Yi Hongmao couldn't care less at this moment. Only his entire body's red hair fell off, revealing a withered mouth and face full of horror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Where did this strong shipper come out from? That guy is definitely here to screw me. ing mother ing horse. Yi Hongmao was shocked and furious, and hurriedly sacrificed various materials in an attempt to quell the curse. But he can't do it. When the qi was strong to a certain point, it could completely shield the curse, or even reverse the curse. This is the case in front of us. You forced me. Yi Hongmao fiercely clenched his teeth. His entire body's flesh and blood began to fester, and his life essence condensed into his fingertips as he recited an incantation. And as the wind howled wildly, a piece of black hair flew out of his arms, igniting a scarlet fire. Don't pester me. Yi Hongmao's sword finger probed, pointing at the black hair in front of him. The eerie green fire dragon roared thunderously, incinerating the hair that belonged to Jun Zi on the spot. Pust! The entire fire dragon exploded on the spot. Yi Hongmao's entire body flew backwards and landed on the ground, spitting out blood furiously, almost dying. It's a good thing that old me saved a hand, or else I would have really let you get away with it. He couldn't even stand up and was very weak. At this moment, Yi Hongmao wanted to strangle Jun Zi to death. It's no good cursing anyone. Cursing a strong runner, the border of the Qinglong dynasty, Shanhaiguan. Jun Zi was in a good mood lately. He had been in the army for half a month. At first, all the martial emperor powerhouses sneered at him, but after a few killings, the crowd admired him and looked up to him. He also earned a title for this, the Blood Demon Martial Emperor. Nowadays, it could be said to be Jun Zi's most triumphant and spirited moment, battling a number of martial emperors of the Witch Barbarian dynasty by himself, galloping thousands of miles to help the beautiful women in the army, and making friends with all kinds of bold and powerful people. The depression he had felt for the past year was all soothed at this moment. As much as it pains me to admit it, General Zi has far surpassed great General Jun Zhelin. It's true that heroes come out of youths. Back then, the great general didn't have General Zi's elegance. In the future, the only person who will inherit the mantle of Dragon Slayer Martial Exalt will be you. Inside the tent, both the Martial King and Martial Emperor were praising and even flattering. The corners of Jun Zi's mouth could barely be suppressed as he said modestly on the surface, No. Second sister has labored so hard that I am not yet comparable to her. Several martial kingesses saw that he was humble and powerful, and their beautiful eyes glowed. Just as they were chatting, a soldier outside bellowed, General Zi, there's another raid by a strong person from the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty. Humph. I'd like to see just who it is. Jun Zi threw off his battle robe and rose with a dominating presence. Rumble. The two armies faced each other, and the battle formations bombarded, crumbling rocks and trees into pieces and rolling them into the heavens. The opponent was a pugnacious man with fierce eyes, a tiger's back and waist, holding a battle spear in his hand, and the emperor's wings behind his back were peculiar, actually a pair of blood-colored tiger claws that haunted the rolling astral wind. Tiger Yen Prison, the Grand Prince of the Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty. He heard that Jun Zi was here and came to fight. Not only was Jun Zi unafraid, his eyes were suffused with cruelty. The shame that Princess Spirit Fox had given him that day, as well as the disdain of this tiger flame prison in front of him, was fresh in his mind. The revenge of that day, I will avenge today, he said morosely. Seeing this, Tiger Yen Prison was secretly surprised. This Jun Zi's cultivation speed was so fast, slightly inferior to Jun Zi's eye only. Remember, Tiger Flame Prison will die by my hand today. Gentlemen, anyone who violates our dynasty's territory shall be killed without pardon. The Witch Barbarian dynasty will finally be roped in. Jun Zi's bravado caused the army's morale to explode, and one by one, they roared at the top of their lungs. But suddenly, an eerie palpitation caused Jun Zi's voice to stop abruptly, and his entire body froze in place. What's going on? Chapter 78 A Difficult Arrow. Ruins appear. Jun Zi, who had been speaking with great bravado just a moment ago, suddenly stopped moving. This made the generals, who had wanted to yell, look at him stupidly, as if to say, we were about to shiver that one time, and you stopped it by inches. Even Tiger Yen Jail furrowed his thick brows and looked at Jun Zi suspiciously. What's this kid up to? Only to see that in mid-air, Jun Zi's body was trembling violently as a wave of heart palpitations madly impacted his soul. This is the curse, the beast soul inside the spatial ring exclaimed. Jun Zi's mind trembled, filled with doubt. Obviously he was the one who went to curse Jun Zi's eye. How come it's the other way around now? He didn't even reveal his true colors in front of Yi Hongmao, and that's not even the worst of it. Right now, he was still at war with the Witch Barbarian dynasty. Roar! Suddenly, green flames of light surged from Jun Zi's body and exploded in the void, transforming into a ghostly green fire dragon. The ghostly green fire dragon looked down at Jun Zi, those dragon pupils full of spirituality, the corners of his mouth raised in an arc, as if in derision. Jun Zi was stunned. He had never seen such a bizarre scene. without waiting for him to react. The ghostly green fire dragon broke through the sky and surged towards him to kill. Teacher, help me! Junzi is horrified and rushes to seek outside help. But the beast's soul dared not move, and there was no sound. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Rumble! The green flames erupted like a volcano, instantly flooding Junzi. His life essence was frantically lost, and his head of ink-black hair gradually turned gray, as if decades of lifespan had been extracted in an instant. Damn! Junzi, you deserve to die. Junzi roared madly in his heart. If it wasn't for Junzi disturbing his life, he wouldn't have cursed Junzi, and if he hadn't cursed Junzi, he himself wouldn't have been backfired by the curse, and wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. So it was all Junzi's fault. The logic closes the loop. Tiger Yin Prison looked at the image in front of him, somewhat puzzled, but he quickly reacted and laughed fiercely. This is a great opportunity. As long as you are captured, Jun Shangtian, this will definitely be exchanged with Junzi. Seeing this, Junzi hurriedly yelled, "Stop, stop, stop! I'm stopping you, Malagasy!" Tiger Flame Prison danced his battle spear, and the wind was so fierce that the savage aura transformed into a violent aura pressure that impacted in all directions. Bang! Junzi flew out backwards, smashing dozens of giant trees in the sky and penetrating a giant mountain peak, splashing up dust in the sky. As for the side of the Green Dragon Dynasty, the generals were silent, and then drew their legs and ran, withdrawing to Shanhaiguan. They were really going to be killed by Junzi. Where's that all-powerful swagger you had before? How to face the Tiger Flame Prison and shrivel up? Junzi staggered up from the pile of rubble, his Demon Slayer wings vibrating behind him as he fled towards the mountain pass with a face full of blood. Sound the retreat! Retreat! He looked up to the sky and roared. The other martial emperor powerhouses almost didn't explode with anger, and in their hearts, they cursed, "Do I still need you, little pussy, to say that?" The Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty threw away their armor and fled frantically. The Witch Barbarian Imperial Dynasty took advantage of the situation to pursue the attack and kill the opponent. I thought the battle would be bloody and tragic, but I didn't expect it to be one-sided. Escape? Tiger Flame Prison sneered as he took out a large bow in his hand and drew it to shoot an arrow. The string is like a full moon. The arrow is like lightning. Shoot 9 arrows in a row. Junji, be careful. A martial emperor shouted a reminder and was about to block Junzi's arrows. Not that he was much of a supporter of Junzi, because Junzi was Jun Shangtian's son, who had come here specifically to come to the border to gild the lily. A group of people couldn't account for his death. Put! The arrow pierced through the chest of the martial emperor powerhouse, and rolling blood sprayed into the air. The rest of the martial emperor powerhouses weren't idle either striking out or fending off. He stopped 8 heavy arrows hard. Only one arrow was shot at Junzi, but now he was in a trance and didn't react at all, so he could only watch the arrow shoot into. Ah! Junzi screamed miserably. All the generals present on the spot had chills down their tailbone. This arrow, too tricky. It directly shot out Junzi's oxen. Extreme pain struck, as if a giant hammer had smashed heavily into Junzi's chest, causing him to scream in pain. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he fell straight down from the heights. Withdraw! A martial emperor hugged the unconscious Junzi and fled back to Shanhaiguan in a sorry state. Tiger Yin Jail led the army to stand at the other end of the mountain, looking at the enemies who were fleeing at a rapid pace, his face full of depression. I clearly aimed for his heart. How did I miss by so much? He was puzzled. It was as if there was a mysterious force in the underworld that didn't want Junzi to die, that wanted him to suffer and suffer. But it's not bad. I feel great. Ha ha ha. Tigeritas Prison was quickly relieved. When he laughed, the generals laughed too. A hearty, maniacal laugh echoed through the pass. Shanhaiguan, in the barracks. The blurred vision slowly became clear. Junzi had just opened his eyes when a sharp, conical pain hit him, causing his already pale face to become more and more distorted. The military doctor said that the cow, one didn't keep it, a martial emperor said in a helpless tone. The female generals who had originally admired Junji became indifferent one by one. With that one gone, there's no way to that one. So what's the point? No, it can't be. Junzi let out a beastly, mournful roar. He is not yet married to the most beautiful woman in heaven. Not even an heir. Now tell him that he's become a lone egger? Get out! Get out of here! All of you! Junzi couldn't hold back any longer and roared hysterically, then pulled the wound and fainted again. The powerful people present looked at each other and didn't know what to say, so they sighed and turned to leave. After a long time, Junzi woke up again. His face was full of resentment and his eyes were filled with sinister and tyrannical. Yi Hong Mao. It must have been him who messed up. And Jun Zizai. It's all his fault. Dead loser. Dead loser. It's hard for me to carry on my family's name. He's so vicious. He's inhuman. Jun Zi cursed inwardly. Long Tu Wuzun's own son was actually beaten up by the bull. This is more humiliating to talk about than defeat. He doesn't think it's his problem. Then it must have been Jun Zi's fault. Jun's self is the original sin. The scourge. Teacher, why didn't you help me just now? Jun Zi questioned the beast soul. The beast soul's voice was tinged with helplessness. Help you? If I make a move to resist the backlash curse, you'll die faster. Then I thank you. Jun Zi squeezed his thanks through his teeth. Why didn't he know that the beast spirit was covering up the responsibility? But he didn't want to tear his face off. What's done is done. And there's no halfway point in breaking ranks. The beast soul comforted him. It's alright. When I remake my physical body, I will definitely help you repair it as good as new. Jun Zi's gloom was swept away, and he said in surprise, that passes. On to the next generation. That can't be. It's just to make you look better. Moreover, as you get higher in the realm, it's harder to pass on the family name. Plus with your condition, this life is probably hanging by a thread. The beast soul was blunt. Jun Zi instantly fell into silence. It was better if the beast spirit didn't say anything, but when he did, he became even more somber. The perennial warring borders. Once night falls, eerie and dark, as if there are endless grievous souls crying out. In the darkness, the killing had just ended not long ago, and before a corpse could be disposed of, there was actually blood chi on the surface that transformed into thin filaments, strand after strand, like a scarlet band of light surging towards Lone Mountain. This mountain peak went straight into the sky, as if it was devouring the wronged souls and blood chi of the dead, revealing an unspeakable weirdness. Rumble. The mountains shook and rocks rolled down. The ground exposed a gully, so deep that it seemed to communicate with the abyss of the underworld. Immediately afterward, a beam of light surged out of the gully and straight into the dark night sky. Relic. Present.